Congratulations player no. 00001 has cleared the game. Do you wish to continue? Yes or no? Upper capital January 2, 2068. In a small rental apartment in Haishi, a thin young man stared at the prompt on his phone and tapped yes without the slightest hesitation. This young man was named Zhang Yu. The game he had just cleared was a post-apocalyptic survival trial called Ares. In that game you had to build a refuge, unlock genetic locks, establish a power of your own and fend off disasters and the onslaught of zombies, insectoid swarms and alien creatures. A year ago this game had inexplicably appeared on Zhang Yu's phone. Because its freedom of play was so high, Zhang Yu never rushed to uninstall it. Instead he played it bit by bit. A storyline that should have taken only 2 months to finish was dragged out by him over an entire year. After a year of freeform construction, Zhang Yu finally led his own harem faction to defeat the alien forces, becoming the foremost power in the Milky Way. When the game concluded, Zhang Yu nodded without hesitation and chose to continue. The reason he did so was definitely not because he could not bear to part with his harem companions. Ding! Congratulations to the host for choosing successfully. The Ares trial system of Under Heaven I Alone Am Sovereign is beginning to bind. Binding complete. Generating system panel. Host Zhang Yu. Refuge level none. Strength 8. Spirit 9. Stamina 11. Speed 7. Ding, system shop has been opened. The average value for a normal person is 10. Hearing the voice in his mind, Zhang Yu jolted up from the bed like a salted fish springing to life, his face full of utter disbelief. Smack. A sharp slap resounded through the narrow rental room. Hiss, it hurts, it really hurts. This isn't a dream. Rubbing his cheek, Zhang Yu muttered under his breath. Host, please note the game's apocalypse will descend upon the real world in 1 month. The host is advised to make preparations. Damn. The phrase "the game will descend upon reality" caused Zhang Yu's mind to crash. He clearly remembered what the apocalypse inside the game was like. Meteorites striking Earth, a new ice age, zombies rampaging, insect swarms invading, alien beasts descending. In the end, even Blue Star itself was destroyed and Zhang Yu had been forced to pilot his refuge to other planets to seek shelter. System, are you saying the apocalypse is coming? Zhang Yu asked again in disbelief. Yes, host. Zhang Yu drew in a sharp breath, his face full of disbelief. An online game descending into reality, this was actually real. Wasn't this the stuff of novels? As if sensing the despair in his heart, the system spoke again. The host need not panic. You can respond to all upcoming events by constructing a refuge. Hearing this, Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. You mean the refuge from the game can also descend into reality? He asked excitedly. As someone who had cleared the game, he knew better than anyone how formidable the in-game refuges were. They were creations of an advanced civilization. Even a level 2 refuge could remain unscathed beneath a nuclear blast. A level 3 refuge could outright ignore all existing Blue Star technology, shrugging off any bombardment. A level 3 refuge even possessed the technology to depart Blue Star as a whole and travel to other nearby planets. In the later stages of the game, Zhang Yu had even created a level 9 refuge its size comparable to half of Blue Star. It was precisely this refuge that had allowed him to continue playing even after Blue Star vanished. Of course. Ding. The host has not yet checked in. Proceed with the first sign-in. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 planetary level refuge construction grand gift pack. Planetary level refuge construction grand gift pack. The host may use this pack to create a refuge that perfectly matches his ideals. This pack contains all equipment and materials required to construct a refuge. Note the maximum refuge tier of this pack is planetary level. Holy, this is insane. The newbie gift pack already includes a level 2 refuge. With that, why would I fear meteor impacts or a zombie apocalypse anymore? Zhang Yu exclaimed excitedly. Yet in the midst of his excitement, his gaze suddenly caught on the word construction and his expression changed at once. Wait, construction grand gift pack? You've got to be kidding me, I have to build it myself. With this flimsy body of mine, I'm supposed to construct such high-tech refuges. Before he could finish ranting, the system spoke again. Ding. A newbie gift pack has been detected. Would the host like to claim it? Claim it. Zhang Yu responded, excitement returning to his voice. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 newbie gift pack. Contents: 50 insect cores, 1 level 1 civilization artificial intelligence unit named Jarvis, and 200 tier 2 androids of all types. Seeing the items in the newbie pack, Zhang Yu's eyes shone. Insect cores and artificial intelligence were indispensable to any future refuge. Jarvis would be needed to manufacture androids and upgrade equipment, and insect cores would be required to power flight and operation of the refuge. The androids were even more astonishing. A tier 2 android was equivalent to a human who had unlocked the second stage genetic lock with combat strength that could only be described as terrifying. The combat type androids in particular had power that could rival experts who had opened the third stage genetic lock. It was only a pity that the newbie pack did not include corpse crystals, the resource most needed in the early days of the apocalypse. When the refuge's level was still low, corpse crystals were extremely useful, and advancing genetic locks required them as well. Corpse crystals could only be found inside zombies' skulls. Though zombies were abundant, killing them and then cutting open their heads to extract the crystals was a painstaking and troublesome process. It seems that securing corpse crystals will become the top priority when the time comes, Jianyu murmured to himself. The apocalypse is imminent. Construction of the host's refuge brooks no delay. The host is requested to choose a deployment site for the refuge as soon as possible. In no time the system's words pulled Jianyu out of his thoughts. As it finished speaking, a three-dimensional map of the entire city of Haishur appeared before his eyes. Jianyu immediately zoomed in on a mountainous area of high elevation near his current location. The place was sparsely inhabited and far from the crowds, and its altitude was sufficient that even a tsunami would pose no threat of submersion. Soon he located a high mountain valley. There was only a single road leading up, and the valley was ringed by mountains on three sides, easy to defend, hard to assault. It was by far the best site he could choose at the moment. Ding! Level 2 Stellar Refuge has been deployed. The refuge base has been laid. All equipment and materials are in position. The host may proceed to the site to begin construction at any time. Ding! Artificial intelligence has been activated and is now linking to the host. Connection successful. The moment the system's voice faded, a secluded valley hidden deep within the surrounding mountains began to rumble thunderously. Yet after only a few seconds everything fell abruptly silent once more. Aside from the fact that countless new things had appeared within the valley, nothing else seemed different. In the span of a few brief seconds the place had undergone an earth-shaking transformation, yet not a single soul in the world noticed. Hello, sir. I am Jarvis, the artificial intelligence of the Star Rank shelter. Just as Jianyu was brimming with excitement, a three-dimensional projection of a human face rose up from the screen of his phone. In the next instant a familiar, deep yet gentle male voice sounded from Jianyu's phone. Jarvis, ha! Looking at the virtual image on the screen, Jianyu could not help but feel a rush of emotion. Jarvis was the name he had given the smart steward of his first shelter in the game. The name was simply too iconic. After all, who wouldn't want an artificial intelligence like that? What Jianyu had never expected was that this very AI would manifest into reality as well. In the game, Jarvis was in charge of everything inside the shelter: personnel identification and registration, resident rosters, water and electricity management information, control the manufacture of various weapons, android production, warehouse oversight, smart home systems, essentially anything that required electronic equipment. Jianyu believed that even in the real world Jarvis would perform admirably. Sir, all the most basic preparatory work for the shelter has been completed. Please begin designing the construction blueprints. Design the shelter you truly desire, then dispatch people here as soon as possible to commence construction so we can face the apocalyptic crisis that will arrive in 1 month. Hearing this, Jianyu sat down and pondered for a moment. Time was painfully tight. After thinking for a long while, he ultimately decided to build according to the prototype of the shelter he had used in the game. His reason was simple: familiarity and certainty. Jianyu had cleared the game using that very setup. Besides, this was reality now, new methods might not work at all, so it was best to play it safe. Jarvis, do you still remember the configuration of my level 9 shelter during the planetary class shelter stage in the game? Jianyu voiced his question. Of course, sir. That was the optimal configuration you painstakingly derived after restarting the game dozens of times. Exactly. This is no longer a game, so it's better to play it safe. An excellent choice, truly worthy of you, sir. Once Jarvis finished speaking, he immediately pulled up the data on that planetary class shelter. Before long, a detailed internal schematic of the shelter appeared before Jianyu's eyes. Sir, in case you've forgotten any details, allow me to confirm them with you. The shelter has a total of 50 floors. Levels 1 through 3 are for machinery storage and mechanical repair. Floors 4 through 8 are the military training zones, including an ammunition depot and weapon fabrication bays. The 9th floor is a hospital capable of treating 1,000 patients at once with artificial intelligence, swiftly diagnosing and handling all illnesses. Floors 10 through 36 are residential areas able to house 45,000 residents, complete with comprehensive workspaces, dining, entertainment and leisure facilities. Floors 37 through 40 are material storage zones, deep freeze warehouses. Floors 41 through 43 form the research base where elite specialists carry out scientific experiments. Floors 44 and 45 are the rest areas for elite and research personnel. The 46th floor houses various incubation pods and construction bays. Floors 47 and 48 hold my main core as well as the energy systems purification units, the shelter's power facilities and 3 nuclear power plants. The 49th floor is your personal living quarters, sir, a luxurious villa complex spanning 10,000 square meters, incorporating the main control room of the shelter with top priority access and capable of housing several hundred people. It has its own independent food supply, water circulation and air purification systems. The 50th floor contains the nuclear-powered launch system. Working with the launch arrays around the shelter's exterior, it can send the entire shelter into the sky. It also includes 2 weapon launch silos and 4 giant weapon warehouses. Gazing at the 3D model projected by Jarvis, Jianyu could clearly see the entire layout of the shelter. After carefully examining it once through, he found that it hardly differed from the shelter he remembered. Very good, Jarvis. We'll build according to this template. I currently have 200 androids in half a month. Will that be enough? The apocalypse would arrive in 1 month. Half a month would be spent constructing the shelter and the remaining half on gathering materials. Looking at it this way, the schedule was still extremely tight. According to my calculations, sir, constructing a 50-floor shelter with only 200 android builders in half a month is unrealistic. Unless you have 2,000 construction and repair type androids working overtime, there might not even be a chance. At those words, John Yu's expression tightened. He had not expected the required number to leap tenfold in an instant, but he had no other options. This was the only way forward. If the shelter was not completed before doomsday, he might very well be finished. Only with a shelter would he have the capital to survive the end of the world. Then Jarvis, what are the requirements to produce 2,000 construction and repair type androids? Sir, manufacturing one tier 2 construction type android requires 100 corpse crystals. Given your requested quantity, you will need approximately 180,000 corpse crystals to proceed. Hearing this demand, John Yu froze for a moment. 180,000 corpse crystals, he currently did not have anywhere near that amount. For now, the only thing on hand that was of little use to the current shelter were insect cores. System, can insect cores be exchanged for corpse crystals? John Yu asked. The host may exchange them through the mall. At that reply, John Yu's eyes lit up. It was truly a blessing hidden in misfortune. John Yu immediately opened the system mall, and after a simple search he found the terms for converting insect cores into corpse crystals. One insect core could be exchanged for 10,000 tier 1 corpse crystals. Seeing this, John Yu's face lit up with joy. He currently had 50 insect cores, so at the very least he could obtain 500,000 tier 1 corpse crystals. With these 500,000 tier 1 corpse crystals, his initial capital problem was essentially solved. System exchange for 200,000 tier 1 corpse crystals. Ding. 20 insect cores consumed to exchange for 200,000 corpse crystals. Remaining insect cores 30. Once the exchange was completed, John Yu turned to Jarvis with another question. Jarvis, where is the base located? Sir, the shelter is currently situated 20 kilometers northeast of Haishi, deep within the mountains. The area is encircled by peaks. The terrain is excellent and easy to defend, yet hard to attack. Your choice is truly outstanding. With only 1 month left before the end of the world, John Yu wasted no more time. He immediately hailed a cab and headed straight toward the shelter. There was simply too much he needed to accomplish. After some time on the road, John Yu finally arrived at the location Jarvis had described. Here, just like in the 3D image, surrounded by towering mountains, there is only one mountain road wide enough for 3 trucks to pass side by side. The surrounding forests are dense and the air is fresh. It is an incredibly favorable natural refuge. As he drove through the path, John Yu saw a large damaged iron gate on which a sign stating no entry for unauthorized personnel was affixed. The iron gate was also entwined with coils of electric wire. Jarvis remotely controlled the gate to open, and John Yu quickly walked inside, simultaneously witnessing the scene within the valley. Inside the valley there were several helicopter pads and numerous parking spaces. In an open square, John Yu also spotted a pile of equipment used for constructing the refuge. Directly opposite the large iron gate stood an enormous stone door. John Yu approached the stone door and took a deep breath. He then instructed Jarvis to open the door. Welcome home, sir. With a resounding roar, the stone door creaked open, gradually revealing the interior. Although in the game John Yu already possessed a level 9 refuge capable of traversing the galaxy, that was ultimately just a game. In contrast, this was merely a basic level 2 refuge, yet it was real. The surreal feeling arose as he witnessed this incredibly sci-fi scene with his own eyes. As John Yu stepped through the stone door, the overhead lights instantly illuminated, revealing everything inside the refuge. In an instant, the sci-fi refuge unfolded before John Yu. A massive dome loomed above him. John Yu, well aware of everything, knew that this dome alone could withstand the impact of several nuclear bombs. However, as John Yu looked ahead, he was met with nothingness and emptiness. There was nothing, yet everything awaited construction. He was currently standing on the first floor of the refuge, where the mechanical repair and storage areas were supposed to be situated, designed to enable rapid deployment of combat equipment. John Yu, observing this familiar yet strange scene, slowly made his way to the main lift. This lift was dedicated to him, allowing rapid access to any floor. It was a component of the refuge's basic infrastructure. Surrounding him were more than a dozen elevators of varying sizes, capable of reaching designated floors of the refuge at lightning speed. Go to the 44th floor. John Yu said softly. Understood, sir. The lift began to descend. As it descended, John Yu could clearly see each floor whizzing by at tremendous speed, akin to a fleeting glimpse. Although these floors were blank, it was apparent. As the doors opened, John Yu stepped outside. Here it was similarly a vast emptiness. System summoned 200 artificial humans to construct the artificial human incubation chamber as quickly as possible. Then begin creating 1,800 construction and repair type artificial humans. Understood, host. Soon under the system summoning 200 artificial humans of all types appeared before John. Then under the command of the AI Jarvis, they began their respective tasks. Some went to the first floor of the base to retrieve equipment, while others started constructing rooms. John Yu watched them work busily, his eyes wide open in amazement. It turned out that the application of technology was indeed so convenient. The artificial humans did not need to perform those complex and tedious tasks. All they had to do was complete some high-precision work. As for the other tedious and repetitive work, mechanical arms provided assistance. Ding. Just as Jiang Yu was taken aback, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw 999 messages in the class group, including several mentions directed at him. Upon opening them, he found that some classmates were discussing where to go for fun during this time. After all, there was still a month left until the spring festival, and for them, the underperforming college students, there was plenty of time. In the group, Sun Tianming, the vice class leader, had booked a private room at a high-end establishment for the night, emphasizing that he spent 59,999 yuan and used some connections to successfully reserve the room. He also kept recounting the difficulties and complexities involved drawing a round of boasting and flattery from the classmates. Sun Tianming, in high spirits, invited those who were still in Haishir to join him. He wanted to let his classmates broaden their horizons and see the world. Among them, he strongly invited the school beauty Yi Ningxiang. However, Yi Ningxiang never showed up and was silent. Over time, many people grew weary of his ostentatious display of wealth and chose to remain silent. Only Sun Tianming continued to boast in the group, along with a few other classmates and a few sycophantic comments from the advisor. After browsing through the messages briefly, Jiang Yu found them uninteresting, replied simply that he would not attend and planned to turn off his phone. With the apocalypse looming, the refuge had yet to be constructed. He had no mood for gatherings. Moreover, they were not particularly close friends. A misunderstanding had led to Sun Tianming's confession plan failing. Petty Sun Tianming isolated himself from the entire class and ignored him, which made Jiang Yu feel miserable for a long time. What was worse was that not only the classmates but even the advisor had been bribed by him, deliberately holding back Jiang Yu's final grades. Had it not been for Yi Ningxiang, the class leader, speaking up for him, Jiang Yu's final grades might have been directly failing. Without a graduation certificate, it would mean that the 4 years of college were in vain. As for the consequences of not attending this time, a month later there would be a zombie apocalypse with meteors striking the earth, cosmic viruses rampant, and zombies running wild. Whether the school could even exist would be questionable. At that moment, class leader Yi Ningxiang suddenly appeared. I'm not going either. Moreover, on the basis that we are all classmates, I suggest you all not go and hurry to move into the basement. It would be best to find an empty farmhouse in the mountains, gather enough supplies for several months, and then hide there securely. The apocalypse may be approaching. As soon as Yi Ningxiang finished speaking, the group fell silent. Class leader, you can't be serious. Where did this apocalypse come from? This isn't a movie. Yeah. Class leader, is this your latest joke? Instantly, the class group erupted again. They all found it hard to believe Yi Ningxiang's words. After all, news of an apocalypse sounded unbelievable at first hearing. Believe it or not, my family has prepared a lot of supplies. I can't elaborate on the specifics, but this is all I can say. After saying this, Yi Ningxiang also posted a few pictures to increase credibility. Inside the image, a vast warehouse brims with instant noodles, canned goods, and biscuits of countless brands, alongside mountains of rice and crates of purified water. In one corner stands a massive cold storage unit, clearly stocked with frozen provisions. Keeney Jiang Yu even spots armed security personnel. Only after seeing these images do many finally grasp that this is no hoax, but stark reality. How is this possible? Has the apocalypse truly arrived? Surely it's fake. If the world were ending, wouldn't the authorities have issued an official warning? The group chat erupts in fragmented, overlapping speculation. Reading Yi Ningxiang's message, Jiang Yu cannot help but marvel once more at her enigmatic aura. Her admirer Sun Tianming hails from a family that owns a nationwide supermarket chain worth billions. Yet even the scion of immense wealth behaves with deference before Yi Ningxiang, never daring to overstep. Otherwise, given Sun Tianming's temperament, he would never have waited 4 years to confess his feelings. And yet, she received this intelligence so early, and those security personnel in the photos. Class rep, you consider my debt for the final credit settled. I'll stand by you unconditionally. Just me in the group if you ever need help. Recalling something suddenly, Jiang Yu types his reply, his words tinged with quiet certainty, as if sensing she knows far more than she reveals. Though he'd been targeted because of her, she bore no responsibility. Moreover, she had voluntarily stepped in to ensure his success in the final exams, an act of genuine aid. He owed her nothing less than reciprocity. Logically, someone of her stature had no obligation to assist him, yet she did. As for whether he could truly help, surely not. The shelter was a product of a Tier 3 civilization. Even if Yi Ningxiang's family wielded extraordinary influence, could any earthly power rival the sophistication of a Tier 3 artifact? Yi Ningxiang, upon seeing Jiang Yu's mention, offers only a brief courteous thank you, then retreats into silence, resuming other tasks without further engagement. She clearly does not believe he can aid her. Yet she cannot foresee how profoundly she will one day cherish this very moment when Jiang Yu chose to speak. Her silence, however, does not stifle others, and Sun Tianming leads the charge, unleashing torrents of mockery. Poof. You, a penniless orphan, dare claim you'll help you, the campus goddess. Do you even know your own worth? What could you possibly achieve in peacetime, let alone during the apocalypse? Without her intervention, you wouldn't have passed your finals. What use could you possibly be in the end times? Some people truly lack any sober self-awareness. To others, Jiang Yu's offer resembles a ragpicker promising to make a billionaire richer. Jiang Yu simply powers off his phone, ignoring all subsequent mentions and messages. Had he possessed Yi Ningxiang's contact, he might have left the group entirely. Jarvis has word of the apocalypse already spread so widely. He had planned to wait until his preparations were secure, then discreetly leak traceless alerts to authorities via Jarvis. Yet evidently they had already taken action. Yes, sir. In fact, Chinese authorities detected the asteroid hurtling toward Blue Planet over a year ago. Based on its size and velocity, impact would have utterly obliterated our world. After intensive multinational negotiations, 5 thermonuclear warheads, each yielding roughly 1 megaton, were deployed 1 month ago aimed at shattering the asteroid outright. The plan sought to fragment the celestial body and alter its trajectory, guiding the shards safely past Blue Planet. Yet the operation failed. Though the warheads succeeded in fracturing the asteroid, several fragments, according to precise orbital calculations, still remain locked on collision courses with Blue Planet. Subsequent interception attempts by official agencies likewise ended in failure. Thus focus shifted to post-impact contingency planning. But this is no ordinary impact, it is planetary annihilation. Its consequences are incalculable. Consequently, authorities secretly constructed emergency shelters in every major city and stockpiled vast reserves of supplies. Meanwhile, high-ranking individuals and influential families independently built private shelters equipped with abundant provisions and advanced armaments. Nationwide military forces are now operating covertly, poised to respond instantly wherever crisis emerges. Sir, please rest assured, the priority now is completing your shelter. Hearing Jarvis's report, Jian Yu realizes the authorities have long since initiated survival measures and prepared far more extensively than he imagined. What they don't know is that the asteroid itself is not the greatest threat. The true horror lies within an extraterrestrial virus embedded in its core. Once airborne, the pathogen invades human hosts, transforming them into ravenous undead. Only then does true catastrophe begin. Jian Yu murmurs softly, voice barely a whisper. Yet such concerns no longer belong to him. Empowered by his system, his sole imperative is completing the shelter. Once operational, even a world overrun by the undead will pose no existential threat to him. Time accelerates. In the blink of an eye, half a day passes. Jian Yu returns to the 44th floor, where the space has undergone a radical metamorphosis. What was once an empty expanse now gleams with pristine, opulent fabrication chambers, constructed in mere hours by 200 androids. Sir, the android fabrication chambers are complete. Given time constraints, each cycle produces 500 Tier 2 androids, requiring 24 hours. You may now commence production. As Jian Yu steps inside the chamber, he deposits 18,000 corpse crystals in a single decisive motion. Upon infusion, every chamber ignites into full operation. Within 24 hours, 500 Tier 2 construction and repair androids will emerge flawless and ready. Watching the chambers hum with relentless efficiency, Jian Yu pauses thoughtfully, then speaks calm and measured. Jarvis dispatched them to begin constructing the shelter, from the lowest level upward. Prioritize the control room, armory, nuclear power core, biolabs, research facilities, cryogenic food storage, frozen warehouses and general supply depots, so incoming assets may be secured immediately. Understood, sir. They have been dispatched. Shall the newly fabricated construction and repair androids join the effort as well? Yes, accelerate construction at all costs. Affirmative, sir. Thereafter the androids resumed their assigned tasks while Jian Yu pondered how to raise funds for essential supplies. According to the financial modeling generated by Jarvis, fully stocking the shelter's warehouse would require an astronomical sum. After careful deliberation, Jian Yu opted for the most straightforward solution, leveraging Jarvis's extraordinary technological capabilities to place direct bulk orders with major manufacturers. As for funding, money after all was merely a digital abstraction on the network. With the right method, one could exploit a system flaw to alter account balances at will. Whether the funds could ultimately be withdrawn was no longer his concern. Besides, the apocalypse would arrive in just 1 month, so withdrawal feasibility hardly mattered anymore. Under Jarvis's orchestration, numerous steel suppliers, material vendors and industrial goods distributors across High City received urgent procurement orders from Mr. Jia. Jarvis mandated delivery within 5 days, stipulating that pricing, including any surcharges, was negotiable provided deadlines were met. The 5-day window was dictated by the time required to complete construction of the storage chambers. Given the staggering order value, none dared slacken. Even with the Spring Festival approaching, they worked overtime without hesitation. They accelerated production relentlessly, determined to secure this monumental contract. After all, no one ever refused wealth, and triple overtime pay post-Spring Festival only sweetened the deal. Once all instructions had been issued, nothing remained but patient anticipation. By the way, Jarvis, also contact provincial vendors specializing in neat seeds, ornamental plants and cultivable flora. We'll need those too. I recall the shelter supports autonomous cultivation. And procure forklifts and freight trucks as well, to streamline logistics. Drawing upon prior gaming experience, Jian Yu issued these directives with calm efficiency. Understood, sir. Jarvis immediately reinitiated outreach to relevant vendors. Time slipped swiftly by. 3 days vanished in the blink of an eye. Within those 3 days, 1,500 construction and repair androids had completed the majority of critical infrastructure across floors. 40 to 50 remaining elements could be finalized later. Meanwhile, many of Jian Yu's earlier purchases began arriving in steady succession. Fortunately, the plaza's vast expanse accommodated the sheer volume of incoming cargo. The plaza now bristled with forklifts, pickup trucks and freight vehicles, all sourced locally and delivered swiftly. Upon seeing the valley's colossal helipad and parking complex, delivery personnel exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what kind of facility lay hidden within. Yet adhering to the unwavering principle, where there's profit there's purpose, they asked no further questions. After handing over goods to Jianyu, they departed without delay. Subsequently, additional shipments arrived: textiles, structural steel, raw minerals, and sundry materials. In just 72 hours, the plaza overflowed with supplies. Fortunately, android construction accelerated in parallel, allowing simultaneous installation and inward relocation of goods. Thus, inventory accumulation on the plaza remained orderly and controlled, systematically categorized and managed. During those 3 days, Jianyu officially assumed residence on the shelter's lowest operational level, commencing his tenure as commandant. 2 more days passed like mist. Jianyu awoke, performed his daily check-in ritual, and a chime resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in and earned 1,000 zombie crystals. Gazing at yet another 1,000 crystals, he stifled a weary yawn. For days his check-ins had yielded nothing but zombie crystals, 5 days totaling 6,000. As he brushed his teeth preparing breakfast, activity outside the shelter surged into full frenzy. Reverse, reverse, reverse. Unloading underway. Hey, someone sign for 1,000 tons of rice. Attention, 500 tons of frozen pork has arrived. Who'll offload it? Manager, please receive. The valley echoed with clamor. Truck after truck laden with provisions rolled into the valley. Once unloaded, each departed promptly, making way for the next. Ever since the 3-tiered storage levels were restored, deliveries arrived in relentless waves, one day bringing 1,000 tons of rice, the next hundreds of tons of pork. Chicken, beef, duck, and other meats arrived in 10-ton increments. Under Jarvis's coordination, and with logistical support from combat androids, every item was meticulously stacked, aligned, and stored across designated supply floors. Sated and refreshed, Jianyu entered the command center to review progress. Jarvis, how much has arrived so far? Sir, deliveries over the past 3 days amount to 1/3 of our total procurement target. This includes 20,000 tons of rice, 10,000 tons of pork, 8,000 tons each of beef, chicken, duck, and fish, 3,000 tons of frozen vegetables, 3,000 tons of assorted dried fruits, 500 tons of fruit, vegetable, and floral seeds, 10,000 sets of apparel, and substantial quantities of emergency pharmaceuticals, health supplements, and medical equipment. Once all contracted supplies are delivered, our storage capacity will sustain 200,000 people for 3 years. Gazing upon the increasingly filled storage vaults from the command chamber, Jianyu felt profound satisfaction swell within him. In that merciless cannibalistic apocalypse, raw combat prowess or illusory security meant nothing. Survival hinged solely on sustenance, on filling one's belly. Only this tangible, abundant assurance fortified his resolve to endure the end times. Moreover, these reserves were strictly for emergency use. Daily necessities were instead produced autonomously within civilian residential zones, via integrated aquaponic farms and hydroponic greenhouses, fully self-sufficient in operation. These agricultural systems, products of third civilization engineering, employed proprietary nutrient solutions enabling leafy vegetables to mature in 2 to 3 days, and certain fast-growing varieties multiple times per day. Poultry reached market weight in half a month, pigs, cattle, and sheep matured to slaughter readiness within 1 to 2 months under optimized care. No matter how vast, the reserve depletion was inevitable, whereas closed-loop cultivation and livestock rearing within the shelter ensured true sustainability, perpetual consumption replenished by perpetual production. Jarvis, once residents are fully resettled, assign non-specialized family members to cultivation duties. My androids possess far more critical responsibilities. Those who can enter my refuge cannot be mere wastes who only know how to eat, drink, and sleep. As long as there is work to be done, even if it's just mopping the floor or cleaning, it's acceptable. All right, sir. Jarvis, show me the layout of the entire breeding area. As soon as Jianyu finished speaking, Jarvis projected various videos of the breeding area. In this video, Jianyu could easily see every detailed scene of each breeding zone. The breeding area was divided into several sections. In those sections, some were still empty while others already had the young of animals. For instance, chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs. These are the most common young animals in the market. Additionally, there were 2 corners filled with breeding areas for rats and cockroaches. Seeing those 2 breeding areas, Jianyu couldn't help but recall the times in games when he had to consume energy blocks made from a mix of cockroach and rat meat, reminiscent of those from Snowpiercer. Although it was just a game, the mere thought made Jianyu feel nauseous. However, Jianyu also knew that when the time comes, let alone energy blocks made from minced meat, even real rats and cockroaches would need to be swallowed down to survive. Cockroaches, with their strong reproductive capabilities, are a rare source of protein in the apocalypse. They are also the only means to obtain essential nutrients for the human body. But none of this is the most important. What truly matters is that cockroaches and rats can eat anything, and whatever they consume, they exhibit terrifying reproductive abilities. The maximum capacity of a level 2 shelter is around 100,000 people. 100,000 people. No matter how careful one is, there will always be a significant amount of kitchen waste and household garbage. Cockroaches and rats can digest this waste, thus achieving ecological balance within the shelter. After confirming the supplies and that the breeding area had no issues, Jianyu turned his attention to the weapons area. Since the shelter had been nearly repaired, Jianyu dispatched combat-type androids to manufacture firearms. In the apocalypse, survival is undoubtedly important. However, the means to protect supplies and the shelter is even more crucial. Therefore, while the resource collection proceeds in an orderly manner, weaponry also needs to be prioritized. By the way, Jarvis, how is the weapon stockpile coming along? Ding. Jarvis closed the 3D projection of the breeding area and switched to the projection monitoring of the weapon manufacturing area. Sir, due to the low level of the shelter, we currently only have 5 production lines for automatic pistols, heavy machine guns, submachine guns, grenades, and melee weapons. And due to insufficient materials and elements required for ammunition, we cannot produce much. However, aside from ammunition, firearms are being manufactured. A considerable number of firearms have already been produced, including 5,000 automatic pistols, 1,000 heavy machine guns, 3,000 submachine guns, and 5,000 Nepalese sabers. Due to material shortages, throwing weapons cannot be manufactured. Moreover, because of the lack of corpse crystals, special weapon ammunition cannot be produced, only conventional weapons can be made. Corpse crystals can also be used to manufacture some high-tech weapons such as attribute bullets, energy cannons, laser guns, etc. All require corpse crystals as energy. The function of insect cores largely pertains to enhancing weaponry. Weapon production in level 4 shelters cannot do without insect cores. For instance, Janya's favorite city-destroying cannon from when he played games. With one shot, a city can vanish without a trace, leaving not even a remnant standing. So there are only firearms and no ammunition. Janyu murmured. Urge the material suppliers to speed up. Weapons and equipment are essential and cannot be delayed. They must be ready for use. Naturally, preparations need to be made. Also, Jarvis exchanged 10 insect cores for corpse crystals. No one can ever have too many weapons. Without food one panics, without weapons one feels cold. In the apocalypse, both food and arms are indispensable. Only with this set of trump cards in hand can Janyu remain at ease during the apocalypse. As for weapons beyond conventional ones, there's no rush to manufacture them now. When the apocalypse erupts, ordinary weapons can be exchanged for corpse crystals and then production can begin. After all, early-stage zombies are still relatively easy to deal with. Why use high-tech weapons from level 3 civilizations when conventional weapons can do the job? Alright, sir. After observing everything, Janyu closed the projection and looked at the calendar on the wall. There are just over 20 days left until the apocalypse arrives. However, fortunately, looking at the timeline, it seems there will be no problem completing the shelter's construction and collecting all the supplies 1 or 2 days before the apocalypse. As for the insect cores, Janyu doesn't want to use them too aggressively for now. After all, no one knows what will happen later, so saving where possible is wise. By now, after arranging everything, all Janyu could do was quietly wait. Then, starting from the next day, the number of delivery trucks began to increase. The supplies brought over were all categorized and organized. The storage space within the shelter was becoming increasingly limited. There were also fewer places needing repairs. Moreover, the weapons factory was operating 24 hours a day to manufacture weapons. Janyu believed he must overcome his fear of insufficient firepower. As long as the factory operates, weapons must be produced relentlessly. The weapon warehouse must be filled. With the rapid passage of time, half a month flew by. The uninformed public was still immersed in the atmosphere of the upcoming new year, completely unaware that the apocalypse was imminent. Meanwhile, Janya's shelter was becoming increasingly complete. Most of the infrastructure was already constructed with only a few details left to address. As for the supplies collected during this period, the 3 storage levels were filled to the brim. The weapon stockpile was so full that even the doors couldn't close, packed with firearms and ammunition. Among them there were many high-powered weapons obtained through Sinans and crafted from corpse crystals kept as backups. Each android was thoroughly armed by Janyu. Basically, every visible and invisible place was equipped. One could say that each android was like a miniature armor. One person alone could effortlessly demolish a 3-story building. As time passed, the impact of the meteorite collision drew ever closer. Officials everywhere were now in a state of panic, contemplating whether to announce this news. After announcing how to handle the public's impulsive reactions. On Janya's side, after nearly a month of hurried preparations, he finally completed the collection and organization of all supplies on the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, just 5 days before the spring festival. The good news is that it arrived several days earlier than expected. This gives Janyu more time to handle other matters. During this time, all the defenses of the shelter were fully opened. All facilities began to operate at full capacity. The androids were also poised to spring into action. As soon as Janyu gave the order, they could rush to the front lines to carry out his commands. Sir, since the new shelter has been fully constructed, please name it. Hearing Jarvis' voice, Janyu suddenly remembered that the shelter had not been named yet. In the game background, this shelter carries the mission and responsibility of protecting the last remnants of humanity, and at this moment it is the same in the real world. If, as the game's ending suggests, Blue Star is destined to perish, then this shelter will be the only chance to preserve the seed of human life. In that case, let's call it the Fire Shelter. The flame of life passes on and we strive forward. I may not be the creator of the new world, but I will be the guardian of the future flame. On the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, the cold wind howled and the spring festival was approaching. Across the world, on televisions, phones and computers, all electronic devices capable of receiving news simultaneously received a message. A message that instantly dispelled the increasingly festive atmosphere. That was the official announcement about a meteor about to strike Blue Star. Dear viewers, after discussions at the highest command, a level 9 hazard alert is being issued nationwide. A year ago, a gigantic meteor codenamed BYZ-12138 was hurtling towards Blue Star at the speed of light. Over the past year, the 5 major world governments have exhausted all means to shatter the meteor. However, the 2 largest fragments are still heading towards Blue Star. Additionally, due to the subsequent interception plans failing one after another, it is expected that in 5 days on New Year's Eve those 2 meteors will fall onto Blue Star. Once they land on Blue Star, unpredictable disasters will occur. Severe earthquakes, high tsunamis, underwater volcanic eruptions and tectonic shifts are all possible. This will be a calamity that brings immeasurable damage to the entire Blue Star. The highest command reminds all residents to prepare for disaster in the coming days, to store up living supplies and clean water to the best of their ability. We have also established temporary shelters in various cities. Residents in dire situations can go there and there will be personnel to assist you. Furthermore, the highest command assures everyone that at all times the state will protect the legal rights of every citizen. National laws will always be your weapon for self-protection. Any illegal behavior will be dealt with harshly. As this message played on all major electronic devices, the nation was in an uproar. Who would have thought that just before the new year there would be such news? Can't we just have a proper new year? After all the trouble to return home, now it's the end of the world. It's over, it's over. I didn't have money for the new year as it was, and now a meteor strike is coming. Isn't this just asking for lives? Times have been tough these past few years. Can't we even have a proper new year? Damn it, while I still have a few $100 I better rush to buy some flour and water. Seeing how anxious the officials are, who knows how long this will last. Let it strike, I don't mind dying anyway. Oof. Perfect timing for me. I've been worrying about not having money for the new year. At least I can go to the official shelter for free food and drink. In no time the internet was buzzing with various opinions. There were all kinds of comments. Meanwhile, those who weren't online were rushing to supermarkets in droves to stock up on supplies. Some even started arguing due to the long wait in line. The streets were filled with cars trying to leave the city or return home. You block me, I block you. On the roads the honking of horns was incessant. However, there were also a portion of people who didn't care much. They thought it was just fake news released by the officials. Even if it were true, so what? When the time comes they can just go to the shelter. Could they really force them out? Therefore, even though there was tension, the number of anxious people was quite limited. After all, many believed that with the state backing them up they would at least have food to eat. At this moment, John Yu also sent out the prepared information about the cosmic virus and zombies right after the news concluded via Jarvis. With only 5 days left until the apocalypse, although the outcome could not be changed, at least it could serve as a warning to people trying to minimize casualties. Instantly this message exploded on the internet through Jarvis's dissemination, causing waves of panic, making the already anxious crowd even more frantic. However, when they learned that this message was not from the officials and saw the official refutation, they felt slightly relieved. They cursed the person who released the fake news. What time is it? And they are still joking around trying to gain attention and ride the wave. Meanwhile, the officials were also searching for the identity of the person who released the news. Strangely enough, the officials couldn't find out who had sent it. In an instant, even the officials began to doubt the authenticity. Not only the officials, but many capable individuals also sensed something amiss and began to make arrangements in secret. On the other side, Jian Yu, having just released the news, picked up his phone and saw that someone was ing him in the class group. The classmates in the group were mostly discussing this news. Some, after seeing Jian Yu's message, began to curse. Damn it, what time is it and there are still people trying to gain attention? Exactly, such people truly thrive on chaos. They were also amazed that Yi the campus flower had actually spoken the truth. Yi the campus flower is indeed different. She actually knew the news so early. Yeah. She knew half a month earlier than we did. Everyone actually, after the last time the campus flower mentioned it, my family also started preparing. Until we received confirmation half a month ago, my dad immediately increased the stockpiling of supplies. Now our warehouse and cold storage are filled with rice flour, oil, instant noodles and bottled water. Sun Tianming said proudly. He then attached many pictures of piled up supplies. Scenes of instant noodles stacked like small mountains, walls made of boxes of biscuits, and an entire warehouse filled with bottled water. Wow. Big shot, I want to be adopted. I just managed to grab a pack of rice when I went out. No wonder, coming from a family with a chain supermarket, their preparations are indeed thorough. Actually, those who had some insider knowledge knew about this a month ago. Our family found out half a month ago, which is already quite late. I believe those who are wealthier and more powerful have already prepared their own shelters, all guarded and protected by professionals. Sun Tianming continued. Indeed, my family became aware of it a month ago, so we have been preparing for a month. Classmates, you should take this seriously as well. While there is still time, hurry and gather supplies. Those who can return home should go back to their houses. Those who cannot should move to the basement, preferably one that can withstand air raids. From what I know, those wealthy individuals and politicians have already hoarded a large amount of supplies. Their demeanor suggests they do not believe this disaster will pass quickly. They are being so cautious. Classmates, you need to be even more careful. At this moment, the classmates who had previously been indifferent began to feel anxious. Vice Monitor, Class Monitor, you are so well prepared there. How about we move in? We can pay. A few quick-thinking classmates asked. Upon hearing this, many classmates echoed in agreement. Yi Ningxuan said nothing, but Sun Tianming was straightforward and directly agreed. No problem. My family's basement is quite spacious. Although it's not very comfortable to live in, at least it's safe. As soon as Sun Tianming said this, a wave of sycophants surged. Jiang Yu, what about you? Are you coming? I remember you were also in Haishur. You didn't come to the last gathering and now it's the end of the world and you're still not coming. Sun Tianming looked at his phone and sneered. Come on Jiang Yu, will treat you well. No, I have a place to stay. Jiang Yu, who was eavesdropping, immediately replied while patting the room he was currently in. He uploaded a photo. Wow. What is this? Is this a room? This room must be at least 100 square meters. Is Jiang Yu really this wealthy? When Jiang Yu shared part of his room, everyone in the group was left stunned and shocked. What had happened? Isn't Jiang Yu a poor student without parents? Where did he get the money to live in such a place? Jiang Yu, what time is it? Still trying to save face. This photo looks edited. Do you think I'm blind? Sun Tianming mocked. As he spoke, the others in the group finally realized the truth. So that's it, I was wondering. So it was all an act. Hey, what time is it? Shouldn't survival be the priority? What does face matter? Young Master Sun is helping you despite past grievances, and instead of being grateful you're joking about your life safety. Exactly, truly ungrateful. Instantly the group began to mock him again while Jiang Yu said nothing as he watched the discussion unfold. Instead he typed a reply. Whether it's edited or not, you'll know in a few days. You should think about how to survive this disaster. Also, out of consideration for our friendship, I advise you not to go to the official evacuation camp. In a zombie apocalypse it's best to fend for yourself. Don't trust anyone who begs you for help after the disaster starts, not even your next door neighbor. No one knows who will mutate from coming into contact with the virus. After saying this, Jiang Yu directly logged off from QQ and stopped looking at the messages. As a classmate he had done his best. From now on their lives or deaths had nothing to do with him. Although Jiang Yu logged off, the ridicule continued unabated within the group. Foolish Jiang Yu, he actually believed the rumors that the officials debunked. Laughing to death. Poof. I said Jiang Yu is cold-blooded. At such a time when mutual help is most needed, look at Jiang Yu. How selfish. Indeed, in the future if any of us encounter difficulties we should help each other out. Those with money should contribute money and those with strength should lend their strength. Right when Jiang Yu comes begging, we'll just return this phrase to him in full. After closing QQ, Jiang Yu was about to check on the evacuation site when his phone rang. He picked up the call and a frail old laugh came through. John, kid, it's the end of the world. Do you want to come to my place to take shelter? Upon hearing that frail laughter, Jiang Yu smiled slightly. No thanks, Grandpa-chan, I have a place to stay. But if you run into any trouble, feel free to call me and I'll rush over to help you without a moment's hesitation. You kids still so stubborn. Alright, since you don't want to, I won't force you. Just call me if you need anything. After saying this, the call ended. That old fellow. Jiang Yu chuckled. The person on the phone was an ordinary professor who had been funding Jiang Yu's college education. At the time, Jiang Yu, who had lost both parents, managed to get into the top university in Haishur against all odds, but due to the high tuition fees he chose to give up. If it weren't for Professor Chen helping him when he forgot his wallet, gaining his goodwill and personally funding Jiang Yu's college after learning about his circumstances, Jiang Yu might have ended up dropping out early to work. This professor was one of the few people who had shown kindness to Jiang Yu over the years. Although he only knew that his surname was Chan and had his phone number in WeChat, Jiang Yu knew nothing else about him. However, Jiang Yu felt it unnecessary to know more. They were not related and he had already helped him attend college. What was the point in knowing so much? It was enough to remember this kindness in his heart. When the time comes, he could repay the favor when he became successful. Meanwhile, in a lavish mansion located in the suburbs of Haishur. Passing through dense vegetation, numerous bodyguards in black and infrared cameras closely monitored everything in the mansion. After passing through several huge thick iron gates, they arrived at a room with an antique charm. A beautiful young girl in a light yellow long dress was gently massaging an old man's shoulders. Grandpa, isn't Jiang Yu coming? The girl asked softly. Yes. That kid is still so stubborn. The old man sighed helplessly. Grandpa, I just don't understand. He's just a poor boy. Is he really worth your concern? The girl truly could not comprehend why the Chen family's elder would pay such attention to a poor boy. My dear, you'll understand in the future. There's something mystical about intuition. From the first moment I laid eyes on him, I sensed that Jiang Yu is someone who, if not grounded, will soar to great heights. Moreover, now is the perfect time to break certain shackles due to the natural disasters. At that time it may be our Chen family that has to look up to him. The old elder chuckled. Hearing what the old man said, a hint of disdain flashed in the girl's cold, beautiful eyes. Look up to him? How is that possible? In her thoughts, the girl recalled Jiang Yu's stubborn gaze. After hanging up the phone with Professor Chen, Jiang Yu searched through his contacts and found a number he hadn't called in half a year. The call connected quickly and a slightly weary female voice came through. Hello. Is it Xiao Yu? Hearing the voice on the other end, Xiao Yu's face lit up with warmth. It's me. Zhang Ma, how have you been lately? Pretty good. You, this child, haven't called me in over half a year. I'm fine, Jean Ma, I'm doing well. By the way, how are things on your end? It's quite turbulent lately. I've seen the news. Although I don't know how serious it is, we are already preparing supplies. How about you? Are there any difficulties? I'm okay. I have a refuge now. By the way, Jean Ma, why don't you all come over too? My place is spacious enough for all of you to stay. No need. We have over 100 people, including children and teachers. We can take care of ourselves. Besides, the government is nearby. As for you being all alone and unsupported, if you can't hold on, just come back. Jean Ma may not have any delicacies, but you'll definitely get enough to eat. Of course, you'll have to work for it. A light laugh came from the other end of the line. Alright, I understand, Jean Ma. I'll transfer some money into your account for you to use. You can't hoard supplies without money. That's all for now. I have other matters to attend to. Bye. Hey you. Beep beep beep. In Qing City, adjacent to High City, a thin middle-aged woman in an orphanage looked helplessly at the hung-up phone. Sigh, this child really doesn't make it easy for me. Jean Ma chuckled helplessly. Jean Ma looked quickly. How did we get an extra million in our account? What? Jean Ma was startled, then looked at the phone in shock, and after a long time she sighed softly. You mustn't do anything. After hanging up the phone, Jean Yu sighed helplessly. Jean Ma's real name is Zhang Susu. She is the director of an orphanage called Sunshine Orphanage. When Jiang Yu was 4 or 5 years old, he became an orphan and was taken in by Zhang Susu at the orphanage. It wasn't until he was accepted into university that Jiang Yu bid farewell to Zhang Susu and went to a university in High City. Initially, Jiang Yu wanted to attend a university in Qing City, but Zhang Susu thought that since his grades were sufficient, he should go to a university in High City. They would help find ways to cover tuition, but the orphanage's funds were already limited, and feeding dozens of children, staff and occasional volunteers was a considerable expense. If Jiang Yu's tuition was added, it would be even more challenging. He didn't want to affect others because of himself, so he planned to go out and work. If he hadn't met Professor Chen later on, Jiang Yu might have had no choice but to give up. Initially, Jiang Yu wanted to bring them all to the shelter, but Zhang Ma disagreed. He also couldn't forcibly bring the entire orphanage over, so he simply sent money for them to collect supplies, ensuring at least food and clean water. Additionally, there was a sizable underground storage in the orphanage, and the government was nearby. The government would certainly not ignore such a place, so the safety factor was relatively high. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 5 days passed and the Spring Festival arrived. Although it was the day of the Spring Festival, there was no festive atmosphere. Everyone stayed in their perceived safe places, wearing expressions of worry, quietly waiting for the disaster to strike. Jiang Yu sat in his luxurious room eating lobster abalone steak and lamb, sipping on drinks and wine. In front of him was a massive screen. The screen displayed the countdown to the meteor impact set by the authorities. Although Jarvis was the steward of the shelter, he was a product of a level 3 civilization, making it incredibly easy for him to hack into any country in the world. Soon, when the countdown reached 0, the images on the screen switched to a live broadcast. 2 meteors comparable in size to mountains entered the atmosphere, creating intense sparks as they did so. The extreme heat scorched the meteor's surface, and invisible cosmic viruses spread with the air at that moment. They seemed to disregard the high temperatures from the meteor's friction, with the atmosphere scattering away with the wind. At the same time, the 2 meteors, after rapidly falling, crashed into a certain point in the Pacific Ocean. In an instant, the underwater volcano at the ocean floor erupted due to the impact. A massive tsunami formed rapidly, and coastal cities and surrounding countries were submerged by waves over dozens of meters high in just a few minutes. The intense earthquakes caused by the impact were unfolding in every country. The powerful tremors shattered countless skyscrapers. The fallen buildings buried unknown numbers of people. With the shifting of the Earth's crust, numerous cities saw deep bottomless fissures appear in the ground. Countless people, vehicles and houses fell into them, their fates unknown. Countless volcanoes suddenly erupted at this moment. Volcanic ash spread wildly across the sky, gradually obscuring the sun and enveloping the entire blue planet. Countless lives were lost due to this disaster. Countless coastal cities turned into underwater Atlantis. The widespread power outages and internet failures across the globe plunged everyone into deep despair. At this moment, humanity, standing at the pinnacle of the blue planet, appeared incredibly fragile. Even Jiang Yu, who was comfortably sitting in the shelter, felt the tremors. If a shelter designed to withstand nuclear strikes was shaking, one can only imagine the magnitude of the meteor's power. Half an hour later, the disaster gradually subsided. At this moment, in front of Jiang Yu was a large display screen showing the surveillance of major roads and areas in High City. However, due to various disasters, many surveillance facilities had been destroyed and rendered inoperative. Yet even those cameras that were still functional showed scenes of utter devastation. Countless people were trapped within walls, crying out in pain. Those fortunate enough were only slightly pinned down, while the unfortunate ones were crushed into pulp. Some people covered in dust looked around in confusion and helplessness, as if the last half hour had been a distant memory. Others, with faces filled with anxiety, disregarded their wounds in pain, digging through the rubble in an attempt to rescue loved ones trapped beneath. Some were cursing at the sky. But all they could see were the dreamlike ruins and the volcanic ash that blocked out the sun. No more sunlight could be seen. Jarvis assessed the damage caused by this impact. Sir, the damage caused by this meteor impact is immense and the consequences are extremely severe. The coastal areas in some small island nations are the worst affected, with entire cities now submerged in the sea and casualties may exceed 70%. The disaster in the inland areas cannot be underestimated, as the intense earthquake and tectonic movements have caused damage to the cities reaching up to 90%. The casualty rate is as high as 90%. Almost all facilities are destroyed, with communication and utilities completely cut off. Although the authorities have begun organizing rescue operations, the continuous aftershocks and the danger of collapsing buildings make the rescue efforts quite difficult. During the wait for rescue, there may be more casualties due to the aftershocks in unstable buildings. Moreover, the most crucial issue is that meteors carrying a cosmic virus upon entering the atmosphere experience severe friction, with the atmosphere producing temperatures exceeding 1600 degrees Celsius, leading to damage on their surfaces. The cosmic virus has now spread throughout the world through the air. It is expected that soon the first cases of zombies will appear, potentially among humans or animals. Hearing Jarvis' words, John Yes' face darkened. Has it spread worldwide already? That was surprisingly fast. Sir, it has just been discovered that in the country closest to where the meteor fell there are already reports of mutated zombies appearing. Jarvis switched the screen to show a country engulfed in ruins. It was clear that the people inside had become very abnormal. They bit anyone they encountered and grabbed at anyone within reach. In just a few seconds, several individuals were injured. One person even had their neck bitten off, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Moments later, the footage turned into a scene of people devouring one another. Even Jian Yu, who was prepared, felt a wave of nausea upon witnessing it. The reality on the screen is ultimately incomparable to that of a game. After a brief recovery, Jian Yu adjusted his mindset and headed to the first floor of the base, where 400 combat-type androids, 50 medical-type androids and 100 support-type androids were already equipped and ready in specially modified trucks, bulldozers and buses, all armed to the teeth, waiting for Jian Yu's command. Jian Yu needed to be here to send them off. The cosmic virus has already begun to spread. We must not delay. Let's set off quickly. Jarvis planned the rescue priorities, stating that there were 3.5 hours until sunset. They must return before then, no matter how many people they save. Did you hear that? Jian Yu said emphatically to them. In winter the sun sets earlier, and at night the zombies become even more frenzied and terrifying, while humans become more timid due to the cold and darkness. Therefore this moment is the most suitable time for rescue. Did you hear that clearly? 550 androids shouted in unison. Then the modified trucks roared out of the shelter, heading toward the city center of Haishi, while Jian Yu remained behind with several hundred androids to protect the base. Although the chances were slim, it was wise to have contingencies in place. The shelter base was approximately a 40-minute drive from the city center. By the time the androids arrived, the area was filled with ruins and debris, and the streets were drenched in blood, with countless people running around like headless flies. Behind them were the mutated zombies, their skin rotting, faces pale, eyes bulging and limbs stiff. Oh no, zombies. This is real. Didn't the authorities deny it? Help! Help! Don't bite me! What is that thing? What on earth is going on? Where is the military? Where are the authorities? No, don't. Daddy, don't. Don't come over here. The street was now akin to a hell on earth. Save me. Seeing this scene on the monitor, Jian Yu immediately shouted bang. Bang. At Jian Yu's command, the androids began their assault. With precise marksmanship, a single shot could take down a zombie. After killing a zombie, the support-type androids quickly exited the vehicle, severed the zombie's head and tossed it into a specially modified truck. The surrounding survivors, witnessing such formidable beings, immediately gathered around like moths to a flame. In the astonished gazes of most, a few were pulled into the vehicle and then they quickly drove away, leaving others in stunned silence. Oh no. Oh no. Before they could react, another wave of zombies attacked. In a panic, they once again turned into headless flies. Those who successfully boarded the vehicle glanced at the still smoking gun barrels, not daring to ask anything, shrinking back in fear at the androids. As the truck drove along, many more people were rescued. Those who were saved wore expressions of relief, while those left behind cursed in frustration. Why do they get to board and I can't? We are all human. Why? Indeed, you are so powerful. Isn't it hard to protect us? Let us on the truck. Otherwise, I will report you. I have money. I'm the bank president. If you let me on, I'll pay you. Amidst the clamorous voices, a few clever individuals tried to sneak in but were thrown several meters away by the android guards. Ultimately, under the intimidation of submachine guns, they could only curse as they watched the rescue team grow increasingly distant. After an hour of rescue, Jian Yu and his team had saved over 1,000 people, but there were less than 2 hours until sunset and time was running out. In a small residential building in the west of Haishi, although the building had sustained a large crack due to the earthquake, fortunately it did not collapse. The people inside were safe and sound. Within the building, an elderly woman in a wheelchair was looking out through the window, covered in blood, at the horrifying scene below. Such a terrifying sight made her extremely worried about her daughter, who was volunteering at a kindergarten. Although the kindergarten was not far away. At her speed, due to her leg disability, it would take a considerable amount of time. Boom. Just as the elderly woman was deeply concerned about her daughter, a loud crash sounded, and then a zombie burst through the already shaky door caused by the meteor impact. Roar. The zombie, drawn by the scent of blood from the elderly woman's head, greedily roared upon seeing the people inside. Its pale eyes were devoid of emotion. In its dried-up brain there was only one thought: to eat her. At this moment the old woman saw the zombie approaching her, and suddenly her mind went blank. She even forgot to scream. She stared blankly as the zombie charged towards her. After experiencing the desire for life, her eyes were filled with an expectation of death. "Yaha, I'm sorry, Mom is leaving first, you must live well." Roar. Soon, just as the zombie was about to feast upon her. But then there was a loud bang. Bang. After the loud noise, the zombie immediately fell to the ground, a large hole appearing in its head. The blood from the exploded zombie splattered onto the old woman's dazed face. "Elderly lady, you are Lu Yaha's mother. Is Lu Yaha here?" As the old woman sat in the wheelchair, dazed and covered in blood, a voice pulled her attention back. She turned to see a burly man in combat gear coldly staring at her. "Who are you and what do you want with my daughter?" "I'm from the Ember Shelter, sent by our commander to take you and your daughter away." "Okay, I will go with you, but Yaya is not here. She is volunteering at the kindergarten across the street." The old woman, initially full of doubts and wanting to ask about their background, realized that given the imposing and fully armed group before her, she didn't have the right to ask too many questions. Thus she immediately agreed to their request. In such a critical moment, perhaps only they could save and protect Yaya. After all, she had witnessed Yaya's uniqueness many times. "Oh. At the kindergarten. Alright, please lead the way, our people will take you." After saying that, two androids came and lifted the wheelchair and headed downstairs. Downstairs, when the people in the vehicle saw that this group had only rescued an old woman in a wheelchair after such a long time, many faces were filled with anger. Did an old woman deserve to make so many of them wait here? Didn't they know it was dangerous now? But due to the situation, they dared not speak freely. Or perhaps they didn't dare to be the first to speak up. Set off to Tion kindergarten. Yes. Soon, under the squad leader's command, they sped towards the kindergarten. On the way to the kindergarten, they continued to only rescue certain individuals, leaving others behind, inhaling the exhaust fumes of the truck and cursing loudly. Although the people behind the truck felt puzzled and reluctant, they also knew that it was dangerous here. The lives of others were none of their concern, and it was better to hurry to a safe place as their own lives were more important. However, as time passed, watching the calamities and sufferings outside, many people present were now extremely anxious and panicked. They didn't want to die, nor did they want to wait here to die. "Hey, shouldn't you send us to a safe place first before executing any other tasks? Spending so much time rescuing an old woman is one thing, but now you're also heading to a kindergarten. Have you considered that this is irresponsible towards us? Exactly why are you still going back when it's so dangerous? The ones who should be saved are not saved, while those who shouldn't are being saved desperately." The crowd in the back of the truck began to stir. Everyone thought that the fully armed Zhang Yu and his team were an official organization, so their attitude gradually became casual. Among them, a man in an expensive suit stood up and spoke with an unfriendly tone. "There are still so many people in the vehicle. I suggest you ensure our safety first." But the android in charge of the vehicle only glanced at him and did not reply. Feeling ignored, the speaking man immediately felt his anger rise. "Is this how you handle things with our taxpayer money? Which unit are you from? Do you believe I will report you for dereliction of duty?" The suited man continued. But the only response he received was silence, making him feel like a clown. "Stupid soldiers, who are you pretending to be with? Isn't the safety of so many people important? After finally escaping, do you want us to risk our lives for a bunch of orphan kids? If you die, it's fine. I am a high-level elite in society, and I have no need to risk my life with you. Now escort us away immediately," the suited man said seriously. His words also garnered praise from the rescued individuals in the back of the bus. "That's right, take us to a safe place first. We don't want to go back and take risks." "Exactly, if you get hurt or disabled, the state will take care of you, but we can't, we still have families to support." The people in the back of the truck seemed to have found their backbone and echoed one after another. As the noise grew louder, the squad leader slowly stood up, his gaze piercing as he looked at them. As if intimidated by the squad leader's gaze and his robust physique, many people reluctantly sat down, not daring to speak, yet the suited man, seemingly fearless, continued to shout. "What? You dare not hit me? Come on, if you have the ability, hit me. Go ahead." The suited man even placed his head under the barrel of the gun, his expression unafraid. "TCH, coward, hurry up and take us to a safe place. Otherwise I will report you and make you face legal consequences." The suited man was sweating coldly. Seeing that he didn't shoot, he continued to shout loudly. The android said nothing in response, but let out a cold laugh before asking the people in the back of the truck. "If that's the case, then you decide whether to save people or not. The minority obeys the majority. Those who are unwilling to save others step forward." The crowd was taken aback upon hearing this. Why were they being asked? "Damn it, hurry up and come over. Do you have no guts or brains?" Hearing that this burly man was actually backing down, the suited man secretly laughed coldly, thinking it was nothing. He immediately urged others to stand up. Under the stimulation of the suited man's words and the desire for life, at least 2/3 of the people came to the front. Those who came to the front looked back at the crowd, showing shame on their faces, but how much is face worth when it comes to their own safety? The remaining people glared at them with anger. Yet fury was all they could muster, ordinary people lacking both the will and the means to act. Is that all of them? The squad leader cast a cool glance over the passengers in the rear compartment. Hey you! Don't you see more than half have already boarded? Hurry up, take us to safety first. The man in the suit shouted disdainfully. Having witnessed Jian Yu's restraint moments earlier, he had concluded the young man would not dare provoke him recklessly. This so-called minority yields to majority was nothing more than a convenient pretext for retreat. After all, if reported to the military authorities regardless of the truth, one would still face mandatory self-criticism, and without influence or connections within the ranks, outright punishment would follow. Hearing the man's words, the squad leader gave him a faint dismissive glance. Stop the bus. A sharp metallic clack echoed as the vehicle halted and the doors hissed open. The crowd froze in stunned silence. You rotten soldier, what do you think you're doing? Didn't you just say minority yields to majority? Or do you seriously believe this perilous place qualifies as safe? The man in the suit lunged forward, aiming to seize the squad leader's collar and teach him a lesson, convinced these soldiers wouldn't dare strike him. But this time he miscalculated utterly. A massive hand clamped down on his wrist, sharp searing pain flared across his nerves and his face paled instantly. Before he could utter a word, the squad leader spoke. Jarvis, record their faces, add them to the shelter's blacklist. You throw them out. At those words, the mercenaries who had refused to assist earlier turned ashen. Their desperate pleas were cut short as they were dragged away by force. Others attempted to flee back into the rear cabin, only to be seized and hurled out by android enforcers. Some even resisted, but to no avail. These androids were elite warriors, battle-class models whose genetic locks had been fully activated, rendering them utterly beyond the reach of ordinary humans. Within half a minute, dozens had been ejected. No, don't do this. You broke your word. Wait, I agree. I'll go. I'll file complaints, I'll expose you all. Please, I was wrong. Don't make me get off. As they tumbled onto the asphalt, they saw shambling figures sprinting toward them from all directions, and their faces contorted in raw, abject terror. A few collapsed to their knees, begging desperately, yet no mercy came. One man tried to force his way back aboard, only to be struck in the thigh by a precise gunshot from the squad leader's cold, impassive gaze. Then with a brutal kick he was sent sprawling. Yes, I said minority yields to majority. But once you're gone, those remaining aboard become the majority. So technically, I've kept my word. Truth be told, I'd considered executing you on the spot, but then I realized you weren't even worth the ammunition. So instead, I've granted you the chance to survive if fate smiles upon you. Be grateful. You've just stepped back from the gates of death itself. With the suppressive rattle of assault rifles echoing behind them, the bus doors slammed shut and the vehicle surged forward toward the orphanage. Staring after the receding bus, the abandoned group stood frozen, numb, hollow-eyed, utterly adrift. What had they done? Why had they sided with him? Why? Hadn't silence, simply staying seated at the back, been the safest course? Why speak up at all? And did they truly dare eject us? Especially the man in the suit, whose expression twisted into pure disbelief. Damn you! Damn you! Damn you! I'll expose you on national television. Run. They're coming. No, don't bite me. Before they could process it, dozens of shambling corpses closed in from behind. No time for curses, instinct took over. In panic, the group scattered in every direction, driven only by the primal will to live. How many would survive was now left to fate. Meanwhile, aboard the bus, Jian Yu turned to the rescued passengers and said, "You made the right choice." Then he sat down, silent, unmoving. Those who had witnessed his unyielding authority swallowed hard, profoundly relieved they hadn't risen to protest. Indeed, several had nearly stood, yet paused when they saw enough others had already complied. In hindsight, that hesitation had been nothing short of life-saving. Within minutes, the bus arrived at the orphanage, 2 kilometers away. There over 100 shamblers swarmed the entrance, battering the gate until it groaned under imminent collapse. Inside, a handful of armed soldiers fired steadily from cover, while behind them teachers wielded brooms and mops as weapons, shielding clusters of children huddled tightly together. The squad leader barked orders: immediately unleash full firepower, neutralize them within 3 minutes. Support teams are to cease collecting specimens and instead evacuate everyone inside onto the buses. As his command echoed across the convoy, fusillades erupted, assault rifles roared, heavy cannons thundered, and grenade launchers howled through the air. Ha! Wipe out these bastards. Come on, monsters. Eat this hand grenade. In an instant, deafening detonations shook the earth. Under the withering barrage of heavy machine guns, the shamblers fell like wheat before a scythe. High explosive shells shredded them, limbs and torsos scattering in grotesque arcs. Within a minute and a half, most lay dead. Those nearest the gate spared further bombardment lest stray fire endanger those inside. Android enforcers stepped forward, pistols drawn, and dispatched the remainder with surgical precision. In under 3 minutes, the mission was complete. Inside, the bus survivors stared speechless. This spectacle rivaled the most vivid science fiction epics. Within the orphanage, the young soldiers exchanged startled glances. Where had these warriors come from? China strictly prohibited civilian access to firearms, tighter controls than anywhere else on Earth. Most citizens might never glimpse a handgun in their lifetimes, let alone assault rifles or mounted heavy machine guns. Yet these soldiers carried not only full body armor and close combat gear but also vehicle-mounted heavy ordnance. Their equipment spanned every range, every purpose is compact and devastating alike and in staggering abundance. They were walking arsenals. And what made it truly unnerving was that every single one of them bore identical overwhelming firepower. Which military district are they from? Everyone is fine. Get in the vehicle, I will take you away, you will be safe. The blood-soaked squad leader walked at the front and spoke. Due to the intense explosion earlier, the noise was deafening. Zombies were gathering, so they had to leave now. Comrades, hello. We are the 71st Disaster Relief Team. May I ask who you are? The leading soldier saluted and then asked with a serious tone. Hello, we are not military personnel, just ordinary people. I belong to an organization specifically formed to combat disasters. The warning for the zombie crisis 5 days ago was issued by our commander. As for other information, I'm afraid I cannot disclose anything further. Alright, is there any other question? If not, let's get the children on the bus. They are all terrified and a large number of zombies are approaching. It is not safe here, we should leave quickly. The squad leader glanced at them briefly and then said a few words. Yet these simple words shocked the soldiers. He is not an official person. How could someone who is not official possess such formidable firepower? Moreover, that zombie warning was issued by him. After a brief moment of shock, the highly disciplined leading soldier quickly regained his composure and along with the auxiliary android helped the children onto the bus. Soon the children from the orphanage boarded the bus with the help of their teachers and others. Once they were inside the bus and saw the fierce and rigorous androids, a sense of fervor and reverence filled their eyes. They were still children, often imagining the descent of a deity to save people from calamity. Today, when they faced such terrifying disaster, a god truly descended. Mom! After ensuring her students were settled, Lu Yayao saw her mother on the bus and immediately embraced her, tears streaming down her face. She had been worried about her mother, who was in a wheelchair and had limited mobility, wondering what would happen if they encountered these monsters. But now it seemed she need not worry. Luma looked at her daughter with a relieved smile. You are Lu Yayao, right? Just as the mother and daughter reunited, the squad leader walked over slowly and asked calmly. Yes, that's me. Who are you? Lu Yayao inquired with a complex expression. We are from the Firelight Shelter and we are here on behalf of the commander to invite you to join us. The squad leader stated. Join you? Lu Yayao was momentarily taken aback. As a genius, she had heard this line countless times. However, at this moment it seemed she had no other choice but to join. Thus, after a brief silence, she chose to agree. Great. Everything will be explained to you once you arrive at the shelter. With that, the squad leader turned and left, leaving Lu Yayao and Luma embracing each other. Soon, when everyone had boarded the bus, the soldiers who had not gotten on remained behind. Aren't you leaving? The squad leader asked those who had not boarded. Our mission is not complete, you all go ahead. With that, they intended to leave. The squad leader looked at them seriously and then called out. Wait a moment. The few turned back in confusion. Then they saw the squad leader handing them 5 submachine guns, 5 handguns, 5 grenades and some ammunition. These are from the commander as a token of our goodwill, they should be useful. Also, there are many zombies nearby. I checked, and heading east you will encounter fewer zombies, making it easier to break through. Otherwise, if you are surrounded by zombies, it will be disastrous. Furthermore, if you find it hard to survive, come to the Firelight Shelter at XXX address. I welcome you on behalf of the shelter. Hearing the squad leader's words, the leading soldier immediately felt a surge of respect. Although accepting weapons from strangers was not a good choice at this moment, in such critical times having weapons was undoubtedly better for saving lives. The few respectfully bowed again and the squad leader returned the gesture, then they hurriedly left. Watching their departing figures, the squad leader felt a sense of respect for them. Let's go back. The zombies were gathering here and they could not stay for long. Soon as they reached the intersection, they saw hundreds of zombies approaching. To return to the shelter, they would need to traverse through these hundreds of zombies. Team 5 and Team 4 spread out to the sides, Teams 3 and 1 in the center, Team 2 at the rear opened fire. The squad leader immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie and commanded. The 5 vehicles at this moment formed a line. The vehicles on the flanks opened fire to clear the path. Teams 3 and 1 moved through the center to clear the way, while Team 2 was responsible for the rear. With the support of heavy firepower, these zombies were blown to pieces like cotton. Then they were pushed aside by bulldozer blades, allowing the bus to pass smoothly. Finally, under the cover of fire, they successfully trampled over the group of zombies, flooring the accelerator and speeding towards the shelter. At this moment, there was less than half an hour until dark and it would take 40 minutes to reach the shelter. Fortunately, the area near the shelter was relatively deserted. The last 10 minutes of the route was dark, but at least not too dangerous. Soon they arrived at the final intersection. At the same time, a man in a suit, an elite member, was in a small room on the second floor, while outside zombies were attracted by the scent of his perfume. When the man in the suit saw the familiar bus, he suddenly shouted, "Hey! There's still a person here. Take me with you, please. Take me with you." The man in the suit was filled with regret at this moment. Why did he provoke them with such a careless mouth? From the moment he was kicked off the bus until now, he felt as though he had lived through several lifetimes. He had never felt time so long. Now when he saw the familiar large truck again, although it was a bit dark, he was certain it was it. So he shouted joyous, instinctively disregarding what Jiang Yu had said earlier. However, when he saw that the large truck showed no signs of stopping and continued to speed away from this last intersection, he was dumbfounded. As he watched the bus, a symbol of hope for life, drive farther away, his eyes filled with utter despair. In that moment, endless regret flooded his heart. Once upon a time he was also on one of those buses. He had also reached that intersection just a little bit away from safely leaving. But because of his selfishness and foolish words, he had doomed everything. Boo! Roar! The zombies heard his cries and broke through the door. They roared at the suited man in the corner. Woo woo! No! I don't want to die. A rural orphan worked hard to win the board's favor and became a manager, earning over 10,000 a month. I haven't even become a person above others yet. Woo woo! Looking at the zombies that were so close, the suited man was in tears, his face wet and his eyes filled with despair. No, don't come closer, don't come closer. Roar! Bang! After a violent noise, a figure staggered to its feet and then waddled toward the door. The man in a suit held the head of a zombie in his hand, his body covered in bite marks. He was drenched in blood. I cannot die, I don't want to die. I haven't even enjoyed my life yet. My life is not. Thud. The man in the suit fell face down to the ground, and then there was no more movement. The room returned to silence. On the other side, the squad leader in the vehicle looked at the increasingly lush vegetation around and let out a slight sigh of relief. Then he stood up and addressed the people in the cabin. At the same time, amplified by Jarvis, the squad leader's voice could be heard in other vehicles. All right, we should be safe here. Let me introduce ourselves. We come from the Firelight Shelter. Where you are going next is the Firelight Shelter, and within the Firelight Shelter there are no useless people, and you are the first batch of individuals I am bringing into the shelter. The shelter is called Firelight Shelter, which signifies the inheritance of the fire. Carrying the torch of tradition and forging ahead, you are all the flames carefully selected by our commanders. Among you there are teachers, breeders, chefs, architects, and various other professions, and I hope you can contribute your share to the continuation of human civilization in the future. The specific details will be explained to everyone once we return to the shelter. And if anyone does not wish to join the Firelight Shelter, please let me know in advance. I can drop you off at a safe location and you can leave on your own, however you only have one chance to choose. After finishing, the squad leader glanced around and then sat down. When the people in the vehicle heard the squad leader's speech, they began to whisper to each other. Firelight Shelter. What is that? Has anyone heard of it? No. But it looks like it should be good. After all, I see their combat power is impressive. In a country with such strict enforcement, they can possess so many firearms. Does anyone want to stay? I don't want to. They are not an official force. What if something happens? That's true. Issues with private armed forces are usually not few. But they did save us. Isn't it a bit ungrateful to just leave like that? What's wrong with that? Did we ask them to save us? Besides, isn't it their responsibility to save people with such powerful abilities? We are just unarmed civilians. Haven't you heard that with great power comes great responsibility? If I had that ability, I would save people too. And what do they mean by no useless people? I bet this shelter is involved in organ trafficking. In this day and age, it's definitely safer to go to an official shelter. That's right, I agree. In the end, amidst the whispers, only about a dozen people decided to leave together for the official shelter. Regardless, the official shelter is definitely safer than a private one, giving people more peace of mind. Among the remaining hundreds of people, although some were tempted to leave after some thinking, they chose to observe the situation. Many sharp-minded individuals looked at those dozen people with mocking expressions. When the squad leader heard that someone really chose to leave, he did not stop them at all. Instead, he stopped the bus and let them walk away. Walk 5 kilometers to the west and you'll find the official shelter camp. You can go directly there. The squad leader said calmly. The people getting off the bus looked at the others with a sudden feeling of anxiety. But thinking that this squad leader is not the official shelter, they gritted their teeth and decided to leave. Before leaving, the squad leader left them some food and water as well as a flashlight. Then they parted ways. Watching the bus drive away, the remaining people stood there at a loss for Alright, stop looking. After all, that's their private territory. It's like going to someone else's house. Although they seem welcoming on the surface, they might be thinking, what are you doing here? And there is such a large private armed force, they could have already been involved in illegal activities before the apocalypse. If we go there, who knows, we might end up being scapegoats when the end comes. With that said, many finally nodded in understanding. Then, taking advantage of the remaining sunlight, they hurried toward the official shelter. 5 kilometers is neither long nor short, and considering this is the wilderness, it will still take some time to walk. On the other side, the 5 modified vehicles, battered and bruised, finally completed their task for the day. After a 40-minute drive, they finally returned safely to the shelter. When the people in the modified vehicles got off, they were shocked to see the large helipad and parking lot outside the shelter. Alright, everyone, welcome to the Firelight Shelter. Please line up to receive your wristbands. Night is falling, so hurry up. Under the urging of the squad leader and the order maintained by the artificial humans, everyone quickly formed a line. Before receiving the wristband, some therapeutic artificial humans on site checked their health status with instruments. Once confirmed, they could begin receiving their firelight wristbands. Standing beside the squad leader, Lu Yaya became the first member to join the firelight shelter. Following her was her. Lu Yaya received the wristband from the artificial human in charge of distribution. After inputting her fingerprint according to the instructions, her identity information was instantly recognized by the shelter. This wristband contains their exclusive identity code, and it also has many advanced technologies. The residents' meals and entertainment rely on this wristband. As for their identity information, it was recorded in the shelter's system the moment they were rescued onto the vehicle. Therefore, at this moment they are merely activating their wristbands in this way. After completing the wristband distribution, they were taken to the massive stone door, and then before their astonished eyes the stone door was opened. The shelter, resembling a jungle of steel, was revealed. Under the guidance of the artificial humans, the crowd entered through the stone door. For the first layer, they felt as if Lu Laolao had entered the grand view garden, filled with curiosity and amazement at the exaggeratedly modified buses, excavators and trucks, as well as the busy artificial humans. Looking up, an enormous steel dome came into view. Looking around, they discovered that everything they could see was made of steel. But while they were shocked, many wondered how such a small space could accommodate hundreds of them. Then they saw dozens of elevator doors opening simultaneously. Everyone was astonished. This was actually an underground base. Soon after, the crowd took the elevator and began their descent. As they rode down, the rapidly passing floors dazzled their eyes. Furthermore, the various messages about the shelter that appeared on their wristbands left them in shock. Lu Yaya, witnessing the scenes before her despite her pride, could not help but be utterly astonished when she beheld the steel structures that could only be seen in a sci-fi movie. Before long, the group arrived at the residential area located on the 10th floor. Here there was a vast open space designated for gathering residents. Now the first batch of residents of the Xinhui shelter looked around in both fear and excitement. Hello, residents. I am Jarvis, the artificial intelligence steward of the base. Just as the crowd felt lost, a voice echoed from all directions and a 3D projection materialized at the front of the group. This 3D projection was clear and impressive. Wow, artificial intelligence. Am I in a sci-fi movie? Artificial intelligence. Is there really such a thing in this world? Many were astonished, and amidst their discussions Jarvis continued. Please maintain silence. I will now introduce the living guidelines in the Xinhui shelter. Hearing this, the crowd quieted down. The Xinhui shelter was created by the founder, Mr. Zhang Yu, to ensure the continuity of human civilization during the catastrophic collapse of society. Everyone allowed to enter the shelter possesses a unique skill. Among you are teachers, chefs, retired soldiers, fitness enthusiasts, and many others from various professions. Here you will work towards the continuation of humanity. Upon hearing Jarvis, the crowd's expressions changed. His words implied that the apocalypse was far from over. You must be joking. Those slow-moving zombies can only deal with ordinary people. They wouldn't even have the qualification to stand before the military. If you can kill so many zombies, do you think the military with more weapons and superior equipment would have no way to handle it? I believe that within a month the zombies will be wiped out. A man in a short-sleeved shirt stood up with a cold smile. This virus originated from a cosmic virus carried by an extraterrestrial meteorite with a global infection rate exceeding 80%. Moreover, all official organizations worldwide have collapsed and mutated zombies are rampant, leaving them unable to spare any effort to rescue other areas. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd drastically changed. How is that possible? Many were incredulous at this news. If you don't believe it, you can leave the base at any time. We won't restrict your freedom. You can take the elevator to exit, but please consider carefully. There is only one chance, and once you leave you cannot return. Jarvis spoke. After all, it was not easy to arrive here, and leaving easily would be foolish. Alright, the QA session is over. Next I will announce some important living guidelines for everyone at this base. The Xinhui shelter practices militarized management, adhering to the principle of more work, more rewards, less work, less rewards, and expulsion for those who do not work. The following requirements have been laid out. First, please take good care of the point wristband on your hand. It will serve as your identification for living in this base. You can use it to make calls, access the internet, chat, watch videos, and all aspects of your daily life within the base require it. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped as they looked at the seemingly unremarkable wristbands on their hands. Second, within the base you must work daily to earn points, and points will determine your living conditions such as rooms, beds, toilets, meals, shower gel, and shampoo, which can only be exchanged using points. Considering the new residents, each new resident will be given 1,000 initial points to help them through the difficult initial period. To use points, simply raise the QR code on your wristband for me to scan. Third, the Xinhui shelter has a total of 50 floors, but you cannot access every floor. You may only enter the floors you are permitted to access. Fourth, floors 10 to 36 of the base are residential areas, each equipped with a cafeteria. You may choose to dine at the cafeteria. The cafeteria hours are from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m., 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Please pay attention to the time and do not be late for non-emergency reasons. Fifth, fighting and damaging public facilities within the shelter are strictly prohibited. If discovered and warnings are ineffective, I will take emergency measures. Sixth, the residential area of the base is equipped with many facilities for relaxation. I hope everyone remembers to entertain themselves during their leisure time. I wish everyone an enjoyable stay in the shelter. Upon hearing these requirements, the crowd began to discuss amongst themselves. Does this mean that everything in the base requires spending points? How do we earn points? What methods are there to earn points? Can we exchange money from outside? Are the prices here high? I don't want to work hard all day only to find I don't have enough points to buy a bun. Oh. If that's the case, it's just like outside a sweatshop. 996. 007. Hearing that points were closely related to their future lives in the shelter, the crowd began to nervously inquire. After all, they were all individuals who had suffered greatly from society. After listening to the majority of residents' doubts, Jarvis continued. Please remain calm, there are many ways to earn points. I believe that most of you brought in will not lack job opportunities, so you can check the job information in your wristbands. Alright, if anyone has questions, feel free to ask. Hello, I would like to ask, we just joined and have no points, what should we do? Do we still need to use money to exchange for points? As soon as Jarvis finished speaking, a man immediately asked. I apologize, but in the interest of fairness, no currency from any nation outside can be exchanged for points. Given that you are new residents, all basic expenses during your first 3 days will be completely free. Note: basic expenses refer to daily necessities that do not require consuming points. Hearing this, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, they could stay here for 3 days for free, which was already quite good. After receiving this answer, everyone continued to focus on how to earn points through their wristbands. What kind of celestial place is this where one only needs to work 8 hours a day? Moreover, there are 20 points earned each hour, which totals to 160 points for an 8-hour day and 3,600 points for a month. Upon seeing the method of earning points, a person couldn't help but cry out in despair. If we earn 3,600 points a month, as he said, can we even make ends meet? Or is the cost of living here high? Someone asked. It's sufficient. After a month of normal living expenses in the shelter, based on my calculations, there will be enough left over. Jarvis replied. After understanding the method of earning points, many people raised their questions, and after Jarvis briefly answered a few of them, most of those present had no further inquiries. Once it was confirmed that there were no more questions, he said, alright, the QA session is over, please choose freely if you meet the criteria. If anyone has questions in the future, feel free to ask the wristband. When asking questions, please be concise and clear. However, please do not call for me casually. If I record multiple instances of casual calls and irrelevant questions, you will be disqualified from residing in the base. After Jarvis finished speaking, many looked at the 6 conditions for earning points in shock. Truly, this is a militarized management. The policy for earning points is so simple and direct. You either contribute labor or provide personnel. The most intriguing part is the last condition. Is the last condition encouraging women to have more children? Wouldn't this be condemned by certain ideologies in the face of disaster? Although there were murmurs of dissent in light of the apocalypse and global chaos, no one dared to voice their thoughts. Those who were initially anxious breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the 6 conditions for earning points, especially the ordinary people with just one skill to make a living. Thank goodness. Under this apocalypse, they can not only survive but also make a living with their skills. This is truly wonderful. As the ancients said, having a skill to earn a living is indeed fortunate. If I hadn't found the automotive repair certification so boring, I might not have been able to come here. Ha ha. A well-established pig farming major was laughed at for years back home, but who would have thought this major would save my life? Well, thankfully, I just graduated from medical school and don't have to pay tuition while earning a salary. I'm so lucky to be here. Many who successfully secured jobs had excited smiles on their faces. Soon residents with skills had chosen their jobs. Those working in the kitchen did kitchen work, those tending to plants did plant care, and those in cleaning did cleaning. Lu Yayo had also successfully secured a job. Congratulations, Dr. Lu Yaya. Your application for the positions of biological research expert and physics research expert has been approved. Due to the special nature of your position, your benefits have been upgraded. You are now a senior resident and can reside in a double suite on the 4th to 5th floor. Moreover, you now hold level access and you will receive a monthly base salary of 20,000 points with additional rewards for significant contributions. Please report to the research room on the 43rd floor at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I will be there to assist you in starting your work. Lu Yaya looked at the content on her wristband, a look of joy and relief appearing on her face, grateful that she and her mother could find refuge in such a technologically advanced place during the apocalypse. No, this place is no longer a refuge, it is a better life than outside. Then Lu Yaya, amidst the envious and odd gazes, pushed her proudly beaming mother towards the elevator. At this moment, many were immersed in the joy of finding jobs, preparing to check their rooms and then have a decent meal at the cafeteria. However, while some rejoiced, others were dismayed. A graduate from a prestigious foreign university was currently shouting in anger. This is unfair. Why can that young girl apply for the position of researcher while I cannot? And why can't I apply? What gives? His name was Zhang Jun, a PhD graduate from a well-known university in the Eagle-Head Nation. He had planned to return home for a short visit only to find himself trapped here. He initially thought that he could settle down here as a researcher with his credentials and perhaps even be treated like royalty by the base's leaders. Barely getting by as a researcher, he thought he could muddle through while waiting for the right opportunity to return to the embrace of the Eagle-Head Nation. He didn't believe a word of what the so-called AI Jarvis said about all the countries being paralyzed. He might believe the paralysis of other nations, but he absolutely did not believe that the Eagle-Head nation could also be paralyzed. It was the strongest country on Blue Star and his faith. Hearing his shouts, the crowd stopped to watch. After all, many had witnessed Liu Yayao's application being approved but there was also some jealousy, especially since it was 20,000 points a month. Just a moment ago it was mentioned that points are equivalent to money in the base. And there are so many benefits. If it truly is manipulation behind the scenes, then there is much to discuss. Where are the living people? Mr. Zhang Jun, it has been detected that you may not be able to complete the research tasks, so I denied your position request. Please choose a more suitable position such as factory worker. Hearing Jarvis' words, Zhang Jun cursed. What the hell? I'm a PhD from a prestigious university in the Eagle-Head nation and you want me to be a factory worker? You dare to speak? Just because you say I can't do it, I can't do it. Have you seen me conduct experiments? Do you know how many papers I've published? Do you know how capable I am? You don't know, because all you know how to do is give a little girl a backdoor. All you know is to stifle talent. Get your management personnel out here. Stop letting this dumb AI speak. Zhang Jun shouted even louder. Hearing Jarvis' words, the surrounding crowd began to whisper among themselves. No way. Is this really manipulation behind the scenes? I think it's highly likely. Look at that girl, she seems to be pushing a disabled person. Do you see any disabled people coming in around? If this isn't manipulation, what is it? Tisk tisk tisk, it seems we should find a time to leave quickly. I said it before, it's better to go to the official shelter. Indeed. If even external currency is no longer accepted, how exceptional could this shelter possibly be? In hearing Zhang Jun's furious outburst, the others present began murmuring among themselves, some even contemplating departure. At that very moment, Jian Yu returned from elsewhere. Ni's expression calm and composed, he gazed quietly at Zhang Jun, his face flushed with rage. You summoned me, and so you're the shelter's master. Oof. How absurd, such a fine refuge reduced to utter chaos under your management. What a waste of an outstanding sanctuary. And seeing Jiang Ye's youthful visage, Zhang Jun was instantly overwhelmed by surging envy and admiration, and without hesitation launched into scathing mockery. My shelter's affairs are none of your concern, and I hear you've applied to join our research staff. And Jiang Yu asked, voice tranquil. And precisely. With my academic credentials and expertise, securing a position as your researcher should pose no difficulty whatsoever. Yet your wretched AI has repeatedly rejected me, so today you will resolve this matter. And Zhang Jun declared, his tone dripping with arrogance, as if addressing a servant, not the sovereign of this sanctuary. No. Is that all? State any further demands now. Very well, Jian Yu replied with a faint benevolent smile. Liu Yaya, observing Jian Yu's uncharacteristic amiability, flickered with fleeting doubt, yet recalling his effortless dominance over her moments earlier, she dismissed her uncertainty and settled in intrigue to watch the spectacle unfold. Upon hearing Jian Yu's words, Zhang Jun's brows lifted briefly before he swiftly suppressed the flicker of triumph. Ni's gaze upon Jian Yu deepened in disdain. I require a private room, 3 meals delivered daily, and exclusive access to the laboratory. I refuse to work alongside these inferiors. Moreover, you will grant me full administrative authority over your AI, so I may command the entire facility. At Zhang Jun's declaration, the onlookers erupted in stunned consternation. Many glared at him with open hostility, the faint goodwill they'd once felt now utterly extinguished. Yet Zhang Jun, oblivious or indifferent to their seething glances, regarded Jian Yu with haughty condescension. He hadn't expected the shelter's master to be so young or so pliant. And judging by its quality, seizing control of it seemed increasingly plausible. At the thought of soon inheriting the shelter, Zhang Jun's eyes gleamed with rising fervor. No. That's all. Then let me review your dossier, see whether you merit Jarvis's authorization. And Jarvis, recite Zhang Jun's background. Oof. My biography is quite straightforward, nothing extraordinary really, just frequent accolades for innovation. And Zhang Jun boasted, a self-satisfied grin spreading across his face. Zhang Jun, male, born in 2035 in a small village of Qing City. Raised in privilege, he excelled academically, ranking at the very top. His college entrance exam score earned him nationwide acclaim as the nation's top scorer. At Jarvis's recitation, astonishment rippled through the crowd. And though angered by Zhang Jun's contemptuous inferior's remark, they could not deny his elevated social standing, clearly surpassing many present. Zhang Jun offered a modest, dismissive smile. And nothing remarkable, no need to announce it so loudly. Yet Jarvis's next words struck him like ice water. Suddenly panic flickered in his eyes. However, verification confirms that exam score was never his. It belonged to Chen Yuanming, a destitute student from Qing City's mountainous hinterlands, hailing from the same village as Zhang Jun. Though impoverished, Chen Yuanming studied with unwavering diligence and achieved the nation's highest score. Yet his triumph was stolen, his result swapped for Zhang Jun's, by Zhang Jun's own father, the village magistrate. Consumed by jealousy, Chen Yuanming, despite inferior resources, outshone him in both scholarship and character. Zhang Jun conspired with his magistrate father to usurp another's destiny. Later, abroad on ill-gotten funds, he purchased a doctorate, conducting no substantive experiments or rigorous testing. His so-called achievements were bought, his certifications expedited for payment. Dr. John, shall I elaborate further on certain specifics? In Jung Jun's face drained of color the instant Jarvis fell silent. His handsome features twisted in shock and disbelief. And those who had once sympathized with him now stared, furious. The national top scorer. A title capable of transforming an entire family's fate. In moments sympathy curdled into outrage, compounded by his earlier slur, making every gaze toward Jung Jun venomous. No, it's impossible. How could you possibly know? My father covered it flawlessly, The words tumbled out instinctively, then realizing his blunder he clamped his mouth shut. And ha. Mr. John, any further explanations? No, nothing, I'm perfectly fine. Manual labor suits me just fine, I have no objections. Jung Jun's demeanor collapsed, his earlier arrogance evaporating, replaced by cringing deference and forced smiles. John Yu watched the metamorphosis, like a mask discarded mid-performance, and let out a cold, mirthless laugh. And I preferred your defiant version. Why not sustain it? Had you done so I'd have expelled you without hesitation? A pity truly. At Jung Yu's words Jung Jun paled. A new exile in this apocalypse meant certain death. Phew, thank heavens the old flattery tactics still work on him. Even if formidable he remains just a youth intoxicated by praise. Perhaps I still hold some leverage. Jung Jun murmured inwardly. And since you've acknowledged your error, ancient wisdom says to recognize one's fault and amend it is the greatest virtue. All your requests, save the last, I grant. Jung Yu's pronouncement left everyone stunned. And how could such outrageous demands, even from him, be partially conceded? Jung Jun's face lit up only for the next words to drain all warmth from his blood. Level 47 houses 3 nuclear reactors requiring constant supervision. Radiation levels render prolonged human presence lethal. Ordinarily I deploy Jarvis's robotic arms for maintenance. Since you volunteered, you'll assume that duty. Rest assured, you'll be alone there. Meals will be delivered. And Jarvis will guide you step by step wherever needed. Well. What say you? Jung Yu's face revealed a benevolent smile. The onlookers present could not help but break into a cold sweat. Nuclear radiation. This truly put him in a situation where he could neither seek survival nor wish for death. This person in charge was not as amiable as he appeared. He was a complete smiling tiger. The people present hastily labeled Jung Yu as someone not to be trifled with. Initially many were considering taking liberties due to Jung Yu's youthful appearance, but now it seemed wiser to settle down for the time being. At that moment Jung Jun was trembling, his hands and feet cold. No. This is a matter of life and death. I will report this to the authorities. Jung Jun shouted without any composure, his eyes filled with terror and regret. Jung Yu merely casting an indifferent glance at the nearby androids who promptly pulled the still wailing Jung Jun away. During the process of being dragged to the elevator, an unknown liquid with a strong odor instantly flowed from where Jung Jun had stepped. In just 3 minutes the previously imposing Jung Jun had been thrown near the nuclear reactor. There he was all alone. The androids would bring him meals daily, and for anything he didn't know Jarvis would teach him. One could say that within the shelter it was a paradise for introverted individuals as long as one could ignore the terrifying nuclear radiation. The surrounding crowd watched Jung Jun being taken away, listening to his desperate cries. Aside from a few with sympathetic eyes, many had expressions of satisfaction. Some who were unaware of what nuclear radiation was inquired, and upon learning their expressions drastically changed as they looked at Jung Yu. Jung Yu with an indifferent expression scanned the previously noisy scene, noting the gazes of everyone. He felt quite satisfied with this effect. To kill the chicken to scare the monkey, nothing more. Where there are people there are social dynamics. If one wants to be the savior within this realm, one must possess the necessary iron-fisted methods while also having the sweetness of dates. Alright, having let everyone see a spectacle, you may disperse to your rooms for a look, and I have prepared many treats in the cafeteria. Given today's special circumstances, there will be a midnight snack tonight and all meals in the cafeteria will be free. As long as you can eat, go ahead and eat to your heart's content. Jung Yu addressed the residents. In life for most ordinary people, survival is simply about eating, drinking, and taking care of bodily needs. As long as these few points are met, most people would choose a stable way of living, just like boiling a frog in warm water. Who would want to risk their life for survival if they could enjoy a stable life? Unless one is a natural ruler or a warmonger, such individuals are few and far between. Most who choose to fight for survival are merely transient characters who have gained a bit of power and opportunities in the apocalypse. They are unwilling to lose their meager but tangible authority and return to the ranks of ordinary people being trampled underfoot. Seeing Jung Yu's gentle smile, everyone couldn't help but compare him at this moment with his earlier deathly demeanor, feeling a deep-seated fear. Soon people began to leave in succession, first going to check their own rooms as it was essential to see where they would be sleeping. At this moment most ordinary workers could only reside in the cheapest 10-person room. However, despite being in such a crowded space, the basic amenities were all present: beds, bedding, bed canopies, sockets, kettles, air conditioning, toilets, and more. Many upon seeing this environment let out a sigh of relief. Although it was a bit crowded, at least under the cover of the bed canopies there was still some privacy. Having checked their bedrooms, they followed Jarvis' guidance to the cafeteria. Inside the massive dining hall there weren't many people at the moment, but the food laid out for residents was abundant. There was rice buns, steamed bread, fried rice, fried noodles, hot dishes, cold dishes, hot soup, sweet soup, sashimi, and everything in between. Each dish was labeled with its price, although all meals were free for the day. This was to inform others of the prices so they could feel more at ease. Many who were serving themselves were relieved to find that a 300-gram bun only required 1 point, a serving of fried noodles needed 3 points, and a garlic vermicelli steamed lobster even cost just 50 points, which eased the worries of many concerned about the cafeteria expenses. The cost for a 10-person room was $800 a month, including water and electricity. The food cost was $50 a day, $500 for 10 days, and a total of only $1,500 for the month. Adding the rent, the fixed expenses for a month totaled $2,003. Even the lowest point-earning worker could earn $3,600 in a month. Even accounting for miscellaneous expenses like shampoo, one could still save several hundred points by the end of the month. Thinking of this, many finally found motivation to stay here. Many from poor backgrounds who had endured long-term societal hardships now held Jiangyu in high regard. Without Jiangyu, even with a skill, it would be of no use. Lacking connections and money, they might not survive a single day in the apocalypse. Work within the shelter was proceeding in an orderly manner, but compared to the peace and stability inside the shelter, the situation outside was becoming increasingly dire. As the sun rose on New Year's Day, the streets were littered with corpses and rivers of blood alongside the couplets, door gods, and red envelopes from last night's New Year's Eve, as well as the zombies aimlessly wandering the streets, marking yesterday's disaster as an event to be recorded in history. The people of Huaxia, who should have been enjoying the festive atmosphere of the new year, were now completely surrounded by fear and bloodshed. Just yesterday alone, countless people perished in that natural disaster, and just as many were lucky to have escaped but had turned into zombies wandering the streets in a mindless state. Those who survived in such an environment were also trembling in some corner, praying not to be discovered and devoured by those monsters. They trembled as they held their phones, dialing the unreachable numbers over and over, trying to seek help. However, no matter how they dialed, they could not get through, and within the government the phone lines had long been cut. Occasionally, zombies in uniforms wandered by, roaring as they searched for prey. Today is February 3, 2068, Friday, the first day of the Lunar New Year, and it is exactly 7 o'clock in the morning. Jarvis wishes everyone a happy spring festival and reminds you that the working hours have begun. Please, excellent workers, proceed to your respective workplaces. Late arrivals without important reasons will have points deducted. Inside the shelter, as the elegant electronic voice of Jarvis echoed through the corridor alongside the celebratory greetings of prosperity from Huazai that one would hear during the new year, the residents who had peacefully rested through the night began to wake up one by one. After a quick wash, they gathered for breakfast. If it weren't for the fact that they awoke from the beds in the shelter and could see the incredibly sci-fi surroundings, they might have thought that everything that happened yesterday was just a dream. In the cafeteria, the variety of breakfast was incredibly abundant, with dozens of choices available: corn on the cob, pancakes, tea, eggs, boiled eggs, marinated eggs, and fried eggs. There were nearly 10 different types of eggs alone, along with meat buns, vegetable buns, pickled cabbage buns, peanut buns, vermicelli buns, and more. Drinks included soybean milk, coffee, and yogurt. One could say that everything was available. Such a rich selection was rare even in 5-star hotels during times of peace. Moreover, in this post-apocalyptic world plagued by zombies following a meteor strike, the most important thing was that the prices were affordable. Countless workers, after placing their orders, discovered that the cost in points ranged from 4 to 8, and even with the largest meals they would spend no more than a dozen points. The workers marveled at the terrifying purchasing power of points here. Outside, the items on their plates would cost at least dozens of dollars. And here they could eat for just a few points, which could be earned through their own labor. In an instant, many joked about why the apocalypse had to wait until yesterday to arrive. Lu Qing, a graduate from a vocational college, ordered 2 buns, a cup of soybean milk, a fried dough stick, and a scallion pancake, spending a total of 5 points. After filling his stomach, he went to his post. Today was his first day at work, and he had to make a good impression. As he looked at the few piglets before him, Lu Qing's eyes were filled with enthusiasm. Although Lu Qing had a vocational diploma, what he studied was animal husbandry and veterinary medicine, which had become largely obsolete in society. In modern society, the livestock industry had an established process. Unless one could break the existing mold and create new methods, they could only follow in the footsteps of their predecessors. Moreover, animal husbandry and veterinary medicine did not involve treating cats and dogs, which are relatively profitable, but rather livestock such as pigs, horses, cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks. Due to the low wages, large-scale mechanization, poor working conditions, and high time costs, it was difficult for most people to persist in this line of work, and they would quickly change careers. As a result, Lu Qing had been unable to find a job after graduation, leading to plenty of gossip among the neighbors in his village about a vocational college graduate being unemployed. He was often teased about needing to check on his family's sick pigs. This made Lu Qing feel disheartened until he heard about job opportunities in Haishi, prompting him to leave home without even celebrating the new year. Little did he expect a disaster to occur, trapping him here, but what surprised him even more was that his profession was actually useful in this technologically advanced shelter. For they also needed people with proper training in animal husbandry to take care of the chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs here. Furthermore, due to the importance of the position, although he was just a junior resident at the moment, the monthly income could reach 5,000 points. This was more than 2/3 of what ordinary laborers earned. The residents in the shelter were classified into 4 levels: junior, intermediate, senior, and special residents. Junior residents represent those with a skill or family ties. Intermediate are members of the guard team or those with indispensable skills. Senior are researchers and high-ranking members of the guard team, while special residents are those trusted most by Jiang Yu with access to most areas of the shelter. In a similar situation was Zhang Yunqing, who was currently taking care of a breeding population of cockroaches. Zhang Yunqing held a PhD in zoology, but unfortunately his research focused on the universally despised cockroaches, making it difficult for him to find a job in society despite his qualifications. To make a living he could only work as a part-time teacher at a school with very few students choosing his courses each year, and excluding a few misguided choices he could be said to have no classes throughout the year. However, upon arriving at the fire shelter he initially only wanted to find a small job to survive, but he never expected that there would be a position for taking care of cockroaches and the pay was not low. This discovery filled him with joy, as he had thought his expertise would have no place to be utilized, yet the fire shelter turned out to be the opportunity he had sought for so long. Overjoyed, he immediately signed up, and with his excellent qualifications and experience he was quickly hired, earning a monthly salary of 7,000 points. This changed his initial desire to merely survive. He began to feel a stronger sense of belonging to the fire shelter, harboring thoughts of contributing every ounce of his talent to the base. Of course, besides these there were also many who were very popular outside but found little opportunity for their skills within the base, such as several finance graduates. Within the base cash was unnecessary and there were no economic matters for them to manage, along with a few philosophers whose treatment was even less than that of kindergarten teachers. After all, in this cruel apocalypse, could you really reason with zombies? Discuss philosophy. In the apocalypse, those who are relatively valued are often those who were overlooked during peaceful times, such as agriculture and animal husbandry, because people can only begin to address issues of morality, philosophy and economics once their basic needs are met. To discuss such matters without having eaten is nonsense. Thus many, despite holding advanced degrees, find their qualifications worthless here, leading to feelings of disparity. Clearly they were so popular in the outside world, why upon arriving here could they only do the simplest of manual labor for the lowest wages? With their dissatisfaction they had raised this question to Jarvis, who merely responded that those positions were temporarily unsuitable for the current shelter. Meanwhile, Lu Yayo, who had just finished breakfast with her mother, arrived at the research lab on the 43rd floor. As soon as the door to the lab opened, she was stunned by the complex and intricate environment. The vast and pristine white interior was filled with numerous mechanical assistants ready for action, with sliding tracks and pulleys overhead. Cell fabrication rooms, cell culture rooms, cell freezing rooms, virus storage rooms, specimen rooms, cell laboratories, each spotless and organized operating room came into view. Looking at the sci-fi and complex research lab, Lu Yayo was astonished. "Jarvis, can you tell me what work you'll be doing?" Returning to her senses, Lu Yayo asked. To Lu Yayo, this research lab seemed perfect. She could hardly contain her excitement to showcase her talents immediately. Once she achieved great results, she would surely shock that bastard Jiang Yu. With her eyebrows dancing in delight, Lu Yayo murmured, "Dr. Lu, Mr. Jiang Yu will personally connect with you shortly. You can start familiarizing yourself with this research lab. It will be your workplace for most of your time in the future," Jarvis interjected. Lu Yayo nodded, but when she saw the seemingly endless corridors of the research lab she spoke up with curiosity. "Jarvis, how big is this research lab?" The area of the research lab on the 43rd floor is approximately 10,000 square meters, containing numerous operational rooms and equipment needed for research, as well as resting areas for staff. 10,000 square meters. That's enormous. I must walk several thousand steps every day. No, just one round trip would already exceed 10,000 steps. It seems like I will need a lot of energy just to walk. This place doesn't seem to have any vehicles for transportation. Lu Yayo murmured. "How? Why would I make you brainiacs walk over 10,000 steps daily? Your stamina should be spent on research, not walking." The floors of the research labs on these 3 levels are paved with bearing roads. Just let Jarvis know where you want to go in advance and stand on the ground. Jarvis will safely transport you there. Hearing Lu Yayo's words, Jiang Yu came in with a faint smile. "Bearing road? What's that?" Lu Yayo asked. "Take a close look at the ground. Can you see the small white spherical balls?" Lu Yayo looked in the direction of the voice and if you don't look closely you really can't see them. They seem to merge seamlessly with the ground. By utilizing the rotational force of the spinning balls you can move, and the speed is quite fast. As he spoke, Jiang Yu demonstrated for Lu Yayo. In just a few seconds he had traveled hundreds of meters to the entrance of an operational room and then returned to Lu Yayo in another few seconds. Lu Yayo stared in amazement at Jiang Yu's effortless movements. She hadn't expected the technology in this sanctuary to be so advanced that walking was unnecessary. "By the way, there's plenty of cutting-edge technology here. Jarvis will gradually inform you. Now get ready to start your work," Jiang Yu said. Lu Yayo nodded, her eyes filled with fervor. Such an environment was undoubtedly perfect for a high-energy academic prodigy like her. "Your task now is to research zombies." An hour later, Jiang Yu exited the research lab while Lu Yayo remained inside starting her research. Before leaving, Jiang Yu left behind 1,000 corpse crystals as experimental materials. What Jiang Yu tasked Lu Yayo to research besides zombies was also the evolution liquid that could alter human bodies and unlock genetic locks. By the late stages of the apocalypse there were hardly any ordinary people left on Blue Star, as they no longer qualified to survive. Zombies would also evolve, and even greater disasters were set to befall Blue Star. Moreover, Jiang Yu vaguely remembered that a week later the first zombie frenzy was about to strike. During his gaming days he had fallen victim countless times to the onslaught of zombie hordes. However, unlike in the game where one could restart, reality offered no such luxury. If he lost, it would all be over. So Jiang Yu had little time left. The development of the evolution liquid was urgent. Leaving the research lab he went to the first floor. Looking at the already organized androids, John Yu got into the vehicle and once again embarked on the journey to save the last spark of hope. After several hours of rescue at 5 in the evening local time, John Yu and his team returned to the sanctuary dragging practically wrecked trucks and buses. This time they brought back even more survivors, nearly 2,000 of them. They all wore expressions of fear, dissatisfaction and unease, their bodies dirty and bloodstained. They were different from the first batch. The first batch had only witnessed the apocalypse while the second batch had experienced it. After the usual procedures, they were disinfected and brought into the sanctuary. In the square, they were informed about everything within the base. After they had taken showers and arrived at the cafeteria to eat, when a warm bowl of porridge entered their mouths. A bite into a warm steamed bun filled their mouths with rich sauce. Only then did they finally feel as if they had come back to life. Many even cried tears of joy. While eating, they broke down in tears. They were thankful to be alive. Woo woo. I thought I would never eat a meat bun in my lifetime. You can't imagine what I ate yesterday, raw meat. I was so starving that I gnawed on raw meat. At least you had meat, I didn't even have meat. I was so starving that I ended up eating several cockroaches I had raised for half a year. I never expected there would be such a sanctuary in Haishar. We are truly fortunate. Yes. Without the rescue from those soldiers, I would probably be one of those mindless husks now. Feeling their stomachs gradually filling, many felt increasingly grateful for this sanctuary. Let's go, we need to eat and then sleep. I haven't slept for a day. I feel like I could sleep for a day. I can't believe I can sleep so soundly during the apocalypse, it's truly unbelievable. Meanwhile, back in his room, John Yu gazed at the data on the screen and murmured. After 2 days of rescue and hunting combined with the corpse crystals obtained from signing in, the number of corpse crystals is now sufficient. It's time to activate the signal tower. System, activate the signal tower. Ding. 10,000 corpse crystals consumed activated the primary signal tower with a signal radiation range of 200 miles. Since the network signal in Haishar had gone down entirely due to meteorite impacts, the intermittent network signal greatly affected Jarvis's performance, thus activating the signal tower in the sanctuary to expand Jarvis's field of vision was essential. Only with a network could Jarvis truly become the omnipresent and unpredictable artificial intelligence. At that moment the night was deep, but no one knew that the previously lost signal had reappeared. As soon as the signal was restored, John Yu felt his phone begin to vibrate incessantly with notifications. He briefly glanced through 10 news articles from X, 20 headlines from X, 30 posts from X and 20 videos from X. Seeing this, John Yu skillfully scrolled to the bottom and lightly tapped X. Those news articles were instantly cleared away, leaving a peaceful silence. John Yu opened Penguin and immediately saw messages flooding into the class group. Wow, the network is actually restored. What a ghostly night. Let it be a ghost. Any kind-hearted person, please send me some food. I haven't eaten anything all day. I didn't expect the zombie news to be true. Yesterday my girlfriend transformed right in front of me. I was just about to get intimate and I was so scared I almost fainted. I had taken my meds in advance. You're amazing. Even without zombies there are meteor strikes. Do you still want to do that in a situation like this? What's wrong with that? Don't you think it's even more thrilling in this environment? Whether it's thrilling or not is irrelevant. I want to know what happens next. What happens next? What happens next? I casually grabbed a nearby cup and went to the bathroom. By the time I came out, the cup was already worn out. You're impressive, really impressive. None of this is the point. The point is who will give me something to eat first. Didn't we agree to help each other? As soon as these words were spoken, the group fell silent. What the hell, are you all playing dead? What did we say back then? Didn't we agree on mutual assistance? Now why is everyone mute? Even if you're mute you can still type, right? Or have your hands been broken? The classmate who was asking for help sighed helplessly when he saw that no one was replying and quickly logged off. John Yu saw the scene and didn't say much. He just let his classmates hop around by themselves. After all, it was none of his business. They had already been warned before the disaster and their camaraderie had long been severed when they isolated themselves under Sun Tianming's temptation. With the restoration of the network, Jarvis was assigned by John Yu to infiltrate all locations connected to the shelter's network. He needed to know everything happening within the network coverage. Within the shelter's network coverage area there were a total of 6 shelters, 2 official ones and 4 unofficial ones. The people there were also connected to the network, making it easy for Jarvis to infiltrate their base. According to the data sent back by Jarvis, those shelters could be described as utterly devastated at this moment. Especially one official open-air shelter where a few people were sharing a pack of biscuits and sipping a bottle of water. Countless others huddled together for warmth with only a few small flames burning under the bone-chilling cold wind of the spring festival. As for the other private shelters, after experiencing meteor strikes and the zombie crisis, their residents were still dealing with zombie corpses and distributing simple food and clean water. And this was still a shelter with a relatively larger population and stronger combat capability. Those with fewer numbers, especially families with elderly women and children, were likely already gathered into zombie hordes on the streets. Among them only one official shelter was relatively well preserved, which John Yu briefly checked. It was a residential-style shelter personally established by the street's director when the disaster struck. She called for everyone to concentrate supplies in one place and then led them to take refuge in the underground parking garage, which had 2 floors and was quite spacious. The residents along with most of the supplies still had ample room. Moreover, at the outbreak of the zombie crisis, she took the lead in eliminating zombies, preventing the zombie virus from spreading widely and ensuring that the survivors and facilities were relatively intact. Seeing such achievements, John Yu nodded slightly. Decisive and ruthless, she was undoubtedly a female hero in the apocalypse. Having such a community director leading the charge was incredibly fortunate for the residents. He briefly looked at the current situation in Haishur and instructed Jarvis to establish a fire forum, allowing Jarvis to upload information and strategies regarding zombies. This was to increase the survival chances of others. Although many did not meet the conditions to join the shelter, they still had the right to live. John Yu did not want to abandon these fellow citizens so easily. Moreover, in such a social environment there are always those who can defy the odds, and at that time they would be indirectly repaying his kindness. As for those who saw the situation but did not want to take action and only wanted to join the shelter, John Yu couldn't be bothered anymore. In a life-and-death situation, being so lazy and indifferent is a death sentence. As for the shelters that were unaware of the situation due to lack of network coverage, John Yu was also powerless to help. Upgrading the signal tower would require 20,000 corpse crystals. If manpower is insufficient, a maximum of 1 or 2,000 corpse crystals can be collected in a day, and John Yu wouldn't neglect everything else just for a signal tower. After a few seconds, Jarvis created a website for communication and then sent out the link under the name of Fire. In an instant, everyone who could receive text messages got the news. A few seconds later, Jarvis quickly created a message about how to kill zombies and avoid them, explaining their poor eyesight but keen hearing and sense of smell. Today is February 4th, 2068, Saturday, the second day of the Lunar New Year, exactly 7 o'clock in the morning. On the second day of the apocalypse, many people opened their eyes observing the decoration inside the shelter, reminiscing about the surreal events of the previous day. Everyone felt that the scene was extremely surreal. They went to the cafeteria, ordered breakfast with complex expressions, and then sat down preparing to finish eating before starting the day's work. Zhongli subconsciously picked up her phone and opened a video app while drinking millet porridge. As she looked at the app's interface, she suddenly forced a bitter smile, recalling that the network signal had been down long ago. Just as she thought about putting her phone down, she suddenly realized that the phone actually had network signal. Moreover, the app opened smoothly and was currently playing a short video. Hello everyone, I'm the unfortunate Bai. I heard from fans that here. What the heck? We can actually get online here. Zhongli looked at her phone in disbelief, then shouted in shock. Zhongli's voice was loud, and at that moment many people in the cafeteria heard her. As soon as they learned that there was internet here, they immediately picked up their fully charged phones. What the heck? There really is internet. I remember it wasn't there yesterday. If there's internet, then I don't need to rely on imagination for my nighttime activities. Whoa, hurry and let me call my dad. At that moment, Jarvis also initiated an announcement through the broadcast. Dear residents, the network signal of the fire shelter has been restored. Please make use of the internet during your leisure time to learn about the outside world and relax. However, due to limited network coverage, some areas are still not covered. Please be aware. Jarvis kindly reminded that online safety is no small matter. Online flirting is not trustworthy and adult websites should not be accessed. If you do, I will ban your account. Originally, only a few people knew about the restoration of the network link. Now with Jarvis' announcement, basically everyone in the shelter was informed. They immediately put down their buns and steamed buns, picked up their phones and began making one call after another. Worry and concern were etched on everyone's faces. Those who received word that their relatives were safe relaxed completely, their bodies and faces easing into joy. Others, unable to reach family by phone, could only hang up and slump in their chairs, hollow-eyed and stunned. Each person who could not get through comforted themselves inwardly. Surely they had ventured somewhere the signal could not reach. Surely that was the case. Some went to work in high spirits, others went with heavy hearts. Within the shelter, joy and grief coexisted yet did not touch one another. One thing was certain, most were grateful to have found this refuge. At least here they were alive. Outside, many who rose in the bitter cold instinctively reached for their phones to check the time, and then suddenly their eyes widened in astonishment. Astonished murmurs spread. How could there be a network signal here in full bars at that? More than one person discovered it. Most noticed immediately and began browsing the web, searching for ways to let loved ones know they were safe. Many people saw unread messages containing links and tapped them. As a progress bar crawled, a website appeared, Xinhua Forum. Inside the forum there was only one thread posted by a user named Xinhua. Its title read, Zombie Strikes Weaknesses, Detailed Abilities and Extraction of Shi Jing. Curiosity and shock drove many to click. If the post was true, it did not mean they no longer had to fear the zombies outside. As most people read the thread, stunned expressions spread across faces. After reading carefully, many replied beneath the post. First. So early. First got snatched already. Is this article real or fake? Why does it sound so supernatural? Shi Jing. Is there really something like that inside a zombie's head? What is Shi Jing even used for? Could it be edible? I am Li Chang's mother. Has anyone seen my child? I'm starving, someone please save me. Does anyone know who this Xinhua user is? It doesn't look fake. I've watched the zombies downstairs and much of what is described matches. Father, mother, sister, where are you? Why aren't you at home? Never mind whether it's true, go out and try, what brave soul will test it? If the claim were accurate, a zombie's skull was fragile, a sufficiently forceful strike would be enough to shatter it. Countless comments rose on the forum questioning the post's authenticity, while many others posted pleas for help and missing person notices, yet the great majority doubted the thread's truth and few were willing to test its claims. However, some people from one shelter ordered their men to try it. The experiment matched the post. The zombie skulls had become astonishingly brittle, a hard blow could shatter them. And indeed, Jing could be excavated from the skulls. Soon a burly man posted a video of himself smashing a zombie skull with a shovel and digging out a Jing, and the forum erupted. No way, it's real. Fine, I've long been disgusted by the landlord zombie hiding in my fat neighbor's living room. I've prostituted myself and he still won't lower my rent, let me see how I smash his head. A user named Wunai Bushi Shigo shouted indignantly. TSK tisk, look at that ID above. Probably a man fate hasn't been kind to him. Ha, in the apocalypse you can still find someone more unlucky than me. Others began posting pictures of their meager meals. Look at what I ate, cockroaches, 2 whole days of cockroaches. That's nothing, look at mine. Ugh. You're something else, producing and selling your own food. At least choke down an enoki mushroom and call it a delicacy. Do you think I want this? I only have enoki, not other mushrooms. Being alive is enough, why fret over such things? Ah, what a fine day begins with a cup of freshly pressed soy milk sweetened with sugar. Damn, soy milk, fried dough sticks and a big meat bun, you must be living like it's before the end of the world. We have all gone through the apocalypse, why must you flaunt so ostentatiously? Don't lie to us, but at least don't lie to your— Amid the teasing and envy, one user continued posting, look at all these eggs, I'm going to fry them, deep fry them, stir fry, braise bake. Eggs everywhere. What a tormenting choice. Who will tell me the address? I'll go and wake him with the urine I've been holding for a month. As the discussion rippled on, more people flaunted breakfast's milk with bread with an egg and plain water. Someone had instant noodles. Readers of the thread felt their mouths dry and hunger gnawing. Damn you wicked capitalists. Borrowing the production and sale picture from above, one wrote, post a picture and I'll post one, let's see who can still eat. Others called the move ruthless and the breakfast showing stopped. The flaunting ceased, but the hunger remained painfully real. Without food most people might not make it through the day. It was winter, though Haishi's climate usually felt like summer year-round, it still grew bitter around the new year. It might not freeze you to death, but it made one unbearably miserable, an agony of wanting to die yet unable to, an extra cruelty on top of everything else. Just as many prepared to log off and go search for food, they suddenly saw another post appear on Shinhua forum. Shinhua shelter will purchase Jing. Friends with Jing are welcome to come to Shinhua shelter to exchange them for supplies. Exchanges roughly as follows: 1 Jing can be exchanged for 1 nutrition meal, 1 basic medical kit or a day's worth of protein bar. 2 Jing can be exchanged for 3 days worth of protein bars or 1 nutrition meal. 3 Jing can be exchanged for a standard handgun and 16 rounds of ammunition, a loaded pistol plus 10 extra rounds. 4 Jing can be exchanged for a pistol, 16 rounds and a protein bar or nutrition meal. 5 Jing can be exchanged for 1 grenade. For exchanges above 5 Jing, please negotiate in person. The address of Shinhua shelter is. Considering most had only just endured the apocalypse and were ordinary people, being able to kill zombies at all was commendable. Who could possibly collect so many Jing? A little less here and there would add up. The moment the exchange thread opened, countless people poured into the comments. Blimey, this is incredibly lavish. Is this some military shelter? Are you daft? Would a real military shelter operate like this? Shouldn't it be distributed to us for free? Sigh, I knew it. Another capitalist. That zombie alert he posted was clearly just bait to lure us into hunting zombies and harvesting corpse crystals for him. Not bad, at least it's exchangeable for food. The real challenge now is how to kill zombies. But wait, what are corpse crystals even used for? He actually dares to trade food for corpse crystals. Comments flooded in, yet nearly all were useless, mostly complaints, grievances and laments about personal hardship. They grumbled, why with such capability didn't he simply distribute food freely? Why resort to such an ordeal? Jiang Yu merely skimmed the comments then dismissed them. He instructed his androids to set up exchange stations outside the Shinhua shelter and to notify him personally for any large orders. Meanwhile, criticism raged on in the comments section. Many insisted that given Shinhua shelter's evident strength, it ought to provide food gratis, not impose such a burdensome condition. Wasn't mutual aid precisely what defined crisis times? You're wealthy, so why not help those who aren't? Everyone faces hardship at some point. What they're doing is nothing short of callously disregarding human life. Yet no matter how loudly they protested or how fiercely they raged, no official reply emerged. Those with clear heads, however, stared grimly at the surrounding zombies and seized every opening to fight with desperate resolve. Others, starving for 2 days too exhausted to complain, felt their bodies scream a primal truth: eat or die. They too gripped their weapons and plunged headlong into the grim task of slaying zombies. Meanwhile, several major shelters had also seen Jiang Yu's post and their leaders wore grave, unsettled expressions. It wasn't the food that alarmed them. After all, the apocalypse had only just begun, they still held ample reserves. What they desperately lacked were firearms. And astonishingly, the exchange list included firearms. Firearms. Though their own shelters possessed modest arsenals, those weapons were treasured relics, rarely deployed, never wasted. They'd smuggled in only a few from the Golden Triangle as the world teetered on collapse in peacetime. Such acquisition would have been utterly unthinkable. How strict China's gun control truly was, even the son of a city mayor couldn't legally obtain a proper firearm. Inside a private shelter roughly 20 kilometers from Xinhua shelter, senior officials convened an emergency meeting. Boss, who was behind this Xinhua shelter? How could they possibly be so formidable, possessing firearms? Ah, if only we'd had a few more guns yesterday, or if that survival guide had surfaced earlier, perhaps so many brothers wouldn't have fallen. Crack open those zombie skulls, let's tally our corpse crystals. We must be the first to exchange for firearms. No one knows how deep their arsenal runs. We must act swiftly. Brother, I don't think haste is necessary. Why not? If they're bold enough to sell firearms and impose no transaction limits, then clearly their stockpile is substantial. Let others go first. We'll assess the quality of the weapons before committing. What if after all our grueling labor we end up with nothing but antique muskets? Wouldn't that be a colossal loss? Hearing his strategist's words, the leader fell silent, then after brief reflection spoke decisively. No, such matters demand speed, not delay. Stillness invites vulnerability, motion secures advantage. A blade in hand is sovereign truth. One step behind may mean falling irrevocably behind. Moreover, if this shelter dares to trade firearms so openly, it must place extraordinary value on these corpse crystals, though we remain ignorant of their purpose. To us they are worthless. Better to spend them now, fortifying ourselves with arms. I trust that no matter how the apocalypse unfolds, firearms, the crowning achievement of human ingenuity, will not soon become obsolete. And commerce is reciprocal. Their true aim is clearly to amass corpse crystals. Should their wares prove subpar, their trade will collapse, and they will bear the consequence. I refuse to believe the leader of a shelter boasting such firepower is a fool peddling a one-time scam. The strategist paused, then gave a quiet, thoughtful nod. Similar deliberations unfolded simultaneously across nearby shelters. All began gathering corpse crystals and calculating which exchanges would yield optimal returns. Though many voiced questions about these strange artifacts, no one offered answers. Some even suspected their significance, but none grasped the full truth. None could discern precisely what that significance entailed. Thus most resigned themselves better to trade them for food and survive than starve while seeking answers. Survival, after all, bought time, the only currency needed to eventually uncover the crystal's true nature. Elsewhere, Sun Tianming sat with 8 classmates, 5 young men and 3 young women, eating breakfast inside his shelter. It was meager fare, 8 dense black loaves and a single small cup of water per person. Each student nibbled cautiously at their loaf, its dry rock-hard texture nearly inedible. With so little water, swallowing proved impossible. They resorted to moistening each morsel with the last drops of saliva before forcing it down. Sun Tianming watched silently, then spoke. My apologies, the disaster struck so suddenly yesterday that one of our storage warehouses was destroyed. Otherwise we wouldn't be reduced to bread. We should be eating instant noodles with sausages for breakfast. Hearing him, no one dared show resentment. Instead, they hurriedly replied. It's fine, it's fine. Everyone's struggling, we understand. Exactly. Exactly. Vice Class Leader Sun is thinking ahead, for all our futures. That's right. It's already generous of him to take us in. Ha ha. Still, I wonder what Jian Yu's up to right now. Already dead, perhaps. Hey, could be. That guy always acted so aloof. Vice Class Leader Sun offered him help without holding past grudges, yet he refused. Put. What more is there to say about someone like that? From now on, every time I see him, I'll spit. Just to uphold Vice Class Leader Sun's honor. Sun Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly, savoring this immersive, unfiltered wave of sycophantic adulation. That in truth was why he'd invited these classmates here. Did he truly need their money? He sought only that feeling, and after absorbing their effusive praise, the faint irritation sparked by their earlier discontent gently dissolved. What the hell, I thought the internet was down. How could it recover so quickly? Can the refuge of the Flame Exchange use corpse crystals for supplies? While everyone was watching, Sun Tianming's expression, a bold classmate suddenly noticed the scene. What? Is it for real? As soon as these words were spoken, the other classmates immediately took out their phones, discovering that they could actually go online, instantly filled with excitement. Wow. We can really go online. Look at this forum, you can even exchange for food. What? You can trade for handguns and grenades. Hearing the classmates, Sun Tianming was momentarily taken aback. He quickly took out his phone, glanced at it, then stood up and walked straight to the other side. Seeing Sun Tianming leave, the classmates also relaxed slightly and began discussing loudly. Sun Tianming went to his father Sun Xiang's room. Inside the room, a faint aroma of meat wafted through the air. On his father's table there was a steamer of dumplings, a bowl of porridge and 2 tea eggs. As the leader of this refuge, the food naturally differed from others. Sun Xiang was excitedly looking at his phone. Dad. Sun Tianming's call of dad brought him back from the world of his phone. What's up? Did the class meeting end? Is there something wrong? Dad, you must have seen it too, that post? I saw it. For someone to accomplish this on the second day of the apocalypse, it seems they had long-term preparations before it happened. The refuge of the flame, I really want to see who their leader is. So what do you plan to do next? I've already asked Xiaoli and the others to count the corpse crystals and find a time to exchange for supplies. Dad. Since this refuge has so many supplies, what if we join forces with others? Sun Tianming hesitated to ask. No way. If they dare to sell, they aren't afraid of you stealing or even robbing. Don't think of such absurd ideas in the future. Sun Xiong scolded angrily upon hearing Sun Tianming's thoughts about the refuge of the flame. He didn't even think it through. The fact that they dared to sell you weapons shows they aren't afraid of you turning around and attacking them. Sun Xiong felt quite disappointed in his son at that moment. Seeing the hint of disappointment in his father's eyes, Sun Tianming felt he couldn't say anything more. After saying a few more words, he left. However, as he turned, the glimmer in his eyes revealed his ambition. Back with his classmates, Sun Tianming noticed they were staring at their phones in shock, whispering among themselves. What are you guys looking at? So engrossed. Sun Tianming asked. Deputy class leader's son, look, doesn't this person look like Zhang Yu? A chubby male classmate handed the phone forward. Sun Tianming was startled to see an image of someone showing off a rich breakfast with Zhang Yu caught in the corner while getting his meal. It really looks like him. Sun Tianming was taken aback. What's going on? Does this guy actually live in a refuge? Is it not a scam? The crowd who had been discussing fell silent upon seeing Sun Tianming's expression change for the worse, immediately closing their mouths. It must just be a coincidence. There's no way someone like Zhang Yu could get into such a high-end refuge. Yeah. Maybe it's just someone who looks like him. Listening to the classmates' discussion, Sun Tianming seemed to be pondering something. Tomorrow my father will go to exchange for supplies. Let's go with him and see what the situation is. But how could Zhang Yu be so lucky? Just as Sun Tianming was deep in thought, his phone rang. Seeing who it was, Sun Tianming's expression changed and he walked to the side holding his phone. The classmates saw Sun Tianming's expression change brilliantly and they all closed their mouths looking at each other. At the entrance of the refuge of the flame, the androids had set up their stalls early with a large batch of supplies placed behind the door ready for immediate use. Soon the first person came to exchange items. This person limped over covered in dried foul-smelling blood, contrasting sharply with the clean and tidy clothes of the androids. Hello, this is the Flame Exchange Shop. What would you like to exchange for? I have 4 corpse crystals, what can I get for them? The person asked in a hoarse voice. The androids were silent for a moment before responding. Based on your condition, I suggest you exchange 2 corpse crystals for medical supplies, 1 corpse crystal for a nutritional meal, and 1 corpse crystal for an energy block. Can I really exchange for medical supplies? Normally you can't, but since you're the first, I'll consider it a welcome gift. The android smiled. Alright, let's do it as you suggested. The android nodded slightly and then collected the corpse crystals, starting the 2 minutes later, a box of antibiotics, a box of painkillers, a bottle of anti-inflammatory medication, a bottle of disinfectant, a roll of bandages, and 2 plastic containers with a bottle of water were all packed together and handed to him. After receiving the items, the person swallowed hard. At the moment the items were taken out, he smelled the aroma of meat. Can I eat on the side? He cautiously asked. Yes, just don't disturb us. Thank you. After saying this, the person quickly went to a large tree, opened the meal box, swiftly revealing a nutritional meal filled to the brim with rice. There were also 3 large pieces of braised pork, a large duck leg, a piece of fried chicken breast, and 2 types of vegetables, all piled high in the meal box, making it quite heavy. The other box contained 4 dark jelly-like rectangular blocks, which appeared to be the so-called energy blocks. Without hesitation, he immediately grabbed a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. The braised pork was tender and delicious, melting in the mouth, and he swallowed a piece within seconds, quickly digging into the rice. In the next moment, he entered full-on eating mode. In just a few minutes, a meal box weighing 3 pounds was completely cleared out. The contents were thoroughly clean to the point that if it had been a plate, it likely wouldn't need washing, as there was no grease left, all licked clean. 5 minutes of eating, half an hour of licking the box. After finishing the meal, he gulped down the remaining half bottle of water, put down the bottle, and carefully returned it to the bag. Water resources are currently quite precious, so it's better to drink less if possible. With the first person making an exchange, more and more people came to exchange afterwards. As time passed, dusk arrived, yet the line for exchanges remained endless. People formed a long queue in front of the exchange point, fully aware of their purpose. How slow? Why are there so many people? Why is there only one exchange point open? Can't they open a few more? Are they afraid we won't be able to exchange? Exactly, this is typical bureaucracy. If I didn't have no other place to buy things, I wouldn't have walked several kilometers to exchange. Why can't I exchange? Isn't this money? Why can't money be exchanged? Don't you know it's illegal to refuse currency? A voice from the front of the line resonated loudly. Hearing this, everyone perked up and turned to see what would happen next. No matter the time, watching a commotion has always been a major hobby and trait of humanity. They enjoy observing any spectacle, including but not limited to animal mating, hoof trimming, carpet cleaning, and construction work. As long as the commotion has nothing to do with them, it's the best. Elderly lady, our exchange rules are clear. We only accept corpse crystals for exchange. Do you think money is still useful? Hurry up and take it away, don't delay others from exchanging. The person responsible for exchanges said with a frown. If it weren't for Jiang Ye's order to not act hastily, he would have punched her away. I don't care about your rules. I'm buying your goods with money. If you don't sell, then you're breaking the law. I can completely. Then call the police. Let's see if they come. The robot replied with a laugh. Is this how you respect the elderly? Did your elders not teach you what manners are? The elderly lady immediately changed the topic and shouted loudly as if the loudest voice had the most reason. Manners. Manners depend on who you're speaking to. For someone like you, it's better to be impolite. The robot replied calmly. Then he shouted towards the crowd behind the elderly lady. As long as this elderly lady does not leave, we will halt the distribution of supplies. The exchange will continue when she leaves. After hearing this, the atmosphere among the crowd behind the elderly lady began to shift. They transformed from spectators to participants in the commotion. The elderly lady was momentarily taken aback by this declaration, but upon recalling her identity she felt fearless. After all, she was an elder. If I lie down on the ground, who dares to move me? I say, who doesn't have money? If it could be exchanged for money, we would have taken the money already. Why wait for you? Are you the only clever one? Exactly, some people really become more shameless as they age. Do you not have a shred of compassion? Is it interesting for a group of grown men to say such things about an elderly lady? But thinking carefully, she is an elderly lady. With so many supplies in the shelter, what harm would it do to give her a... It wouldn't hurt you at all. Exactly, the traditional virtue of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young has been discarded by them. Countless voices erupted from the crowd, some voicing condemnation, some in agreement, and others speaking out to defend the elderly lady against the shelter's actions. Hearing the support, the elderly lady felt a surge of joy within her. She quickly lay down. Oh my, what sins have I committed? I can't even buy things with money now. Oh heavens, are you trying to kill me? I have several grandchildren at home waiting for their meals. After lying down, the elderly lady immediately began to wail for her parents. As she narrated her misfortune, her cries grew louder and she intermittently pretended to wipe her tears. Seeing the elderly lady in such a pitiable state, the attitudes of most young people began to shift and they looked at her with concern, while a few young girls secretly wiped their tears. Such a pitiful elderly lady. I didn't expect she had to support so many people. Just give her some. How pitiful, aren't you ashamed of yourself? Do you have no parents? If your mother were this pitiful, how would you feel? People's hearts have become so selfish. This era is destined to become increasingly selfish. Thinking back to our past, it was truly mutual assistance. As the voices of the queue grew louder and more intense, the several robots responsible for the exchanges seemed to hear nothing, discussing their upcoming work arrangements instead. Seeing the heads of the shelter so cold-blooded without any reaction, the crowd became furious. If you don't help this poor elderly lady today, we won't exchange either. Don't you want the corpse crystals? Well, I won't give them and I won't exchange. Let's see what you do. Yes, exactly. Everyone unite. As long as we stand together, we can help the elderly lady seek justice. Yes, exactly. Among the crowd there were genuine altruists, but also some who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to see how the shelter would deal with the situation. If they could receive something for free, their options would greatly increase. Just as the crowd was arguing, a burly man standing behind the elderly lady pushed her aside and placed 5 corpse crystals on the table. If she doesn't exchange, I will. The man said in a thunderous voice. You're looking for death. How dare you push me? Do you believe that I? The elderly lady was about to curse when she caught sight of a burly man over 2 meters tall coldly staring at her. Since you won't exchange, then don't block others' paths. As the saying goes, a good dog doesn't block the road. At your age, don't you know not to be a burden to others? The man's tone was serious. You. The elderly lady wanted to say more, but upon seeing the dried blood and muscles on the man and his fierce tiger-like gaze, even the elderly lady knew this person was not to be trifled with, and she immediately backed away while muttering, simple-minded, strong-limbed. Are you the only one? The robot looked at the burly man, then at the bloodstained corpse crystals, and his anxious eyes sighed, accepted the crystals and asked. I have 2 children. The man said. Then I suggest you exchange for 2 nutrition meals, 1 for you and 1 for each of your 2 children. Don't worry, our nutrition meals are very substantial, a child can't finish one. Then exchange for a medicine with 1 corpse crystal, as the children are weak and need prevention, and use the remaining 2 for 2 energy blocks. In total, that's 5 corpse crystals. Do you agree? The robot thought briefly and replied, okay, then thank you for your cooperation. The man did not hesitate and directly agreed, as he had no other options. His children had not eaten for 2 days, and while others had food stored, it was not exchangeable like this. Alright, just a moment. Soon the androids behind began to package the necessary items for the burly man. 10 years in the army, just recently discharged. The burly man chuckled. By your appearance, you must be a soldier king. The android asked. Not bad, I secured first place in the Rabbit Eagle military competition. Well, that's quite impressive. After a few exchanges, the packaging was completed and the android handed him the bag. If you're interested, come to our shelter. I believe our commander would like you. Sure. The burly man did not agree but spoke ambiguously as he was unaware of the shelter's true nature. Also be careful, it's not the time to be careless. I know. A glint of fierce light flashed in the burly man's eyes as he tightly gripped the bag and walked away. Unlike the shelter, the burly man was alone. They could come and seek trouble because the shelter was vast and they couldn't escape. However, in this apocalyptic world he was just one man. Even if he did something, no one would care. As the burly man left, the android inquired, is there anyone else who wants to exchange? Or will you all wait for this elderly woman to finish? Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly turned their ire towards the android. They began to curse again. Don't you have a shred of compassion? This elderly person is already so pitiful, what harm is there in giving her something? The Buddha says it is good to help others. Why don't you understand any reason? Soon the shouting erupted once more and Jian Yu, who was inside the base, also heard the news from Jarvis. Watching the footage on the monitor, Jian Yu sneered. This is moral coercion while staging a coup. If I agree this time, the future exchange process will become even more difficult. If the other side can casually call upon any elderly person to exchange for free, what meaning does this exchange booth have? I might as well just open the warehouse and let them take whatever they want. However, seeing the shouting outside growing louder, a good solution was indeed needed. In contemplation, Jiang Yu noticed that night was approaching, which was unsafe. He then instructed Jarvis. Our commander has decided that since no one wants to exchange, let it be. Also, since it's getting late, let's call it a day. We still have to go back for dinner. That's it, everyone disperse. Hearing Jarvis' instructions, the android almost burst out laughing. They had been prepared for overtime with such a long queue, but unexpectedly this elderly woman had provided them with an opportunity to leave early. The android's words instantly silenced everyone present. Then a louder uproar erupted. No way. If you leave, we'll go hungry tonight. Leave. We haven't exchanged anything yet. Why would we leave? Some of us haven't eaten in 3 days. Do you expect us to go hungry? Upon hearing that the exchange point was about to close, the crowd queued up became agitated. We've been queuing all afternoon and you just say it's cancelled. Are you joking? Oh. Didn't you say you wouldn't exchange unless the elderly woman got something for free? I'm not giving anything for free. Then don't exchange. If you want to exchange, come back tomorrow. Don't worry, the supplies are sufficient. Everyone, I wish you a pleasant evening in advance. Instantly, everyone was dumbfounded. They hadn't expected that merely trying to stage moral coercion for some gain would result in the exchange point being closed. If they couldn't get anything today, many of them would have to go hungry for another night. They were supposed to be able to eat dinner, but now, having helped this elderly woman with a few words, they ended up with nothing. Having finished speaking, the androids began to pack up their things. One moved the table, another the chair, one opened the door, and another stood guard with a gun. Within a minute, they entered the shelter. Then those outside the iron bars saw piles of food and instant noodles inside, and their eyes turned red with envy. You can't leave. If you leave, give us the food. Yes, that's right, we want to eat. In an instant, the crowd exchanging goods erupted into a riot. Overcome by hunger, they disregarded everything, pushing tightly against the iron gate as if trying to enter the shelter. What are you doing? All of you back off or we will open fire. 2 androids with submachine guns shouted fiercely. Seeing the submachine guns, the crowd was initially frightened, but gradually under the cloud of hunger they felt relieved. However, someone suddenly shouted from behind. What are you afraid of? Do they dare to shoot? If they do, they would be killing people. Do they dare? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a daze. Indeed, what could they do? No matter how powerful they were or how many weapons they had, they wouldn't dare to shoot. This was a society governed by law. Injuring someone meant taking responsibility. Then they began to crowd and shout again. Seeing this scene, the 2 armed androids were instantly filled with rage. They raised their guns and fired at the legs of the people in front, their shots ringing out violently. They were not humans but androids, and their orders were to obey Jiang Yu's every command. In an instant, the submachine guns unleashed a torrent of fire into the thighs of those at the front. Ah! They really shot. Run! Damn it, these people really dare to shoot. Call the authorities, hurry and call the authorities. Ah! It hurt so much. How dare you! After a moment, aside from those hit in the legs, everyone else had fled to behind the large trees dozens of meters away. Fortunately, the androids had only fired for a few seconds. Otherwise, if they were determined to sweep the area, none would have escaped. The dozen or so people hit in the legs were now cradling their wounds, wailing. Help! Help! I don't want to die. Save me, save me. Don't you want crystal cores? Here, take them all, take them all. I'm sorry. Help me, I have a lot of money. May you all not die well for daring to shoot at civilians. You are definitely a bunch of bandits. In an instant, various voices flooded the android's ears. But so what? They were merely androids, not real humans, and did not possess many human emotions. You may continue to call out recklessly. Zombies are highly sensitive to sound at night. The louder you shout, the more zombies will gather. By then you won't even be able to escape. The synthetic human scoffed and turned away, resuming his watch over the shelter. He did not believe anyone would dare to break in after the warning shots. The people outside turned pale upon hearing this. Indeed. At night zombies are even more ferocious, as stated in that guidepost. If they really attracted the zombies, those of them who couldn't walk would be doomed. In an instant they closed their mouths, enduring the pain and dragging their exhausted bodies to the shade of a tree. Meanwhile, the group hiding behind was also stunned. They exchanged fearful glances. If zombies really came, they would nearly be the zombies' midnight snack. Moreover, it's better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. If it were true, they would truly be finished. At this moment many of their eyes were filled with deep regret. Clearly, if they had just followed the rules, everything would have been fine. Why did they meddle and help that old lady when they weren't even full? Ultimately it was their greed. If they hadn't been greedy, they might have already enjoyed a delicious meal by now. Thinking of this, many of them glared angrily at the shameless old lady. As if sensing the unusual gazes from others, the old lady shouted, "What are you staring at? I didn't shoot you, go find the one who did." The old lady glared fiercely and then left, not knowing where she was heading. "Oof. Go back and call my son and the others. I want to see if you can shoot us all dead when my whole family comes to cause a scene," the old lady mumbled furiously. With her departure, everyone present fell into deep regret. Many wished they could slap themselves, wondering why they had spoken up. Not only did they not receive the old lady's gratitude, but they also risked going without food at night. Those few who were shot in the thigh were even in danger of losing their lives. However, the event had already occurred and they had no way out. If they shouted too loudly and attracted the zombies, it would truly be their end. The shelter was merely a cue for them. Zombies actually eat people. At this moment they could only pray that the exchange booths at the shelter would set up early tomorrow so they could eat sooner. Soon night fell and most people climbed to the treetops, planning to sleep there for the night. Now that night had descended, it was too dangerous to walk back. A careless move could turn one into a zombie's dinner, and many had walked several kilometers to get here. Walking back and then returning tomorrow would be too exhausting. So staying here was better. Perhaps the leader of the shelter would be in a good mood and open the late-night snack service. Just as they began to fantasize, at the entrance of the shelter the old lady returned to a tent at the foot of the mountain. Inside, 5 burly men were crowded together. Among them were 3 of her sons, her husband, and a younger brother. "Mom, sis, did you manage to buy anything?" Upon seeing the old lady return, her younger brother and sons couldn't help but immediately ask. "No, the damned shelter wouldn't allow us to exchange money." Seeing the expectant looks of the big men, the old lady's anger flared. "Damn it, they won't even accept money. Do they want us to kill that zombie? That disgusting thing. I would never touch it even if I died." The old lady's younger brother's expression grew cold as he shouted, "How can you still say that? You're a grown man and still need me to feed you. You're just a waste." "Oof. Don't forget you swore in front of our parents that as long as you're alive you will support me. You also have to help me find a wife in the future. You. I really must have been cursed to meet someone like you. Oof. Do you think I want to meet you? If it weren't for your family dragging me down, I might be a member of a foreign royal family by now, living a life of luxury and surrounded by beautiful women. You." The old lady was so enraged she couldn't find words, only able to sigh helplessly as she sat down heavily. "Alright, it's fine if we didn't exchange anything tomorrow. Let's kill a few zombies in exchange for a meal." The old lady's husband clearly had seen this kind of situation many times and intervened to mediate. "No way. We haven't eaten for a few days. We're almost starving to death. We have to wait until tomorrow to kill zombies and then exchange for food. You might as well wait until I starve to death before you exchange anything." The old lady's younger brother immediately "By the way, Dad, I just saw a man coming down with a bag of stuff. It looked like he exchanged for quite a lot. Should we go ask him for a bit? Borrow. Who at this time would still have extra food to lend? Just getting you to leave would be giving you face, and you still want to borrow. Then what to do? We can't just starve to death, can we?" The second son asked. "Hey, third brother, aren't you a college student? Think of a way. Come on, you are the only one in this family who has been to school and even went to college. Everyone has high expectations of you. We thought that with you we would be free from worry, but before that day came, the apocalypse struck. When I was in college, I remember a lawyer nicknamed the Outlaw said when you feel your life is threatened and the law cannot help you, there is one last resort left, and that is to commit a crime. Perhaps today is the time for us to take that last resort." The third brother said calmly. "Alright, as expected of the third brother, you found a solution right away. Since even the great lawyer said it's fine, then there must be no problem. In that case, tonight we must reluctantly take that last resort," the eldest said in a serious tone. He. As expected of someone who has studied the law, is truly understood thoroughly. But that man isn't easy to deal with. He's a retired soldier. We need to bring some weapons," the old lady said. "Let's each take a stick, Mom. You attract his attention, and while he's unprepared we'll swarm him. As long as we all go together, no matter what his background, he will still kneel before us. Even the best of martial artists can be beaten. The third brother continued, hey, you all go ahead, just don't count me in. I'm a cultured person. The aunt's younger brother lay in the corner leaning against a pile of clothes lazily sneering. Seeing their uncle like this, the younger generation could hardly say anything, only furrowing their brows in extreme displeasure, agreeing to let their uncle stay inside the tent. They went to seize supplies. After a brief discussion, the second brother led them armed with weapons to an abandoned shipping container. The large door of the container was open and a waft of delicious meat aroma drifted out. Gulp. Their stomachs, having gone hungry for days, immediately began to growl. Then the group exchanged glances. The ant stealthily approached the opposite side of the container door and shouted loudly, oh dear, my leg. My leg is broken. The sons hid beside the container while the ant fell in a position diagonally against the container's entrance. This way the big man coming out wouldn't be able to see the several sons and husband behind him. After hearing the ants shout, the strong man did not come out immediately. Instead, he stood at the entrance of the container holding a dim light from his phone illuminated by the bright moonlight. Is it you? What are you doing at my door? The strong man's expression grew cold upon seeing the ant collapsed at the entrance. He vividly remembered the ant's earlier rudeness. I came to ask you for some food. I was so hungry when I came down just now that I accidentally fell, and since I couldn't get any food, I had no choice but to come to you. Please have pity on me and give me something to eat. The ant spoke with tears and a pitiful expression. The strong man looked at her, frowning tightly. There's nothing left, we've eaten it all. You can go swap for some tomorrow. After saying this, he intended to turn back. Seeing the strong man about to leave, the ant quickly shouted again, then at least give me some painkillers, otherwise if I have to endure the pain all night I might just die from it. I'm at such an old age and I have to take care of 4 grandchildren, it's not easy for me. As if struck by sorrow, the ant's expression became even more mournful, her crying growing louder as she occasionally wiped the corners of her eyes as if brushing away tears. However, the strong man, being a retired soldier, could not bear to witness such a scene. Even though the ant had a bad history, the belief that soldiers serve the people was deeply rooted in his heart, causing him to struggle for a moment. Finally, with a helpless sigh, he returned inside, fetched a box of painkillers, stepped out of the container and walked toward the ant. Seeing the strong man emerge from the container, a glimmer of excitement flashed in the ant's eyes. Thank you. You are truly a good person. The ant, while being helped up, had a beaming smile on her face. Oh, whoever marries you would be incredibly lucky. It's just a pity I don't have a sister or daughter, otherwise I would let her marry you. The ant maintained the strong man's gaze while her children secretly rushed into the container, swiftly capturing the child who was sleeping inside. Wow. Dad, who are you? Sister, Dad, save me. Bastards, let go of my sister, let her go. Xiao Chung Xiao Bai. The strong man immediately turned back upon hearing the familiar shrill screams, only to see a scene that made his heart ache. His 2 daughters were actually being held down with sticks, their heads bowed. What do you want? The strong man was furious, his muscles tensed and his expression turned extremely fierce. At this moment he resembled a ferocious tiger ready to pounce on its prey and tear them apart. Stop. If you don't want anything to happen to them, stop right there. The ant immediately shouted behind the strong man. It's you. How could you? The strong man looked at the ant with disbelief, unable to fathom how wicked a person could be. That's right, it's me. But to put it plainly, it's all your fault. Who told you to keep all the supplies for yourself, leaving me starving until now? So if you don't give it to me, I'll just take it. It's not against the law anyway. Not against the law. What you're doing is threatening, intimidating, and robbing. You think you're not breaking the law? The strong man gritted his teeth. Ha ha ha. Don't you know the saying of the lawless bandit? The third son coldly repeated the famous line of the lawless bandit upon hearing the strong man's words. You. Hearing such an explanation, even the iron-blooded soldier was momentarily stunned. Fallacious reasoning. You're distorting the facts. The strong man shouted angrily. Poof. So what if I am? Big guy, I'm only giving you one chance to hand over all the food or I'll let them die right here. What beautiful little girls they are. If they end up with a few scars on their faces, their lives will be ruined forever. Hearing their words, the strong man gritted his teeth tightly as if he would shatter them, yet found himself powerless to act. Take it. The stuff is on the table inside, just grab it and leave quickly. The strong man said through clenched teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. Since he became the king of soldiers who dared to threaten him. Even the chief instructor of the Eagle Head country, after mocking him a bit, was pressed into the ground by him. But unexpectedly, after retiring, this group of ordinary people dared to threaten him with his own daughter. It felt like a tiger falling to the plains being bullied by dogs. The third son, hearing that the items were over there, immediately ran over, quickly grabbed the bag and came to the door, giving a slight nod to his parents and 2 older brothers. Just as they were about to leave, they heard countless hungry roars coming from behind them. Instinctively they turned around, and in an instant several sons wet their pants. What did they see? An endless army of zombies was advancing toward them. Under the moonlight they looked like demons that had just emerged from hell, sending chills down their spines. Mom, zombies. So many zombies. Seeing so many zombies, the sons instantly turned pale with fear, reflexively releasing the girl in their hands. Dad. The frightened little girl immediately ran into her father's arms. The strongman heart-aching picked them up and then looked seriously at the surrounding zombies, rapidly thinking about where to go. Meanwhile, Jianyu, who had just finished a late-night snack and was about to sleep, suddenly received a warning from Jarvis. Sir, there are hundreds of zombies moving 1 kilometer away from the shelter. If we don't stop them in time, they might rush. Upon hearing Jarvis' words, Jianyu was instantly wide awake. After some thought, he began assigning tasks. We can't let them get close, we need to draw the battlefield away. Jarvis, gather 100 combat-type androids, 50 support-type and 50 medical-type. Get on the vehicle. As Jianyu assigned tasks, the androids quickly suited up, armed themselves and boarded the large truck. Passers-by were astonished at the scene. They were also puzzled, wondering why a mission was being launched at night. Isn't it said that zombies are more dangerous at night? All units advance. Jianyu shouted loudly from inside the bus. Go, go. In the next moment, the base gates opened and the androids outside simultaneously opened the iron gates. The crowd outside the base shocked watched as 6 fully armed modified vehicles left the shelter. The survivors outside the shelter were also puzzled, wondering what kind of mission required such heavy armament at this late hour. At the same time, the elderly woman at the center of the zombie horde was terrified and lost. They quickly ran towards the shelter. Deep down they believed that as long as the shelter opened its doors for them, they would be safe. As they passed their tent, the elderly woman shouted for her brother to come out quickly. The zombies were coming. Her brother, appearing impatient, stepped out of the tent and said with annoyance, "Is that for real? Are there zombies here? You're not trying to trick me into thinking you can't find food, are you?" Hearing her brother say this, the elderly woman knew it was useless to argue, so she grabbed his hand and ran back. Once outside the tent, her brother finally saw the zombies behind them, their appearance ghastly under the moonlight. What the hell? Seeing this, the elderly woman's brother immediately sprinted ahead. Thus the crowd continued to race up the hill. Thud. Damn. Just as they were about to leave the main road for a side path, the elderly woman's brother, out of breath from lack of exercise, fell straight to the ground. He pulled the elderly woman down with him. Useless thing, get up. It hurts, sis, my knee hurts. The elderly woman was startled and looked over to see a scrape on his knee, bleeding slightly. You foolish child, it's just a scratch. Why scream so loud? Can't you get up and run? Is this just a scratch? I'm still a child, just 456 months old. What if the wound doesn't heal? Her brother shouted angrily. Hearing his frantic voice, the elderly woman shook her head bitterly, then said nothing as she pulled him to run. However, just as the elderly woman wanted to quicken her pace, she tripped over a stone she hadn't seen. Her brother fell as well due to her stumble. What the hell? My last injury isn't even healed yet, why did you fall? Just falling isn't enough, why did you have to take me down with you? Her brother shouted. The elderly woman, having fallen, found it hard to catch her breath for a moment, but her strong will to survive pushed her to struggle and get back up. But without a support point, she was slow to rise. When she looked at her brother, he was just about to reach out his hand. Roar! During the time they hesitated, the zombies caught up. Sensing the foul odor of the zombies behind them and their decaying hands close at hand, the elderly woman's brother immediately broke free from his sister's grip and ran quickly towards his brother-in-law. He kept muttering, "Sister, I still need to carry on the family line. I can't die, I can't die." Because he let go, the elderly woman fell to the ground again. At that moment he completely forgot his sister was behind him, the one who had always protected him, now struggling to get up. Seeing this, the elderly woman was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly, her aging narrow eyes filled with sorrow. In the end, as if resigning to fate, she no longer tried to get up and let the approaching zombies tear into her plump body mercilessly. Soon the elderly woman's tragic screams echoed throughout the highway entrance. Mom! Wife! The son and husband walking ahead were also filled with shock and sadness upon witnessing this. What did they see? Their mother and wife, whom their brother cherished like a jewel, had been abandoned by him to escape alone. You bastard! As her husband, he was the first unable to hold back, landing a punch directly on his brother's face. Bang! The solid punch hit his brother's face, leaving him shocked. Once he recovered, he roared angrily. Bastard, I'm the only child in my family, how dare you hit me? Do you want my sister to die with her eyes closed? Only child. I have 3 sons, aren't they your family's bloodline? What are you even worth? How dare you treat my wife this way? I'll kill you. Dad. Dad. Stop it. Zombies are coming. As her husband, he nearly lost control, while the 3 sons immediately shouted loudly upon witnessing this. Now was not the time to fight. If they weren't careful and got surrounded by zombies, they would all die. A burly man holding his daughter nearby also saw this scene and couldn't help but feel deeply moved. The elderly woman had given everything to ensure her family was well fed and well cared for, yet in the end it was her own brother who brought about her demise. How ironic and ridiculous. Lost in thought, he quickened his pace towards the shelter. Halfway there, he heard the ground shaking and the roar of engines. They're coming. The burly man's eyes lit up as he saw the modified vehicles rushing through the forest. Reinforcements are coming, reinforcements are coming. The eldest son, hearing the roar, immediately understood that the shelter had sent someone to rescue them. He rushed towards the source of the sound with a joyful expression. Poof! The elderly woman's husband snorted coldly and hurried to follow. After being advised by his sons, he also realized that now was not the time for fighting. Preserving their lives was the most important. TCH. The elderly woman's brother scoffed disdainfully and quickly followed. Is this the shelter that doesn't sell supplies? If I'm not satisfied, I'll report him. I want to see if his rules are tougher than public opinion. This is not a crime. I am merely driven to desperation, which is different from those who commit crimes willingly. The younger brother murmured as he ran. At the same time, he was contemplating what to extort next. As the modified vehicles of the shelter whizzed by, the burly man noticed the grim expressions of the heavily armed combatants on board. How come I've never heard any news about such a well-equipped team during my time in the army? Besides, they don't seem to be Where did the owner of this shelter find these born warriors? To see more clearly, the burly man didn't run far but hid behind a large tree, staring intently at the modified vehicles. He wanted to assess the combat prowess of this armed group. It's strange, it's only the second day yet so many zombies have come here. Jiang Yu looked at the zombie tide before him, muttering in confusion, make it quick, let's resolve this in 10 minutes. Fire at Jiang Yu shouted loudly. Yes. The artificial humans immediately responded to Jiang Yu's command. Then 6 modified vehicles drove side by side and dozens of people began to throw high explosive grenades. Boom. Boom. Instantly, under the terrifying strength of the artificial humans, the grenades were thrown dozens of meters away, landing right in the midst of the zombie horde, accompanied by the explosive sounds that shook the heavens. The horde of zombies, originally numbering in the hundreds, was reduced by 2/3 in an instant, with most of them blown to pieces. The enormous explosions also attracted the attention of those outside the shelter, who turned their puzzled gazes toward the source of the blasts. Due to being on a highway, the width was limited, and with the zombies too densely packed, a single high explosive grenade caused maximum area damage. If their formation had been looser, the grenade's effectiveness would have been significantly reduced. Seeing that the effect of the high explosive grenade far surpassed expectations, and with the zombies starting to spread out, Jiang Yu immediately commanded them to open fire. As the modified vehicles approached, the artificial humans opened fire with submachine guns. Tat tat tat. Puff puff puff. What is this? The burly man who was watching the commotion was stunned. Their aim is so precise, it's as if a single shot is enough to blow the head off a zombie. These people are so accurate even with submachine guns. Almost every shot hit a zombie without wasting a single bullet. Most importantly, this was at night with only the moonlight for visibility, yet they maintained such accuracy. The burly man's astonishment wasn't over. He watched as the zombies were mowed down by the artificial humans' gunfire like wheat being harvested. In just a few minutes, dozens of artificial humans had shot down the zombies, each one falling with a bullet to the head, and they had hardly fired a second round. It was all one-shot kills. As the army king, the burly man couldn't help but wonder if these people were a secret military unit cultivated by the state. Their execution and combat effectiveness surpassed that of ordinary special forces. Even he, being the king of soldiers, didn't feel he could overpower them. Then he saw nearly 100 people disembarking from the modified vehicles, each wielding long knives and bags, while those in the other vehicles turned on their headlights, illuminating the previously fought area. As the lights illuminated the scene, everyone finally saw what lay there. Aside from a few enormous charred pits in the center, the remaining zombies lay scattered haphazardly. The area after the zombie slaughter was clean and neat, as if it were a meticulously arranged slaughter scene. The people who got off the vehicle immediately sliced open the zombies' heads, extracting the corpse crystals inside and carelessly tossing them. With nearly 100 people working together to extract these hundreds of zombies, were quickly dealt with. In the end, the burly man saw a young man shout loudly. Leave one vehicle to guard, the rest return. Yes. Then 5 modified vehicles quickly departed, leaving one vehicle and its soldiers to incinerate the zombies. After ensuring that every zombie was burning, the modified vehicle finally drove away. As the burly man watched the last modified vehicle depart, he contemplated that it had taken them about half an hour to complete their mission. In half an hour, they not only killed the zombies but also extracted the corpse crystals and burned the bodies. What terrifying efficiency and execution! If it were himself leading the team, could he achieve such efficiency? That young man, is he their commander? The burly man recalled Jiang Yu, who orchestrated everything, murmuring. Watching the modified vehicle fade into the distance, the burly man pondered for a moment, then quickly ran toward the shelter holding 2 children. Behind him, the husband of the aunt looked mournfully at his wife, who had been eaten beyond recognition, and then at the disdainful little brother beside him, feeling an anger rising within and ready to give him a good beating. Hey, I'm telling you, if you dare to hit me, be careful that my sister won't rest in peace. The younger brother sneered, as if anticipating that his sister's husband wouldn't dare to lay a hand on him. The husband clenched his fists tightly and took several deep breaths. Then he walked towards the entrance of the shelter with his 3 sons. It was no longer safe here. The safest place was undoubtedly at the entrance of the large shelter. Poof. The younger brother snickered and slowly followed. On the other side, those outside the shelter heard the rumbling sounds from outside, and everyone's heart was in their throats. Could it be that the zombies have surged in? However, after the rumbling ceased, they saw the modified vehicles returning intact. Many people breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that tonight might be a bit more peaceful. Half an hour later, 5 weary men arrived at the entrance of the shelter, where they saw many people. Most were perched in trees while some lingered in the grass. So many people. The younger brother, who had come here for the first time, looked around curiously at the occasional glimmers of phone lights. He then walked straight towards the entrance of the shelter, gazing at the enormous helipad and parking lot inside as well as the patrolling personnel passing by, his eyes filled with longing. Isn't this the place he has always dreamed of? As long as he could get inside, he wouldn't have to suffer outside anymore. He began to ponder how he could enter. The idle personnel outside the base were quietly waiting for dawn while inside the base. Most people had finished work and dinner, some were playing on their phones while others were wandering around the base visiting every place they could. They were so leisurely that they didn't even know Jiang Yu and the others had just gone out to hunt zombies. After returning to the base, Jiang Yu brought the corpse crystal back to his room while the androids were processing the aftermath. Jarvis, can you trace where this batch of zombies came from tonight? Back in the base, Jiang Yu felt increasingly uneasy. It was only the second day, how could such a large batch of zombies appear in this desolate area? Logically, there should be a few days before the zombie tide left the city for other places. Sir, after comparison, it seems they came from a village approximately 10 kilometers away. A village 10 kilometers away. Jiang Yu looked at the surveillance footage on the computer, furrowing his brow. This group of zombies seems to be migrating with a purpose, it's just that I don't know their specific target. Jarvis, start monitoring the movements of all groups of zombies migrating within a radius of 200 miles. If any large-scale migrations occur, again report and track them immediately. Within a 200-mile radius, it is precisely the coverage area of the shelter's signal tower. Within this range, Jarvis is invincible, able to monitor all traces at any time. All right, sir. Jarvis replied, and then Jiang Yu lay on the bed, played a game for a while and soon fell into a deep sleep under the blanket. The next day, Jiang Yu woke from a deep sleep and signed in as usual. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a powerful penetrating bullet head production line. After briefly looking at the introduction, Jiang Yu nodded slightly. It's acceptable, let's produce a small amount for now, otherwise 2 corpse crystals won't be enough. Then Jiang Yu went to the control room. He took a quick look at all the indicators of the shelter and checked the surveillance of various locations. The exchange booth at the entrance had already been set up. Everyone was actively working. Jiang Yu nodded slightly at all of this. A stable life in the shelter. I wish it could continue like this. Jiang Yu murmured. But how could that be possible? In 5 days the first wave of zombie storms will arrive. If we fail to get through that, it will truly be game over. Jiang Yu said with a bitter expression. Thus Jiang Yu realized that recruiting a guard team was urgently needed. Relying solely on a few hundred androids would not be enough to survive the upcoming zombie storm, as the numbers were simply too few. Therefore mass recruitment was necessary. Jarvis, as I mentioned last time, published the recruitment guide for the base. All right, sir, it's already drafted. Should I publish it directly? Publish. With Jarvis' publication, the survivors who joined the Ember Forum saw a recruitment message regarding the Ember Shelter. Hello everyone, this is the Ember Shelter, adhering to the principles of passing on the flame and moving forward. We are now starting large-scale recruitment of residents for the shelter. The recruitment conditions are as follows. Those who meet the conditions should fill out the recruitment form at the bottom of this page, leaving their information and current location. Once we approve it, we will send someone to pick you up. 1 male residents must be under 40 years old and in good health with normal reproductive capabilities. Female residents must be under 25 years old, of above average appearance and in good health without having given birth yet and capable of reproduction. 2 professionals with a special skill. 3 retired veterans or active duty soldiers. For those who meet any of the above conditions may bring 2 family members with them. These conditions are already incredibly simple. Before the apocalypse, as long as one wasn't a waste just waiting to die, they would have some skills. As for those who reached 40 without any skills or even had survival issues just living day by day, they'd better wait for death. The Ember Shelter is not a country. Jiang Yu is not obligated to support a bunch of freeloaders. His task is to safeguard the embers of human civilization so it can continue not to play the savior. Once this recruitment information was posted on the forum, it instantly caused an uproar. Countless people rushed to fill in their information and current location in the recruitment form at the bottom of the page, excitement written all over their faces. And it's no wonder they were so excited, as this was the Ember Shelter. Ever since they saw pictures of food occasionally posted in the comments, many were filled with envy. Some even speculated that the food in this shelter could last tens of thousands of people for a year, and according to reports from people inside, life there was incredibly easy. The shelter perfectly implemented a 6-day 8-hour work system, with most jobs being incredibly easy, and the living environment was excellent. Although it was underground, there wasn't a hint of oppression. If others didn't mention it, one might think they were above ground. As long as one entered here, not only would they have no worries about food and clothing, but their standard of living would instantly return to pre-apocalypse levels. Such a paradise-like shelter was naturally something countless people yearned for, and even before the apocalypse many would have wanted to join. Ha ha. I got accepted. Someone will come to pick me up later. Congratulations. I got in too. I've been starving for days, so it's about time for my suffering to end. However, while some were excitedly celebrating their acceptance, others faced disappointment after applying. What the hell, I'm virtually 40 and they won't let me in. What kind of broken shelter is this? Does getting older mean you deserve to die? Exactly. What's wrong with being 40? Even though I'm nearly 50, my mental age is still in my 20s. I'm still in my prime. Why can men be accepted up to 40 while women can only be under 25? Is this to facilitate the base leadership's hidden rules? And what's with the requirement of not having given birth yet and being capable of reproduction? What a joke. Although I've had a few abortions, if we get technical, I haven't given birth, so why can't I enter? This is clearly a scheme to use women as breeding machines. Ladies, listen to me, don't go and you'll be finished if you do. Exactly. I may be 40 now, but isn't it easy to have a child? I can still find a man, and in an instant countless curses and angry voices erupted within the base forum. Of course these voices were from those whose applications were denied, stirring up trouble in the comments, attempting to force the shelter to compromise and let them in. However, no matter how much they stirred up trouble, spoke or cursed, it was impossible to pass through. At this moment Sun Tianming was sitting in the car with his father, preparing to check the situation at the Xinhua shelter. I see, it seems that the owner of this shelter is not just an ordinary person, his ambitions are quite substantial. Sun Xiong murmured softly. Meanwhile, the leaders of various forces heading to the Xinhua shelter were also expressing their admiration for this seemingly extraordinary place. Outside the shelter, after the recruitment information was released, in addition to an exchange booth, a booth for recruiting residents also appeared at the Iron Gate. As soon as this booth appeared, a long line formed instantly, with the androids meticulously checking each person's information. With the help of Jarvis' formidable computing power, many imposters were promptly driven away. Of course, there were quite a few people who were unwilling, but once they were stared down by a submachine gun, they complied. Oh, it's you. Was the food good yesterday? The android responsible for recording information smiled at the person in front of him. Yes, it was delicious and the portions were generous. The burly man chuckled and replied. Looking at the android who had helped him exchange supplies yesterday, he grinned broadly. Come on, introduce yourself. My name is Zhang Niu, a native of Beisheng, 35 years old, recently retired from the army. I served in the army for the past 10 years and was a soldier king in my unit, having won the individual combat championship at the Rabbit Eagle competition. Hearing Zhang Niu's words, the android in charge of recording information raised an eyebrow. After briefly checking his information, it nodded slightly. Indeed, he was a talent. Do you have any family members to bring? I have 2 daughters. Their mother had an accident last year, otherwise I wouldn't have retired so easily. The burly man pushed his 2 little girls forward. One had short hair and sharp eyes, while the other had long hair and gentle eyes. One was spirited and energetic, while the other was a delicate girl with a hint of timidity. Oh, impressive. Your 2 girls look extraordinary. Here, take these, one for each of you to wear on your wrists and wait inside. The android handed Zhang Niu 3 wristbands. Zhang Niu thanked him and then took his daughters through the Iron Gate, witnessing the full view of the shelter's interior. The next moment 4 slightly pale-faced men arrived at the recruitment booth. They each stated their situations and eagerly prepared to receive their wristbands and enter the shelter. But unexpectedly, the android responsible for checking information frowned. The 3 younger ones meet the criteria, but the other 2 do not. However, you can take someone in with you. Do you want to? You're together, right? The android said. Not meeting the criteria. Why? All 5 of us are under 40 in our prime. How could we not qualify? Upon hearing this, the leading man asked. Your ages are fine, but as far as I know you lack reproductive capability and he has no skill, so you do not qualify. You're talking nonsense. These 3 are my sons, I've raised them for so many years, and you're saying I lack reproductive capability? If I lacked that, wouldn't they be? As he said this, the man paused, seemingly having a very bad thought. Meanwhile, the 3 sons and another man exchanged incredulous looks. They were indeed the family of the old woman from last night. They had originally been thinking about how to exchange for some food, but unexpectedly the shelter began recruiting residents. Without a second thought, they lined up eager to enter for a feast instead of exchanging goods outside. From the mobile forum, they had seen much about the luxury within the shelter, enough food for 10,000 people for a year. Just imagine how much that would be. Thus they excitedly queued up, only to find that the process, which should have been incredibly smooth, had produced such a huge twist. People can lie, but data cannot. Alright, don't delay, the others, you 3, will you take them in? With the androids urging, the 3 sons were dumbfounded. This news was like a bolt from the blue, directly causing their heads to buzz. They were filled with shock at this sudden information, their faces displaying confusion. In the end, the most educated 3rd son regained his senses, first nodded slightly and agreed to let them enter with them. After receiving the wristbands, the 5 of them entered the shelter, each with their own thoughts and expressions shifting between hope and despair. As soon as they entered, the old woman's younger brother spread his arms wide as if to embrace the entire shelter, completely disregarding his nominal brother-in-law and his own nephew behind him. Meanwhile, the father of the 3 sons looked pale, uncertain whether to believe the android's words or not. The 3 sons exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. At that moment, several modified buses and off-road vehicles arrived outside the shelter. As soon as they stopped, numerous bodyguards armed with crossbows, longbows and handguns descended from the vehicles. After the bodyguards got out of the cars, they quickly spread out to secure the area. Once their positions were established, several well-dressed individuals clearly accustomed to high positions stepped out of the vehicles. A total of 5 vehicles arrived, with 4 men and 1 beautiful woman disembarking. Oh. Old son, you're here too. Hee, since the Xinhua shelter is exchanging goods, I definitely had to come and take a look. Miss Shui, I didn't expect even you, the secretary of the street committee, to come. With such a shelter emerging in Haishi, I naturally had to come and see for myself. Miss Shui cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Kongqing, her expression haughty as she spoke coolly as if she completely disregarded the other leaders of the shelters. Feeling Miss Shui's contempt, Zhang Kongqing's expression changed, but he quickly adjusted himself. After all, although she was just a runner, her backing was considerable. He forced an awkward smile and then greeted the others. Old Sun, Old Chin, Old Wan, you all came too. Didn't you come as well? Ha ha. The group laughed and exchanged pleasantries as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time. Meanwhile, Sun Tianming watched these people, his expression shaken. Chen Mingju and Wang Wei, Zhang Kongqing along with his father were all big shots who had received news before the apocalypse and built private shelters. Their influence was substantial. Moreover, he hadn't expected even Xuanning, the director's secretary, to come. She was the secretary of the official shelter's street director. It seemed that the director of the Xinhua shelter was being taken quite seriously. Hey! Sun Tianming, you say you have a classmate in here, is that true? Just as Sun Tianming was pondering, a grim voice came through. Hearing this voice, Sun Tianming's body jolted, and when he turned to look, he was startled to see a young man in a suit. The young man appeared to be about the same age as Sun Tianming, around 20 years old, with a friendly smile. However, his eyes were filled with gloom and ferocity, suggesting that he was not as kind as he appeared. Yes, he is a college classmate of mine. I've seen him in photos on the forum. Sun Tianming replied, his expression slightly respectful. This person's name is Lin Congrong, the only son of the president of the Lin Chamber of Commerce in Qing City. When the zombie outbreak occurred, Lin Congrong did not stay in Qing City but instead managed affairs at the branch in Haisher. After all, the Lin Group has significant interests in Haishi, necessitating the retention of some forces there to command operations. The Lin Congrong was about the same age as Sun Tianming. His ruthless methods and shrewd character had allowed him to thrive in the business world of Haisher. Certainly the influence of the Lin family played a part, but without a bit of capability he would not have been able to remain in this position. Sun Xiong often said that Sun Tianming should learn from Lin Congrong, but whenever Sun Tianming caught a glimpse of Lin Congrong's sinister gaze, he instinctively felt a sense of fear akin to being targeted by a venomous snake. The information you gave me last time was all true, right? Yes, it is. I personally collected it. Good, take me to see him shortly. I have something to discuss. Lin Congrong spoke in an unrefusable tone. Yes. Sun Tianming once again felt that venomous gaze, causing his heart to tremble. After spending so long together, he could even imagine the threats Jiang Yu would face shortly. Lin Congrong must have found a way to threaten Jiang Yu. On the other side, after a brief discussion, everyone arrived at the entrance of the shelter. After explaining their purpose, they were led into the shelter. The interior of the stone door resembled an iron jungle, leaving each of them in awe. People were busily working in an orderly fashion. The artificial humans guided them into the elevator. Observing everything within the shelter, each person's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. A shelter built 50 floors underground. The technology of those who constructed this shelter is truly unparalleled. Yes, it's hard to believe. If I can take control of it, the Lin family will surely be under my command. Soon they were brought to a reception room on the 3rd floor where they waited for a while. Before long, Jiang Yu, having temporarily put down his food upon hearing about a large order, arrived at the reception room. As soon as Jiang Yu entered, he spotted several people who appeared to be very wealthy. To his surprise, he recognized his classmate Sun Tianming and his father among them. Sun Tianming also gasped when he saw Jiang Yu. Wasn't Jiang Yu supposed to be taking refuge here? How could he be in such a place? Could it be? Sun Tianming knew that now was not the time for questions, so he quickly adjusted his emotions. Watching Jiang Yu take his seat at the main position, he said, "Hello everyone, I am the commander of the base, you can call me Jiang Yu." Upon hearing Jiang Yu's introduction, expressions of astonishment flashed across the faces of those present, especially Sun Tianming, whose face was filled with disbelief as he realized he had guessed correctly. Everyone instinctively exchanged glances. He's the commander. So young. He can't possibly be the true leader of this base sent here to fool us, can he? It's possible, but let's wait and see. All right. Did you come here to purchase something? Jiang Yu asked softly. Before anyone else could speak, the only woman in the conference room, Secretary Shui from the residential shelter, stood up, her gaze fixed on Jiang Yu. I saw on the forum that your shelter's food storage is still quite abundant. I wonder if that's true. Hearing such a direct question from Xuanning, the expressions of the others changed. It seemed Xuanning thought Jiang Yu, being so young, needed to be put in his place. Naturally, it's true. How much do you want? If you want a lot, I can give you a discount. Jiang Yu smiled. Bang. Mr. Jiang, do you know how many people outside are still starving? Yes, I have some idea. But do you know the plight of the people outside? In this cold weather, some of them don't even have a warm piece of clothing. Every night they can only survive with a small flame. I have a bit of understanding. They are hungry every day, having eaten one meal but unsure where the next will come from. Mr. Jiang, after hearing me say this, do you still wish to sell supplies? Xuanning slammed her hand down, her beautiful almond eyes glaring fiercely at the calm Jiang Yu. Hearing Xuanning's words, several bigwigs present swallowed their thoughts, wanting to see how Jiang Yu would respond. Looking at the furious Xuanning, Jiang Yu remained remarkably calm. So what do you wish to say? Miss Shui, you aren't suggesting that I open the shelter's supplies to distribute to those in need, are you? That's correct. Back when our residential shelter collected supplies under the director's leadership, it ensured that residents in the 5 buildings had food and clean water. Therefore, I hope you can change your selfish habits and take everything you have to save the suffering people outside, allowing humanity to go further in this apocalyptic world. Xuanning spoke passionately, her expression resolute and compassionate. Then after a long struggle she finally said softly, "If Mr. John Yu lacks experience in this regard, I can take the initiative to let our shelter's people come here to assist you, guiding you to help the suffering people outside. Mr. John Yu, you should know this is a fortunate event that benefits society and humanity." Hearing Xuanning say this, Sun Xiong and the others could not help but curse inwardly. What help? It was clear that she intended to bring people over to settle in and seize power. Hearing Xuanning's words, John Yu sneered. "That sounds pleasant enough. If you intend to absorb our base, say so plainly. Must you veil it in such euphemisms? None of us here are ordinary people. There is no need for lofty rhetoric. If your aim is truly to benefit society, you could simply buy the supplies from our refuge and distribute them yourself. They seek to win the good name they crave. Do you imagine one can act the miserly benefactor?" At Zhang Ye's blunt exposure of her scheme, Xuanning flared with fury. "Mr. Zhang Yu, I hope you understand the traditional virtues of our Huaxia people. When one place suffers, all lend aid. It is not right for you to hoard such vast supplies alone and refuse to give. Have you finished? Then sit down. Your clownish performance may be unconvincing, but it serves as a strange relief in this apocalypse. Let us discuss business. Everyone is pressed for time." Zhang Yu replied with cool composure. A derisive snort escaped him. At Xuanning's sanctimonious speech, Sun Xiong and the others laughed involuntarily. That Zhang Yu called her a clown enraged the long-entrenched secretary. Murderous intent flickered across Xuanning's face. In an instant, the assembly's glances toward Xuanning brimmed with mockery. "Zhang Yu, how many people are suffering out there now? Do you think I am joking? Have you never heard that greater power brings greater responsibility? Do you wish to become an enemy of the people?" Hearing Zhang Yu call her a clown, the high-ranking Xuanning could not contain herself and heaped those grand moral arguments upon him. "Do not preach at me. Do you think this is the peaceful era of old? Times have changed. In this end time, it is not your words that will decide our actions. In the apocalypse, moral principles are worth less than a single steamed bun. Would a man starved for days listen to lofty truths, or would he choose the bun? At the very least, I set up booths to exchange corpse crystals, allowing survivors who cannot enter the refuge to hunt the undead for food and clean water, giving them a sliver of hope. As for those who won't even hunt, how long do you think they will last? Are they even fit to live in this world? And you, does your residential block not hoard vast resources yet refuse to share them with others? If you want to be a good person, go be one. I have no obligation to play along." Having said that, Zhang Yu turned away with contempt and impatience. He had no affection for someone like Xuanning, who in long service to office had never known life's hardships. At Zhang Ye's words, her face darkened. She had expected that invoking national duty would stir this youthful-looking man to fervent agreement, and she had not anticipated such a response. It made no sense. Weren't young men of Zhang Ye's age supposed to be clear-eyed and gullible? A few grand phrases and they give everything away. After a moment's thought, Xuanning sank into her seat and fell silent. The struggle in her eyes betrayed that she had not given up. Seeing her quiet, Zhang Yu tapped the table in irritation. "Everyone, I hope your purpose here is business, not pipe dreams. Let me tell you, if it comes to force, I can lay down sufficient firepower to cover your refuges. As for numbers, our refuge already houses over 4,000 souls. Give it time and we may swell past 10,000. If I did not regard us as all human. Do you suppose I need your paltry corpse crystals? My refuge may not be vast, but it is not something anyone may covet at will." At Zhang Ye's words, the leading figures from the refuges darkened in the face. By his account, they should be grateful for his pity. Though displeased, they found themselves unable to argue once they imagined the firepower he had mentioned. They felt their footing grow unsteady. The idea seemed vague, yet they sensed he might truly do it. After all, who could fathom how many weapons and trump cards a man willing to sell arms possessed? Mr. Zhang Yu, why be angered over a tactless woman? Let us deal with business first." Sun Xiong, watching the tense scene, chuckled and ignoring Xuanning's deadly glare spoke to smooth things over. "What do you wish to buy?" Zhang Yu asked. "We want your weapons, but we lack corpse crystals. Please, Mr. Zhang Yu, advise us." Sun Xiong smiled. His words implicitly signaled that price mattered little and that Zhang Yu could name his terms, an attitude that drew Zhang Ye's extra attention. "I have military-style submachine guns, pistols, grenades, kukris, bayonets, whatever quantities you require." "You ask, we have." Upon hearing this, the assembly was stunned. Any amount seemed available. They represented 5 factions, each might buy little, but together it would be substantial. Had Zhang Yu raided an official armory? "Here is the price list, have a look." Zhang Yu handed over 5 sheets. When they read them, they were aghast. What? The price is 100 gene of rice for only 20 corpse crystals. 100 gene of meat for 50 corpse crystals. 200 gene of vegetables, also only 50. A submachine gun for 10 corpse crystals. 5 corpse crystals for 30 SMG rounds. 20 corpse crystals for a heavy machine gun. 10 corpse crystals for 100 heavy machine gun rounds. They marveled at the sheer cheapness of the list. After all, zombies are dangerous but not invincible. A common person with courage and a long firearm can kill one himself. A practiced hunter can usually obtain 1 corpse crystal in 10 minutes, so an hour yields 6, enough to trade for 2 pistols and 2 loaded magazines. In an instant their eyes glowed with eager calculation as they weighed the most profitable exchanges. Jiang Yu watched their fervor with a faint smile. Exactly, buy as you please. Once you gather enough corpse crystals to fund my advanced weapons production line, I may well be using armaments of a far higher grade. Just then Jiang Yu noticed a man seated beside Sun Tianming rise and slowly approach him. Stop, what do you think you're doing? The android charged with guarding Jiang Yu raised his gun and barked as the man neared. I represent the Linshi Chamber of Commerce from Qingshi. I have matters about an orphanage to discuss with your leader. Lin Kongrong felt a flicker of anger in his eyes under such a furious gaze, but he quickly suppressed it. In his view, this person was already dead, and once he took control of the shelter he would be the first to die. Upon hearing the words orphanage, Jiang Yu was taken aback. Connecting it with the fact that he was also from Qingshi, he realized although puzzled about how this person knew of the orphanage's connection to him, he still allowed him to come over, not worried about this guy causing a ruckus since he was just one person. The room contained at least 5 heavy machine guns, and as long as Jiang Yu was willing under Jarvis control, everyone in the room except for Jiang Yu and the artificial beings would perish within seconds. Let him come over. With Jiang Yu's permission, Lin Kongrong walked over to Jiang Yu's side. What do you want to say? Hello, Mr. Jiang Yu, my name is Lin Kongrong, the young master of the Lin family. I would like to make a business deal with you. Oh. What do you mean? I want a batch of weapons, but I don't want to pay in corpse crystals. Upon hearing Lin Kongrong's words, Jiang Yu shot him a cold glance. Young Master Lin, you can go home to daydream if you wish. If you don't have a ride, I can send you back, of course at a cost. I heard the orphanage where you grew up is right in Qingshi. You say the Lin family will provide protection and you give us weapons as payment. Isn't that a win-win situation? Hearing Lin Kongrong's words, Jiang Yu finally understood why this guy was so confidently trying to pull off such a scheme. It turned out he had already investigated his background. Logically, with Jiang Yu's identity, many could find out about it. However, it seemed he had never publicly revealed that he was the commander of the shelter. He should have just learned that I was the commander, but how could he have chosen to look up my information ahead of time? You give me weapons and I'll help you protect that place. Jiang Yu, though puzzled, had no intention of meddling further. He would let Jarvis block network information later and then asked. The orphanage held countless memories for Jiang Yu. If he could protect it, spending a bit on equipment as compensation was not a big deal. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's concession, Lin Kongrong's expression became even more disdainful, his heart filled with contempt. Still so young, yet he cares so much about the lives of a group of neglected little ones. But this is good. Who would have thought that the commander of the Grand Xinhua shelter could be so easily manipulated by him? Not only weapons, but I also need a fair amount of supplies. How about this, Mr. Jiang Yu? If you can provide 1/10 of your stock of weapons and supplies, I will ensure that the Lin family protects your orphanage. Upon hearing Lin Kongrong's proposal, the several heads of families who had been whispering instantly fell silent. They stared at Lin Kongrong dumbfounded. 1/10 of Jiang Yu's reserves. How much would that be? How dare he make such a demand? Is he really that bold? Does he think this is his home? Could Jiang Yu agree? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu did not show anger but instead burst into hearty laughter. What, Mr. Jiang Yu, do you disagree? If you do, then there's nothing more to be said. If you refuse and that orphanage is destroyed by zombies one day, then don't blame me. Lin Kongrong said with a calm smile, confidence radiating from his brow, his words seemingly considerate of Jiang Yu, yet his gaze was as venomous as a snake. He had investigated Jiang Yu, knowing he was an exceptionally loyal and righteous person. It was evident from the fact that even though his own life was not easy, he still sent money home. He even found out that Jiang Yu had transferred $1 million before the apocalypse, thus he did not believe Jiang Yu would refuse for the sake of that orphanage's safety. The others present were also taken aback by Lin Kongrong's ruthless demeanor. I heard you are the young master of the Lin family, right? That's right. Then if I were to keep you here and force the Lin family to take care of that orphanage, that shouldn't be a problem, right? Jiang Yu looked at Lin Kongrong, whose smile was gradually freezing with immense anger, his tone chillingly cold. The veins bulging on his forehead testified to Jiang Yu's fury. He hated it most when others dared to threaten him, especially using the people and things he cared about. If Lin Kongrong truly aimed to protect the shelter, then giving a few weapons would be fine, just as a gesture of friendship. After all, Qingshi was the Lin family's stronghold. But clearly this was no longer about weapons, it was about intending to exploit the orphanage's connection to him, planning to slowly encroach upon his shelter. Jiang Yu could believe that if he gave in this time, they would soon come for more again and again until the shelter was renamed Lin instead of Jiang. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, which were suppressing both rage and murderous intent, the heads of families suddenly turned grave. Mr. Jiang Yu, are you sure you want to do this? What you're doing will only provoke the wrath of the Lin family. You must know that we Lin family can easily destroy that orphanage with just a flick of our hand. Lin Kongrong asked coldly, his brows tightly knitted. Jiang Yu, however, responded with a cold smile. I could kill you with just a flick of my hand, but your life is clearly more useful to me. I want to see whether your Lin family values you or the threat you pose to me. Hearing Jiang Yu's firm and furious words, Lin Kongrong's heart felt uneasy and he forced a smile once more. Mr. John Yu, I was just joking with you earlier, it's just an orphanage. I can personally supervise my family to keep an eye on it, no weapons or supplies needed, just as a gesture of friendship, how about that? Upon hearing Lin Kangrong's words, Jiang Ye's smile turned even more vicious. Without saying a word, he simply waved his hand. Several artificial beings quickly entered. Wait. Jiang Yu, I was wrong, I'm sorry, just consider it a joke. I'm willing to compensate you for your mental distress. However, no matter how he pleaded, several artificial beings came forward and directly subdued Lin Kangrong, causing his expression to finally change dramatically. Bastards! Do you know who I am? How dare you imprison me? I tell you, the Lin family holds absolute power in Qingshi. Destroying that orphanage is a piece of cake. If you dare not release me, be wary of my Lin family destroying that orphanage. Lin Kangrong shouted, but no matter how he yelled or begged for mercy, he was still mercilessly dragged away. Poof. Threatening others on someone else's turf, the young master of the Lin family is really adorably foolish. Jiang Ye's expression was cold, filled with murderous intent as he watched the artificial beings take Lin Kangrong away. As for offending the Lin family, it doesn't matter. If Lin Kangrong leaves here safely today, the moment he steps out, he will definitely begin his frenzied retaliation against me and that orphanage. Sometimes those who plead for mercy the hardest become the most ruthless when seeking revenge. Keeping him alive provides some leverage for future exchanges with the Lin family. Although Jiang Yu is not afraid of war, he worries that the orphanage in Qing City will be the first target for Lin's fury. The shocked expressions on the faces of the others present were evident when they saw Jiang Ye's decisiveness in directly detaining the young master of the Lin family. Especially Xuanning, who felt fortunate for having spared her life just moments ago. She vaguely sensed that if she had pressed him a bit more, he would have definitely shot her. Subsequently, she marked Jiang Yu as someone not to be trifled with, her expression changing from arrogance to a more equal stance. With Lin Kangrong taken away, the heads of the families present began to have their own thoughts. It was foreseeable that the Lin family's branch in High City without Lin Kangrong's oversight would gradually descend into chaos amid such turmoil. Now that the network is cut off and the official signal tower has yet to recover, the only way to communicate between the two cities is face-to-face. However, with zombies rampant between the cities and the roads damaged and collapsed due to meteor disasters, making the trip as akin to a pilgrimage to the west. It should be noted that the reason High City has a network is solely because Jiang Yu upgraded the signal tower in the shelter. And it is uncertain how long it will take for the signal towers in Qing City and High City to recover. During this time, the Lin family's branch in High City will be left unattended until the Lin family deals with their affairs in Qing City. By the time they bring people back here, who knows what the Lin family's branch will look like. It might even have changed its name after all. In this apocalyptic world where anyone can rise up, everyone hopes to live more splendidly than before. Although the Lin family's branch in High City is merely a sub-branch, those who hold high positions within it are unlikely to be virtuous individuals and in a pack of wolves without a leader. In the absence of management to suppress others, new leaders can easily emerge from the chaos of mutual slaughter, for this world is not short of those with courage and ambition. Alright, I hope you've all had a laugh. Have you reached a conclusion? Jiang Yu transformed from his earlier fury into a smile. This matter is quite significant, please wait a moment, Mr. Jiang. The heads of the families exchanged glances, all realizing that Jiang Ye's ability to change his countenance was no less swift than any old fox present, and then they began to speak. Well then, since it's like that, it's just about mealtime. How about you stay for a meal at noon today? Jiang Yu said with a smile. At this moment, Jiang Yu resembled a warm and hospitable host, as if the furious man from earlier was not him at all. Since it's like this, I shall trouble you, Mr. Jiang. Hearing that Jiang Yu invited them to dinner, their faces lit up with joy. They had seen the excellent food at the Xinhua shelter discussed in the forums, and today they would finally enjoy a satisfying meal. In that case, please lead the way. Subsequently, under Jiang Ye's guidance, they arrived at the residential area on the 10th floor. Here they saw many people who had just finished work and were heading to the cafeteria for a meal. Each face radiated happiness and satisfaction, and as they walked along, laughter filled the air. Their clothes were impeccably clean and smiles never left their clean faces. Upon witnessing this scene, they truly believed the forum's claim that the Xinhua shelter is a new Eden. Unlike the outside world where people suffer from hunger and cold, where they constantly face the deadly threat of zombies and endure the bitter cold of winter, what about those inside the shelter? The temperature is pleasant, the environment beautiful, and there is no worry about food. Some even jog in short sleeves, and this is something that one would not even dare to imagine in the outside world. As they walked towards the cafeteria, envy filled each of their eyes. If they did not have such a large family business, perhaps joining here would have been a good choice. Soon they arrived at the cafeteria, and as soon as they entered, they were greeted by the aroma of dishes. Standing at the serving window, they gazed at the 2 or 3 dozen varieties of dishes, their eyes widening in astonishment. However, out of pride, they only took a simple portion of oil and filling dishes along with a heap of rice. The group found a place to sit down. Nearly 10 people gathered around a table chatting about family matters while savoring the long-awaited lunch from the Xinhua shelter. Before long, lunch was finished and the group returned to the reception room, discussing how much to purchase this time while reminiscing about the deliciousness of the previous meal. Half an hour later they concluded their discussions, but they suddenly realized that the number of corpse crystals they brought this time was insufficient. To buy supplies along with firearms, the amount they carried was simply not enough to satisfy both needs. The 5 shelters each brought a limited number of corpse crystals. Except for the residential building shelter, which had a bit more, the others had at most 2 to 3,000. If they were to split their purchases between supplies and firearms, the quantity would become exceedingly scarce. For instance, the cost of the best value submachine gun is 10 corpse crystals, while 5 corpse crystals can be exchanged for 30 submachine gun bullets. Thus, to buy a submachine gun, one must also consider the ammunition, meaning it takes 15 corpse crystals to exchange for a fully loaded submachine gun. At this rate, they could only trade for a little over 100 submachine guns. A little over 100 submachine guns is hardly sufficient in a world overrun by zombies. How many security personnel does each of their shelters have? At least 80 or 100. And this is only for weapons. There are still many elderly, weak, and women and children in their shelters, as well as combat personnel to protect the shelter. They all need food. Most people may eat a little less, but they still need to eat. A person requires at least over 1,000 calories of food to meet the daily energy expenditure, and those responsible for safeguarding the base require even more. What's wrong? Is there a problem? John Yu looked at the conflicted expressions on their faces, curious. Mister John, to be honest, the number of corpse crystals we brought this time is a bit insufficient. After all, the items we need to buy are quite numerous. Even if your supplies and weapons are not expensive, the quantity we require is not small, so the corpse crystals are rather scarce. Oh. I see. How about I offer you an alternative plan? Everyone turned to Jiang Yu, who smiled slightly and spoke calmly. Loan. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiong and the others changed their expressions. They were quite familiar with the term loan, as they had engaged in such dealings to some extent before the apocalypse. They were also well aware of the intricacies involved. When Jiang Yu suddenly mentioned the word loan, was he planning to trick us, or did he genuinely want to help us? In an instant, everyone present felt a sense of vigilance. Are you implying that? Sun Xiong asked thoughtfully. I can offer each of you a loan limit of 5,000 corpse crystals with a term of 2 months. You can use them to purchase my weapons and supplies. Once you have the weapons and have killed zombies, you can repay the loan along with interest. Jiang Yu smiled. I wonder what the interest will be. Upon hearing there would be interest, everyone perked up, their expressions shifting. If Jiang Yu set the interest rate too high, would they be forced to work for him their entire lives? It's not high, just 5% will suffice. That means after 2 months you will need to repay me 5,250 corpse crystals. Of course, if you fail to repay on time, an additional 1% will be added each month until you do. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, everyone fell into contemplation. With the 5,000 corpse crystals for weapons, they could acquire several hundred weapons and a lot of supplies. Moreover, the interest was indeed within their acceptable range. 250 for 2 months means about 125 a month, which breaks down to 4 or 5 a day. If the number of people in the shelter increased, they could gather it quickly. After considering various factors, Sun Xiong was the first to stand up. Mr. Jiang, then let's have a pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Jiang Yu smiled slightly, shook hands with Sun Xiong, and then quickly signed a contract instructing Jarvis to grant Sun Xiong access to 5,000 corpse crystals. With the funds secured, Sun Xiong, under the guidance of the artificial beings, took his son to the armory. He calculated carefully and took 150 submachine guns, 20 heavy machine guns, 300 handguns, and various other arms and ammunition. He also requested long-lasting rice-cured meat, salted fish, and other storable food items, along with a small amount of fresh vegetables and pork to satisfy the defenses and some higher-ups. Soon the 5,000 corpse crystals plus the 2,600 he had brought were spent completely. However, looking at the car filled with food and weapons, Sun Xiong felt an immense sense of satisfaction. After purchasing the supply, Sun Xiong came to bid farewell to Jiang Yu. The others were surprised to see old Sun so quick, having completed his purchases and prepared to leave. It hadn't been long since they arrived, and soon they all hurriedly signed contracts to gain access to 5,000 corpse crystals. Then, under the guidance of the artificial beings, they went to buy supplies and firearms. Afterward, only Xuanning remained lost in thought. Miss Xuanning, is it that you are still weighing the pros and cons? Jiang Yu asked with a smile upon noticing her. This woman isn't still thinking about morally binding herself, is she? Mr. Jiang Yu jest. I just want to request a bit more in corpse crystal loans. What's your reasoning? As you know, while our shelter's resource management and storage are well organized, the number of residents requires a terrifying amount of resources daily. I believe you are aware of this. Moreover, I need to purchase some weapons. Your 5,000 loan seems insufficient. Upon hearing Xuanning's words, Jiang Yu nodded slightly. No wonder she could be the chief secretary. She had some brains and wasn't the type to act thoughtlessly. It seems she would likely be the next chief of the residential shelter after surviving a few months in the apocalypse. I can grant you a higher loan limit, but to put it bluntly, you don't seem to have the ability to repay, or rather you lack the qualification to make such decisions. Jiang Yu stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Xuanning recalled that she was merely a chief secretary responsible for running errands and following orders, unable to make large decisions. Moreover, the chief was not the type to be amicable and allow for such delays. With that thought, Xuanning bitterly shook her head. In that case, 5,000 it is. After I return, I'll report the situation to the chief, and the final decision will depend on the chief. Having come to this conclusion, Xuanning no longer hesitated and directly opted for the 5,000 limit. As for repayment, this amount of corpse crystals was nothing in her eyes, or rather in the eyes of the entire residential shelter. The corpse crystals she brought this time were approximately 5,000 gathered over the past few days. Given some time for the residents to adapt to killing zombies and improve their skills, they would surely gather more within 2 months. Soon after receiving the limit, Xuanning showcased her computational skills comparable to a computer. She allocated every corpse crystal precisely, carefully budgeting every bullet and every gun. Thus Xuanning took the most time to make her purchases. By evening she reluctantly returned from the shelter, sitting in the car eyeing the fully stocked supplies while calculating how best to distribute them upon returning to the shelter. Jiang Yu watched as Xuanning's car left from the entrance of the base, feeling satisfied as he returned to his 50-story villa. With their help, perhaps the pressure from the impending zombie tidestorm will be lessened. Jiang Yu sat in the main control room gazing at the images on the monitors, muttering. The reason Jiang Yu was willing to provide them with loans was not out of altruism or a desire to help, but rather because he needed other shelters to share the burden of pressure from the zombie tidestorm. The better equipped and more populous the other shelters were, the less pressure he would face. Based on his memories from the game, the number of zombies appearing during a zombie storm was around several 100,000. If such a number concentrated their attack on the Xinhua shelter, Jiang Yu would have no choice but to shut the shelter down to survive. If he were to close the shelter without seeking development and breakthroughs, then what would be the point of passing down the flame? He might as well retreat into his shell and stop recruiting residents or forming a guard team. As for whether the corpse crystals loaned out could be repaid, Jiang Yu didn't concern himself with that. After the tide, he believed that only a few shelters would survive. There were about a dozen shelters in the entire city. Those that survived the storm would perhaps be 1 in 10. Moreover, the manufacturing of ordinary weapons does not require corpse crystals, only some materials are needed. Therefore, exchanging weapons for corpse crystals is a win-win deal for Jiang Yu at this moment. Jarvis, start releasing the recruitment information for the guard team. Let everyone enthusiastically sign up with attractive benefits and a clear rewards and penalties system. Those who pass the review should gather at the first-level training camp where the artificial beings will personally train them. I want them to grow at the fastest possible pace. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment and then spoke. At this moment the zombie storm was drawing nearer, so the recruitment and training of the guard team must be expedited. At 6 in the evening, the group having dinner heard the broadcast. Good evening, residents. We interrupt for a recruitment announcement. We are currently recruiting 5,000 members for the base guard team. With excellent benefits, anyone who wishes to contribute to the protection of the shelter can go to the recruitment desk on the first level of the base tomorrow. Having shouted 3 times in succession, the announcement echoed throughout the residential area, and many who heard the news were filled with excitement. Great! After coming here to eat and drink for so long, I can finally do something I'm good at. The guard team, won't that be very dangerous? Isn't there already a lot of soldiers in the base? Why do we still need so many as 5,000 for the guard team? Dad, are you signing up tomorrow? Of course, this is my job after all. If I don't go, who will? Then we want to go too. No, you're still too young. Wait until you grow up and then I'll take you. Humph, what a dangerous job the guard team is. I'm not going. Uncle, if you don't go, will you get kicked out? After all, we don't have any skills left. Joining the guard team is our only option. Exactly. Since they are willing to let us in, we can't just stay here eating and drinking for free. Let's sign up together tomorrow. You go if you want, I'm not going. Also, you're not even a member of my family, you only got in thanks to my nephews. So don't act like you have the right to yell here, you don't have that qualification. You, ungrateful thing. After all these years of raising you, this is what I get in return, that I'm not part of your family. Poof. What does it have to do with me? I'm being raised by my sister, you didn't raise me. Did I ask you to take care of me? These words from the uncle caused the father, who was already deeply wounded inside, to feel utterly heartbroken. He returned to his bed without saying another word. Poof. Useless things, you 3, listen carefully. Tomorrow go join the guard team. My future life depends entirely on you, understood? Upon hearing their uncle speak this way, the faces of the nephews instantly turned grim. They instinctively glanced at their nominal father. However, seeing his disheartened appearance as his sons, they knew that today's events had already hurt him deeply. Reluctantly, they agreed to their uncle's request. The night quickly passed. The next morning at 8 o'clock, many had already gathered on the first level of the base to sign up for the guard team. The recruiters organized them into active, retired, middle-aged, and youth categories. Until close to noon, Jiang Yu finally got up, briefly signed in. Congratulations, host, you have received 200 corpse crystals. Meicham, that's a decent base amount. Afterwards, Jiang Yu arrived at the recruitment site. Commander. The artificial beings immediately stood up and saluted upon seeing Jiang Yu. Most people in the base were seeing the owner of the base for the first time, and when they saw how young Jiang Yu was, they couldn't help but be astonished. How is the recruitment going? How many people have signed up? Jiang Yu scanned the massive crowd around him and asked. The residents have responded very enthusiastically. We have already recruited 5,540 people, including 300 active military personnel, 3,000 retired veterans, and 2,240 ordinary residents, among whom 1,200 are over 30 years old and 1,014 are aged 18 to 30. The artificial being in charge of recruitment respectfully replied. Very good. The maximum number should be 6,000. If the remaining applicants are too many, we'll need to screen those who join using Jarvis for background checks. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment and said lightly. After this period of rescue and recruitment, the number of residents in the shelter had reached a terrifying number of over 10,000, and that was after careful selection, otherwise the number would be even greater. Recruiting 6,000 people already allows for the formation of 6 battalions. If the number increases further, it might become difficult to command and train them, especially since the base still requires a large number of artificial beings to operate. Understood. The artificial being saluted respectfully, then continued with the recruitment process. After another 2 hours, the recruitment goal for the guard team was finally completed. The artificial beings then categorized them into 6 battalions based on active, retired, middle-aged and youth standards, each mixed with residents from various categories. They then selected captains, squad leaders, company commanders, battalion leaders, and 6 individuals meticulously chosen by Jarvis to serve as battalion commanders, along with several combat-type artificial beings as commanders. Alright, from now on you are all glorious members of the Firelight Shelter Guard team. Please remember your positions and do not change teams or camps at will. All actions of this guard team will be executed under military management. Guard team members can enjoy most of the basic facilities for free. Every month there will be a salary of 5,000 points distributed, and anyone who performs meritorious deeds in battle will also receive rewards beyond points. In the event of casualties, we at Firelight Shelter will ensure the family members are well taken care of. Moreover, the guard team enjoys priority within the base. However, do not think that having priority means you can do whatever you want within the base. Residents also have oversight over you, and if you violate the shelter's guidelines you will also be punished. In severe cases you may be directly expelled from Firelight Shelter. I know that everyone has family members in this shelter, so for the sake of your wives, children and parents, to better protect your own homes, you must also safeguard the Firelight Shelter. Do you all have the confidence to achieve this? Yes. After hearing the declaration of the artificial being commander, most of the people present shouted excitedly and fervently. Isn't the goal to protect this community which safeguards their own homes? Isn't that exactly what they had hoped for? Isn't that the vision they had when joining the guard team? Alright, there are heavy training tasks in the afternoon and evening. So you now have half an hour. The cafeteria has prepared plenty of delicious food for you. Now disperse and enjoy your meal. Get out of my way. Yes. After that, 6,000 people surged towards the cafeteria. With only half an hour to spare, most of them lost their previous leisure and relaxation, replaced by a whirlwind-like rush to eat, quickly returning to the first floor afterwards. Half an hour later, the well-fed individuals returned to the training area on the first floor. The android stepped out from the side. Very good, no one is late. Now, is there anyone who questions my authority as commander? The android's voice boomed, his gaze sternly fixed on them. What are you all so timid? Not even a single person dares to question me. Report. Step forward. The android turned to the voice and was met by a strong man stepping out. What is your name? Reporting, sir. My name is Jean Nyo. I would like to spar with you. Oh. It seems you are quite confident in your abilities. You do have reason to be confident, after all you were once the king of soldiers in the army. Upon hearing the android's words, many present were taken aback. They did not expect that there would still be a king of soldiers from the army in the shelter. Knowing that Jean Nyo was a former king of soldiers, many looked on in anticipation at both Jean Nyo and the android commander, eager to see if this army king could defeat the commander of the shelter. However, Jean Nyo, as your commander, I won't let just anyone challenge me. Anyone who wishes to challenge me must have something at stake. Jean Nyo, if I lose, I will give you this commander's position. But if you lose, what can you offer? Hearing the android's question, Jean Nyo hesitated, wondering what he had to lose now that he had nothing. The only thing he could lose was his status as a resident of the shelter, but that was something he couldn't afford to lose. Losing would mean continuing to endure a life of hardship with his daughters. For a moment, Jean Nyo regretted standing up. If you win, I will make you the commander of these 6 regiments. You will have authority on par with the commander. However, if you lose, all your protective team benefits will be revoked, retaining only your military achievements. How about that? Just as Jean Nyo fell into silence, a voice emerged from behind the crowd. They looked over to see the commander of the shelter, Jiang Yu, whom they had met earlier that morning. Commander. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, the android immediately saluted. Jiang Yu nodded and approached Jean Nyo, asking him. Jarvis had shown him Jean Nyo's profile, which was indeed impressive. Had he not fortuitously retired during this time, he should be commanding in a military camp right now. Such a talent surely possesses a proud spirit, so to command him one must suppress that pride, making him realize he is no longer the king of soldiers but a member of the shelter's protective team. After hearing this, Jean Nyo pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. He was confident that his skills would not be inferior to anyone's. Not even the shelter's elite guard. Seeing Jean Nyo nod, Jiang Yu smiled with satisfaction. He moved to the side of the android. Just give him a simple lesson, don't let him retreat into himself. Understood, Commander. Upon hearing this, Jean Nyo's face flushed red, his eyes filled with a fierce determination. Come on. The android mockingly beckoned Jean Neo with a finger. Jean Neo stepped forward glaring at the android. Come on. I'll let you have a few moves first. The android stood in place, his expression indifferent, while the surrounding guards watched the scene with amused expressions. Roar. Jean Neo let out a furious roar. The guards closest to him felt their hearts tremble. The next moment a massive figure charged towards the android. As Jean Neo charged forward, he swung his fist. This punch contained his momentum and the force of inertia. One could say that if it landed it would break through the wall. Smack. However, the android effortlessly extended a hand receiving the punch with an incredibly relaxed expression. What? What? Seeing this, Jean Neo was astonished. Even the king of soldiers from the Eaglehead nation would not dare to take this punch hidden. How could he? With no effect from the punch, Jean Neo unleashed the martial arts used within the military: a punch, a palm strike, a chop. Although they were simple moves, they aimed for vital points. Each strike targeted the body's weak vital points such as the throat and heart. But the android seemed to anticipate Jean Neo's attack patterns. It leisurely blocked all of Jean Neo's attacks, appearing both elegant and relaxed. In contrast, Jean Neo was starting to feel anxious. His attack frequency quickened, but his strength began to wane. Yet no matter how many attacks Jean Neo unleashed with great force, he could not hit the android. After several minutes, Jean Neo's expression became increasingly incredulous and his movements began to slow. Alright, I've let you go for long enough, it's my turn to strike. After saying this, before Jean Neo could react, he felt a slender yet powerful fist appear before his eyes, and then he felt the world spin. Everything went black, his consciousness becoming incredibly heavy while he heard the android's voice beside him. Hey, call someone to treat him. Let's not have any after effects. Hearing this, Jean Neo lost consciousness. When he awoke again, he found himself in his bed with both of his daughters sleeping by his bedside. What is happening? Jean Neo recalled the previous battle, a wry smile appearing on his face. I never expected. I thought my skills were quite formidable, but there's even greater, able to toy with me and even knock me out with a single punch. Truly terrifying. Dad, you're awake. How do you feel? You scared me to death. You slept for half a day. Upon sensing her father's awakening, his eldest daughter Xiaobai opened her eyes and said joyfully. It's fine, I was just too tired from training. Ah. Is the training in this shelter really that terrifying? Even a king of soldiers like you feels exhausted. Jean Neo couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Does that mean I have to admit that I was knocked out by someone with a single punch? Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? I won't say it, not even if it kills me. I just haven't trained in a long time and it'll be fine after a while. Jean Neo forced to smile. He patted his eldest daughter's head, then picked up his drooling youngest daughter to sleep, returning to his bed. Jean Neo reflected on every detail of the previous battle. As his memories deepened, Jean Neo's expression grew increasingly solemn. He felt that the android could, if it wished, kill him in an instant. Such terrifying combat power. I wonder how many people like the commander there are. If all the guards in the base are such experts, then the foundation of this base must be truly formidable. The next day, Jean Neo arrived at the front of the team under the peculiar gazes of everyone. Hey, are you okay? I had to put in a bit more effort to deal with you. The artificial human smiled upon seeing Jean Neo. Jean Neo smirked bitterly. Being knocked out for half a day with just a bit more effort made him wonder if full strength was used, could he be killed with one punch? It's fine, I've fully recovered. Yesterday was my fault and I am willing to accept any punishment. Despite his resignation, Jean Neo still stepped forward and shouted loudly. Since he had lost, he must endure whatever conditions were imposed. Your punishment was already stated by the commander yesterday. From now on you will no longer enjoy any benefits of the guards, only the merit awards will be retained. So if you want to stay here you must achieve military merit. Got it. Understood. Sir. Jean Neo shouted. Great. Now let's start training. We don't have much time, but I will make sure you reach my expected goals in the shortest time possible. I hope your bodies are strong enough and durable enough. The artificial human's face was twisted with a cruel smile. This sadistic grin caused many to shudder, with cold sweat inexplicably trickling down their backs. The next day at noon, many residents saw the guards limping and walking with their legs apart, looking exhausted as they came to eat. Oh my, this is so damn tiring. I really don't understand what the commander is anxious about, why the training intensity has increased so quickly. Damn it, I used to have top-notch endurance in the army, but since coming here I feel like I'm starting to fade. How can this compare to the army? At least in the army they treat you like a human. Here they don't regard you as one at all. It's truly a grueling training. If it weren't for the medicinal baths after training I might have collapsed long ago. Enough talk, let's eat quickly. We still have training in the afternoon and evening. Tonight will surely be another sleepless night. Thinking about the devilish training in the afternoon, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu was sitting in the monitoring room watching everything happening in the training from the screens. Sir Dr. Lu Yaiha is looking for you. Hearing the news while contemplating the subsequent training plan, Jiang Yu immediately stood up and headed towards Lu Yaiha's floor. Not long after Jiang Yu arrived at Lu Yaiha's office, the first thing that caught his eye was a huge computer screen which was counting down. Jiang Yu keenly noticed that the countdown was to the time of the zombie storm's emergence. Jiang Yu. You're here. I found something very strange. Come and take a look. Lu Yaya led Jiang Yu to a piece of equipment. Look, I accidentally discovered that the energy fluctuations of the celestial tides are in an abnormal state. After a simple comparison, I found that the current energy levels are several times higher than those from a month ago. Furthermore, they are steadily rising. According to calculations, the celestial tide may peak in a few days and its range will encompass the entire sea city. Although I don't know what will happen when the celestial tide energy reaches its peak, I know that it won't be anything good, especially with the apocalypse. After briefly looking at the data and materials provided by Lu Yaya, Jiang Yu inexplicably glanced at her. He originally planned to announce the storm's news the day before it began, but unexpectedly she had noticed it herself. Do you know how long it will last? According to calculations, about 1 night. 1 night. Jiang Yu's expression turned grave, which meant they might have to fight against hundreds of thousands of zombies all night long. Jarvis, start producing weapons and ammunition at full capacity. Weapons and ammunition at the base entrance will no longer be sold, and food will only be sold in the most basic protein bars. Anyone who disagrees will be killed without mercy. Hearing Jiang Yu's orders, Lu Yaya nodded slightly. In such critical times, extraordinary measures must be taken. Although she didn't know what impact the celestial tide would bring, any changes on the planet in this apocalypse should not be ignored. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, producing more weapons is always prudent. All horrors stem from insufficient firepower. As long as the base's firepower is sufficient, unless the planet is instantly destroyed or something else catastrophic occurs globally, they have a chance to cope. Jiang Yu, why do I feel like you seem to know what this celestial tide will bring? Lu Yaya looked at Jiang Yu, whose expression was quite serious, and asked curiously. Well, as far as I know, on the day of the celestial tide, the moon will turn into a blood moon. Under the influence of the blood moon, zombies will become extremely bloodthirsty and berserk, and all their physical indicators will be sharply elevated. Even more terrifying is that on that day at least hundreds of thousands of zombies will enter a frenzy. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's explanation, Lu Yaya's expression became incredibly grave. If what Jiang Yu said is true, it would be a terrifying disaster for all survivors in the sea city. But you must already have a plan, right? Otherwise you wouldn't have hired so many guards at the last minute. That's right, just having the elite guards is not enough. I must now utilize every available resource to strive to survive this crisis. By the way, how is the research on the corpse crystals you were looking into going? I've only made preliminary progress. I found that corpse crystals can be absorbed and digested by the human body, but their specific side effects are still unknown. It also requires a lot of experiments and simulations. If it weren't for Jarvis' superior performance, I might still be completely in the dark. Lu Yaya smiled bitterly. In that case, you should continue your research and keep monitoring the fluctuations of the celestial tide. Report any issues immediately. Understood. Lu Yaya nodded slightly and continued her work. Jiang Yu then left the laboratory and returned to the control room on the 50th floor. Jarvis, how is their training going? Sir, after the rigorous training by the artificial humans, they can barely coordinate among their respective squads, but that's about it. In terms of firearms combat and fighting, most are still quite lacking. Jiang Yu nodded slightly upon hearing Jarvis' words. After all, achieving coordination in just a day and a half is already quite remarkable. Jarvis, starting tomorrow, let the artificial humans take them out to rescue the civilians who meet the conditions for residence. Time is of the essence, just ordinary training methods are no longer sufficient. They need to combine real combat to accelerate their growth so their skills will improve rapidly. Understood, sir. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed. During this time, the base has welcomed a new batch of approximately 8,000 residents, all rescued by the Guardian team led by the artificial humans. While rescuing people, most of the Guardian team members were also undergoing training. During these 2 days of rescue, the abilities of the majority of the Guardian team have rapidly improved. Many members of the Guardian team are now quite adept at killing zombies and collecting their corpses for crystal extraction. Meanwhile, the battle bulls who must achieve military merit to survive in the shelter can accurately kill 10 zombies in just 10 seconds. At this moment, he fully displayed his qualities and combat abilities as a king of soldiers. Sir, the situation you asked me to monitor regarding the collective movement of zombies has occurred again. Oh. Where did it happen this time? In the laboratory, Jiang Yu, who was listening to Lu Yaya's report, heard Jarvis' voice. Lu Yaya was taken aback upon hearing about the collective movement of the zombies, and the next moment she saw the switched monitoring footage from Jarvis. The screen displayed an incredibly strange scene with hundreds of zombies marching in unison towards a specific direction. Although they walked in a staggered manner, not a single zombie fell behind or strayed away, maintaining an impeccably orderly formation. Strangely, these zombies, who should have been ravenous for fresh flesh and blood, seemed disinterested in it at this moment. Instead, they surrounded a group of already battered humans. They neither attacked nor consumed them, but simply surrounded them, steadily driving them in a specific direction. This is impossible. Zombies, driven by the most basic instincts for survival and bloodlust, would recklessly charge at any living being and tear them apart for food. This must be a lie. Lu Yaya was astonished by this scene. Unfortunately, Dr. Lu Yaya, this is all real-time monitoring, and it is indeed true. Sir, this is a small food street in the northern part of Haishur. The people who were taken away were survivors who previously lived on this street, and the residents helped each other to survive. With the resources that this food street inherently had, they managed to live even in the apocalypse, and they had never ventured outside. But for some unknown reason, this group of zombies inexplicably arrived here an hour ago, and after swiftly and astonishingly occupying the area, they took away the remaining survivors. After hearing Jarvis' words and watching the footage of the zombies arriving at this food street an hour ago, Jiang Ye's face displayed disbelief while Lu Yao looked shocked, feeling that her research over the past few days seemed to have been in vain. The movement of these zombies is nothing like that of mindless creatures, rather they resemble well-trained individuals. Moreover, they are actually able to suppress their bloodlust. These zombies do not appear to be evolved ones at all. Listening to Jiang Ye's murmurs, Lu Yao inquired, evolved? Can zombies really evolve? Of course zombies can evolve by consuming human flesh and blood. Otherwise, why do you think they desperately hunt living beings? It's to stand out among the masses and evolve into mutated zombies, right? Hearing Jiang Yu compare the zombies to workers, Lu Yao almost rolled her eyes to the back of her head. Could such a comparison even be made? Jiang Yu briefly recalled the game content and said, however, zombies that can restrain their bloodlust are at least 5th tier zombies. Zombies above the 5th tier usually regain human-like thinking and understand restraint and endurance. However, the zombies in the monitoring footage can't even walk in a straight line and display no pattern at all. They do not seem to be 5th tier zombies. Moreover, even if they were 5th tier zombies, it is impossible for so many to appear at once. For zombies to evolve, they must consume a sufficient amount of fresh flesh and blood, but we are only in the early stages of the apocalypse. Although fresh flesh is abundant, they lack the time to evolve. Therefore, there is only one possibility: they are being controlled by some mutated zombie. Jarvis, do you know their ultimate destination? Jiang Yu asked. Currently unknown, perhaps they entered outside my monitoring range, Jarvis replied. Continue monitoring them. As soon as such a zombie appears, report immediately. Understood, sir. Jiang Ye's expression was gravely serious. He did not expect that a mutated zombie capable of controlling others would appear so soon. Hearing Jiang Ye's murmuring, Lu Yao asked in confusion, how do you know so much? It makes me feel useless, as if all my research over the past time has been crushed by today's monitoring footage. Haha, don't belittle yourself, this isn't your fault. I also didn't expect that the Lord Zombie would appear so soon. The Lord Zombie? What is that? Lu Yao asked in confusion. I refer to this type of mutated zombie that can control others as the Lord Zombie. It uses zombies for its own purposes. Isn't that what a lord does? Such Lord Zombies are rare, but once they appear it spells disaster. In any case, they exist at the boss level. Not only can they control zombies, but they can also command them to hunt for blood and flesh to nourish themselves. The more powerful the Lord Zombie, the more it can even feed the zombies it controls with energy, enabling them to evolve. If a second-tier Lord Zombie appears, as long as it has sufficient blood and flesh, it can cultivate countless first-tier zombies. Then isn't such a zombie invincible? Upon hearing Jiang Ye's explanation, Lu Yao felt that humanity might need to be exterminated. The usually rational her began to think that perhaps it was better to lie down and accept fate. However, Jiang Yu shook his head. Not at all. Lord Zombies are not invincible. Although they are mutated zombies, their defenses are not much different from ordinary zombies. If they can be hit, a single bullet to the head would leave them with little chance of survival. If they die, then all the zombies they control will also perish. It can be said that even if a Lord Zombie commands 100,000 zombies, as long as the Lord Zombie is killed, all its minions will instantly lose all motivation and become true corpses. However, if you cannot kill the Lord Zombie, you will face countless zombies. Hearing Jiang Ye's words, Lu Yao finally let out a sigh of relief, but the gravity and unease in her expression did not diminish significantly. So what do you plan to do? After Lu Yao's question, Jiang Yu paused for a moment before responding. If it is indeed a Lord Zombie, we must ascertain the extent of the zombies it controls and how far it has evolved. There are so many controlled zombies, it seems the strength of that Lord Zombie is quite formidable. Perhaps in a few days, when it evolves again, the city will become its playground for devastation. So we can only wait helplessly. In an instant, both fell into deep thought. If the Lord Zombie wants to evolve quickly, it must have a multitude of zombie slaves capture blood food for it to consume. If we can eliminate the controlled zombies and rescue the captured blood food, the evolution of that Lord Zombie will be significantly hindered. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment and then spoke. Are you suggesting? Yes. Jarvis, the guard team is trained for so long it's time they face real combat. All right, sir. Jiang Yu looked at the hundreds of zombies in the surveillance footage, his expression grave. The Lord Zombie, huh? Let's see whether your controlled zombies or my hunted zombies outnumber each other. Soon, 10 minutes later, the guard team, still in training, received command orders from Jiang Yu. Hurry up. Everyone get in the vehicle. This mission is the first one commanded by the commander, and it is also the first time our base's guard team will independently execute a mission. This mission must succeed. Failure is not an option. The battle bull shouted loudly at the vehicle entrance. Others also excitedly boarded the vehicle. After training for so long, they finally had a mission to undertake. Although they had previously been taken out by the artificial humans to rescue civilians that was under the protection of the artificial humans. This time they could finally fight on their own. No longer having to be watched by the artificial humans, it felt like a fledgling eagle finally leaving its mother's embrace, about to soar into the Soon the first and second guard teams led by Battle Bull and Lu Meng set off in their vehicles targeting the slowly moving horde of zombies. Since they have left, we should set off too, the commander said, watching the several departing buses. The commander did not send us to protect them throughout the mission but to intervene when necessary to deal with enemies they currently cannot handle. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, we must not act. Understood? The commander looked at the 200 combat-type artificial humans to be taken out and said yes. Sir. A thunderous voice echoed inside the vehicle. Isn't 1,000 guard teams sufficient? Or do you think they haven't met your requirements? In the laboratory, Lu Yaya asked while looking at the departing artificial human convoy. If it were just those ordinary zombies, it would be enough. But I worry that the zombie lord has other means. It's always good to be cautious when the enemy is hidden and we are exposed. By the way, how do you know so much? I've been researching for so long and still only grasp a fraction. You seem to know everything as if you have been researching since your last life. Lu Yaya rolled her eyes and said, hey, is it not reasonable for someone who can build such a large shelter to know things you don't? Jian Yu chuckled. Hearing this nonsense, Lu Yaya rolled her eyes again, realizing Jian Yu did not want to share, so she continued her research. Watching Lu Yaya continue her research, Jian Yu smiled helplessly. Some things are better left unsaid for now, and he was also curious why there were Lord Zombies at the beginning of the apocalypse. Logically, at the onset of the apocalypse there should only be some first-tier zombies that mutated from eating zombie corpses. It is nearly impossible for such terrifying entities as Lord Zombies to exist. If Lord Zombies have appeared, will other types of mutated zombies also appear? Jian Yu thought, feeling a headache coming. It seems things are worse than I imagined. The research on gene locks must be expedited. While mutated zombies still fear thermal weapons in their initial state, later on thermal weapons became mostly auxiliary and the unlocking of gene locks became the capital for human survival in the apocalypse. Although Jian Yu knew about gene locks, it was through the researchers in the game. Neither he nor Jarvis had the ability to create them. Yaya, I want to find some people to help you with the research on corpse crystals. Do you have any good candidates? Jian Yu asked. Lu Yaya did not even lift her head and simply replied, besides my teacher and junior sister, I can't think of anyone else who can help me. I can't guarantee across the country, but at least in Haishi there is no one I need. Hearing Lu Yaya's words, Jian Yu felt helpless. Forget it, you continue your research. Strive to uncover the secrets of the corpse crystal as soon as possible. After saying that, Jian Yu left the laboratory. Lu Yaya watched Jian Yu leave with an unfriendly expression. This guy must know the secrets within the corpse crystal but refuses to tell me. Poof. Finally, there's a time when you need me. Once I figure this out, let's see if you beg me nicely. Recalling the scene when she was saved, Lu Yaya felt her teeth grind with resentment. As the Destined One, it was her first time being treated like this, so she had been waiting for the day to turn the tables. At this moment, in a small room surrounded by zombie corpses not far from the street of snack shops breached by zombies, a group of people was trembling inside. They were the owner of a barbecue shop on the snack street along with several family members and employees, a total of 5 men and 3 women. Damn it, is that a human or a zombie? Why do they seem faster than the soldiers? I was scared to death when I saw a zombie pick up a stone and hide in the corner to ambush. Can you believe that? Damn it, weren't these zombies supposed to be mindless and foolish? I didn't expect them to be so powerful. Fortunately, we were vigilant and did not rush out to confront them like others. We came here instead, otherwise we might have been caught. Exactly, although it's disgusting here, I didn't expect hiding here would keep us from being discovered. Teacher, I think you shouldn't have let them in. In the corner of the room, a young girl quietly spoke to an old man beside her. The girl looked disheveled, her face covered in dirt with golden hair. Her bright eyes were large and expressive, and though her figure was slender, she was wrapped in an oversized hoodie. Under the cover of dirt, her golden hair appeared extremely dull, making her look like a beggar who had been scavenging for years. Beside her was an old man with gray hair, his face wrinkled. The old man had a serious expression and his eyes always flashed with wisdom, exuding immense confidence. However, under the dirt's cover, the old man appeared almost insane. It's no trouble, mutual assistance is a traditional virtue of the Chinese people. Moreover, the fact that we managed to arrange the room like this means they have indeed helped us. The professor smiled. Professor, you previously said that zombies are mindless savage creatures, but what we just witnessed doesn't seem like something mindless beasts could accomplish. The barbecue shop owner, fat brother, furrowed his brow and asked. If they hadn't sensed something was wrong and hurriedly come here under the old professor's guidance, they might have been captured by the zombie as well. I am not sure. Although I only caught a glimpse earlier, my deduction cannot be wrong. Zombies cannot possess their own consciousness because their brains have been destroyed by the virus. Moreover, they are currently only driven by their base desires. I suspect that there is something else controlling the zombie. Upon hearing the teacher's words, the girl and everyone else looked astonished. Controlling the zombies, the girl exclaimed. If someone else had said such a seemingly absurd conclusion, she might have laughed it off. But the one saying this was her own teacher. The teacher who had solved countless problems in the world. Indeed, Xiaoling, I believe the reason zombies are so fond of human flesh is partly due to hunger and partly because they might evolve after consuming human flesh. I speculate that perhaps a certain zombie has evolved for some reason and after evolving it gained the ability to control other zombies. Hearing the professor's shocking statement, everyone present was left stunned. Professor, that's impossible. Zombies can. Xiaoling, there is a saying in the detective world: eliminate all impossible factors and whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. If no one is controlling the zombies, then how could they ignore food right in front of them? It's like asking 10 people who suddenly find 10 million, do you think they would report it or split it among themselves? The old man calmly presented his reasoning. Oof. Old man, do you think you're a washing machine? The truth is that you are wrong. They are not mindless creatures that only know how to bite, but rather an organized, scheming new species with tactics. Someone who overheard the conversation between the teacher and student mocked. A disdainful shop employee scoffed. Old man, hearing is deceiving, seeing is believing. We haven't seen any mutated beings controlling the zombies, but we did witness the zombies systematically breaking through the snack street. I can't shake the feeling that he isn't very reliable. He claims to be a biology professor, yet he's just like us, reading detective novels. Exactly. A genius like him reads such nonsensical detective novels. Listening to the ridicule from those around him, the old man frowned slightly but did not argue. When you prepare to debate with a group of ignorant yet confident people, you have already lost. So at this moment the best choice was to keep quiet and watch them act like clowns. Forget it, whether he is a professor or not doesn't matter, as the zombie room he designed did save our lives. Now we should consider what our next step should be. One tall thin person beside Fat Brother asked. I thought we could negotiate with old Zhang and gather resources to establish a shelter allowing us to survive in this apocalypse. But I didn't expect that they would be captured by the zombies. Relying on just us, we simply don't have the strength to survive. What if those zombies come again tomorrow? How should we cope? How about we join the firelight shelter? I see that those who join are treated quite well. There are jobs, food, and even a guard team. With so many men among us, it would be relatively easy to bring people in. A female employee had looked up information on the firelight shelter before the power outage. She had wanted to join for a while, but due to her age she was unable, so she had been staying here. Fat Brother fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, then sighed helplessly. Since it has come to this, we have no choice but to go. Let's pack up and prepare to depart. Although he also did not want to live under others, time was of the essence. The outside was fraught with danger, and it was not the time to consider one's pride. Ah. Now. During the day. Everyone was startled. Of course, even if driving it takes an hour to reach the firelight shelter from here. Walking is even more, needless to say. Moreover, with the outside being so dangerous, the zombies will become more aggressive and vicious at night. Don't you think we should hurry to leave? Everyone nodded slightly. But Big Brother, can't we have them come to pick us up? No, that's too dangerous. If we wait for them to come and the zombies return, what should we do? Who can stop them? Big Brother, what about them? One person pointed at the teacher and student who had no relation to their group and asked quietly. Fat Brother glanced at his group, which consisted of 5 men and 3 women. Bringing along these 2 burdens might make the journey even more difficult. Thus Fat Brother's expression darkened for a moment, then he forced a warm smile. Hee, old professor, we will first go gather supplies. Please wait here for a moment. When we finish collecting the supplies and are ready to leave, we will come to notify you, and then we can leave together. Upon hearing Fat Brother's words, the expressions of the surrounding people changed. Bring along these 2 burdens. They looked at Fat Brother with unusual gazes. No problem, you all go ahead. We will wait for you here, the old professor smiled. Alright, then we will get busy first. Please rest well. After saying that, Fat Brother intended to leave. Wait, Fat Brother, could you lend me a charged phone? Our phones have run out of battery. I want to see the photos of my wife and children on my phone. Hearing the professor's request, Fat Brother furrowed his brow but still took out his new phone Xiaomi 15 and handed it to the professor. This is my phone, you can use it for now. When we meet again, please return it to me, alright? Fat Brother smiled. Okay. Thank you, Fat Brother. The old man smiled slightly. Afterward, Fat Brother quickly left with the others, hurrying back to the barbecue shop to gather supplies. Big Brother, are you really going to take them with you? The thin bamboo pole beside Fat Brother asked. Take these 2 burdens with us. You are overthinking it. Giving them a phone is equivalent to providing them with another means of rescue. As for how to survive, that depends on their own abilities. And didn't I say I would give it back when we meet? Do you think we will even have the chance to meet again? An elderly man and a woman, without outside assistance, how long do you think they could survive in the apocalypse? Hearing Pang Ji's near heartless words, the group fell into silence. He was right, the 2 of them were little more than burdens. Even those among them who shared prior bonds hesitated to take them along. As for the others, no one would volunteer. This was the apocalypse, not the pre-collapse world. Under ordinary circumstances, their fate could only be death. Though several female shop assistants felt pangs of guilt, the old man had after all saved their lives, they dared not speak. Every word lodged in their throats, fear held them mute lest they too be abandoned. Half an hour later, having gathered supplies, they hurriedly set off toward the Xinhua shelter under the afternoon sun, following their map. Meanwhile, Xiaoling, still waiting patiently, gazed out at the city awash in crimson and murmured in bewilderment. Strange. It's been so long. Why haven't they arrived yet? They won't come. Right now they're already en route to the Xinhua shelter. What? Why? Weren't we all together? Xiaoling asked, bewildered. Together? No, they are the ones truly bound together. To them we are outsiders, burdensome outsiders. Taking us would drastically increase the peril of reaching the shelter. So abandoning us is in fact perfectly logical. Professor Lau adjusted his glasses with calm composure. Then they've already departed and taken the supplies. Yes. Xiaoling's expression turned dazed. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Ungrateful wretches. Without Professor Lau's intervention they'd already have been dragged away by zombies. Never did I imagine such base ingratitude. Damn it. Damn it. Xiaoling stared out the window at the sunlight, her small face twisted with fear. Heck, he needn't rage so. They simply don't know our true capabilities, so perceiving us as liabilities is only natural. Besides, I've already found us an excellent alternative. Professor? Xiaoling asked, puzzled. The very Xinhua shelter they mentioned. We reviewed its files, it's ideal for us. Though its entry requirements seem stringent, those apply only to ordinary people, not to us. But Professor, how will we get there? I've already submitted our residency applications, including yours. Both have been approved. Now we merely await their arrival to escort us. The professor spoke serenely. But Professor, what if the zombies return? They won't, not for several days at least. Those zombies are clearly being directed to capture humans, likely to feed some unknown entity. Given their movement patterns and the fact this area has just been raided, I estimate they won't circle back for 2 or 3 days. We're safe, for now. The professor mused aloud. So, you orchestrated this retreat from the start. That's why you asked for their phone. Xiaoling's eyes shimmered with starry admiration. Xiaoling. Learn from this. Don't bury yourself in the lab all day, or when I'm gone you might be sold and still counting money for your buyer. The professor spoke earnestly, visibly pleased by his disciples' adoring gaze. Ah, well. Did you really think I wanted to call non-existent wife and children? The professor rolled his eyes. Ha! Caught you. Professor, you're a lifelong bachelor. Where would wife and children even come from? Xiaoling laughed. Smack. Ow. That hurts. Xiaoling clutched her head, tears welling as she glared up at her mentor. Oof. Lifelong bachelor. I call it devoting my life to science. The professor flushed faintly. In the crucible of apocalypse, master and student momentarily shed their formal roles, teasing each other like friends, lightening the weight of their arduous, uncertain weight. Elsewhere, Lu Ya, scratching her scalp furiously, glared savagely at the data streaming across her monitor. She'd recalculated endlessly, yet something remained profoundly off. Even with AI assistance, the solution eluded her, deeply wounding the confidence of Dr. Lu Yaya, already accustomed to intellectual triumph. Damn it! Cursed Zhang Yu, spouting nonsense while withholding what truly matters. If my master Zhang Yuanchang and junior sister Xiao Mengling were here, this would have been resolved long ago. Dr. Lu Yaya, might your master be Zhang Yuanchang and your junior sister Xiao Mengling? Lu Yaya recoiled in shock. Jarvis, really now's not the time to dig into my background. Apologies, it wasn't an intrusion. 2 residency applications matching your profile precisely appeared in the system. I merely sought confirmation. Lu Yaya gasped. Impossible. They're conducting experiments in the Eaglehead Nation, how could they possibly be here? I lack that information, but I can confirm both applications were filed locally in Haishur City near the Snack Street district. What? Jarvis, dispatch rescue teams immediately. If it's truly them, they must not die, they're my family. Her voice trembled with urgency. I've already informed the director. He'll issue further instructions. Lu Yaya's expression tightened with anxiety. Please, let nothing go wrong. Upon receiving Jarvis's message, Jiang Yu paused, stunned. Truly, when sleep calls, a pillow appears. If it is them, gene-lock research will accelerate exponentially. Moments later, Jiang Yu led 200 combat-grade androids in 5 fully armed modified vehicles racing towards Snack Street. Elsewhere on a road just outside Snack Street, 3 massive trucks roared forward at breakneck speed. Each bus had been heavily modified, reinforced steel plating encased their hulls, leaving only bulletproof windows, opaque from the outside, transparent within. They resembled apocalyptic war chariots. Inside the lead vehicle, a burly Russian man briefed his team on the mission. This operation demands speed and precision. If the local army detects us, extraction becomes nearly impossible. Yes, sir. Squad leaders snapped salutes throughout the cabin. Sir, several refugees ahead are besieged by zombies. Request permission to intervene. Whom? The leader, a robust man from Bear Country, took out a binocular and slightly nodded. Let's rescue them. There are 3 women over there. After the mission you can relax. The leader of Bear Country chuckled. Yes, sir. The driver felt more spirited upon hearing this. Since going there he had lost track of how long it had been since he last indulged. This time he wanted to be first. Several times he had been the last to enter and it had been dry without any sensation. Brother Fat and his group were quite unlucky. Just after leaving the snack street they encountered a horde of mindless zombies. One of the staff accidentally knocked over a soda can, making a noise that led to their discovery. Damn. Didn't they say all the zombies had gone? Why are there still so many here? Could it be that what that professor said is true? Are the zombies being controlled? Damn it. Now is not the time to talk about this, let's get rid of them quickly. There are vehicles over there. What? Upon hearing the sounds everyone looked in the direction and were astonished to see 3 armored vehicles racing towards them, coming to a steady stop. Then several strong men of various complexions got out of the vehicles, all wielding silenced submachine guns. They quickly dispatched the surrounding zombies, taking down 2 with each shot. By UBU. By UBU. The sound of bullets firing was followed by the thud of zombies collapse. Soon under the slaughter of these strong men the zombies were wiped out like ants. Is everyone alright? After eliminating the zombies the leading white man approached, adjusting his sunglasses as he shamelessly scanned the few female staff members before his gaze fell on Brother Fat. At the same time he licked his lips. The female staff felt as though they were being eyed by a predator, causing goosebumps to rise all over. It's alright. Thank you. Are you from the Ember Shelter? We were just about to seek refuge at your shelter. Hearing the foreigner speak Chinese, Brother Fat felt a sense of familiarity, his excitement evident as he asked. Upon hearing Brother Fat's words the man in sunglasses frowned, contemplating before speaking. Indeed, we are from the Ember Shelter. We came to rescue people. No time for chit-chat, hurry, get in the vehicle. The robust man smiled. After receiving thanks from Brother Fat and the others the vehicle started again, heading towards the snack street they had just left. Inside the vehicle Brother Fat looked around at the fully armed varied-skinned special forces and instantly felt a strong sense of security. The group of strong men began sizing up the Chinese people, exchanging glances as they discussed their targets. The female staff members and a handsome male staff member beside Brother Fat felt as if they had entered a predator's den. It seemed they were the prey rather than the ones being rescued. They instinctively huddled together as if this would offer them more security. On the way, seeing the bus approaching the snack street, Brother Fat asked curiously, Big brother, are we still going to rescue people? Yes, we still need to rescue a professor. The white man smiled at Brother Fat. Ah. Is there a girl with that professor? Though the white man's expression felt off, causing goosebumps to rise, Brother Fat suppressed his discomfort, thinking that it was just the way foreigners looked, as he had never seen many before. You know. The white man was taken aback. If this guy was connected to the professor, then wouldn't it mean? That's right, he is not a professor at all, it's all a lie. Brother Fat retorted angrily. He is that so? The white man smirked coldly at these words. This is a fool who doesn't know the professor's true capabilities. Yes. You have no idea. Brother Fat seemed to have found someone to share a common language with and began recounting the amusing anecdotes he believed about the professor. However, the more Brother Fat spoke the more the white man's smile faded, replaced by a gradually serious expression. The zombie room revealing the mutated beings controlling the zombies were all confidential secrets carefully preserved within their company. Unexpectedly, that professor had guessed it just from a few glances. It seems that professor really is, as the data describes, a talent. Perfect. After these few are done we can offer that professor a gift. The white man thought while watching Brother Fat talk. The white man could see at a glance that these people definitely viewed the professor and his group as a burden, which was why they hadn't brought them alone. Fortunately, if they had a connection with the professor, their enjoyment might have been delayed. Soon the bus arrived at the intersection of the snack street, just about to turn in when they spotted 5 modified vehicles approaching from another. Seeing these 5 modified vehicles, the white man's expression tightened. Years of experience had sharpened his instincts, and they warned him that the approaching vehicles were not friendly. The vehicles opposite had clearly also noticed their modified cars. Inside, John Yu had simultaneously prepared the humanoids for battle. As both sides saw each other, they began to slow down. Prepare for battle. The white man stood up, his expression serious as he watched the 5 modified vehicles ahead. Click. Click. The special forces armed with weapons swiftly loaded their bullets. This. Upon witnessing this scene, Brother Fat and the others trembled in fear. What was happening? Why did it suddenly seem like a gun battle was about to break out? Just turn in directly. If they don't move, let them pass. The robust man said. All right. Just turn in directly. If they don't move, let them pass. On the 5 modified vehicles, John Yu looked at the 3 armed vehicles ahead, speaking with caution. This area was in the bustling city center. The number of zombies was unclear, and considering the opponent's numbers and weapons, if a huge explosion occurred attracting nearby zombies, it would be difficult for them to break out. Then both sides started their vehicles moving at a pace that was neither fast nor slow. Finally, when they simultaneously arrived at the intersection of the snack street and were just a few meters away, they prepared to turn in. Open fire. Zhang Yu and the white captain shouted simultaneously. Bang. In an instant, several humanoids opened the top doors of the vehicles and jumped out. Armed with submachine guns, they began firing rapidly. Toot 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 toot. Crack. Crack. Behind them, the doors of 4 modified vehicles swung open simultaneously as over 100 combat androids swiftly disembarked and scattered, vanishing behind the rusted hulks of abandoned cars lining the street. They opened fire immediately. In an instant, overwhelming firepower pinned down the enemy, rendering them unable even to open their vehicle doors for retaliation. The combat androids moved with blinding speed. Within mere seconds they had exited their vehicles, raised their weapons, and established suppressive dominance. The Caucasian team leader stared in disbelief, instinctively tearing off his sunglasses as if reality itself had fractured before his eyes. Could anyone truly outpace their elite special forces? His unit comprised hand-picked operatives, the finest warriors drawn from across the globe. Out there each was a legendary warrior king, yet now overwhelmed by an unknown faction. Was this even real? What are you waiting for? Don't you see they've already formed their line? Get reinforcements out now. Amidst the sharp staccato of bullets striking armored hulls, the burly commander snapped back to focus and barked into his radio. Yes, sir. Go. 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 At the command, the rear echelon of special forces surged from their vehicles and deployed into battle formation. Amidst the deafening clang of metal impacts, the troops from the 2 rear buses finally dismounted, racing for cover and scanning for targets. As opposing volleys converged, full-scale combat erupted. BRRRT. Boom. Boom. Assault rifles traded fire without pause, streetlights shattered, asphalt cracked, and the air thickened with acrid smoke, flying shrapnel and the relentless clack-clack-clack of ricocheting rounds. Though suppressed, the thunderous percussion of bullets striking steel still echoed violently, drawing nearby zombies closer with every detonation. Deploy high-caliber grenade launchers, end this swiftly. Evacuate before the horde converges. You take 10 soldiers and extract Professor Jiang safely. Jiang Yu issued the order without hesitation. Delay meant annihilation. Affirmative, sir. Cover me. Several androids roared in unison. In the Caucasian commander's stunned gaze, a dozen androids vanished, blinking out of sight as they sprinted into the narrow alleyway of the snack street. Before he could react, he watched in horror as several more androids hurtled toward his position, closing the distance with impossible velocity, then hurled high-caliber grenades beneath the first armored vehicle. After releasing multiple grenades, the androids dropped low, rolled, and took cover behind the nearest barrier, while their comrades unleashed a torrent of suppressing fire from behind. Bullets rained like monsoon hail. Then, boom. A cataclysmic detonation launched the commander's bus skyward. Its once unbreakable chassis buckled instantly under the blast's proximity. Thick black smoke billowed forth as the vehicle spun violently, flipping 560 degrees before slamming sideways onto the asphalt. Inside, passengers were flung headlong through chaos, spinning, crashing, dazed by violent forces and concussive impact as if strapped into a runaway roller coaster without restraints. Encircle them. Jiang Yu commanded again. Affirmative. Over 100 androids surged forward, covering 15 meters in under 6 seconds, vanishing into the churning smoke as if swallowed whole. The remaining dozens maintained relentless suppressive fire from the rear. With flawless 100% accuracy, the androids advanced through the storm of lead and flame, emerging unscathed from the blast-choked haze directly into the enemy's firing zone. Fuck. What the? Stunned, the special forces watched in frozen disbelief as figures closed the distance in heartbeats, then saw only a fist hurtling toward their face. The impact short-circuited the soldiers' cognition, then slaughter began. Boom. Crack. Fuck. Over 100 androids breached the kill zone, wielding Nepalese kukris and desert eagles. They switched seamlessly to close-quarters annihilation. Beyond 7 paces, the gun reigns supreme. Within 7, the blade holds dominion, yet in their hands both struck with lethal simultaneity. Each arc of the kukri seemed guided by ascension spirit, every swing severed a life, precise and inevitable. The desert eagles behaved like sentient weapons, auto-targeting, auto-firing, dropping enemies with surgical, effortless precision. Within, the smoke-shrouded maelstrom gunfire, steel screams, and the wet, ragged gasps of dying men. Even unseen, the horror was palpable, the gurgling choke of slit throats, the choked cry of bullet-torn lungs, pure unrelenting carnage. Boom. Boom. Some soldiers fought on, futilely. Others stared in shock, realizing with chilling clarity that these beings anticipated bullet trajectories mid-flight and evaded them with preternatural grace. It's impossible. That can't be real. This cannot be. In that instant, their entire worldview shattered. They screamed denial into the void. Minutes later, under the dazed stares of the surviving special forces, what remained of their 70-strong unit was reduced to a handful of captured squad leaders, while the rest lay slumped, throats cleanly severed, blood pooling across the pavement. Fall back. Fall back. Fall back. The Caucasian commander staggered from the overturned bus, shouting hoarsely. Shit. But as he beheld the scene, his breath caught. He saw only his own soldiers clad in identical tactical gear lying motionless. And advancing slowly toward him, figures gripping submachine guns. This can't be. How long had it been? Just minutes, and his entire force obliterated. Were they human, or something wearing human skin? The grenade smoke still hung heavy in the air. Meanwhile, the portly man and his companions, struggling free from the upturned bus, stood frozen mouths agape. That's it. Weren't these soldiers supposed to be elite? How did they fall so fast? A few newcomers doubled over, retching violently at the carnage. The android squad leader fixed his gaze upon the Caucasian commander and spoke, voice calm and detached, spare a few, execute the rest. No. The white captain was instantly taken aback upon hearing those words. But before he could say anything, the sound of bullets penetrating the air rang out. His teammates were all shot in the head and fell lifeless. In the end, the shattered white captain and the other special forces, a total of 10, were captured, while the ordinary people like Fat Brother were not shot. Instead, they were placed alongside the white captain. Fat Brother and the others originally consisted of 5 men and 3 women, but after the recent incident only 3 men and 1 woman remained. The others were trapped under the vehicle, their fate unknown. Seeing the legendary refuge of the Flame of Hope being slaughtered to such an extent, they all dared not say anything more, huddling on the ground trembling all over. Before long, a young man in combat gear approached. He glanced at Fat Brother and the others, then at the white captain. "Which force are you from? What are you doing here?" Jiang Yu asked sternly. "Kill me. I won't tell you anything," the white captain sneered. You have some backbone. Bring them to the vehicle and treat them well." Jiang Yu turned to the nearby artificial human captain and said, "You better keep your mouth shut. They haven't encountered anyone stubborn in a long time and their hands are itching." Jiang Yu said, "What about you? How did you end up with these foreigners?" "Big brother, we just wanted to find a refuge. They said they were from the Flame of Hope, so I followed them." "I really don't know your grievances, big brother. Don't kill me. I still have old people and children to take care of." Fat Brother suddenly burst into tears, kneeling on the ground. "Flame of Hope. We are the real Flame of Hope. They are the imposters." "Ah. This." Fat Brother was taken aback. "Tell me everything you know about them." "It's like this." After listening to Fat Brother's words, Jiang Yu frowned. These people were actually here for the professor as well. It seemed a second unknown force had set its sights on the professor's abilities. Hearing this, Jiang Yu felt somewhat relieved. Had he arrived even a moment later, the professor might have been taken away, and if the professor wasn't brought back, he would surely be annoyed by Lu Yaya. "Report, sir. The person has been brought." At this moment, an artificial human brought the professor and Xiao Ling to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu turned around and was surprised to see the old professor, dirty but spirited, and the young girl. "Hello, you are Professor Zhang Yuancheng and Xiao Mengling, right?" "My name is Jiang Yu, the commander of the Flame of Hope. I heard you filled out an application, so I came to pick you up." Jiang Yu smiled at Professor Zhang and Xiao Ling. "Wow. So handsome." Xiao Ling immediately noticed Jiang Yu's good looks with a harmonious smile like a neighborly big brother and the handsome posture in combat gear. Professor Zhang, on the other hand, was impressed by Jiang Yu's abilities. It was no small feat to build the renowned Flame of Hope at such a young age. "Professor Zhang, our boss also values you greatly, which is why we came to pick you up. You should come with us." At this moment, the kneeling white captain spoke up. "Poof. You, a captive, want to steal people? Take care of yourself first." Jiang Yu sneered. "Poof. Chinese, don't be too self-righteous. This time we underestimated you, which is why you succeeded. Next time when our headquarters sends more powerful troops, it will be your end." The white brute laughed coldly. Jiang Yu looked at the sneering white brute without further inquiry, directly grabbed his neck and slowly applied pressure. Hiss. Ah. In an instant, the white brute turned red from difficulty breathing, gasping for air with his mouth wide open, but it was futile. His eyes bulged out as he looked at Jiang Yu with an extremely flushed face. The people around were instantly shocked by Jiang Yu's ruthless method. The seemingly gentle big brother actually acted so mercilessly. A captive should have the awareness of a captive. Don't think that just because there are a few of you, even if your numbers doubled, it would just take a bit longer for my people. Killing worthless scum like you is as easy as killing chickens. After saying that, Jiang Yu released his grip and the white brute felt fresh air rushing into his throat, instantly gasping greedily. At the same time, a hint of caution and fear appeared in his eyes as he looked at Jiang Yu. This guy looked young but was unexpectedly ruthless, showing no mercy. He was not someone to be trifled with. At that moment, the whole place was silent. They stared blankly at the scene, especially Fat Brother, who was now kneeling on the ground dumbfounded. They never expected that these two ruthlessly fierce squads were actually here for this professor. There was even a violent conflict because of him. Was this professor really that remarkable? Could it be that he was truly such an outstanding professor? For a moment, Fat Brother and the others suddenly regretted not having brought him along earlier. If they had, he could have sweet-talked them and perhaps they could have easily joined the refuge. But what if the old professor held a grudge against them for not bringing him, saying bad things about them? That would be disastrous for them. Not being allowed into the refuge was minor, but if he directly killed them out of anger, they would have no way to resist. "Professor Zhang, let's get in the car first. It's no longer safe here." "Okay." Professor Zhang was not one to hesitate. He immediately got into the vehicle. Then the artificial human swiftly brought the captives onto the bus and quickly tidied up the battlefield before driving away just before the zombies fully gathered. "Flame of Hope, it's an honor to meet you. I apologize for the trouble. If we had any other way, we wouldn't have bothered you to— I had no choice. If I didn't come, I feared that Lu Yaya would drive me crazy." Jiang Yu laughed. "What? Yaha is also with you?" Professor Zhang asked in surprise. He had originally planned to wait until the Flame of Hope was stable before looking for Lu Yaya. After all, he hadn't found her when he went to her house before. He never expected she had already joined the Flame of Hope. "That's right, she is now my researcher and she's recently encountered some problems in her research field and needs your help. Then Jiang Yu looked at Professor Zhang and Xiao Ling smiling. Hee, would that proud girl really encounter problems? Professor Zhang shook his head and smiled. By the way, Professor Zhang, I heard you were in the Eagle Head country. How come you suddenly appeared in Huaxia? This is still because of Yaya. While abroad, a genetic research company approached us voluntarily offering to examine Yaya's mother's legs and even showed us documented cases of successful recovery. Given that we hadn't seen each other in years and with the Lunar New Year approaching, we decided to travel here with our bodyguards intending to surprise Yaya and enjoy a brief family reunion. We planned to stay for the holiday before returning home, only for the surprise to nearly become a nightmare. We narrowly escaped an asteroid impact yet failed to evade the zombie outbreak. When the outbreak struck, several of our bodyguards turned into zombies, the rest perished defending us. After wandering aimlessly, we took refuge on that snack street, staying there for several days until conditions became unbearable, prompting us to contact you and seek shelter at your sanctuary. Professor Zhang said helplessly. Jiang Yu asked Professor Zhang, may I ask, do you intend to return or will you remain here? Ah, you mean Mr. Jiang Yu expect me to swear allegiance? Professor Zhang, seasoned and astute, instantly discerned the subtext in Jiang Yu's words. Precisely. What Lu Yaya undertakes is classified as top secret work within our sanctuary. Unless one intends to stay wholeheartedly, I would rather forfeit this position, even if the candidate were Yaya's own mentor, than risk admitting someone uncommitted. Jiang Yu offered a serene, knowing smile. And what if I say I will return? Professor Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke calmly. At those words, the tranquil atmosphere aboard the bus shifted instantly. The androids, who had been vigilantly scanning the outside world, raised their weapons and watched Jiang Yu and Professor Zhang from the corners of their eyes. Teacher, why does the air feel so tense? Xiao Ling whispered, clinging to Professor Zhang's arm, her voice trembling as she sensed the thickening tension all around. Wasn't the mood harmonious just moments ago? Why has it changed so abruptly? This escalation is astonishingly swift. Professor Zhang, everyone is occupied, please consider your answer carefully. Jiang Yu smiled faintly. Professor Zhang felt countless pairs of eyes fixed upon him, as though any sudden movement would trigger immediate suppression. Their gazes locked, unyielding, unwavering. After a long moment, Professor Zhang seemed to reach a quiet resolution and shook his head with resigned weariness. Truly, heroes have always emerged from youth. Mr. Jiang, I am by birth a citizen of Huaxia. Now that Huaxia faces crisis, it is my solemn duty as a scientist to stand firm. I shall remain to aid Huaxia, but I must ask, on whose behalf do you act, Mr. Jiang? Huaxia's. Your own. Or perhaps, your private ambition. Jiang Yu paused silent for a breath, then replied, Professor Zhang, I align with none of those three. I stand only with the future. Professor Zhang pondered briefly, then slowly rose to his feet. Then, let us cooperate with mutual goodwill. Though should your research assignments fail to stir my curiosity, I'd be content with a simple job serving meals. Agreed. I trust you'll find them compelling, but Professor Zhang, I hope your confidence is truly warranted. Jiang Yu rose and clasped hands with Professor Zhang. The moment their palms met, the taut frozen air in the cabin softened palpably. The androids resumed watching the road ahead. Xiao Ling exhaled, her shoulders relaxing instantly. Ha! 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 Excellent, then let us await what unfolds together. Professor Zhang laughed heartily. Beside him, Xiao Ling observed Jiang Yu, whose aura had shifted from intimidating intensity to sovereign dominance and now to that of a warm, approachable elder brother, her brow furrowed with complex emotion. The bus rolled steadily toward the sanctuary. Just as it neared the city's edge, Jarvis's voice resonated inside the cabin. Sir, a distress signal has been detected from the security squad. Shall we render assistance? A distress signal? How is that possible? Wasn't the elite guard accompanying them? Why would they need to call for help? Jiang Yu asked, puzzled. With 200 androids each having unlocked first-tier genetic seals accompanying them, danger should have lain entirely with the enemy. Yet Jiang Yu wasted no time deliberating. He immediately ordered a course correction toward the source of the signal. All units check weapons and gear, prepare for combat. Jarvis, report current status in detail. He issued the command to the androids behind him and simultaneously addressed Jarvis. Sir Jean Neo and his team initiated a one-sided slaughter upon encountering the zombie horde, yet over 1,000 additional zombies emerged unexpectedly, surrounding them completely. Caught off guard, they were encircled. When the elite guard attempted reinforcement, they were intercepted by a squad clad in black tactical gear, sparking fierce large-scale combat. Among the 1,000-strong zombie force were first-tier zombies, inflicting severe casualties. They had no choice but to request emergency support. Jiang Yu froze, his expression darkening. So soon. First-tier zombies have already appeared. Then the zombie sovereign must be, at minimum, second-tier. A second-tier zombie, save for a select few exceptions, overwhelming heavy firepower remains the sole reliable means of termination. Professor Zhang, now is not the time to return. My sanctuary security squad is under siege. I must go to their aid. Please remain aboard the bus. I'll assign 10 warriors to protect you. Unit 5, status report. Jiang Yu keyed his radio. We peeled back a layer. Yes, not much was said, but what we extracted proved useful. Hearing those words over the radio sent chills down the spines of all who listened. Peeled back a layer. whose skin had been stripped. Good. Upload all recordings to Jarvis immediately, then arm yourselves fully. Units 4 and 5 reinforce the elite guard. Units 1, 2 and 3 assist the security squad. Understood, sir. Assign several guards to remain aboard and protect Professor Zhang and his party. Understood, sir. Guided swiftly by Jarvis, they navigated narrow alleyways until finally arriving at their destination. As they drew near, deafening roars and explosions assaulted their ears. To those aboard the bus, the cacophony transformed the scene not into a post-apocalyptic wasteland but into a full-blown battlefield. At an intersection, units 4 and 5 veered onto a parallel route while the remaining vehicles pressed forward. Soon they beheld the dense writhing mass of the zombie legion ahead. Good heavens, so many! Before them stretched a broad avenue choked end-to-end with shambling, decaying figures. In the forefront of the encirclement, the sounds of explosions and roars intermittently echoed. On vehicle number 1, the professor and the others felt the hairs on the back of their necks stand up upon seeing the dense swarm of zombies. Connect the communication to the battle cow and blast a path for them to get out. Communication established. Battle cow, we are to your northeast. Begin retreating towards us with all your might. We will cover you. Yes. Commander. The exhausted and furious voice of the battle cow came through the intercom. Don't hold back on the ammunition. Kill as many as you can and weaken the zombie lord's strength. Jiang Yu addressed the artificial beings behind him. Yes. Commander. The artificial beings swiftly disembarked, each armed with weapons, and 100 of them took out several heavy grenades, hurling them fiercely into the writhing mass of corpses. Boom. Suddenly a deafening explosion engulfed the horde of zombies. Roar. Within the crowd of corpses, dozens of first-tier zombies sensed this and immediately leaped onto the heads of other zombies, growling angrily towards Jiang Yu's direction. Roar. The terrifying maw of the first-tier mutated zombie seemed capable of devouring heaven and earth. First-tier giant moth zombie, first-tier crawling zombie, first-tier giant zombie, first-tier tentacle zombie, first-tier iron zombie. Seeing the figures of those first-tier zombies, Jiang Yu, who was exceedingly familiar with zombies, solemnly uttered their names. With so many first-tier zombies, one could only imagine how powerful that Lord Zombie had become. Was it second-tier or nearly impossible third-tier? Booming. Booming. The first-tier zombies temporarily abandoned their siege on the battle cow and instead turned to charge towards Jiang Yu. Suppress the firepower. As soon as Jiang Yu said this, 9 heavy machine guns mounted on 3 buses began to fire furiously. Da-day-day-day. Boom boom boom. The fast-moving and lethally powerful bullets rushed into the horde of zombies, and in an instant the weak bodies of the zombies were shredded like paper. Puff. Puff. Even first-tier zombies had no means to withstand the terrifying suppression of the heavy machine guns, instinctively looking for places to hide, otherwise being blasted into bits within seconds. Soon the hundreds of zombies at the forefront were turned into a bloody mess on the ground by the heavy machine guns. However, while other zombies feared the destructive power of the heavy machine guns, the first-tier iron zombies could use their revolved bodies for defense. They advanced like undefeated war gods, while behind them various first-tier zombies were closing in rapidly. For a moment the bullets hitting them merely sparked bright flashes. What kind of zombies are these that can actually withstand the fire of heavy machine guns? Professor Zhang asked with a furrowed brow. First-tier iron mutated zombies, after evolving their outer bodies, transform from flesh to iron. The higher the zombies level, the stronger the iron defense. Then do these monsters have no weaknesses? Professor Zhang inquired. Weaknesses. They do have weaknesses. Although the iron zombies appear hard on the outside, they are ultimately flesh inside. They can withstand the heavy machine gun fire for a while, but not for long. As long as the heavy machine guns concentrate fire for a period, the zombies will die from internal injuries due to the vibrations. Indeed, as soon as Jiang Yu's voice fell, he saw the once vigorous and formidable iron zombie slowly topple down. Professor Zhang looked at the fallen iron zombie, then at Jiang Yu, who was confident and composed, his face full of astonishment. With the death of the first-tier iron zombie in the front row, the back row's first-tier zombies had no chance of survival under the heavy machine gun fire. Even the speedster crawling zombies could not evade the dense barrage of the heavy machine guns. And as the last first-tier zombie's body was shattered, all the first-tier zombies attempting to attack were killed. Roar! In the next moment, a voice filled with immense anger reverberated through the skies. As this furious roar erupted, all the zombies on site fell into a frenzied state, charging recklessly towards the battle cows on the truck. Even though there were heavy machine guns on the battle cows' vehicles, under the circumstances of being surrounded by zombies, the firepower of the heavy machine guns seemed rather constrained. Jiang Yu's face paled upon hearing this roar. Battle cow, charge out quickly. We are very close to the zombie lord's lair. Jiang Yu shouted through the intercom. Everyone act quickly. Rescue the people and leave. Take as many zombie crystals as you can. Hearing Jiang Yu's slightly anxious voice, everyone increased their firepower, with the artificial beings wielding submachine guns alert and ready. Each shot fired resulted in a zombie collapsing. Soon the positions of the artificial beings and the battle cows began to converge. Seeing that the path was about to be cleared, the battle cow immediately directed the driver towards Jiang Yu. Rumbling. The big truck accelerated madly, and the rapidly spinning tires crushed countless zombies attempting to board. For a moment as the truck moved, blood and limbs splattered from all 4 tire positions. Go. Seeing the battle cows drive away, Jiang Yu turned the vehicle around and sped off. 4th and 5th squads, how is the battle situation? Looking back at the advancing zombies, Jiang Yu asked through the intercom. Commander, our side has killed 600 enemies with a total of 400 elite guards and captured 1 team leader. The rest have fled with injuries and we are currently tidying up the battlefield and preparing to retreat. After hearing the report, Jiang Yu nodded slightly. Leave as quickly as possible, it is not suitable to linger here. Jarvis, record the coordinates and scan all facilities within a 10-kilometer radius. Understood, sir. Not long after, 5 buses quickly converged full throttle heading towards the direction of the refuge. Half an hour later, the buses finally left the city and arrived at the suburbs. Everyone checked the extent of equipment damage, the condition of the injured and ammunition consumption. Once we return, immediately replenish supplies and treat the wounded. Jarvis, have the medics in the base prepare. If the residents coming in for treatment do not have severe cases that require observation, postpone those observations and prioritize treating the guards. As they got closer to the base, Jiang Yu transmitted one directive after another. Understood, sir. Yes, Commander. After Jarvis and the artificial beings responded, they immediately set to work. Professor Zhang looked at Jiang Yu, who was calmly commanding everything, and couldn't help but nod slightly. Sir, a large group of survivors has gathered at the entrance of the refuge and are causing a disturbance. Just as they were about to return, Jarvis spoke up. Jiang Yu asked in bewilderment whether they were blocking the shelter's gate and what the reason could be. Zhao Weici explained that because Jiang Yu had reduced the exchangeable supplies, the people felt it unfair and had gathered at the gate to force a restoration of the exchanges. Upon hearing Zhao Weici, Jiang Yu's expression darkened. Damn it, did he need their permission to sell his own goods? He ordered them to be warned that if they did not clear the way, he would sweep through. When he returned, and the crowd shouted that they refused and demanded to know why exchanges were being stopped. They protested that it was intolerable to be offered energy bars made from cockroach corpses and cried out that they wanted meat and proper meals. One among them declared on behalf of all survivors that Xinhua shelter owed them an explanation, or it would face the collective wrath of every survivor. A guard warned once more that the shelter's commander would return soon, and if they still blocked the gate when he arrived, the commander would order a sweeping discharge of fire. The guarding android leveled its weapon and coldly told them to make wise choices. Hearing the android, the rioters were startled. They had not forgotten that Jiang Yu had once truly ordered gunfire against those who tried to storm. Many bodies still lay somewhere nearby, their heads blown away and their corpse crystals taken, a grim reminder of what could happen. Someone scoffed that this was perfect timing to ask whether this was how Xinhua shelter conducted itself. They had promised exchanges for supplies, so why the sudden refusal? The crowd argued that they were willing to pay corpse crystals and insisted they be allowed to exchange for other goods, questioning whether even the commander could ignore so many people's demands. They vowed not to back down even if the emperor himself came, their shouts booming while thunder rolled in the distance. As the crowd shouted with apparent defiance, the rumble of buses approached from behind them. A chill ran through everyone as they turned cautiously and saw several buses splattered with fresh red blood. Severed zombie limbs and shredded entrails littered the buses, and the tires were caked with so much blood that their tracks stained the ground beneath. Those buses looked as if they had returned from hell itself, their stained bodies bearing mute testimony to death's screams. Many gasped and, overcome with nausea, doubled over and vomited. Their already light stomachs emptied further, and the ghastly sight gradually dampened the crowd's fury. Who was Jiang Yu? He was the ruthless man who had once ordered fire on survivors. Now that he was returning to the base, would they really dare to obstruct him? As the buses drew nearer, several windows opened and dozens of submachine guns were thrust out, aimed squarely at the crowd. A chorus of terrified exclamations rose up as people screamed and fled, desperate not to die. Seeing so many loaded weapons, the survivors who had clustered by the gate scattered, instantly hastening to the sides. They then feigned nonchalance, staring at the surroundings as if nothing had occurred, fully aware that a single moment's delay might have brought Jiang Yu's order to open fire. Jiang Yu observed their retreat with a cold smile and signaled his guards to withdraw their arms. The base guards immediately opened the gate to admit the buses once the last vehicle had entered. The gate was closed again. One guard mocked that he had earlier vowed not to yield even for the emperor, but it turned out he had yielded because the arrival was Jiang Yu, the god of slaughter. Before long, the survivors returned to the gate to exchange supplies, their voices notably quieter than before. They pleaded with a young man, apologizing and asking if they might exchange for some food or otherwise be shown mercy in obtaining supplies. They appealed to pity, insisting that everyone suffered and begging for a little, one father saying his daughter had not tasted meat in a long time. The base guard watched the sudden change of attitude as if bewildered. Even with an android's mind, he was momentarily stunned. The android replied helplessly that it was not its decision to make and invited them to proceed as they wished, and the survivors, teeth clenched, exchanged their corpse crystals for energy bars. Originally, one corpse crystal bought a single box of energy bars, but Jiang Yu had magnanimously increased the concession so that one corpse crystal now secured 2 boxes. It was an attempt to leave them a sliver of hope amid the zombie storm, and amid the dispirited throng a figure leaned close to a survivor and whispered. From the bus, Professor Zhang observed that they seemed afraid of Jiang Yu, and Jiang Yu replied that they feared death, not him. Professor Zhang, frowning, asked whether Jiang Yu had truly killed those survivors, and Jiang Yu replied that he had not. Then Jiang Yu added that he had shot their legs. Professor Zhang, who had relaxed at the denial, went pale at the admission. Professor Zhang said bitterly that in such circumstances breaking someone's legs was tantamount to taking their life, but Jiang Yu retorted that he had warned them many times and for the sake of the base such measures were necessary. Jiang Yu calmly argued that without such enforcement the base would descend into chaos and that order could not exist without rules, something Professor Zhang should understand. He was never soft-hearted. Once he enacted the Xinhua plan, he resolved that the shelter's rules would be upheld uncompromisingly. No one would be exempt unless the balance of interests demanded it, and Professor Zhang looked at Jiang Yu without replying. Their differing experiences bred differing views, which was natural. Neither pressed the other for agreement, and silence fell between them. Afterwards, the base's stone gate opened and medical androids carrying first aid kits hurried out to receive the wounded and begin treatment. Combat androids set about replenishing ammunition, repairing the buses and inspecting equipment, while Jiang Yu led the astonished and curious Professor Zhang and Xiaoling into the elevator. As the elevator descended, they beheld the shelter's ever more magnificent and unparalleled interior, a sight that left them gaping in stunned disbelief. Inside the elevator, Jiang Yu briefly briefed Professor Zhang on the base's general layout. Soon they arrived at the laboratory where Lu Yaya was absent-mindedly conducting an experiment. Senior Sister Yaya. The moment Xiaoling spotted Lu Yaya, tears streamed down her face as she dashed forward and tightly embraced Lu Yaya's waist. You? Xiaoling. Is it really you? Recognizing them, Lu Yaya instinctively pulled Xiaoling into a fierce hug. Her previously despondent expression gradually brightened upon seeing both her mentor and junior sister. All right, I've delivered them to you. Enjoy your reunion. But remember, research begins tomorrow. Yaya, time is running short. Jiang Yu spoke calmly. Yes, sir. Thank you, Jiang Yu. Lu Yaya replied, brimming with excitement, then promptly led Xiaoling and Professor Zhang back to her quarters. Inside the room, Lu's mother was watching a palace drama and weeping. Mom, look who's here. Lu Yaya called out, elated. Who are these two? Professor Zhang and Xiaoling had not bathed for several days. Their skin was grimy, hair matted, faces gaunt. It was no wonder Lu's mother failed to recognize them after all years had passed since their last meeting. Mom! They're Xiaoling and Professor Zhang. Oh my, so it's you. How on earth did you end up like this? Quick, go wash up immediately. Without further delay, Lu Yaya first escorted them to bathe, then provided fresh clothes. After days without washing, they spent over an hour scrubbing themselves clean. Shortly afterward, dinner time arrived. Lu Yaya took them to the cafeteria, ordering a lavish spread. Starving, rib bones nearly pressing against spines, Xiaoling and Professor Zhang devoured the meal without restraint. Later, Lu Yaya asked Jarvis to assist Professor Zhang and Xiaoling in applying for official positions and selecting accommodations, both assigned to a 2-bedroom unit situated directly adjacent to her own, making future visits effortless. Yaya, Jiang Yu, what do you think of him? Professor Zhang discreetly excused Lu's mother before asking. Jiang Yu. He's exceptionally capable, yet also arrogant, infuriating, and undeniably brilliant. I admire him deeply. Yes, that sums him up. Lu Yaya replied. Is something wrong with teacher? No, but earlier observing his conduct outside, I worry his temperament may be excessively radical. This is the apocalypse, a time when unity across all of China is paramount. Hearing this, Lu Yaya fell silent for a moment, her expression conflicted, yet she finally spoke. Teacher, I know what you mean, but let me say this: the world has changed. This is the end times, where human greed knows no bounds. Were it not for Jiang Yu's iron-fisted control over shelter resources, every supply within this refuge would long since have been exhausted. And were it not for Jiang Yu, what would the tens of thousands of refugees here eat? What would they drink? What would they use? He has poured heart and soul into safeguarding this sanctuary. You saw it yourself. Do you truly believe such a colossal refuge could be built overnight? Moreover, most who entered need contribute nothing at all. Jiang Yu merely asks us to perform modest labor in exchange for survival points, symbolic at best. So tell me, when tasked with sustaining so many lives, is self-preservation truly a sin? Go observe other refuges, you'll find none offering such comfort. A bowl of rice there is considered a luxury. As for the survivors beyond our walls, without Jiang Yu's willingness to trade precious supplies, most would have starved long ago. Without his compiled zombie compendium, detailing weaknesses and practical uses of the undead, they'd still cower in terror, ignorant and helpless. So setting aside all else, he has done everything possible to keep more people alive, treating rich and poor, strong and frail with equal fairness. Name one other refuge where its leader acts with such unwavering resolve and impartiality. Lu Yaya concluded. Lu Yaya sensed a growing misunderstanding between Professor Zhang and Jiang Yu. She knew her teacher well, an amiable ethereal elder detached from worldly pragmatism, while Jiang Yu was anything but. With friends he's relaxed and affable, with enemies or troublemakers however he strikes with ruthless swiftness, snatching up a submachine gun at the slightest provocation, leaving no time even for regret. One is her mentor, the other her commander. She refused to let petty friction fracture their bond. Yet Professor Zhang remained silent, not because he disagreed with Lu Yaya's reasoning nor because he doubted Jiang Yu's necessity, but because he simply could not reconcile those actions with his own moral compass. Jarvis, how many zombie crystals do we currently hold? Jiang Yu asked inside the command center. Sir, including the latest acquisition, you now possess 183813 crystals. Adding the 300 allocated for drive. Lu Yaya's experiments brings the total to 184113. Jarvis responded instantly. Jiang Yu reflected his recent daily sign-in rewards alone had yielded another 10000 crystals, bringing the grand total near to 00000. After a brief pause, John Yu murmured, Jarvis, how many production lines can the shelter currently activate? Sir, the planetary-grade shelter supports 10 production lines in total. For our already operational machine guns, short-range firearms, close combat weapons, thrown ordnance, and ammunition. 5 additional lines remain available for activation. 5 simultaneously. John Yu pondered briefly, then commanded, activate line 1 for drones, line 1 for fighter jets, and line 1 for heavy weaponry. He deliberately avoided activating more first because initiating these 3 alone would consume nearly half his crystal reserves, leaving insufficient stock for subsequent weapon manufacturing. Second, because time, manpower, and infrastructure constraints rendered mass expansion impractical. Affirmative, sir. Each line requires 30000 crystals. Shall I proceed with activation? Initiate immediately and accelerate arms production. We require no fewer than 2 million rounds of ammunition, 2 submachine guns per person and 1 handgun per person. 10 armored vehicles, 4 fighter jets, as many drones, rocket launchers, and mortars as feasible, prioritizing high-yield area effect ordnance. Understood, sir. Optimal production scheduling confirms total consumption of 190000 crystals. With 4113 remaining, I have retained them for contingency use. Having finalized all directives, Jiang Yu exhaled deeply, then said quietly, also Jarvis, broadcast the zombie storm alert. I hope they can prepare well in 2 days. Time is running short and Jiang Yu has finally decided to release news about the impending zombie storm. The reason Jiang Yu refrained from spreading the news earlier was twofold. First, he feared it would incite panic. After all, in the early days of the apocalypse, many people had not yet adjusted their mindset. Once the news was out, it was possible that some would be unable to cope and might even resort to suicide. Second, it could lead to chaos among survivors. During the apocalypse, in their struggle to survive, many would do anything. Jiang Yu did not want to see people in Haishur slaughtering each other before the zombie storm even arrived. Alright, sir. Shortly after, a post titled "Zombie Storm is Coming" appeared at the top of the forum, instantly causing an uproar among those who saw it. Although night was typically a time for sleep, many places required night watch, so those on guard could not rest. In the eerie silence and oppressive darkness, they could only browse the forum to pass the time. However, when they saw a new message on the Xinhua forum, they eagerly clicked to read it. Dear friends of the forum, hello. This is the Xinhua shelter. After our shelter's assessment, due to the influence of the celestial tides, we have discovered that in 2 days the energy levels generated by the celestial tides will reach their peak. At that time, the moon will turn into a blood moon and the zombies on the ground will enter a state of frenzy with all data points significantly elevated. Moreover, this enhancement will last throughout the night. Therefore, the Xinhua shelter advises everyone not to stay on the ground during the night 2 days from now. It is best to remain in the basement, lock the doors securely, prepare ample supplies and weapons for self-defense, and wait for the night to pass. Following this message, there was also an announcement regarding the supply exchange restrictions at the Xinhua shelter. Dear friends of the forum, hello. In light of the impending blood moon zombie storm, our shelter has decided to temporarily halt the sale of all supplies. For the time being, we will only be selling affordable energy bars, one of which can sustain a person for 12 hours. With the release of these 2 messages, everyone who could see the forum posts went into an uproar. What does this mean? Isn't the apocalypse already here? How can there still be an apocalypse? The situation is already dire and the apocalypse overlords are still pulling out the big guns. Is this for real? Could it be fake news? Uncertain, but I feel like the Xinhua shelter has no reason to deceive us. No, I think it is necessary. If this news is believed by anyone, those believers will start hoarding supplies, and at that point the Xinhua shelter can buy up the remaining corpse crystals we have. It's possible. Those wealthy individuals in the past used to do just that, right? As the public opinion evolved, morning arrived. More and more people were waking from their dreams, and upon hearing this news they all felt a surge of hostility. No way, I finally adapted to the apocalyptic living conditions. Now a zombie storm is coming. Isn't this intentionally trying to take lives? It seems the Xinhua shelter really isn't allowing exchanges anymore. I've heard they stopped exchanges the day before and many people couldn't make any trades. Does anyone have a place to hide? I am willing to pay to get in and shelter for a while. Although many were complaining on the forum, a substantial number were immediately preparing. They all began to intensify their efforts to gather supplies, with some even fighting over a single pack of biscuits. Those who found supplies hurriedly stored them in basements they had discovered. Normally individuals like them as survivors would just need to find a safe place to stay for a night, however those with shelters could not do the same because they had larger families. Dad, did you see those 2 forum posts? At the Sun family shelter, son Tianming held his phone looking worriedly at his father. I just saw it. I never expected this. Surviving the apocalypse is already difficult and now there's talk of celestial tides and blood moons. Sigh, this damn sky is making it impossible to live. Sun Xiong also wore a worried expression. They had initially woken up intending to enjoy a nice breakfast and then go out to hunt zombies to repay their debts, but upon seeing this news their mood plummeted. So what should we do? Sun Tianming asked. What can we do? We need to organize supplies and weapons, abandon the ground level houses and bring everyone down to the basement. Hopefully this way we can survive the zombie storm. Shouldn't we go find Jiang Yu for more supplies? Get what? How are we supposed to get anything? We still owe him. Why would he give us something? Sun Xiong shot Sun Tianming a glare. If you had built a good relationship with him earlier, I might have been able to put on a brave face to try, but have you thought about how you treated him before? The fact that he hasn't sought revenge against you is already a sign of his open-mindedness. Upon hearing his father's words, Sun Tianming's face was filled with bitterness. Under the shadow of the apocalypse, his mindset was gradually changing, becoming less arrogant. When he realized Jiang Yu was truly the head of the Xinhua shelter, he had been fearful for a long time, worried that Jiang Yu would retaliate against them. But until the end, Jiang Yu had never targeted him or his father, which gave him a little peace of mind. Until a few days ago, when he told his father about his relationship with Jiang Yu, his father had looked at him with disappointment and anger, and then he took out his whip to give him a beating while scolding him. After that, Sun Tianming regretted it a lot. If he hadn't pushed so hard back, then would their relationship be better now? The reason he hasn't dealt with you is that he feels it's unnecessary. Your status has changed and he sees you as nothing more than an ant he can easily squash. Moreover, squashing you might even feel like a waste of effort to him. Do you understand? Sun Xiong gritted his teeth as he spoke. If it weren't for the timing being off, he would have really wanted to take out his whip again and give this kid a good thrashing. This good-for-nothing kid is useless at everything, wastes everything he eats, and when you ask him to go to school, he can't even build good relationships. Instead, he offends people, and the worst part is that after offending people, this old man has to go and put on a smile to appease them. Seeing the predatory gaze of his father, Sun Tianming felt the remnants of the whip marks on his body start to throb painfully. Sun Tianming quickly said a few words and hurriedly left, fearing that his father might lose control and treat him to another feast of punishment. Back at his classmates' location, although his classmates appeared relatively clean, their eyes were dull and lifeless, numbly staring at the news about the Xinhua shelter on their phones, lost in thought. The dazed crowd, upon seeing Sun Tianming's arrival, stood up in unison, forcing a slight smile and greeting him. "Young Master Sun, you're here." Hearing the familiar flattery, Sun Tianming managed to smile, though his heart was no longer as joyful as it had been days ago. "Young Master Sun, we are so hungry. When will the meal be served?" A female classmate clutched her stomach and asked, "Did we not just have breakfast? Were you not full?" Sun Tianming inquired. Hee, what was there to fill up on? Just a bit of rice porridge and biscuits, hardly enough for anyone." The girl who asked looked somewhat embarrassed, while a boy nearby muttered quietly, "Everyone bear with it a bit longer. In a few days there will be a zombie storm and we will have to retreat to the basement. Once the storm passes, we can have a proper meal," Sun Tianming said. "Sigh, we still have to wait a couple of days. Just look at Jiang Yu, it seems as if he exists in a different time and space. While we're tightening our belts, he is still feasting on lavish meals." Indeed. When Jiang Yu said he wouldn't come, I mocked him. Little did I know we would end up as the joke. Sigh, I really wish I could go to Jiang Yu's refuge and enjoy a meal there. If only I had built a good relationship with him back then. If I had, I should have just woken up from bed now ready to have breakfast. When Sun Tianming returned before he told them that the refuge was indeed managed by Jiang Yu. Upon learning this, it felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck their heads. In that moment, many regretted immensely why they hadn't made good relations with Jiang Yu. Had they known this would happen, they would have preferred to offend Sun Tianming to choose Jiang Yu. Hearing the discussions among the crowd, although Sun Tianming's expression was not pleasant, he recalled the meal he had a few days ago. It could be said that it was the most delicious meal he had since the apocalypse. "All right, young Master Sun is still here. Why are you all saying so much?" Seeing Sun Tianming's grim expression, a loyal sycophant shouted. However, everyone merely shot him a cold glance and fell silent. At a time when even having a meal was a problem, flattery felt ridiculously out of place. "You ungrateful wretches. If it weren't for young Master Sun taking you in, could you still live here in peace?" The crowd looked indifferently at the sycophant without uttering a word. Sun Tianming's expression turned extremely sour at this scene and he turned away with a darkened face. As the former young Master Sun left, the classmates present, apart from the sycophant, had no intention of stopping him. They continued to look at the forum of the Firelight Refuge. Frantically filling out recruitment forms, their numb eyes held a glimmer of hope, wishing to leave this place and head towards that Eden. "Master, this is how things are." In Sun Xiong's office, a bodyguard recounted the situation in full detail. Sun Xiong lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his expression betraying neither joy nor sorrow. "Initially, I didn't want to make things difficult for this group of brats for my son Sake, but I didn't expect them to be so sycophantic. Since that's the case, they disregard their camaraderie now, so don't blame me for not extending the hospitality of a host. Starting this afternoon, let them work alongside us. No longer will they be treated as guests but as refugees." "Hoof, do they really think anyone can bully Sun Xiong's son?" Sun Xiong said, his eyes filled with fury. At that moment, the classmates were unaware that their comfortable lives were about to be disrupted. They continued frantically filling out recruitment forms, hoping to enter the Firelight Refuge one day. Inside the Firelight Refuge, Jiang Yu had just awakened from the large bed that spanned 20 meters. As usual, he signed in. "Congratulations, host, you have received 200 zombie crystals." It was another guaranteed reward. Jiang Yu had grown accustomed to it. After breakfast, he went to the temporary prison located on the 8th floor where the special forces who had blocked the rescue team were being held. As soon as he stepped into the prison, Jiang Yu was hit by a strong smell of blood, the intense odor making him frown. When he saw the few leaders left behind, he felt his stomach churn. "Damn, I should have known better than to eat breakfast." Looking at the splattered blood and entrails on the walls of the prison and the bloodied humanoid standing by the bed in the cell, Jiang Yu slightly regretted his decision. Whoa whoa whoa. The black man being tormented saw Jiang Yu arrive and immediately began to whimper. The humanoid who was cutting skin with a scalpel heard the call and looked at Jiang Yu, promptly putting down the scalpel and bowing respectfully. How is the interrogation going? However, Jiang Yu ignored him, instead putting on a mask to block out the foul smell. Report, sir, the interrogation was completed around 1 a.m. And it has already been compiled in written form and handed to Jarvis. If it's done, then why are you still cutting? Sir, since it's been a long time since I last did this, I thought I'd give it a try and practice a bit. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's expression froze and he helplessly said, alright, then you continue. Sir, take care. Whoa whoa whoa. The black man, seeing Jiang Yu about to leave, used up the last of his strength to call out, but it was to no avail. At this moment he could only helplessly watch as the humanoid scalpel once again touched his skin. In that instant, seeing that most of his flesh and blood on his arm had disappeared, despair filled the black man's eyes. Returning to the command room, Jiang Yu instructed Jarvis to start reading the report. Sir, based on yesterday's testimonies, it can be concluded that these two teams belong to the same faction. The name of the organization is unknown and they can only be regarded as peripheral mercenaries. They are not considered organizational members. As for the details of this organization, they are unaware. The only thing they know is a Huaxia man who connected them. According to a comparison with a portrait, this person is the manager of a regular pharmacy in Haishilu Dahai, a 35-year-old male who has been in the pharmacy business for 20 years, unmarried with no children and orphaned at an early age. After conducting an official background check, it was found that he has an ordinary background, average social interactions, and his life can be described as incredibly straightforward. However, such a man has multiple properties in Haishur. He also possesses multiple identities and aliases. Although the identities and names differ, fingerprint comparisons confirm it is the same person. Regarding how he mobilized and directed the two teams, my review of the surveillance footage revealed no record of any conversation between them nor any trace of telephone or network signal transmissions. After hearing Zhao Wei's words, Jiang Yu stared at the photograph on the screen of that kindly smiling, simple-looking fat man. A strange expression flickered across his face. Zombies are dreadful in the apocalypse, but they are not the most terrifying thing. What is truly terrifying are the shadowy vast powers hidden among the hordes of zombies quietly stirring trouble. It seems this man's abilities exceed my expectations. Zhao Wei, monitor his every movement at all times, calculate the time cost of everything he does, record how long he spends on a bowel movement, on urination, on going to bed, record it all. Very well, sir. The zombie storm is approaching. Leave this matter for now and deal with him after the storm has passed. Sir, there are several people in the temporary prison claiming to be Professor Zhang's companions. They want you to release them. The one called Fat Bro. I was just about to see whether Professor Zhang has begun his work. After a moment's thought, Jiang Yu rose and walked to the laboratory where Lu Yaya was. Perhaps because her master and junior sister had both arrived, Lu Yaya was in exceptionally high spirits. Early that morning she had dragged Professor Zhang and Xiao Ling to the lab, intent on quickly uncovering the secrets of the corpse crystal and then bringing Jiang Yu under her heel. Oh, so early. Entering the laboratory, he found Lu Yaya and the others already changed and engaged in experiments and tests. Mr. Jiang. You are early as well. Professor Zhang smiled. Strange, do you not usually sleep until well past noon? Why so early today? Lu Yaya asked in puzzlement. Ahem, not to discuss that, Professor Zhang. The people captured yesterday claim to be your friends. Would you care to see them? No, I know who they are. We are acquainted, but our ties have run their course. Exactly. The teacher saved them, yet they ran off with the supplies and left us to die. If not for the teacher's quick thinking in borrowing a phone, we might still be stranded on Snack Street. Xiao Ling also protested indignantly. After hearing the account, Jiang Yu shook his head in resignation. Another selfish person, though in the apocalypse a measure of selfishness was not entirely wrong. When one cannot even be sure of surviving from one day to the next, talk of magnanimity is absurd. In that case, he'll detain them a few days as a lesson. Whether they may join the refuge later will depend on their conduct. Professor Zhang, does that seem acceptable? Jiang Yu asked. Of course, there is no objection. By the way, does this place suit you? Very well. I like it here. I have rediscovered the sense of exploration I had in my youth. Professor Zhang smiled, his eyes full of satisfaction. In that case, Professor Zhang, you will be head of the research lab and Yaya the deputy. You may mobilize the lab's personnel. Resources may be requested from Zhao Wei, but only with my approval. Ensure that research into the corpse crystal takes first priority. If you pursue other avenues, proceed from the most frequent to the least. Arrange personnel as you see fit. If any problems arise, consult me or Zhao Wei. Jiang Yu spoke calmly. Now that the staff were in place, they must devote themselves wholly to research. Very well, Mr. Jiang. Professor Zhang, Lu Yaya and Xiao Ling nodded slightly. After speaking, Jiang Yu left the laboratory and went to the weapons production workshop. Yaya, has Jiang Yu ever explained the function of this corpse crystal? Professor Zhang asked as he watched Jiang Yu depart. No, but it seems rather important. Jiang Yu has mentioned it many times and asked the three of us to research it together. At this, Professor Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly. Sir, the 8 production lines are working at full capacity to manufacture weapons. It is estimated that all armaments will be completed by tomorrow afternoon. Good. Produce simple protective gear for the refuge residents where manual labor can be employed. Do not let it impede machine efficiency. Very well, sir. Leaving the production workshop, Jiang Yu returned to the control room and resumed reviewing reports on the recently monitored Lord-class zombies. We have already lost 2 squads to the Xinhuo refuge. Perhaps we should deploy some real soldiers lest our branch be looked down upon by them. It matters little. The true soldiers are reserved for that anchoring force in Haishur. They are our real adversary, not an obscure little Xinhuo refuge. The ones lost were mere minnows. Their failure is the result of their own incompetence. Then what next? If I recall, Haishur still has many refuges. Speak with them, and on the blood moon, the creature's frenzied period, let it be unleashed to annihilate the Xinhuo refuge. Let it annihilate the Xinhuo refuge. The well-dressed man leading them said lightly, staring out at the view. Yes. The man who bowed fell silent for a moment, then agreed. The discussion concluded. One man turned and left while the other watched the scenery outside with a gentle smile. Xinhuo legacy pressing onward with faint steps. I would like to see by what means you dare to make such claims. Time flew and 2 days passed in an instant. During that span, the refuge's weapon production was largely completed, including standard-issue submachine guns, Desert Eagle pistols, Nepali kukris, and high-explosive grenades, 5 per person. There were also 8 heavy armored land combat vehicles bristling with area effect heavy weaponry, 4 medium-armed helicopters, 100 self-destruct drones equipped with ultra-clear night vision and infrared rocket launchers, and pursuit cannons. These area effect arms were supplied in abundance. Jiang Yu still had a final trump card, a large armed transport helicopter, its hold piled high with weapons of devastating power and vast lethal range. If the situation became desperate, Jiang Yu could order Jiao Weishi to pilot it to self-destruct. The ensuing cataclysmic explosion would obliterate all living things. Moreover, Xinhuo refuge's defensive line extended onto the highway a kilometer out. There, Jiang Yu had long since stationed people to emplace countless weapons and traps, waiting for the zombies' first vanguard to step in. Once everything was in place, Jiang Yu sat in the command chamber privately lamenting that if the zombie storm had been delayed just a little longer, he could have collected more corpse crystals and had more time to manufacture weapons. Although the idea is good, this moment is the true end of the world, not a game that can be completed with money. At the same time, Jiang Yu had considered sending artificial humans to carry out the mission, but ultimately decided against it, as there were only a few thousand artificial humans, and in the face of the zombie tide they appeared utterly powerless and insignificant. Thus, artificial humans can only serve as elite troops, and support. The real combat power still depends on the trained soldiers. At this moment there were 3 hours left until the blood moon descended at night. Due to the tidal forces of heaven and earth, the surveillance clearly showed that the zombies in various locations had become extremely violent and agitated. At this moment the entire defense team of the shelter was having dinner, which might be the last meal for many of them. Jiang Yu had mentioned this during their pre-war mobilization, and they had mentally prepared themselves. After all, death is inevitable in war. No one escapes death without war, no matter how advanced your equipment is. In the cafeteria, the guards were eating their meals while chatting about the trivial matters within the shelter, even though they had only been together for a few short days. However, during these days they had trained together, saved the professor, fought zombies, and completed missions, and they had already come to see the defense team as their second home, with everyone inside considered family. Feeling this long-lost sense of belonging, Zhang Niu, filled with enthusiasm, jumped onto the table. Brothers, I toast. After tonight we all need to survive. Feeling Zhang Niu's passion, countless veterans were also deeply moved, standing up and shouting hoarsely. To the commander! To the commander! In the next moment everyone stood up, their teacups turning into bottles of wine, all words contained within their cups. Wait for your triumphant return. I'll bring out the best wine to treat you. Jiang Yu's voice echoed through the broadcast system, and in the main control room he saw the fiery enthusiasm within them. To the commanders. Zhang Yu Lu Zhengwu Zhang Zhongxing Zheng Zhao Wu Chen Chu, I have a mission for you. Bring back as many people as you take out. Do you have the confidence to complete it? Reporting, sir. We guarantee to accomplish the mission. The shouts reverberated through the cafeteria as if breaking through the heavens. That night Jiang Yu ordered everyone in the shelter to return to their rooms and not to leave their doors open for the night, while also allowing them to turn on the television to watch the live broadcast from outside the shelter. Jiang Yu also wanted them to understand the dire circumstances outside, to let those who had always lived in Eden know how terrifying the apocalypse truly was. In the laboratory, Professor Zhang and his team were the only ones who did not return to their rooms. They were permitted by Jiang Yu to stay in the lab to continue their research, though they could return if they wished. However, they also knew that a great battle was about to erupt outside, so they did not want to just watch. They wanted to do something, even if it seemed meaningless at the moment. As night fell, with the tidal energies of heaven and earth reaching their zenith, the once bright moonlight began to be stained with a blood-red hue. Soon after, the crimson moonlight spread across the land, covering every inch of the city. As deep night approached, the guards of the shelter stood ready within every defense line, poised for action. Jiang Yu had set up defense lines within 1 kilometer of the shelter, with each line manned by thousands of well-armed personnel. In the front lines there were numerous landmines and weapons primed for action. Roar! Roar! As the night grew deep, the blood moon descended and the tidal energies reached their peak. At this moment, in a remote area of the city long untouched by humans, a 2-meter-tall grotesque zombie looked up at the blood moon through a broken roof and let out an ear-piercing roar. Roar! Roar! His roar seemed to ride on the light of the blood moon, resonating throughout the city. Countless zombies within the city rose to their feet, their previously dark eyes now glowing blood red. They looked up staring at the blood moon with their blood-red eyes. Roar! At this moment with the blood moon overhead all the corpses bowed in worship. Gulp! The sight of this horrifying scene made everyone in the shelter swallow hard, their eyes filled with uncontrollable dread. Tonight would the base's defense team have to fight against them? As the zombies received the commands from their lord they began to rush in a single direction. What the hell? They can run. And so fast. Damn it, did you just see that? A zombie actually jumped 3 meters high and soared over a small house. It's terrifying, this damn apocalypse. The residents of the shelter watched as the superhuman zombies appeared, their faces filled with despair. In the laboratory, Professor Zhang, witnessing the running zombies, was shocked by their dramatic mutations but finally understood why Jiang Yu was so obsessed with the corpse crystals. If zombies transformed into neither human nor ghost possess such abilities through the corpse crystals, then what about humans? If zombies can do it, there's no reason humans cannot. Jarvis, are there many zombies outside the city? Jiang Yu asked. At this moment some time had passed since the zombie outbreak and there were still many survivors in the city and the shelter base. They would certainly become the primary targets for the zombies, with the more distant Xinhui shelter becoming a secondary target. Sir, it's strange there are no zombies on the streets of the city and there are no signs of battle within the city. What? After hearing Jarvis' words, Jiang Yu was shocked and immediately grabbed the intercom, shouting, Zhan Nio, stay alert, it seems the zombie tide is heading right for us. Yes. Commander. Zhan Nio did not ask why but simply replied affirmatively. Everyone raise your weapons and prepare for battle. Just as Zhan Nio finished speaking, the sound of explosions erupted. Boom. Boom. Those were the explosives placed on the highway, all of which exploded at once. The unexpected explosions jolted all the somewhat fatigued guards awake and they gripped their weapons tightly, their expressions serious. Damn. What the? Ghost. The guards of the first line, who were originally grave, felt a chill run down their spines upon seeing the flickering crimson lights emerging from the dark. Fire. What are you waiting for? The leader of the first line, startled by the situation, immediately raised his voice to shout. Roar. As soon as the leader's voice fell, the zombies hidden in the darkness rushed out like hungry tigers pouncing on sheep, sprinting towards the guard team. Hiss. Many people gasped in shock upon witnessing this scene. What did they see? They saw zombies, half of their bodies blown away in the earlier explosion, still dragging their intestines as they ran rapidly. They even saw a zombie missing both legs and arms crawling quickly on the ground. Day. Bang. Boom. In an instant the battle at the first line officially commenced, with countless explosions echoing in the night sky. Numerous zombies were turned into minced meat under the dense hail of bullets splattering their remains onto the advancing horde. As if sensing the blood of their kind spilling freely in the night sky, the zombies became even more excited and agitated. For some unknown reason their steps quickened and their expressions grew increasingly frenzied. Roar. Roar. The zombies grew increasingly mad and unstoppable, and the personnel on the first line began to find it hard to hold their ground. Though there were over 1,000 of them, they were like a small force against the relentless tide of zombies. The bullets they fired were like stars in the darkness, but in just a moment they were overwhelmed by the endless tide of corpses. Heavy machine guns, submachine guns and high explosive grenades could indeed shatter the bodies of zombies with a single blow, but there were simply too many zombies. After a heavy machine gun's bullets destroyed one zombie's body, several more zombies charged over, immediately leaving no one available to replenish ammunition. The zombies' footsteps were drawing ever closer to the first line. Number 1 and Number 2 armed helicopters take off, maintain a flight distance of 30 meters from the ground. Your task is just to temporarily stop the zombie tide and buy time for the first line to retreat and the second line to prepare. Jiang Yu, stationed in the command room, saw the zombies about to breach the first line's defenses. As the two sides were about to engage in close quarters, he immediately ordered the helicopters to take off and intercept the zombie tide, buying time for the first line to retreat. Understood, Commander. The pilot of the medium-sized armed helicopter was an artificial human, a member of Jiang Yu's personal guard. With such heavy equipment, Jiang Yu could only trust them. Only they could unleash the true power of this weapon. This armed helicopter was a medium-sized model capable of accommodating 10 people inside while also carrying many high-impact weapons. The most powerful weapon on board was 4 anti-tank missiles, followed by a 4-barreled launcher at the front with an ammunition capacity of 1,500 rounds of 20mm cannon fire. There were also 4 rocket launchers mounted under the short wings capable of firing 72 rounds of 57mm rockets. Additionally, 6 detachable heavy weapons were placed in the cabin door area. The Type 98 anti-aircraft machine gun has a maximum range of 1,500 meters and effective range of 800 meters, weighs 9.8 kilograms and has a firing rate of 200 rounds per minute. This helicopter, no matter where it was placed, was an unparalleled killing machine. Boom. Boom. The already prepared armed helicopter arrived at the position of the first line within half a minute. In the next moment it displayed its terrifying destructive power as the blood moon descended. The 6 Type 98 anti-aircraft machine guns were now frantically spraying bullets, their scorching barrels glowing red from the firing, resembling a slaughter knife from hell. They were judging those who had died yet refused to rest underground, and the combat-type artificial humans tightly gripping their machine guns had a bullet wall as tall as a person beside them. The bullets were rapidly depleting and the spent casings left by the torrential gunfire blew to the ground with the gentle breeze. The artificial humans operating the helicopter were responsible for targeting the most numerous and crowded zombie groups, and then several rocket missiles soared through the air. Boom! The terrifying explosion echoed once again. At this moment the first line was engulfed in the terrifying firepower bombardment from the two armed helicopters, as if the sun had risen, casting a fiery red glow that illuminated the entire sky. With the powerful support of the two armed helicopters, the personnel at the first line could finally retreat while fighting, quickly falling back to the second line. The personnel at the first line replenished ammunition and regained their strength while the second line's personnel moved up. Once again countless bullets and explosives were unleashed upon this land. Old Lu can't hold on already. The second line's captain Zhang Zhongxing joked with a smirk on his face. Get lost. If it were you might have wet your pants from fright. Lu Zhongwu laughed and scolded. He. I am so scared. Zhang Zhongxing replied nonchalantly. After a brief exchange the two looked solemnly ahead at the pairs of blood-red eyes. The battle reignited jokes were fine in moderation, but it was time to continue the fight. Inside the shelter people gazed at this scene reminiscent of a sci-fi blockbuster, swallowing hard. Their eyes reflected shock from witnessing the horrifying combat power of the shelter and the terrifying number of zombies, as well as relief at having made it to this shelter. In such circumstances many believed they would barely last a minute outside. In the command room Jiang Yu also let out a slight sigh of relief. If they continued fighting like this, dragging it until dawn would be absolutely no problem. Now the personnel of the second line were cooperating with those of the first line to fight against the enemy. Once the second line retreated, he could detonate the explosives placed at the first line. At that time, combined with the armed helicopters, they could effectively repel the zombie assault. Moreover, there were still plenty of weapons left. Although they were constantly depleting, calculations showed that they were more than enough. Jarvis, what is the situation within the city? Jiang Yu inquired. The zombies did not seek trouble at the refuge in Haishur City, instead they all came here, which puzzled Jiang Yu. Logically, the Xinhua refuge should not be the primary target of the Lord-level zombies. Sir. The streets of Haishur City are as empty as ever except for the dead zombies. There haven't been any zombies appearing on the streets. I estimate that perhaps the entire city's zombies have come here. The entire city? Jiang Yu was taken aback, then began to wonder why this was happening. At the same time, while the battle at the Xinhua refuge was heating up, a large number of modified vehicles were heading toward the Xinhua refuge. Strangely, they walked side by side with the zombies like a tide, and it seemed as if the zombies did not notice the armed personnel in the modified vehicle. Second, how is the setup on your end? Fifth, is the live broadcast started? The leader of a modified vehicle, a tall and thin man, was speaking into his headset. It's almost ready. 10 fighter jets are prepared and will launch immediately once their ammunition is running low. Above the clouds, 10 fighter jets were suspended in the air, their weapons activated, all aimed at the defensive line where the guard team was. They resembled 10 venomous snakes lurking in the shadows, waiting for the enemy to tire before delivering a deadly strike. The live broadcast has already started. Now anyone in Haishur City with internet access can witness this grand scene. Good, let them see how the Xinhua refuge, which they yearn for so much, will meet its demise. Big brother, why is that monster so obedient this time? Wasn't he very resistant to us? No matter how powerful he is, he still has weaknesses. Do you understand? The man turned to look at the massive black cage behind him, where a pair of blood-red eyes were peering out through the only window. Understood, big brother. On the highway, dozens of modified vehicles were quietly stationed there. If it weren't for the armed men visible through the open windows, many might think they were just abandoned vehicles. The bombing continued, and an hour had passed since the storm began. The personnel at the second and first defensive lines were still struggling to resist the advance of the zombies. In the sky, the fighter jets piloted by the artificial beings were also spewing fire. Haven't you eaten? Hurry up and replenish the ammunition. Quickly, they are rushing over. You scum, die already. Within the second defensive line, the guard team was nervously attacking the oncoming zombie tide, which surged forward at an alarming speed, trampling over countless fallen zombies. Although the guard team's weapons could destroy a zombie within seconds, the zombie tide was too terrifying. While you could crush a zombie in seconds, the zombies could advance several steps in that same time. Seeing the zombies getting ever closer to the baseline of the second defensive line, Jiang Yu issued the retreat order. Once the retreat was complete, he could detonate the explosives at the first defensive line. Number 1 and Number 2 commenced bombing tasks to buy time for the guard team to retreat. Yes, Commander. We can't hold it any longer. Hurry and retreat to the third defensive line. Quickly. Commander, several large figures are rapidly approaching the second defensive line from below. An artificial being on helicopter number 1 immediately reported upon seeing the scene below. Jarvis. Sir, there are several first-stage mutated zombies among the zombie tide, and they are all adept in defense. Jarvis quickly provided an answer. Number 1, expand the bombing range. I don't believe they can dodge the bombardment. Even the strongest defensive zombies among the first-stage zombies cannot withstand the power of a rocket. Yes. The artificial being on the fighter jet continued to drop several rockets. In an instant, a terrifying sea of fire erupted, engulfing the rushing zombies in the blink of an eye, followed by the horrific temperature evaporating and melting them. Upon seeing the emergence of the sea of fire, the personnel at the second defensive line began to retreat in order. Most abandoned their firearms and quickly turned to run. Soon most people had left the position of the second defensive line, leaving only a few hundred still fighting the zombies that had not been engulfed by the sea of fire. Just as they were preparing to leave. What is that? Damn! Several slender figures burst out from the sea of fire, brandishing their sharp claws and directly piercing the throats of the few closest to the defensive line. A large amount of blood splattered onto the monster's claws as it extended its long snake-like head, licking the sweet blood with a sinister smile on its face. This sudden scene shocked the others. They did not expect that there were actually zombies capable of breaking through the terrifying bombardment of the sea of fire. Fire! The captain of the second defensive line, Zhang Zhongxing, immediately shouted anxiously upon witnessing this scene. A few seconds later, several members of the guard team quickly opened fire at the incoming monstrous zombies. Ah! Bastards! But barely after they started firing, they heard the agonizing scream of Captain Zhang Zhongxing. Turning to look, they were horrified to see a dark claw stain with blood protruding from Zhang Zhongxing's chest. Behind Zhang Zhongxing stood a similarly clawed zombie, licking Zhang Zhongxing's blood with its tongue. Captain! Old Zhang! Lu Zhenhua's eyes went wide with horror upon seeing this scene, and he immediately picked up his submachine gun intending to shoot. But he saw Zhang Zhongxing slightly shaking his head. Ugh! Ah! Feeling the loss of blood and the fading consciousness within him, Zhang Zhongxing slowly drew his last breath in unwillingness. However, in his final moments he exerted his last bit of strength to pull the safety pin from the high-explosive grenade at his waist, then smiled sadly and said, "Get out of here." Boom. Bang. Just as the monster had finished playing and casually tossed Zhang Zhongxing's body aside like trash, a massive explosion erupted beside the monster. The mutated zombie was directly blasted apart, losing half of its body and flying off into the air, landing on the ground, its life uncertain. Sir, the captain of the second defensive line, Zhang Zhongxing, has been killed. What? How is this possible? Didn't the second defensive line mostly retreat? Moreover, the zombie tide was also cut off. Jiang Yu focused his gaze, and upon seeing the mutated zombie slaughtering the remaining guard team, his expression changed. What is that? When he finally saw clearly, Jiang Yu's expression was one of shock. This is a first-tier zombie, a claw zombie. Aren't they supposed to be poor at defense and swift in speed? How did they break through the helicopter's bombardment? Sir, perhaps it's because of this. As he spoke, Jarvis released a video from the highway within which a small-bodied claw zombie ripped open the belly of a steel zombie and then curled up inside its robust body. Afterward, when the steel zombie, skilled in defense, could no longer withstand the raging fire and perished within it, they swiftly crossed the flames and reached the second line of defense. Digging a hole. Can a zombie even do something like this? Jiang Yu felt an immense eeriness upon witnessing the scene. Such a feat was surely beyond the capabilities of a first-tier claw zombie. Only the master zombie who controlled everything could achieve this level, but if it was truly her, to what extent had she evolved? Second tier. Or even more astonishing, third tier. Wait, what is that? Jiang Yu focused again on the earlier surveillance, his anger gradually intensifying. 50 elite guards to drive 3 heavy armored vehicles to the second line for support. Hold the second line. Fully aware that they could not afford to delay, Jiang Yu immediately ordered, "Yes, Commander." Jarvis, display everything within a 20-mile radius before me. I want every tree, every blade of grass to be laid bare before my eyes. Understood, sir. Dark little mice, once I deal with the zombies, it will be your turn. Jiang Yu's brows were filled with rage as he watched the footage. The slaughter continued. Although the first-tier mutated zombies had weak defenses, their speed was incredibly fast. The bullets fired by the guards appeared to be in slow motion to them, while still fast to the average person. Avoiding them was no challenge for the zombies. Damn it, can this thing not be killed? Old Wang. Bastard. Boom. Seeing the speed of the first-tier zombies, those remaining on the second line felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Watching one comrade after another fall before them, they could only remain powerless. Old Wang, run. You better get lost. Whoever can escape, hurry up and retreat to the third line. On the second line, countless people were using their bodies to block the footsteps of these monsters, giving others a chance to retreat to the third line. And this scene was broadcast live throughout the entire city. Dad, you really don't think there will be any repercussions after you rejected them last time, right? Sun Tianming looked at his father Sun Xiong with a worried expression, seeing the one-sided slaughter. This is the Fire Sanctuary. A formidable force, yet it seemed powerless against that group of foreigners. I don't know. But I would rather choose Jiang Yu than cooperate with those foreigners. Sun Xiong murmured, his face weary. Seeing the weariness on his father's face, Sun Tianming felt deeply conflicted. Yesterday, a group claiming to be descendants of gods approached his father wanting him to join them, but his father rejected them without a second thought. It was partly because they were foreigners and partly because they wanted us to join them in destroying the Fire Sanctuary, which was founded by Chinese people. Killing them alongside foreigners would be akin to betraying one's own kin. Unlike the dilemma faced by the Sun family, many individual survivors felt a sense of delight at this scene. Ha! Is this the Fire Sanctuary? Not so impressive, huh? Hurry up and let the zombies break through. Foolish sanctuary recruiting residents while setting so many conditions. Now look at you. Once all your people are dead, let's see what you use to protect the base. Hurry up and get breached. What are you still calling it fire? You think you deserve it. You brought this on yourselves. The fire sanctuary, what a delight. Ha ha ha. In no time the forum was filled with scorn for the fire sanctuary. Most of them were people who wanted to join the fire sanctuary but had been blocked for various reasons. Seeing this scene ignited their jealousy and anger. Meanwhile, many inside the fire sanctuary were anxiously watching the situation outside, completely lacking the mood to check the forum. Only when some people opened the forum to capture and upload images of the war situation did they see the onslaught of mockery due to the live broadcast. In an instant those from the sanctuary base could no longer sit still and immediately retaliated. What the hell do you know? Our elite guards haven't even made a move yet. Once they act, they'll smash your heads. Oh, I'm so scared. Come at me. Haha, you think you can smash our heads? Let's see if you can survive tonight first. In an instant the forum was filled with insults and mockery until a bespectacled youth calmly adjusted his glasses and posted a picture with a cat. Look at what I'm having for dinner tonight. One fluffy white bun after another. What about you? Did you manage to eat anything warm today? Do you want me to save some of the digested buns for you? Upon seeing this picture the forum fell silent considerably. Many survivors, upon seeing the bun in the picture, which was larger than a palm, suddenly lit up with hope in their previously dull eyes. Saliva glands wildly secreted the already scarce saliva, moistening their parched throats. Their bellies, which had almost given up, began to rumble once more. They fixed their eyes on the bun image on their phones as if they wanted to reach in and grab it. Ha ha. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? We have. Hey, I had lobster for dinner. What about you? I had something mediocre, just a lamb chop. I'm alright, had steak. Then I'm alright too, splurged on foie gras. Instantly the entire forum buzzed with discussions about what everyone had eaten tonight, accompanied by a flurry of images. Who takes photos of their meals? Can't you search? What's wrong with showing off? Just do it. At this moment the outside survivors gazed at the exquisite food pictures, swallowing hard as their saliva production couldn't keep pace with their gulping. Their throats felt as if they were swallowing smoke. The people inside the shelter were right, they hadn't eaten their fill in days. Evading zombies while staying nourished was no simple feat. Surviving this long was nothing short of divine grace. Now confronted with such an abundance of food within the shelter, they froze mid-cheer, their faces contorted with anguish. You're breaking the code of honor. At least feed us first before continuing this duel. Exactly. Let us eat our fill before we exchange barbs. What shall we eat tomorrow? Rice balls. Noodles. Mini burgers. Or perhaps soy milk and fried dough sticks, steamed buns with pork filling. So hard to decide. Oh, stop agonizing, order them all. Do we lack the credits? Does the base lack the provisions? I'm feeling generous, I'll settle for enoki mushrooms tomorrow. If you want some, come collect them at the shelter's gate. In that instant residents of the shelter flooded the outside survivors' screens with a barrage of images, silencing their grotesque ravenous mouths once and for all. Inside the command center, Jiang Yu watched the forum discussion unfold and shook his head helplessly. Jarvis, can you trace the source of that live broadcast signal? Seeing that the forum users had arrived only after catching wind of the broadcast, Jiang Yu immediately asked. Affirmative, sir. The broadcast originates 3 kilometers from the shelter, yet terrestrial terrain beyond that distance is sheer cliff. I therefore infer the signal is airborne, transmitted via helicopter-mounted equipment. In the sky. Remarkable preparation. If I were stationed by the coast, would they deploy battleships next? Jiang Yu murmured softly. Instantly Jarvis allocated another screen to display the live feed, crystal clear, sharp enough to capture every individual's facial expression. Impressive technology, maintaining such clarity from several kilometers above. Jiang Yu mused, thoughtful, and in the next moment Jiang Yu turned to the base forum, its notification panel blinking incessantly, and gave a cold, knowing smile. Jarvis, locate those who dared demand a beating, and tonight send operatives to deal with them. Understood, sir. Immediately a new post appeared on the forum, shaking its very foundations. An account named Xinhua Commandant declared. Your location has been pinpointed. Once the zombie threat is neutralized, your demands will be met in full. Ha 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 ha. The shelter's commandant himself has stepped in, you're doomed. Truly, what an awe-inspiring commandant. Ha ha. Commandant is unstoppable. Seeing their leader descend into the fray, residents erupted in unrestrained laughter. At that moment, upon witnessing the Xinhua shelter's commandant personally intervene, the survivors paled instantly, instinctively trying to swallow only to find their mouths utterly dry. Their minds echoed with 2 chilling words: were finished. Meanwhile, far removed from the forum's overwhelming dominance, the second defense line witnessed a brutal life-or-death struggle between the guard corps and level 1 mutant zombies. Within mere minutes, over 100 guards had fallen beneath the mutants' razor-sharp claws. The wounded numbered beyond count, nearly every survivor bore wounds large and small across their bodies. Just as despair began to grip many at the mutants' terrifying might, several figures blurred past them at blinding speed. All they felt was a violent gust roaring past their ears. Boom! Then came a deep muffled thud. When they looked closely, shock froze them in place. The level 1 mutant zombie, whose speed had rendered it untouchable even by submachine fire, now lay headless. Thump! The decapitated corpse collapsed instantly. Its twitching limbs, still faintly convulsing, seemed to plead for one last chance at revival. Boom. Boom. In quick succession, more heavy impacts reverberated through the air. Seconds later, the guard corps snapped back to awareness, only to stare dumbfounded at dozens of headless mutant corpses slowly slumping to the... Only the faint tremors of their limbs confirmed these creatures had been alive mere seconds earlier, otherwise the entire sequence might have passed for a shared hallucination. The guard corps stood stunned. So too did the livestream viewers. What sorcery was this? Had it truly been obliterated by a single strike? Is this really the elite guard? Such terrifying power. Lu Zhengwu, captain of the first defense line, watched the scene with grim intensity. In that moment he realized, if not for the elite guard's limited numbers, perhaps they would have led this defense operation. Commander, we failed. Lu Zhengwu gazed at the shattered remains of Zhang Zhongxing in the distance, his voice thick with sorrow. No blame lies with you. They were heroes. This crisis has long surpassed any ordinary zombie storm. The android replied, tone detached and calm. Enough talk. Withdraw immediately to the third defense line. Fighter support is nearing exhaustion. Yes, Commander. He saluted, sharply cast one final lingering glance at Zhang Zhongxing's fragmented body, and then clenched his jaw, sprinted forward and snatched up a relatively intact lower leg before fleeing. Old Zhan. I cannot let you vanish into dust without even a fragment of your remains. A symbolic grave will have to suffice. Tears burning behind his eyes, Lu Zhengwu continued directing the retreat. Sir, evacuation from the second defense line is complete. Jarvis announced. Excellent. Then let us begin, send these monsters straight to oblivion. Jiang Yu rested his chin on his palms, gaze cool and unblinking upon the first defense line, now trampled into ruin beneath countless zombie feet. Boom. 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 In an instant, 3 deep resonant explosions erupted from beneath the earth, rippling outward along both flanks of the mountain path leading from the first defense line, surging onto the highway and spreading dozens of meters left and right across its surface. From atop the modified vehicles, many caught sight of the rhythmic detonations erupting along both sides of the road. Rumble. In that moment, the earth trembled violently from the first defense line to the highway, sending waves of nauseating vertigo through everyone aboard the armored vehicles. What's happening? Why is the ground shaking like this? No, it's not an earthquake. Something buried underground has just detonated. Its blast has critically compromised the structural integrity of our road. Were the soil beneath the pavement even slightly looser, the highway itself would collapse. Collapse. Then that means, before anyone could finish the thought, a crushing sensation of weightlessness slammed into them all. In an instant, the ground on both sides of the highway collapsed, creating a massive shaped void. At that moment, everything on the road fell into the pit, whether it was zombies or modified vehicles. In the sky, several fighter jets observed the suddenly collapsed ground, their expressions filled with shock and urgency, for many of their team members were in those collapsed areas. Boss, old 3, old 5, old 6, old 7. Are you all okay? Old 2 and old 4 shouted from the helicopter. It was nighttime, although there was a blood moon, visibility was poor and they couldn't see how deep the collapse was, anxiously waiting. Cough cough, we're fine. The ground collapse isn't deep, only about 4 to 5 meters, but the modified vehicles that fell are completely unusable. I didn't expect this. This refuge Ember Sanctuary has reached this level. They've directly hollowed out such a long underground section, leaving only a bit of foundation to support the surface, which they can blow up when needed. This led to the ground collapse. It seems the Ember Sanctuary is even more troublesome than the general manager told us. They actually have such manpower and resources. The squad leader swatted away a zombie that had fallen in front of him and spoke calmly. Boss, what should we do next? Old 3, who was also underground, asked. First, we need to get out of this godforsaken place, then stick to the original plan. Let the zombies attract the firepower of the Ember Sanctuary. Once their firepower is nearly exhausted, we will attack from the air with helicopters and launch a frontal assault. Although our vehicles have fallen, our weapons are still usable. Hearing the captain's orders, they quickly organized their gear, kicked open the modified vehicle's door and left it to reach a small forest by the road. At the same time, the people inside the modified vehicles in the pit began to exit, using tools to climb upwards. However, those climbing out of the pit were unaware that Jiang Yu was monitoring their every move with clarity. When Jiang Yu saw the appearance of those climbing up combined with Jarvis' background check, he couldn't help but be both furious and amused. Except for a few burly foreign men associated with a mercenary group called the Underworld Wolves, the rest of the climbers were familiar faces, coincidentally the very factions that had come to Jiang Yu to purchase weapons and supplies last time. Chen Mingju and Wang Wei Zhang Kongcheng, aside from Sun Xiong and the residents of the shelter, 3 factions that had come to exchange supplies last time were here. Well. I thought that by selling weapons to you, you would help me fend off the zombies, but unexpectedly you came back with the weapons I sold you to attack me. 1 and 2, ignore the people on both sides of the highway. Bomb the collapsed highway. Little mice, once I wipe out the zombies, let's have some fun. Yes, sir. Many who had just crawled out of the pit and hadn't caught their breath or cursed yet saw 2 helicopters arrive above the pits and hurriedly crawled to the sides of the forest to hide. Although some had not yet made it up, they could only watch helplessly as the helicopters unleashed rockets. At this moment inside the pit, besides the modified vehicles, many who had not managed to escape were struggling zombies trying to leave the pit, but due to its depth and lack of tools they couldn't get out at all. Within that crater countless souls, neither truly dead nor fully alive, underwent physical purification as fierce flames consumed their bodies and cleansed their consciousness. Watching the roaring inferno blaze within the massive pit, those hiding in the forest glared furiously at the helicopter hovering overhead, desperate to shoot it down. Many of their comrades still lay trapped inside the crater, unable to escape. A single step too late and death came swiftly, claimed by the bombardment of the Xinhua shelter. One misstep led to ruin. The commander of the Minglang squad had never imagined the Xinhua shelter capable of such devastation, yet regret was futile now. All that remained was to exact vengeance in the slaughter ahead, cutting down as many as possible. Have you secured all the equipment? The squad commander turned to his team and asked. Yes, all secured. The vehicle held nothing of value anymore. What was lost was lost. So long as the Xinhua shelter fell today, their reward would dwarf every loss suffered this day. The squad commander spoke. By the way, was he retrieved? Yes, we brought him out. Look. As the others turned, they beheld only a cage barely half a man's height. Where is he, that boy? Fuck. He's gone. Didn't you have him under constant watch? How could he vanish without a trace? We don't know, the cage is specially engineered, there's no way he should have escaped. Search everywhere, now. If we fail to find him, we're all dead before nightfall. The squad commander roared, fury contorting his face. Losing the boy meant losing leverage over the Lord Zombie, and without that threat how could they possibly withstand the tide of corpses mountain upon them? Even if the mission failed utterly, the boy must not be lost. Instantly the squad scattered, desperate, frantic, searching every shadow and thicket. And just as their panic peaked, deep within the forest a slender figure sprinted with astonishing speed toward the third defensive line. Stay sharp, every one of you. The enemy is far from defeated, do not let your guard down. Resupply ammunition immediately, personnel from the first and second line stand down and rest where you are. At the third defensive line, under the calm command of two captains, tension ran high, but chaos did not. Order held firm. Damn it, when will this hellish existence ever end? Lu Zhengwu sighed, weariness etched across his face. Exactly. Better to die cleanly and be done with it, right? Captain Zhang Jia chuckled softly. Don't speak like that, you still have a wife and children waiting for you. True. If not for the ties that bind us to this world, who would choose to fight so desperately at a time like this? So for our families, and for the Xinhua shelter which grants us safety and sanctuary, we cannot yield even a single step backward. Hearing Zhang Jia's words, Lu Zhengwu gave a wry, resigned smile. No one's ever told you you're terrible at comforting people. Is that so? You're the first. What is that? Zhang's family was just about to say something when they saw a small figure rushing towards them at an incredible speed, leaving them only able to follow its shadow. Why is there a first-tier zombie coming? At that moment the synthetic human reporting the situation saw the dark figure running quickly and rushed over, grabbing it. This is... Hearing the synthetic human's exclamation, everyone quickly turned their gaze to that direction, only to see that the synthetic human was holding a completely naked little boy whose skin was as white as snow, devoid of any color, as if all his blood had been drained. However, what was shocking was that the boy's eyes were a terrifying blood red, and his hair was also blood red, with those large eyes filled with a bloodthirsty glare, and his mouth wide open was filled with sharp teeth. What is this? Seeing that this was clearly not an ordinary child, everyone exchanged confused glances. At this moment even the synthetic human could not tell what this was. Helpless, they could only contact Jiang Yu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu immediately pulled up the surveillance footage, and when he finally saw the child's appearance he was also taken aback. Jarvis, analyze this. Sir, this child is undoubtedly a zombie and currently in a very hungry state. This little guy is a zombie. Zombies look like this. Jiang Yu said in surprise, looking at the zombie that resembled an ordinary human child. Indeed, sir, preliminary judgment indicates it is a mutated zombie, as for the specific reason it remains unknown. Hearing Jarvis' words, Jiang Yu's expression slightly narrowed. The zombies are attacking again. Everyone form up. Just as everyone was waiting for Jiang Yu's response, another batch of countless zombies rushed in from the periphery. At this moment in the pit outside, countless zombie corpses were crawling back and forth within the pit. In the pit, which was 5 meters deep and had been bombed by helicopters, it was now again filled with mindless zombies, their sheer numbers completely filling the pit. Damn. Did the big pit we dug take so little time to block? Lu Zhengwa's face was filled with unwillingness. Bang. The next moment the roar of artillery once again resounded at the third defense line. Seeing that his teammates had gone to help, the synthetic human holding the little zombie stood there with an odd expression, unable to put it down or let it go, helplessly staring back at the little zombie that was baring its teeth at him. Have you found it? No. No. Fuck. Fuck. Damn it. If the zombie lord discovers we have no leverage, then we... Hearing his teammates' words, the squad leader took a deep breath and said in a chilling tone, tell them the plan is moved up. We must destroy the Ember Refuge before the zombie lord notices. Yes. Second, start executing the plan. First, deal with those two flying in the sky. Okay. Just as they were about to execute the plan, Jiang Yu in the control room received a notification from Jarvis. Sir, they have begun to act. What? Why so sudden? Hearing that the little mice had actually started moving, Jiang Ye's expression changed to one of confusion. Logically, they should have waited until we were exhausted from fighting the zombies before striking, but why did they suddenly act? Did something force them to act early? Although Jiang Yu pondered this, since they had already made their move, he had no reason to hold back. Jarvis, helped me hack into the communications of the Dark Wolf Squad's helicopters. Alright, sir. Connection completed, signal intercepted. 1 and 2, the enemies are preparing to strike, release the drones, prepare to retreat. 3 and 4, it's your turn to Yes. Sir. Click. The next moment, the drones attached to helicopters 1 and 2, all detached from the fuselage, turned on their cameras and quickly flew towards a few enemy helicopters. Target locked, fire the rockets. The second team member said calmly after aiming at the retreating helicopter and then pressed the launch button. Sir, the enemies launched rockets, they have 5 seconds until impact. Use the drones to intercept. The next moment, several drones hiding in the clouds quickly flew out and self-destructed in the path of the rockets. Boom. 2 incredibly loud explosions erupted, and under the blood-red night light, the clouds in the sky were directly A brilliant fireball also erupted in midair. That scene of fire reaching the sky stunned everyone present for a moment, but amidst the screams of zombies, they quickly regained their focus and continued shooting at the zombies. On the opposing helicopter, 2 squad members were shocked to see the launched rockets explode for no apparent reason. Damn it, what happened? Why did the rockets explode mid-flight? The fourth member muttered in confusion at the sight of the exploding rockets. I don't know, but I suspect everyone has misjudged the combat power of the Ember Refuge. The ability to deploy 2 armed helicopters and such a large number of heavy weapons suggests their strength may not be simple, the relatively mature and composed second member said. Poof. So what? We have 10 fully armed helicopters, ground forces, in those worthless refuge camps. Do we really fear their meager armed forces? Don't be careless, since the general manager sent us to eliminate the Ember Refuge, they must have their strengths. TCH. Second brother, you're too cautious. It's just a small shelter. Exactly. With the group's strength, wiping it out should be a cinch. The general manager just doesn't want to waste resources, which is why he sent us. Oh. If you think my Ember Refuge is so easy to crush, then you are gravely mistaken. Jiang Yu heard those incredibly arrogant words after hacking into the signal of the Ming Wolf Squad's helicopter. He immediately decided to give them the last lesson of their lives. The most important one is they wouldn't have the chance for any further lessons. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the second and fourth members changed dramatically. They looked at the speaker box above them as if they had seen a ghost. You have precious gifts around your helicopter that I have sent you. The second member was startled, and upon closer inspection his expression changed drastically. He saw several drones circling around his helicopter, and being experienced, he immediately associated it with the explosive rocket that had just detonated. Self-destructing drones. Sir, perhaps there is some misunderstanding. I think we can sit. Seeing so many self-destructing helicopters hovering around their helicopter, the second member couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He knew that once these drones self-destructed, the chain reaction would annihilate their entire fleet, leaving no trace behind. Moreover, how could the Sanctuary of Fire infiltrate the internal network of their helicopter so silently? What kind of power was the Sanctuary of Fire? Just as he was about to explain something to buy time, Jiang Ye's voice came through. There is no misunderstanding, you are just the beginning. Once I clean you up, it will be the turn of the other rats below. Team. Boom. Before the second member could finish speaking, his vision was engulfed by an intense. Afterwards, he felt his body beginning to disintegrate and dissolve. Although there was no pain, he could feel everything until his consciousness completely faded away. Boom. Boom. A series of thunderous explosions echoed across the sky, and at that moment a terrifying mushroom cloud ascended over the highway. The horrifying shockwaves generated by their explosions directly flattened the zombies below at a vertical angle and affected the helicopters of the Sanctuary of Fire that were preparing to retreat. The fierce winds forced both the first and second helicopters to struggle to stabilize, while even the third and fourth helicopters, which were about to take off, temporarily halted their ascent. Even more terrifying was the fact that this gust could be felt by the last line of defense. The warriors at the last line of defense, including Zhang Niu, stared dumbfounded at the mushroom cloud illuminating the entire valley in the distance, along with the howling wind, their expressions frozen in shock. What happened there? Zhang Niu and the others looked in disbelief at the rising mushroom cloud, puzzled about why such a terrifying explosion erupted in the sky. Second. Fourth. Below, the squad leader, seeing the mushroom cloud erupting in the sky, yelled hoarsely towards the sky, his face filled with disbelief as he held onto a walkie-talkie that had long lost its signal. Under such a terrifying explosion, even those who had evolved like him couldn't survive, let alone his brothers who hadn't had the chance to evolve. For a moment he couldn't understand why the Sanctuary of Fire could destroy 10 helicopters in such a short amount of time. Did the general manager not say that they were just a bit stronger than average shelters? If that were true, could a slightly stronger shelter withstand the initial zombie tide? How could they dig such a massive pit and deploy so much military strength and heavy weaponry in such a short time? Are those leaders just talking nonsense? The current situation is so different from what they said. Weren't they supposed to crush us? It's them who will crush us. Meanwhile, the audience watching the live broadcast only heard a loud bang before the live feed was interrupted, causing viewers to anxiously flood the comments. What's happening? Why did the signal disappear? I don't know, could the helicopter have been destroyed? That pilot looked quite shocked just now. It must be a network fluctuation, don't worry. Since they dared to live stream their assault on the Sanctuary of Fire, they surely have their own backup. Exactly. The Sanctuary of Fire is strong, but I don't think they are stronger than them. They have 10 helicopters while the Sanctuary of Fire only has 2. What are they even worth? Hee. Once the Sanctuary of Fire is destroyed, I will definitely go to their ruins and take a piss. To prove that I look down on going there. Enough talk. The signal has been restored. It's restored, but why does the content seem off? As the live stream resumed, everyone saw that the content was no longer about the previous helicopter but rather another one piloted by a person with a Chinese face. The previous helicopter was piloted by a black man. Hello dear friends, I am Yang, your host for today's livestream. This is the debut of the Sanctuary of Fire's combat livestream. Please support us, and if you can give us a thumbs up or a 5-star review. Leave a comment for updates, thank you all. A man wearing black framed glasses appeared on the screen smiling warmly as his greeting instantly caused the audience in the live stream room to collapse. What the hell? What's going on? Isn't this the live stream room of those foreigners? How did it become the live stream room of the Sanctuary of Fire? Impossible. They had 10 helicopters. Did they just vanish? Countless comments flooded the live stream chat, and Yang glanced at them before smiling and speaking. Just as you all said, the 10 combat helicopters of the Ming Wolf Squad were eliminated due to their insufficient combat power. We are now taking over the live stream room. Alright, let's get to the main topic. What you are seeing now is our third line of defenses guards struggling against the massive tide of zombies. Insufficient combat power. Many people rolled their eyes at this statement. 10 combat helicopters are killing machines wherever they go, and haven't you seen how your 2 helicopters have already been wreaking havoc among the zombie tide? As the live stream shifted under Yang's hosting, the viewers saw the densely packed helicopters and felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Coupled with Yang's commentary, they suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. What the hell? It didn't seem like much before, but now it's making my claustrophobia kick in. Crap, why do I feel like there are zombies surrounding me everywhere? What the hell? I was so engrossed in the live stream that a not quite dead zombie crawled onto my thigh. How's it going upstairs? Although we eliminated it in time. It's over, I've been bitten. My condolences. As the live broadcast continued, the spectacle of thousands of defenders at the third line simultaneously opening fire, hurling high explosive grenades and unleashing relentless aerial bombardment from 2 fighter jets captivated countless viewers. Viewers could clearly see that despite their overwhelming numbers, the third line forces displayed not a trace of chaos. Logistics, resupply, marksmanship, grenade deployment and battlefield communication were executed with flawless precision and absolute discipline. Such tactical coordination and ironclad discipline, even regular military units would struggle to match this. Terrifying. Are these truly the combat personnel of the Xinhua shelter? Look, they're right in the center, the one standing utterly still holding a child in his arms. Could he be the leader of the Xinhua shelter? That seems certain. Only the shelter's leader could stand there with such unshakable composure while cradling a child. Numerous viewers nodded in solemn agreement. Midway through the commentary, Yang received a message and pressed the earpiece's receive button. Yes. Understood. Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed viewers, urgent mission update: neutralize the white-eyed wolves. Next you will witness the Xinhua shelter's most celebrated firepower demonstration, the true allure of artillery. Behold the authentic thunder of cannon fire. Thereupon Yang first disabled the live chat feed, then directed the helicopter toward the distant smoke-choked stretch of highway. Beneath us lie several vehicles belonging to the white-eyed wolves, a name earned because they used loans we granted them to purchase our own shelter's weapons, then turned those very arms against us in league with outsiders. Friends, do they deserve to die? You all agree they do. Precisely. They must be eradicated. And thus my current directive is their complete annihilation. Now dear viewers, watch closely. Popcorn in hand if you wish. This is real-life warfare, unscripted and unrelenting. With the chat feed manually silenced, Yang spoke with unwavering authority and finality, then reactivated the live commentary. At that moment, many watching via livestream realized the helicopter had already loomed directly overhead and instantly began trembling uncontrollably. Frantically they typed pleas for mercy into the chat. No, we were coerced. Let us negotiate again with your leadership. We'll fully compensate all your losses. Yes. We were forced by those damned foreign mercenaries. Please, let us speak with your commander once more. We're all Han Chinese, we're innocent too. In an instant the chat flooded with desperate entreaties from the very white-eyed wolves Yang had named, prompting many viewers to reconsider their stance. We're all Han Chinese, can't we show some understanding? Exactly. Everyone makes mistakes, why not grant them a chance to redeem themselves? As the chat scrolled rapidly, Yang's gaze narrowed slightly. He silenced the feed once more, leaving those attempting moral coercion momentarily stunned. Are you seriously unable to handle this? Final countdown: 5 seconds. Type 1 if you endorse retribution, type 2 if you oppose it. 5 seconds remaining. Very well, no objections heard. Then. Commence. Bai Yang's voice dropped to a low resonant timbre as he uttered the final 4 words. Boom. 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 The broadcast shifted to the helicopter's forward-facing camera, the first-person perspective of imminent devastation. Glowing red heavy machine gun barrels spat torrents of bullets, each round striking not just steel and flesh but the raw nerves of every viewer, tightening their very pulse. The clatter of spent shell casings striking the helicopter's hull echoed like the frantic accelerated rhythm of each viewer's own pounding heart. Rocket after rocket slammed into armored vehicles and pavement, erupting in pillars of flame that pierced the heavens, while anything struck heat dissolved, instantly vaporized or melted beyond recognition. Vehicles and zombies flung skyward by blast waves had scarcely tumbled to earth before another rocket descended, repeating the cycle mercilessly and without pause. This barrage stretched across kilometers, incidentally obliterating swarms of zombies en route to the shelter. 20 minutes later, the helicopter's feed returned to Baiyang. Viewers stared breathless at the inferno stretching for miles, where the highway lay reduced to smoldering ruins, pockmarked and shattered beyond repair. Though no corpses, blood or severed limbs remained, only fire and vast cratered desolation, no one believed survival possible under such onslaught. Gulp. Sun Xiong's family watched the stream in stunned silence, swallowing hard. Sun Tianming trembled violently, his body seized by pure dread. His fear had deepened. He now feared Jiang Yu might on a whim dispatch a helicopter to reduce their neighborhood to ash. Meanwhile, at the residential complex shelter, Xuanning sat beside its founder and director, the neighborhood committee chairwoman Zhang Hong, watching the same live feed. Xuanning, I hear you offended Mr. Jiang last time. Zhang Hong's eyes narrowed, her expression cool and detached as she regarded Xuanning. Yes. I thought. Xuanning shuddered, instinctively dropping to her knees, her former arrogance utterly erased before Zhang Hong's icy presence. Enough. Tomorrow arrange to return the spirit crystals, plus 30% interest. That's non-negotiable. The Xinhua shelter is not an entity we may provoke. Henceforth, should Jiang Yu ever desire your company, even intimacy, you are forbidden from showing the slightest reluctance. Do you understand? Zhang Hong observed Xuanning, flustered, vulnerable, pitiful, and spoke coldly. Yes. A bitter hollow smile flickered across Xuanning's face as she replied, her voice thick with despair. Kneeling there, Xuanning was heartrendingly fragile. Despite being in her 30s, her ageless, delicate features, porcelain skin and lithe figure betrayed no sign of time's passage. Were she not identified, one might easily mistake her for a woman barely out of her 20s. In that moment, her sorrowful grace would have stirred fierce protective instincts in most men. However, what stood before her at this moment was not a man but Zhang Hong, a woman of iron will. The charm and beauty of women were utterly useless to her. In fact, it might even become a point of disdain for her. Such expressions sometimes made her feel nauseous. Meanwhile, Bai Yang's live broadcast continued. Okay. Dear audience, welcome back. I am your old friend Bai Yang, whom you've seen only once. Now our first phase of revenge is complete. Next we will deal with the zombies and some mice hiding in the forest to achieve a phased victory. Now please take out your popcorn, cola, fries and hamburgers to enjoy this ultimate viewing experience. Bai Yang reopened the bullet screen and the camera once again focused on the helicopter. Thanks to the helicopter's effective bombing of the white-eyed wolves, the defense line's protection tasks were surprisingly successful, even though they had retreated to the 5th defense line while battling. However, at this moment casualties had been reduced to a minimum and the 5th defense line was filled with elite warriors with ammunition in abundance. Moreover, after waiting for so long, many guards were eager and impatient, and with the support of the armed helicopter they had eliminated numerous approaching zombies. As for the first-level zombies that occasionally charged out, they were handled by the personal guard. Jiang Yu had dispatched 100 personal guards, and apart from the artificial being holding a small zombie, the others rushed forward as if they had seen a naked person upon encountering the first-level zombies. They swiftly resolved the battle like tigers pouncing on their prey, and after dismembering a first-level zombie, some of the artificial beings who were unable to join due to the crowd showed expressions of frustration but had no choice but to wait for the next first-level zombie to appear. Not long ago, an incredibly defensive steel zombie had managed to charge in with sheer defense and a bit of luck. Just when it was about to join forces with the claw zombie inside its belly to slaughter the guards here, they were suddenly surrounded by several combat-type artificial beings. As the claw zombie was about to escape from the belly of the steel zombie, it heard a series of loud bangs outside resembling a wild storm accompanied by the steel zombie's mournful cries. When the combat-type artificial beings tore open the belly of the steel zombie, revealing the claw zombie inside, it instinctively squeezed in tighter. Surrounded by 10 combat-type artificial beings, the claw zombie felt for the first time what it meant to tremble with fear. As time passed and the blood moon was about to end, this battle was also nearing its conclusion. At this moment everyone felt a slight sense of relief and comfort. Except for the group of little mice still hiding in the forest. Big brother. Have we lost? Third brother asked softly, looking at his brother's dark and dazed expression. The leader of the Ming Wolf Squad was also bewildered by this statement. Lost? Of course they had lost, but why had it happened so quickly? Just a short while ago, in less than an hour, his forces had been completely destroyed. Faster than paper disintegrate. Having just watched the live broadcast of the armed helicopter bombing for a full 20 minutes. That scene looked like a zombie movie, but it was an incredibly realistic live broadcast. And it should have been his command for the second-in-command to bomb the Firelight shelter. Why had it reversed, turning into them bombing their own side? At this moment even the seasoned leader was a bit bewildered. How many of us are left? Big brother, there are just a few of us left. The people from the shelter fled after seeing the iron fist tactics of the firelight shelter. Now only a few of us remain. Time is running out, the blood moon is about to end. Not only have we failed to eliminate the firelight shelter, but we have even lost that little brat. No, big brother, that little brat has not been lost but captured by the people of the firelight shelter. What? Look. One team member played the live video and to their astonishment they saw the little zombie being held inside the defense line. Ha ha. In that case, this mission has already failed. If we return, we will face punishment from the general manager. Rather than suffer alone, we might as well take the firelight shelter down with us. If we kill the little zombie, that monster will surely go berserk, and as long as she goes wild with her current 3rd tier strength, the firelight shelter will absolutely be unable to stop her without heavy weaponry. She will definitely be able to take down the firelight shelter with her. The leader sneered. Exactly. Moreover, I see that the firelight shelter's trump cards should have been exhausted by now. With the blood moon about to end, their vigilance is definitely relaxed. The members of the squad expressed their agreement, having 4 armed helicopters, such a large number of firepower and terrifying execution and organization. If they still had a trump card in this situation, they would truly be terrifying. The Ming Wolf leader quickly devised a simple plan, and then they all assembled their weapons, discarding anything that would weigh them down, taking only various firearms. They exchanged a few glances and nodded in mutual understanding, quickly charging toward the 5th defense line. Dear audience, as you can see, the little mice have already begun to take action. Although the live broadcast cannot capture their audio, we do not know what they said. But I believe that our guards will complete this seemingly difficult task very well. And I, Bai Yang, will live broadcast the entire process of us eliminating the mice. At this moment, the viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned. They once again felt the terror of the firelight shelter. This live broadcast room was originally the Ming Wolf squad's, and although the firelight shelter had taken it over, they were brazenly broadcasting the entire process of their task. Were they even planning to counterattack based on the live broadcast content? This was not how an open book exam was conducted. Moreover, what shocked them the most was that the members of the team seemed unable to see the live broadcast of their every move. This, of course, was also the work of Jarvis. In an instant, the audience was filled with doubt. If the members of the Mingling team knew this scene, would they choke on their blood and die? After a period of frantic rushing, they finally arrived at the 5th defense line, witnessing the vigilant guards standing ready. Although they had already learned about the terrifying presence of the guards from the live broadcast, when they truly faced the overwhelming momentum of the guards, they couldn't help but swallow hard. At this moment, the guards had been fighting the zombies for such a long time that a trace of malevolence surrounded each of them. What they saw on the live broadcast was simply incomparable to facing the real thing. According to plan, Lao Lu, the moment chaos breaks out, you shoot immediately. Aim to take out the target with a single shot, said the leader of the Minglang team. Understood. Lao Lu set up his sniper rifle, his sights trained on the inside of the defense line. Alright, everyone else charge with me. After pondering for a long time, Minglang decided on a frontal assault. After all, they had no intention of leaving alive, their purpose was to drag the fire sanctuary down to hell. Boom. With several grenades thrown into the 5th defense line, a violent explosion erupted, instantly causing the guards who were still fending off the zombies to be startled by the sudden grenade attack. But it was merely a moment of surprise. Upon seeing more grenades coming their way, they opened fire. Bang. A hail of bullets swept through the air, causing the grenades to explode midair. Bang. Boom. The grenades detonated, a massive blaze flickering within the defense line, and at that moment a gunshot rang out. The sound of a bullet piercing flesh echoed within the defense line. What the hell? Lu Zhongwu was furious to see someone had actually been injured. He immediately ran to the injured person and pulled him back. Bang. Another gunshot went off and Lu Zhongwu felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. Sniper. Stay hidden. Lu Zhongwu shouted, suppressing the pain in his shoulder. Lao Lu. Seeing Lu Zhongwu injured, the 3rd defense line captain Zhang Jia and the 4th and 5th defense line captains Wu Yu and Chen Chu hurriedly came to his side and quickly took him away from the scene. After that, several smoke grenades were thrown, instantly filling most of the area with smoke. Zhang Jia and his companions, who wanted to quickly escape with Lao Lu, saw a figure appear before them. In the moment, the smoke enveloped them. Then, as they were caught off guard, the figure rushed towards them at incredible speed. Bang. In an instant, a fist struck directly into his stomach. They didn't even have time to react before they felt a sharp pain in their abdomen. You. Feeling a pain as if crushed by a vehicle, Zhang Jia was momentarily speechless. He struggled to lift his head and saw a man wearing a red infrared device swinging his fist towards him. Then, amid the swirling smoke, the sounds of fists striking flesh echoed, accompanied by screams whose origins were unknown. Bang. Ah. Bang. What the hell? Outside the smoke, the guards saw that the dense smoke distracted them, allowing several individuals with submachine guns to charge straight into the defense line. Then they formed a circle and began firing indiscriminately, while those within the circle frantically threw grenades. In a short time, due to their sudden intrusion coupled with the relentless onslaught of zombies, the 5th defense line momentarily fell into chaos, but soon the replicants intervened. They first dodged the incoming bullets from the submachine guns with incredible speed, then swiftly dealt with them. Bang! Bang! After several punches they fell to the ground, their faces filled with disbelief. As the smoke from the smoke grenade gradually dissipated, a rather tragic scene was revealed. At that moment the captains of the three major defense lines covered in wounds tightly embraced the captain of the Minglang team. Although the Minglang team captain was unscathed with blood from Zhang Jia and his companions on his fists, he still needed some time to break free from the deadly grip of the three. Fuck! The Minglang team leader raised his hand blade aiming for Zhang Jia, the closest target, aiming directly at his chest. Smack! But just as the hand blade was about to fall, it was intercepted by the replicant. In that moment of rapid exchange, the Minglang team leader felt the terrifying strength of the replicant and looked at him in disbelief. You too. Pooh. Crack. Crack. Ah. Before he could finish his sentence, the replicant swiftly moved behind him, directly breaking the bones in both of his arms and locking them behind his back, forcefully tying them together. At the same time his 10 fingers were all bent to the extreme, rendering him unable to utilize the strength of his fingers. Additionally, the replicant, wielding a Nepalese weapon, severed the tendons in both of the Minglang team captain's legs and shattered his kneecaps, completely turning him into a cripple. Ah. Fuck. Damn you. In an instant the intense pain swept through the Minglang team leader's brain, making him emit a heart-wrenching scream. At that moment he wished he could die immediately, but it was impossible. In the live broadcast room everyone who witnessed this scene gasped in shock, with many unable to resist swallowing hard. This method was ruthless, truly ruthless. Many instinctively touched their own ankles and knees. Don't let him die, he's just like us. I believe the officer will be interested. The replicant handed him over to the medical replicant on site, saying indifferently. Understood. Soon the suicide squad attacking the 5th defense line was completely wiped out, the whole process taking only a few minutes. The cost of eliminating them was the various injuries, both minor and serious, to dozens of guards. Bang. 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 Just as they thought this was merely a desperate counterattack by rats planning to finish the commotion and then continue to block the zombies, 3 loud gunshots from sniper rifles rang out. Pooh. Pooh. Following that were the sounds of 3 bullets embedding into flesh. Who got injured? Covering his shoulder, Lu Zhengwu asked in confusion and shock. He didn't expect that the sniper was still. It was a little zombie. He is dead. What? Lu Zhengwu watched others approaching with the little zombie's corpse in their arms, his expression turning inexplicably strange. He fired 3 shots in succession, not at people but at that small corpse. Why? Has your wife been unfaithful to you? He laughed wildly and proclaimed that the little one was dead, telling them to brace themselves for the vengeance of the Tier 3 zombies. In the forest a man carrying a sniper rifle stepped out, laughing maniacally. After a crazed shout he raised the gun to his chin and fired. Bang. After the shot he had taken his own life, and the next instant his body collapsed to the ground like a tree severed at the root, his face still contorted in deranged laughter and gloating. A mixture of oddly colored fluids trickled from his head and slowly pooled on the ground. Everyone who witnessed this baffling scene was filled with confusion. Was this not a suicidal all-out counterattack? Apart from the androids, whose faces remained grave, the others wore looks of bewilderment. As they prepared to press this man, their captain, for answers, an unbearably loud roar erupted like some ancient primordial beast rousing from slumber. Within seconds that colossal furious roar reverberated throughout Haishi, saturated with wrath, lamentation, and sorrow. Upon hearing that sound, Captain Minglang's pained expression slowly melted into uproarious laughter. You are doomed, utterly doomed. She is coming, she is coming. Your refuge will be crushed beneath her iron cavalry. I will watch with my own eyes as your Xinhua refuge is swept away by her. Watching Captain Minglang descend into madness, many present could only feel an overwhelming puzzlement. Yet at that roar a primal terror rose in everyone's bones, as if they were born to fear any creature capable of such a cry. For helicopters hovering in the sky were the first to detect that something was wrong. Report to ground, there is an issue. What issue? The zombies have gone even more feral and much faster. The waning effect of the blood moon has vanished, and I've also spotted several oddly shaped zombies charging toward the refuge at terrifying speed. What? Lu Zhengwu and those present were stunned. Isn't the day of the blood moon nearly over? Why are the zombies growing ever more violent? In the control room, Jiang Yu received a transmission from Jiawezi. When the surveillance feed came up, he involuntarily drew a cold breath. Tier 2 iron zombies, Tier 2 clawed zombies, Tier 2 corrosive zombies. The apocalypse has only lasted a week. How could there be so many Tier 2 zombies already? This is simply impossible. Moreover, they appear to be controlled by a zombie lord. If that is true, does it mean the starting power of a zombie lord is Tier 3? The thought that the apocalypse had begun only 7 days ago, yet a lord zombie had already breached Tier 3, left Jiang Yu stunned. Ordinarily, for a zombie to break through to Tier 1, it must long feed on fresh flesh and awaken some special ability, claws, iron skin, and to ascend to Tier 2 it must begin devouring corpse crystals of its own kind in addition to fresh flesh, thereby strengthening both its special powers and bodily functions. As for Tier 3, the requirements are astronomically arduous. The corpse crystals and fresh flesh demanded number far beyond reckoning. After only 7 days since the end began, the emergence of even a single Tier 2 would be extraordinary. Yet now not only are many Tier 2s present, Tier 3 zombies have appeared as well, among them the most fearsome of all, the zombie lords. Jiang Yu even entertained the horrible suspicion that the lord might have reached the unfathomable Tier 4. Roar! Roar! Within the 5th defensive line, the androids regarded the several pairs of blood-red eyes looming in the darkness with unease. They sensed the ravenous hunger in those eyes, yet for some reason the creatures restrained themselves. They could clearly feel that each owner of those eyes was no foe they could easily contend with. In the livestream, Haishi's viewers watched this epic reversal and couldn't help exclaiming in astonishment. Is this real or staged? The tension is cinematic, this twist feels like a film. Indeed, I can't wait to see how Shinhua Refuge will respond. I can vouch for it that roar came from not far away. Damn, the first time I heard it I almost died of fright, truly. The chat went wild with messages flooding the screen. Bai Yang, can you tell us what that was? Bai Yang only glanced at the barrage of comments without replying, listening intently to the orders in his earpiece. Oh ho, getting nervous. Look, Bai Yang is nervous. Even you are feeling the pressure. It seems that zombie is truly terrifying. Many in the chat, seeing Bai Yang and his team tense, resumed their taunts. Weren't you so formidable? Where is your bombing artistry now? Show it again, don't tell me you're out of tricks. Haha, looks like what I predicted for tomorrow might actually happen. Sun Xiong frowned at the onslaught of comments, his face twisted with disgust. A pack of fools. If even the most formidable Shinhua Refuge cannot repel this monster, then Haisher will become that creature's banquet. If you cannot see something so obvious, how did you lot survive these 7 days? Sun Xiong muttered in disdain. At this moment, inside the 5th defensive line, squads of guards and personal protectors stood at the ready, watching the terrifying shapes whose only visible features were blood-red eyes in the dark. They seemed to be waiting for something, neither attacking nor retreating. The captain of the Minglang squad spat blood and laughed anew as he watched it all. PFT. Ha! Stop struggling. Tier 3 zombies, real Tier 3 zombies, the very Tier 3 creatures are group raised. You think your mere weapons can slay her? Ridiculous, utterly laughable. In the control room, Jiang Yu furrowed his brow upon hearing those words. Are they the 3rd tier zombies cultivated by their organization? So this one isn't a product of natural consumption, but rather was cultivated. What kind of organization is this? How are they able to cultivate zombies and to produce 3rd tier zombies in such a short time? For a moment Jiang Yu was filled with doubt, but this was not the time for uncertainty, the priority was to eliminate it. Whatever the organization, the first step was to take it down before considering anything else. For armed helicopters are returning for resupply, all armored vehicles are mobilized, and the armed transport helicopters are preparing to land and check, ready for takeoff at any moment. Understood, Commander. With the livestream shifting, it transitioned to a monitoring facility at the 5th defense line, where the viewers saw 4 helicopters flying back to resupply their equipment. At the defense line below, several heavy armed land armored vehicles also moved in, revealing numerous cannon barrels atop their bodies which looked heavily armed. The viewers in the livestream swallowed hard, surprised that the refuge had so many heavy weapons still hidden. The captain of the Ming Wolf Squad also gulped at the sudden appearance of 8 heavy armed land armored vehicles. As a mercenary, he could easily recognize the luxurious weaponry configuration of these armored vehicles. Such deadly weapons would have been beyond our capacity to contend with even when our forces were fully assembled, unless we used aerial bombardment. Poof. What does it matter if there are armored vehicles? The Lord Zombie cannot be defeated by your clumsy armored vehicles. 10 minutes later, the 4 armed helicopters had finished resupplying and took off, circling around the refuge. The livestream switched back to the helicopter. Hello everyone, and your old friend Bai Yang, whom you've seen twice. Now we have finalized the combat plan and our escort team is ready to strike against this legendary Lord Zombie. As soon as it reveals itself, we are confident we can defeat it. At this moment, Bai Yang regained his calm and warm demeanor, speaking eloquently to the livestream. Ha, Bai Yang, I still prefer your earlier anxious expression. Exactly. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye half an hour had passed. However, during this time the Lord Zombie did not appear, and Jiang Yu had not given the order to attack. The situation continued to consume time. Although neither side took further action, it was evident to Jiang Yu that under the blood-red moonlight more and more zombies were gathering, and the number of second-tier zombies was also increasing. The helicopters circling above could see the densely packed horde of zombies below, crowded together in a way that made one's skin crawl. Damn it, Commander. I think we can't wait any longer, we must strike. Otherwise, if they gather all the zombies in the city, how can we possibly stop them? The Battle Bull shouted at the cyborg commander. The commander hasn't spoken yet, let's wait a bit longer. The cyborg glanced at Battle Bull with an inscrutable expression before responding. This. Looking at the ever-growing horde of zombies, including many mutated ones, Battle Bull's mood was becoming increasingly agitated. He found it strange that the zombies weren't proactive, considering they lacked brains, but the base commander was certainly not brainless. If they really gathered all the zombies in the city, how could they possibly defend against them? At this moment, not only was Battle Bull filled with confusion, but many viewers in the livestream also felt the same. In the livestream, the audience watched the standoff between both sides, puzzled about why the refuge had yet to take action. What were they waiting for? Despite their attempts to flood the comments, Bai Yang did not explain anything to them. Soon another hour passed. At this point, from the 4th defense line to the highway, the area was filled with zombies, including dozens of second-tier zombies and over 100 first-tier zombies. Yet the most mysterious Lord Zombie was nowhere to be seen. Strange, if another hour passes it will be dawn. Why haven't they made a move? Could it be that the people of the refuge are hoping for a gamble? If nothing happens before dawn, will there be no fight? That's impossible. They've gathered so many zombies and won't attack. What a joke. Is the Lord Zombie an idiot? The commenter above is also foolish. Do zombies have brains? In an instant the livestream was abuzz with speculation, and even the escort team exchanged puzzled looks with each other. During this time they had finished their late night snacks and each had a bottle of drink in hand, some even chatting. Even so, no one stepped up to explain the situation. At this moment the atmosphere suddenly became extraordinarily strange, falling into a state of inexplicable harmony. However, many knew that this might just be the calm before the storm. Jarvis, have you detected any signs? In the control room John Yu looked at the monitors and asked. None. Upon hearing Jarvis' words, John Yu's brow furrowed tightly. Send the order down. When dawn appears, let the cannon fire roar. Yes, Commander. With so many zombies gathered outside the base, they couldn't simply choose not to fight. Once a riot broke out, they wouldn't even have time to retreat, so they had to attack, but not recklessly. Quickly this news spread rapidly among the escort team. Upon receiving the confirmed message, the members of the escort team began to feel tense. After battling for most of the night, they were already incredibly fatigued but had remained focused throughout the night. At this point every one of them felt utterly exhausted. If the situation hadn't been so tense, many of them could have simply fallen asleep right then. Roar! At that moment, just half an hour before dawn, a chilling and tragic howl reminiscent of the previous night's blood moon echoed from the highway. Hearing this sound, the escort team, the guards, and the first and second tier zombies in the livestream all snapped to attention. At the same time, the Lord Zombie's roar prompted the gathered zombies at the refuge to spring into action. Roar! Roar! Hearing the Lord's command, they seemed to reveal a bloodthirsty smile and rushed toward the 5th defense line at incredible speed. The overwhelming horde of zombies stomped across the ground, shaking the earth beneath the forest. Feeling the tremors beneath their feet, the cyborg's expression grew gravely serious. Open fire at full power. The combat android standing atop the armored vehicle shouted first. Yes. The cannons roared. No sooner had the command fallen than several heavy armed land armored vehicles unleashed everything they had. Artillery thundered as a barrage of heavy shells was fired. Shell after shell slammed into the charging horde of zombies, the terrifying detonations echoing through the woods. How many fell beneath that roar no one could tell. A second-tier zombie was caught in the blast and torn apart before it could flee. At the same time, 4 armed helicopters overhead were relentlessly hammering the swarming undead below. Bang! Bang! Yet however fierce the heavy ordnance, there were among the second-tier zombies those that still offered resistance. Beneath the near-invincible defense of a second-tier steel zombie, most attacks from the armored vehicles were halted. Horrific flames swept across its body but inflicted no harm. Behind it, countless second-tier zombies waited for an opening. Guards, intercept! Seeing the second-tier zombies about to break out of the bombardment zone, the combat androids surged forward. They had to stop these charging foes, or if they breached the escort's ranks, a merciless slaughter would follow. They struggled even to hold back the second-tier zombies. Ordinary people would be far less able. Advancing toward the breach, they moved in squads of 10 to collectively block the onslaught. At that moment, the guards and the personal escort fought shoulder to shoulder against the enemy. For a while the zombie horde could not advance even a single step. Likewise, the 4 armed helicopters on the field could not spare one to strike the zombie lord. The absence of any aerial fire support might instantly change the tide of battle. Jaya Wazy. In the command room, John Yu watched the monitors and spoke calmly. Yes, sir. Jaya Wazy immediately began tracing the sound and direction. He successfully pinpointed the location of the zombie lord. On the rutted highway, a 2-meter-tall, perfectly formed zombie with waist-length hair and tattered clothes stared with blood-red eyes that wept bloody tears, howling desperately toward Shinhua Refuge. At her side stood several steel zombies on full defensive posture, encircling her and forbidding anyone from approaching. Seeing the zombie lord in that state, John Yu lifted a brow. He seemed to understand why she had gone mad. Jaya Wazy launched the armed transport helicopter. Now that the main target has appeared, there is no need to hold back. Yes, sir. Inside the armed transport, the androids heard Jiang Yu's order and immediately started the engines. Aboard the transport lay many weapons Jiang Yu had fashioned from his dwindling corpse crystals, singless, rare, and devastatingly lethal, reserved expressly to deal with a zombie lord. Yes, officer. Prepare for takeoff. The whir of the transport helicopter filled the valley in an instant. On the battlefield, Captain Ming Lang of the Wolf Squad watched the apparently balanced struggle with a pleased smile. He knew the parity was illusory. In time their strength would ebb and then the zombie lord would reveal its true might. Ha! Useless. Even with so many heavily armored vehicles, what then? Your armor cannot strike the zombie lord and their bulk only drags you down. Your helicopters cannot escape either. If they leave to assault the lord and fail to bring it down swiftly, your defenses will be breached. And when that time comes, your lines will be torn to shreds. Ha! You are merely wrapping fire in paper it will not hold. Captain Ming Lang laughed with arrogant abandon. He was already eager to see the moment the zombie lord smashed through Shinhua Refuge. In the livestream, many viewers watching the battle below began to speculate about the likely outcome if the fighting continued in this manner. Shinhua Refuge was formidable, but faced with such a terrifying tide of the undead, many doubted it could repel them. The numbers were said to include zombies from the entire seaport. Even if Shinhua had adequate weapons, it lacked manpower. Had this horde attacked across open ground, the refuge might already have fallen. Then, as viewers exchanged puzzled looks, a thunderous engine roar split the air. Everyone fixed their gaze and saw an armed transport helicopter slowly lift from the valley. No. This cannot be. Seeing the transport streak across the sky, Captain Ming Lang's face froze in stunned disbelief. While the livestream audience remained baffled, the mercenary captain knew at once what that hulking craft was. Why? Where did they get an armed transport helicopter? Impossible. Impossible. Captain Ming Lang stared at the rapidly flying transport in utter disbelief. What kind of refuge was this? Truly private, not official. If it was private, where had they obtained such weaponry? Weapons aside, armed helicopters, heavy armored vehicles, and that terrifying transport in the sky, where had they all come from? Don't tell me the refuge owner scavenged all this. Captain Ming Lang's expression went blank, his eyes filled with despair. He did not believe the large transport aloft was an empty shell. There were surely formidable weapons inside. As Captain Ming Lang questioned his fate, the livestream host Bai Yang resumed his commentary. Dear viewers, you are in for a treat. Take out your sodas, fries, bottled water, burgers, wings, and popcorn. Watch with Bai Yang as we demonstrate Shinhua Refuge's new weapons in action. At Bai Yang's words, the chat exploded into frenzy. What do you mean? Are the weapons going to be sold after the demonstration? Hey. You really value money over life, huh? The Lord Zombie hasn't been dealt with yet and you're already thinking about making a profit. You really don't know what you're talking about. The person upstairs is right, it's not that simple to deal with the Lord Zombie. Looking at the barrage of comments flying by, Bai Yang did not bother to explain too much. Sometimes exhausting oneself to explain is far less effective than the actual impact of launching a missile. Roar. Roar. Upon seeing the arrival of the large transport helicopter, the Lord Zombie fixed its blood-red eyes on the helicopter high above. It let out two furious roars. As a third-tier zombie, she could keenly sense that there was something on that machine that threatened her life. As a third-tier zombie, her ability to sense danger was incredibly strong. Arrived above the Lord's Zombie, preparing to drop bombs. Inside the helicopter, the cyborg aimed at the Lord's Zombie below. Permission to drop. Napalm bomb starting to drop. As the cargo door of the transport aircraft opened, 2 munitions, each about 1.3 meters long and 30 centimeters wide, entirely pure white, were thrown down from the helicopter. After several seconds of free fall, these 2 munitions were intercepted by the defensive zombies surrounding the Lord Zombie, and in that instant the Lord Zombie quickly crouched down, allowing the defensive zombies to perfectly withstand this bombing, to avoid being harmed by the explosion. However, with a loud bang, a burst of fire erupted into the sky. Roar! As the flames soared, a wretched scream echoed through the sky shortly thereafter. For some reason, after the bomb exploded, the defensive zombies that should have perfectly protected the Lord Zombie seemed to have completely failed, resulting in the Lord Zombie being harmed. Deploy cluster bombs. In the control room, Jian Yu heard that scream and immediately realized that the defensive zombies could not fully defend against the previous napalm bomb attack. Deploying cluster bombs now might deliver a devastating blow to the Lord Zombie. Received, starting to drop cluster bombs. Below the transport aircraft, 2 more cargo doors opened and 2 massive bombs, brown in color, approximately 2 meters long and half a meter wide, began to fall. As the cluster bombs made contact with the raging flames below. Boom! Boom! Another series of explosions erupted, accompanied by the Lord's anguished screams, and the explosions kept ringing out. Each time an explosion sounded, the Lord Zombie would howl again in pain. Roar! As time passed, it seemed the Lord Zombie could no longer hold on, letting out another miserable scream. At this moment, the first and second tier zombies who had initially been fighting against the guards and the elite team sensed the Lord's call. They all turned back, abandoning the guards in front of them and rushing towards the Lord's Zombie. Damn! Trying to run. To deal with these second tier zombies in front of them, every cyborg was basically injured. When they saw the zombies they had been holding back trying to flee, they couldn't hold back any longer. They immediately blocked their escape. Even if they continued to trade injuries for injuries, they would never let them leave here. If they let them escape, they would be laughed at by the other cyborgs in the base. On the highway, flames were still scorching and the explosions continued to ring out, showcasing the power of the cluster bombs on this blood moon night. Countless ordinary zombies attempted to rescue and protect their king, but as soon as they approached the napalm bombs made with Jian Yu's corpse crystal properties, they would immediately burst into flames, collapsing within minutes. Even if a first-tier zombie broke through the sea of fire and reached the inner circle, it would be blown to pieces by the continuously exploding cluster bomb munitions, only to be ignited by the surrounding flames, ultimately turning to ash. In the live broadcast room, everyone watching this scene couldn't help but rub their eyes, disbelief written all over their faces. Originally, they thought that dealing with a top-tier boss like the third-tier zombie would be incredibly difficult and arduous. Even the Sanctuary of Flame could not win so easily, and even if they did win, it might only be a Pyrrhic victory. But unexpectedly, they only sent an armed transport helicopter over and dropped 4 special bombs, and now the Lord Zombie could only wail in the sea of fire. Unable to make any further moves at this moment, even its most powerful commanding abilities as a zombie were rendered useless, leaving it to wail in the flames. At the 5th defense line, as the zombies rushed out to save their king, the pressure on the guards there dropped significantly. Many began to replenish their ammunition and recover their stamina in preparation for emergencies. Not long after, as the morning sun began to shine upon the earth, the blood moon in the sky started to slowly fade away and the moon moved toward another time. Captain Ming Lang was watching the scene unfolding on the highway through the live broadcast, his expression frozen in shock and disbelief. He had initially thought that the Lord's zombie could lead the horde to break through the gates of the Sanctuary of Flame and wipe it out, but unexpectedly the third-tier Lord's zombie he thought was incredibly powerful was now in a precarious situation under the firepower suppression of the Sanctuary. At the same time, Jian Yu, who was in the command room observing everything, let out a slight sigh of relief. The night has passed, the dawn illuminates the earth and the sun dispels the moon's chill. Dawn has arrived, signifying the end of this zombie storm. Reflecting on last night's events, Jian Yu sighed, realizing that if he hadn't exhausted all the corpse crystals to create these two bombs today would have been truly difficult. The napalm bomb and the cluster bomb are the trump cards Jian Yu created after much contemplation. The reason for not mass-producing them is that these two types of bombs require a substantial amount of corpse crystals and Jian Yu currently lacks enough to make many. Even after emptying his wallet, he only has 10 of each in stock. And this time he used 2 of each. The second reason is that the destructive range of these weapons is too large. Although a large destructive range is good, if they hit their own people it would be disastrous. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Jian Yu would not deploy these two. However, the appearance of the Tier 3 Lord Zombie this time is just perfect for unleashing these two powerful weapons. Because whether it is the extreme high temperature and the burning flames that cling to the bones from the napalm bomb or the terrifying penetrating power and explosive range of the cluster bomb, they are not something ordinary zombies can withstand, only extraordinary zombies can resist them. Well, fortunately we are facing a Tier 3 Lord Zombie this time. Although it is claimed to be the most powerful zombie of its level, its defensive capabilities are not much better than those of ordinary zombies. If it were another Tier 3 zombie specialized in defense such as the steel zombie that just displayed its might, then perhaps these two types of bombs would not be as effective. The defenses of a Tier 3 zombie are far beyond those of a Tier 2 zombie. Looking at the highway still engulfed in flames, Jian Yu murmured. However, Jian Yu thought to himself, if it were a Tier 3 defensive zombie, why would the battle be so arduous? No matter how strong the defensive capabilities of a Tier 3 defensive zombie, it could not withstand such an overwhelming bombardment. According to the bombing guidelines of the Sanctuary of Flame, perhaps the battle could be concluded in half an hour. Outside, as dawn broke and sunlight began to shine across the land, everyone's hearts completely relaxed and they began to tidy up everything around. In the live broadcast room, as everyone watched the battlefield below gradually calm down and being organized, most of them were still recalling everything that happened last night scene by scene. Their eyes were filled with shock. Alright, dear audience, the happy time always passes quickly, so today's live broadcast ends. See you next time. Before the barrage even started rolling, everyone had not yet reacted when the live stream was abruptly closed by Yang. Countless people stared at their phones, which had just ended the live broadcast, and felt a slight emptiness inside, but the shocked and numb expressions on their faces lingered. Then as the sunlight gradually warmed up, the roar of the Lord Zombie grew fainter until at a certain moment the voice of the Lord Zombie completely vanished and those zombies still in a frenzy collapsed to the ground, unaware of their fate. At this moment, aside from the roaring engines of helicopters overhead, there was no other sound on the entire highway. Commander. The Lord Zombie has perished. Start collecting the corpse crystals, let the guard team work overtime and have the scavengers come out to collect. With so many zombies, the few guards alone won't be enough. Understood, sir. Looking at the zombies outside the sanctuary, Jiang Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. Were those No, they are corpse crystals, the evolution materials for the sanctuary. Moreover, this victory was achieved after a whole night of fighting, consuming who knows how much ammunition. Even a rough estimate indicates that the number of zombies that died at the door of the Sanctuary of Flame could easily exceed 1 million. If all these corpse crystals could be gathered, then upgrading the various facilities of the sanctuary would be just around the corner. Yes, Commander. After receiving the news, the War Bull and others immediately gathered all the guards to dig for corpse crystals. After 3 hours of collective effort, nearly 10,000 people dug for 3 full hours and finally collected all the corpse crystals from the zombies, and under Jarvis' extremely precise scanning, not a single piece was missed. Sir, according to the records, this time we harvested 1,520,000 ordinary corpse crystals. Among them there are 500 Tier 1 corpse crystals, 100 Tier 2 corpse crystals, 1 Tier 3 corpse crystal, and 1 special corpse crystal. Special corpse crystal. Whose is it? Hearing Jarvis' words, Jian Yu asked in confusion. It's from that little zombie. Although its strength is only that of an ordinary zombie, its detection results reached the level of a Tier 1 zombie, and the energy of the corpse crystal also reached the peak of Tier 1, even nearing Tier 2, which is why I refer to its corpse crystal as a special corpse crystal. Upon hearing Jarvis' words, Jian Yu nodded slightly. Alright Jarvis, the war is over. Let's go welcome our heroes home. Jian Yu said with a faint smile. Understood, sir. As for those corpse crystals, let's just leave them for now, they won't run away. At this moment, outside the sanctuary's gate, armored vehicles dusty from the road were driving into the sanctuary. 5 helicopters had already landed, and the members of the 6 guard teams who collected the corpse crystals also returned to the valley. Here Jian Yu had long been waiting, and his face was full of a satisfied smile. Warble, the Zhang family, Wu Yuchen Chu and Lu Zhengwu, who was holding the last remaining leg of Zhang Zhongshan. At this moment they stood in front of their respective teams looking at Jian Yu with solemn expressions. War Bull stepped forward and spoke. Report, Commander. The Sanctuary Guard Team. 6,000 deployed, 5,326 returned. Please give your orders. Good. Very well. You all did well. After a night of bloody battle, you must have all worked hard. I won't say much about motivational speeches. Just one sentence: you all worked hard. You will always be the pride of the Sanctuary of Flame. The cafeteria has prepared a variety of delicious food for you. Eat well and then go back to rest. Let's discuss any matters after you've had your rest. Jiang Yu looked at these soldiers before him, their expressions resolute and soaked in blood yet utterly disheveled, feeling an overwhelming sense of emotion. Their eyes were filled with endless fatigue, yet the iron will within them compelled them to stand tall. Moreover, what was most important was that they had just come together for less than a week. In just these few days they had already demonstrated such combat power and military quality, which is truly remarkable. Yes. Commander. The group entered the sanctuary in an orderly manner. Upon entering, most of them felt as if they had returned from a different world. The terrifying scenes from last night still lingered in the minds of many. Recalling them would involuntarily send shivers down their spines. Those moments on the edge of life and death are truly unforgettable. Jarvis, send a few people to bring the liquor from the warehouse. Let them drink to their heart's content tonight. Understood, sir. Soon in the cafeteria, a buffet identical to the one on their first day met their eyes. Many who had been starving for so long could no longer hold back and began to devour the food like a whirlwind. As the synthetic humans wheeled in box after box of liquor, countless guards were left wide-eyed, and as the news of the drinking spread throughout the cafeteria, the atmosphere was once again pushed to a climax. Jiang Yu walked to the center of the canteen, smiling as he spoke. Today, Jiang Yu want to thank everyone for their willingness to face death last night. I won't say much more, it's all in this box of wine. After finishing his words, Jiang Yu, under the astonished gazes of everyone, directly blew into the bottle, finishing off an entire box of wine, one bottle after another. Good. Commander has great drinking capacity. Oh. With the arrival of the wine, what was supposed to be a 1-hour meal surprisingly lasted an entire day, with many members of the guard team drinking until that night before reluctantly being taken home by their families to sleep. By the next day, many members of the guard team slowly woke up, and Jiang Yu granted all the guard team a 2-day leave to rest well. On the other side in the conference room, Jiang Yu along with several team leaders and commanders sat down for a post-battle summary meeting. Commander. The corpse crystals we excavated yesterday have been delivered to the designated location. Here is the list. Commander Hay raised the list of personnel casualties for your review. As the people in the conference room raised various questions, Jiang Yu quickly provided answers and requests one by one. Soon some leftover issues from the battle were inquired about. Among them the captain of the Ming Wolf team and that mysterious group, as well as that third-tier zombie, remained unclear. The Ming Wolf captain is up to you. Don't kill him, just leave him breathing. I believe you should know better than me how to handle this. Understood, Commander. We will personally entertain him. A few artificial humans in the conference room chuckled ominously. Their smiles made Jiang Yu and others feel a chill down their spines. As for that mysterious group, let's not worry about them for now. Let Jarvis keep an eye on them. Meanwhile, I have something more important for you to do. You'd better pay close attention to what I'm about to say. Hearing Jiang Yu's suddenly serious tone, Jiang Yu and others straightened their chests, ready to listen intently to what Jiang Yu would say next. If I remember correctly, in a few days it will be the Lantern Festival. I plan to have the residents of the shelter celebrate the Spring Festival on that day. What do you think? Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Jiang Yu and the others were momentarily stunned, then their eyes brightened. That sounds great. After all, the Spring Festival is a festival ingrained in the bones of us Huaxia people. It cannot be overlooked. Jiang Yu echoed. The others nodded slightly, their eyes filled with anticipation. Seeing them nod, Jiang Yu nodded slightly and began to give instructions. Alright, since that's the case, I will have Jarvis draft an action plan for you to execute. This year's Spring Festival is the first after the disaster, which makes it extremely meaningful. I hope there won't be any mishaps along the way. Yes. Commander. The others immediately saluted, taking the task with utmost seriousness as it concerned the Spring Festival for tens of thousands of people in the base. Naturally, they could not take it lightly. Soon the news that the base would celebrate both the Lantern Festival and the Spring Festival together spread throughout the entire base. As if the delay caused by the apocalypse made the residents of the shelter value this first Spring Festival after the disaster even more, many people spontaneously began to purchase couplets with points and posted them outside their room doors. In just one day, the shelter was filled with festivity. At the same time, the residents responded to the call and began designing Spring Festival games as Jiang Yu set up game activity areas in the residence square on the 10th to 15th floors. The design games could be submitted to Jarvis for approval, and if approved they could be set up as competition stations on that day. Residents could choose the competition items they wanted to participate in, and winners could earn points. To increase everyone's enthusiasm and fun, Jiang Yu generously sponsored 10,000 points as rewards for the top 3 in each game and for consolation prizes. Within the canteen, the top chefs, pastry chefs and dessert chefs of the city all brought out their best skills, starting to prepare delicious dishes. 2 chefs even argued over whether to eat dumplings, tang yuan or rice cakes on the Lantern Festival, but in the end an elder chef waved his hand and declared all of them. This finally stopped the dispute. As time passed, the Lantern Festival quietly arrived amid the immense anticipation and anxiety of everyone, and at this moment the festive atmosphere in the shelter grew even stronger. Good luck comes wishing you good luck. Good luck has arrived. I wish you prosperity. I wish you spectacular times. Unforgettable tonight, unforgettable tonight. At this moment, every floor of the residential area in the shelter was playing several New Year songs that must be heard during the celebration. Every household with residents had couplets and red lanterns posted up, and some elders even started using points to give red envelopes to the younger generation. At this moment, the shelter presented an incredibly harmonious and fulfilling scene. In the resident square, numerous game venues had already been established, and many restless residents began to take on the challenges of the game. During dinner time, chefs from the entire city brought out their signature dishes, all to ensure that on this most memorable day everyone could eat well, drink well, and have fun. Finally, when dinner was served in the evening, countless residents rushed into the canteen, eagerly starting to purchase their meals. The canteen was filled with special New Year dishes. Leeks, cabbage, corn, cilantro, pork, beef, lamb, fish, all kinds of dumplings were plentiful, along with crispy fried dumplings of various flavor. Brown sugar, red sugar, white sugar, osmanthus sugar, dry fried, pan fried, and boiled. All kinds of tang yuan were also available. Besides these two heavyweight guests of the New Year, there was also the family hot pot that was a must-have during the New Year period. Many people entering the canteen spent more than 10 minutes just looking over the offerings. They bought their favorite foods while gazing at the gigantic television in the canteen. On the television, scenes outside the base were being broadcasted where Jian Yu had used 100 points to create some fireworks. During the New Year, how could there be no fireworks? As for why they were watching on television, it was because it was too dangerous for the base's people to go outside, so they could only watch from the shelter. However, being able to see it satisfied many people. Hello dear audience friends, and your old friend Bai Yang. Today the Xinhua shelter is celebrating its first spring festival during the apocalypse. So please allow me to say something to all our audience friends. Jiang Ye's voice came through the loudspeakers in the canteen. Dear residents, I am the commander of the shelter, Jiang Yu, and here I wish everyone Happy New Year. Within the cafeteria, as Jiang Ye's voice echoed through the base, the residents celebrating together raised their cups high, shouting loudly, Happy New Year. In this moment, accompanied by the intense roar of fireworks outside the base, everything appeared so harmonious and full of joy as if the dreadful apocalypse did not exist at all. Meanwhile, in Baiyang's live stream room, those enduring the cold and hunger in Haishur couldn't help but break down upon witnessing the scene. Wow. I was still thinking about what type of insects to eat tonight, and they are already celebrating the Lantern Festival in the Xinhua Refuge. Damn it, my name is Li Tian, and I genuinely envy them. Envy, jealousy, hatred. Why am I not one of those in the refuge? Sigh, such is fate. In Baiyang's live stream room, watching the peaceful scene in the Xinhua Refuge along with the incredibly tempting food, the viewers were drooling, their already growling stomachs now crying out even louder. Finally, some couldn't hold back. Can you believe it? I was drooling over the delicious food in the live stream. Wow, the person above is hardcore. A real tough one. You have to be tough. I'm about to starve and I can't even find any golden needle mushrooms to exploit. What can I do? I can only self-consume now. Stop talking, don't use that stuff to disgust us in such a beautiful scene. Alright, Baiyang's live stream work for today is finished. It's time to eat. Thank you all for watching. Good night. Wishing everyone a pleasant evening. After saying this, Baiyang quickly ended the stream, disregarding the comments that were starting to roll in. Wow, Baiyang is truly selfish. Can't we watch a bit longer? This Baiyang is really a self-serving person. Can't she let us see what she's eating? Seriously, can't we even take a look? I still want to see if I can smell the food. Come on. Pop balloons, the more you hit the more rewards you get. The well-fed residents were now walking in the amusement area spontaneously organized by them. They watched others begin to challenge themselves, having fun. I'll go. In front of the shooting range, a short-haired girl eagerly picked up the gun on the table, ready to begin. Good. The boss smiled slightly upon seeing that the newcomer was a short-haired girl. Then he shouted to start. Bang. In less than half a minute she fired 10 shots but only hit one balloon. Haha, little girl, not bad, but you should practice more. The short-haired girl could only helplessly put down the gun, then thought of passing it to the nearby long-haired girl. Xiao Qing, give it a try. Maybe not. Xiao Qing shook her head mechanically, suddenly feeling shy as she noticed the gazes directed at her. Ha ha. Come on, trying won't hurt. Xiao Bai smiled as she looked at the shy Xiao Qing, who wanted to find a place to hide. Yes. Little girl, just give it a try. It doesn't cost anything, and if you hit a lot you can earn points. The stall owner smiled slightly. Are there points? Hearing this, Xiao Qing instantly perked up. Of course. All right. Then I'll do it. Xiao Qing's gaze gradually became determined, sharp and serious. Then she raised the gun, looking extremely serious at the target. With the stall owner's command, Xiao Qing fired. Bang. Pop. Bang. Pop. In 10 seconds, Xiao Qing shattered 10 balloons without even aiming. Wow. The people around gasped in amazement at Xiao Qing's actions. What a talented little girl. Bang. Pop. Bang. Pop. Then another 20 shots were fired and 20 balloons burst in respect. Wow. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people's expressions changed from surprise to astonishment. How could this little girl's shooting talent be so impressive? Finally, when the last balloon burst, the girl slowly put down the gun. The sharpness and seriousness in her eyes disappeared, replaced by the earlier Then the people present began to applaud for the girl. Feeling the gazes around her, Xiao Qing shrank back behind her sister while Xiao Bai, who was more outgoing, stood tall. Seeing the crowd applauding her sister, Xiao Bai puffed out her slightly developing chest with pride as if she were the one being praised. Wow! Little girl, you are amazing. Here is your reward for bursting all the balloons, 500. After saying this, the stall owner directly credited the points to Xiao Qing's wristband. Seeing the additional 500 points in her wristband, Xiao Qing's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Thank you, uncle. Xiao Qing said, her face flushed. The stall owner smiled slightly. Let's go. Xiao Qing, let's go play some more. Xiao Qing, blushing, nodded slightly, then held her sister's hand and walked towards another area. Soon they came to the side of a ring where two platforms had a boy and a girl standing on each. 10 kill challenge will battles are allowed. Whoever persists until 10 rounds will immediately receive a reward. Those who want a challenge can do so based on gender. If you win, you will receive 100 points and become the champion. If you lose, you will get a consolation prize of 1 point. Winning 10 matches will earn you an additional 500 points in reward. The criteria for losing are stepping out of bounds counts as a loss, surrendering counts as a loss, and fainting counts as a loss. Below the ring there was a sign with these instructions. Wow! There's such a ring, I'm in. Xiao Bai saw the sign and especially noted that the girl on the platform had an impressive record of 90. Instantly she looked lively and confidently stepped onto the platform where the girl stood. Little girl, commendable courage. After I win, I'll give you some points. What do you think? The girl in a white sports outfit on the platform teased when she saw a little sister coming up. Hee hee. Sister, don't talk big. From childhood to now I've never backed down in a fight. Rather, you should be careful not to be defeated by me. Xiao Bai slightly raised her head and confidently said. Seeing Xiao Bai on the stage making grand statements, Xiao Qing in the audience rolled her eyes, instantly recalling the time her father pressed her down and whipped her with a belt. Hee hee, what a brave girl. Come on, you go first. Then I won't hold back. With that said, Xiao Bai quickly rushed forward, and just before reaching the defender she unleashed a punch that was executed with such speed that it generated a fierce punch wind. Feeling the intimidation of Xiao Bai's punch wind, the defender's expression changed for the first time. Narrowly avoiding the blow, the defender's expression gradually turned serious as he began to counterattack, looking for Xiao Bai's vulnerability. Bang! Splat! In an instant, the explosive sounds of fists colliding echoed around the arena, attracting many spectators who rushed over to watch. Isn't that Lu Xin, who claims to be a successor of ancient martial arts? I remember she crushed a zombie's head with her bare hands last time. But now someone can fight her so evenly. Yes. She has won 9 matches in a row. I didn't expect her to struggle so much against a little girl. This young girl is surprisingly strong. I saw her register for the boys' arena before. If it weren't for the gender restriction, she might have already gone to the men's arena instead of staying here. Who is this little girl? She's so strong, able to match Lu Xin blow for blow. Many who knew a bit about Lu Xin exclaimed. Outside the arena, a crowd had gathered watching the fierce competition on stage, cheering enthusiastically. Go, little girl. I've got your back. Yes. Keep it up, girl. Lu Xin, you're just 1 match away. Lu Xin. I'm going to have your babies. The cheers from the spectators outside the arena filled the air as the thrilling punches stirred people's passions. On the stage, both fighters were filled with shock and disbelief. Especially Lu Xin, the renowned successor of ancient martial arts, was now exchanging blows with a girl. What kind of bizarre situation was this? Xiao Bai's situation was not much better. Not only were all her techniques blocked, but she was also in pain all over. She understood very clearly that the reason for this was her young age. Her still developing body couldn't match Lu Xin's power. Every time they attacked and defended against each other, Lu Xin's immense strength would inflict damage on her, while her weaker blows barely fazed Lu Xin. Soon, amidst the intense exchanges, they transitioned from standing and trading blows to ground grappling. The spectators were thrilled watching the back-and-forth action. The situation in the arena became extremely tense. Zhang Yo, is that your daughter? She's impressive. On a high platform, Zhang Yu looked at the movements in the arena and smiled at Zhang Yo. Yes, those are my daughters. The one on stage is called Xiao Bai, the older sister, and the one below with long hair is my younger daughter called Xiao Chang. Zhang Yo's expression softened as he looked at his 2 daughters, filled with warmth and confidence. It was as if 2 angels were standing before him. Are they really just called Xiao Chang and Xiao Bai? That's quite casual. Zhang Yu asked in surprise. Hee hee, how could that be? The older one is called Lin Baiwei and the younger one is Lin Qingwei. Does your wife have the surname Lin? Yes. I have spent many years away from home, and using the surname Zhan for naming them wouldn't sound good, so I simply let my wife use her own surname. Your wife has given you 2 wonderful daughters. Zhang Yu glanced around and said with a faint how could it not be? Zhang Yo smiled slightly, then looked at Zhang Yu with an enigmatic expression. Commander, you've asked so many questions, you aren't thinking of becoming my son-in-law, are you? Zhang Yo joked. What are you thinking? I'm focused on the abilities of your daughters. While they have outstanding qualities, their weaknesses are equally evident. But that's not a problem if manpower is insufficient. Technology can solve it. How about it? Let them undergo training. How does that sound? Zhang Yu rolled his eyes at Zhang Yo. Upon hearing Zhang Yu's refusal, Zhang Yo felt a faint disappointment but thought it best to reconsider, as he truly wanted to give his daughters a peaceful childhood and he had the means to do so. No one was aware of the conversation between Zhang Yu and Zhang Yo while the battle in the arena was reaching its climax. Suddenly Lu Xian lost focus and Xiaobai dodged her punch with a swift move, quickly getting behind her, wrapping her arms around her waist and slamming her to the ground. Then, taking advantage of Lu Xin's moment of confusion, Xiaobai locked her arm in a crosshold. Lu Xian was now unable to move. Ha! Ha! Looking at Lu Xian, who was trapped, a faint smile appeared on Xiaobai's increasingly exhausted face as she gasped for breath. Sister, admit defeat. Otherwise you'll get hurt. At that moment, the sudden turn of the match shocked everyone. Just as everyone thought Xiaobai would create a miracle, Lu Xian smiled slightly. Little sister, looking at your pale face, I feel sorry for you. Why don't I end this battle? Ha! With that, Lu Xian slowly exerted force in her arm, lifting Xiaobai, who was currently applying the crosshold, completely off the ground. You! Looking at herself suspended in the air, Xiaobai's face changed dramatically. Why? Wasn't it said that once the crosshold was locked it couldn't be undone? As if sensing Xiaobai's confusion, Lu Xian explained, little sister, haven't you heard the saying? One force can overcome 10 skills. Your technique is good, but you're still too young. Wait until you grow up a bit more. With that, Lu Xian forcefully lifted Xiaobai with one hand and then hurled her down. Bang! Wow! Before Xiaobai could react, she felt a sharp pain in her back. Soon she felt herself spinning in the air, and by the time she regained her senses, she found herself on the ground out of bounds. What is this? Feeling the pain in her back, Xiaobai stood up, looking around in confusion. You! Little sister, come challenge me again when you grow up. I'll be waiting for you anytime. Lu Xian accepted the points handed over by the stall owner with a faint smile and said, humph. One day I will knock you down to the ground. Xiaobai endured the pain coursing through his body and muttered fiercely, let's go Xiaoqing, let's check out other places. What about your injuries? It's nothing, I won't die. At worst I'll go to the hospital tomorrow. After saying that, he dragged them in another direction. Dad, how have you been lately? In a corner, 4 figures were engaged in conversation. It's alright. I'm currently working as a scavenger. It's dangerous, but at least I can fill my stomach and pay the rent. Dad, you really don't need to go out, we can take care of you. Sai, no need to say more. Your uncle is right, since we have no blood relation I don't want to trouble you any further. I am already very grateful that you brought me in. The man, whose face had become even more worn since entering the shelter, revealed a hint of a smile and said to the 3 of them. Upon hearing this, the 3 brothers fell silent, their brows furrowed with worry. They couldn't help but recall the uncle who had driven their father out not long ago. Dad, no matter what, you raised us for over 20 years. We will always remember that. No matter who our biological father is, you will always be our dad. He. After hearing this, the man chuckled, self-deprecatingly smiled and left without saying another word. When their uncle, whom they had called little uncle for decades, drove him out for not being one of them, the 3 brothers didn't even utter a word of protest. Was there still a need to acknowledge a son like that? He had worked tirelessly for this family, yet in the end he faced such a fate, all because of a lack of blood relation. The little uncle directly ignored all the good he had done for him over the years. After being driven out, he intended to leave the shelter and find a place to end it all. However, just as he was about to leave, he heard the voice of a commander cursing at the guard team nearby. Is this all you can do after such little training? Are you even men? If you are men, then stand up. As long as your heart is still beating and you can continue to breathe, even if you fall countless times, you must get back up. Even if you lose an arm or a leg, even if you lose everything, remember this: a man must stand tall even with broken bones and dry tears, as long as he has not drawn his last breath. Let others remember that you are men. True Chinese men. These words surged into the man's ears, and in an instant he recalled the various misfortunes of his past life, the leech of a little uncle, the wife who labeled him, and the 3 ungrateful sons he had raised for over 20 years, one by one, incident by incident. He could no longer hold back his tears, collapsing to the ground and crying like a child. The intense cries even startled the commander who was training the guard team. He approached the man, patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother, cry it out. Once you're done, stand up and be a man with dignity." After saying that, the commander walked away and resumed training the guards. The man cried for a full half-hour before opening his bloodshot eyes and looking at the commander training the guards, his gaze full of reverence. After deeply remembering the commander's figure, he turned to leave, preparing to live well. Later, to survive and pay rent, with no hope of joining the guard team, he had no choice but to join the scavengers, which had looser requirements but was far more dangerous, beginning to exchange his life for tomorrow. The 3 sons watched their father gradually walk away, unsure of what to say. They could only shake their heads helplessly. "Let's go. If we don't return soon, Uncle will get angry again." "Poof. What's this? He has hands and feet, why doesn't he go out and work himself? You still don't understand his character. He believes that no one can change him. Damn it, a person like him really. He even caused our mother's death. Yeah. But what can we do now? He is our only blood relative left. What about Dad? Little brother, we've already tried to persuade him but he is unwilling. We have no way to change that. You should take care of him in the future. After all, we are in the guard team, taking care of a scavenger shouldn't be too hard, right? But the youngest brother wanted to say something but was stopped by the eldest brother's sharp gaze. Then the three of them walked together towards the direction of home. During this time they were not acknowledged by their adoptive father, drained by their leech of an uncle and burdened by all the chaos caused by the zombie tide, leaving them feeling immense pressure. All these things could only be borne by the three brothers together. Not even a single person to confide in. After venting for a bit, they returned to the place they shared with their uncle. The next morning, after a night of play and laughter, the festive atmosphere of the Lantern Festival and Spring Festival began to dissipate. Everyone returned to their work positions the next day. Sir, people from the Sun Family Shelter and the Residential Building Shelter want to see you. Oh. Let them in. Yes, sir. Outside the base, looking at the war-torn, pockmarked ground and the bodies that had yet to be dealt with, they were all filled with trepidation. However, upon learning they could enter, they all showed signs of joy. Under the guidance of the artificial humans, they re-entered the long-desired Shinhwa shelter. As soon as they entered the shelter, they saw the lanterns and couplets that had not yet been taken down on the walls. They had of course watched the live broadcast from the previous night. Even the leaders of shelters like theirs could only watch the live stream while eating instant noodles. Soon everyone arrived at the conference room where Jiang Yu had already been waiting with several plates of breakfast prepared on the table. You're here. Sit down and eat while we talk. Jiang Yu smiled as he greeted the incoming crowd. Then I won't be polite. Sun Xiong slightly cupped his hands and sat down first. Sun Tianming saw his father take a seat and sat beside him, his expression changing as he lowered his head. This is. Jiang Yu saw a person of average build and appearance standing in front of Xuanning at the residential building shelter. Despite the apparent ordinariness in every aspect, there was a hint of latent authority in those slender eyes, exuding the aura of someone in a superior position. Hello, Mr. John. I am the director of the residence committee at the shelter. My name is Zhang Hong. I heard that Xuanning upset you last time and I am here to apologize on her behalf. Oh. How do you plan to apologize? Jiang Yu asked with a light smile. As far as I know, Mr. Jiang, you are still unmarried and often travel without a servant. How about I send her to you as a warm bed maid? Xuanning is still a maiden after all. Zhang Hong said with a faint smile. Upon hearing that Zhang Hong intended to treat her as an object to be given away, Xuanning's expression instantly turned pale, her gaze towards Zhang Hong tinged with a hint of sorrow. No, that's unnecessary. Let's talk about the purpose of your visit instead. Upon hearing Zhang Hong's bluntness, Jiang Yu felt a mix of shock and admiration for the decisiveness of this committee director who could so easily offer up even his close subordinate. Zhang Hong said nothing further. As a shrewd person, he had long realized that Jiang Yu was not the type to be pushed into anything half-heartedly. When he says he doesn't want it, it usually means he genuinely doesn't want it. Xuanning, seeing Jiang Yu's immediate and unconsidered refusal, couldn't help but begin to doubt her own allure. A woman like me isn't what those young men prefer. Xuanning murmured. We are here to return the corpse crystals. Moreover, 30% of this is a personal compensation from Xuanning to you. Zhang Hong said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Jiang Yu nodded slightly. And then. We also want to purchase some supplies from you, after all our shelter is quite large. As Zhang Hong spoke, Jiang Yu glanced at Sun Xiong. What about you? Is that your aim as well? Mr. Jiang, exchanging supplies is just one part. I also brought my son here to apologize to you. Then Sun Xiong grabbed his son Sun Tianming and made him kneel on the ground angrily, saying, You wretch, hurry and apologize. I'm sorry. Jiang Yu, I was wrong previously at school, please forgive me. Sun Tianming, kneeling on the ground, spoke with a trembling voice. He was afraid of his father's wrath and afraid that Jiang Yu would not forgive him. If Jiang Yu did not forgive him, his father's anger would be magnified. Flogging oneself with 8 wolves might eventually lead to a barrage of supercharged 8 wolves. Hee hee, we are classmates, why bother with trivialities? Let's get down to business. Jiang Yu cast a faint glance at Sun Tianming and then looked at Sun Xiong. Sun Tianming, prostrated on the ground, sharply felt that Jiang Yu's gaze upon him was akin to looking at an ant. Later in the conference room, after Sun Xiong and Zhang Hong continued to utilize borrowing to purchase supplies and firearms, they took their leave. Dad, do you think Jiang Yu has forgiven me just now? Sun Tianming asked his father, whose expression was fluctuating between moods. Are you daydreaming? Do you think that was forgiveness? He simply isn't holding a grudge right now, but that is only at this moment. If you want him to never hold a grudge, you better show him your useful side. Sun Xiong looked at his son, speaking calmly. Had Jiang Yu thrown a fit today, perhaps he wouldn't worry so much. After all, being able to lose one's temper implies there is room for negotiation. Yet Jiang Yu exhibited no attitude at all earlier, not even a smile. This was what worried Sun Xiong the most. The absence of anger does not mean there is no anger. Sometimes when certain people erupt in rage, it can be like a volcano erupting. If that time comes, the Sun family cannot withstand such a violent eruption. While Sun Tianming may not be wise, he could still understand his father's meaning to some extent, so he began to ponder what he could do for Jiang Yu at this moment or how he could contribute to ensure he wouldn't be held accountable. Sigh Xuanning. What were you thinking? If you had been a bit sweeter with your words, you might be enjoying a rich life at the Xingho shelter now. In the modified vehicle, Zheng Hong looked at Xuanning and said, Sister Zhang Ai. Xuanning replied with a low spirit. Alright, I'll say it again. If Jiang Yu wants to sleep with you, you cannot refuse, and at the appropriate moment you must take the initiative. Do you understand? Zhang Hong said flatly. Yes. At this moment the fierce and imposing Xuanning outside was surprisingly blushing with shame and anger. If others saw her, they would surely be taken aback. At the shelter's base, after sending off Sun Xiong and the others, Jiang Yu called the leaders of various groups. Due to the earlier death of Zhang Zhongxing, his team was temporarily managed by Zhan Niu and Lu Zhengwu until a suitable replacement could be. Alright, I called everyone here for two matters. First, after the Spring Festival we should hold a celebration for those who died fighting for the base. I plan to hold a memorial for the fallen brothers in a few days. Hearing that Jiang Ye's first matter was this, Zhan Niu and the others showed a hint of emotion in their eyes. Initially they thought death was death and wouldn't mean much to Jiang Yu, who would merely hold a simple memorial and say a few words. However, they didn't expect Jiang Yu to think so deeply. And the second matter, which is related to the first, is that I need to arrange funerals along with sacrifices. After careful consideration, I have decided to annihilate the Chen Mingju and Wang Wei and Zhang Conqing family shelters. I will take their lives as offerings. Jiang Ye's gaze became incredibly sharp as he spoke coldly. Although most of their people had been wiped out in the major bombing days ago, the heads of the Chen Mingju and Wang Wei and Zhang Conqing families could not have come along, so this time the target was to eliminate them and provide sacrifices for the warriors of the guard team. Since they dare to unite with those foreigners to attack the Xingho shelter, they must be prepared for a counterattack. What do you all think? Jiang Yu looked towards Zhan Niu and the others, but the excitement and enthusiasm he had anticipated were nowhere to be found. Instead, their expressions flickered, indicating that they were undergoing inner turmoil and struggle. Seeing their expressions, Jiang Yu pondered for a moment before beginning to speak in a sarcastic tone. Well, if you don't agree, I have no objections. But if next time I get stabbed in the back again, don't come complaining to me. Moreover, we are indeed lucky this time, coupled with my meticulously arranged array of weapons and aircraft. Otherwise, that group of foreigners might have truly broken in. By the way, just imagine if they managed to breach our defensive forces and entered the shelter, discovering all the treasures and good people inside. What do you think would happen? The answer is extremely obvious. In one sentence, it would be like a weasel entering a henhouse, gorging itself and enjoying itself. Jiang Yu said in an incredibly calm tone, as if discussing an unimportant small matter. The leaders who had been pondering could no longer hold back upon hearing Jiang Ye's seemingly casual metaphor. Some of them appeared to seriously imagine Jiang Ye's scenario, but when they opened their eyes, their gaze was filled with bloodshot fury. They reminisced about the faces of their family members, imagining how they would look if that group invaded. In an instant, several of them shivered involuntarily, and then their expressions gradually became resolute. Report, Commander. We will obey the orders of the commander. The first to stand up was Zhan Niu, who shouted with a serious tone. He couldn't imagine what it would be like for his daughter to face those foreigners who even he had to prepare rigorously to deal with. He dared not think about it and forced himself to refrain from that thought. Therefore, at this moment, he completely agreed with Jiang Ye's point of view. If there was to be a villain, then let this father be the one to take on that role. If there is a need to descend into hell, then let this father go. His daughter must go to heaven to find her mother. Report, Commander. We will resolutely follow orders. Upon hearing Zhan Niu's words, the others also began to express their views. At this moment, the eyes of each person filled with murderous intent. They did not want to see this hard-won peace shattered. All right. Since that's the case, let's gather the troops, equip the weapons, and set off early tomorrow morning. The funeral and the accompanying rituals must be conducted simultaneously. Yes, Commander. The meeting concluded and the leaders quickly departed, leaving only Jiang Yu behind. The next morning, Jiang Yu woke up and signed in as usual. Ding. Unable to sign in, temporarily calculating the completion of phase tasks. Please come back tomorrow. In the morning, Jiang Yu, just awake, saw this message and felt no surprise at all. Ever since the Blood Moon Day, he hadn't been able to sign in. Although he didn't know why, ever since that day, every morning when he was supposed to sign in, he received this prompt. As for this, Jiang Yu was puzzled and frustrated. Originally, he could earn 200 corpse crystals a day, but now even that basic income was gone. While this may not mean much to him after fighting off a zombie storm, even a mosquito counts as meat. Moreover, what left Jiang Yu even more confused was the so-called phase task completion calculation. What does that mean? Forget it, it's just a sign-in system. Apart from the first time, all I got afterwards was corpse crystals, a useless thing. Let's level up instead. I can't even be bothered to look at you. Jiang Yu resigned himself to fate, muttering helplessly. He went to wash up and then arrived in the valley where the 6 groups of guards had gathered. Jiang Yu stood on a high platform looking at the guards below, his expression becoming incredibly solemn. Everyone. I believe you already know what we are going to do today. Today we are not going out to hunt zombies, but to take revenge. A thorough and complete revenge. Do you understand? On the night of the blood moon, the people from the three major shelters took the weapons we provided them and planned to attack our shelter. If our shelter were truly breached by that group of people, what would become of the elderly children, your wives, your children, and your parents inside the base? They would all be unable to escape. They would lose everything stable they currently have and once again fall into the brutal survival of the fittest in the apocalypse. With trickery and deceit, the shelter that could provide them refuge would become the enemy's possession. Do you all wish for that? Do you want your family, children, and parents to end up in such a predicament? No. I know many of you cannot understand today's actions, but I must tell you this. To eradicate the roots. In this apocalypse, it's either you die or I perish. When dealing with enemies, we must wield the butcher's knife, striking fear into them. When dealing with allies, we must treat them with respect and showcase our prowess. Only by demonstrating our iron-fisted strength will the enemies fear us. Fear us. Terrorize us. So in today's action, does everyone have the confidence to show the people of Haishar our iron-fisted strength of the Shinhwa Guard Corps? Yes. Good. Today within the base we will also hold a memorial for those fallen guards. The names of the deceased will be engraved on that high wall. In the future, that place will become the honor roll of our shelter. A tribute set here for future generations to worship. Of course, the memorial requires offerings, and the offerings are those from the three major shelters. Now let us depart and sacrifice with the blood of the enemy to honor our Shinhwa Guard Corps. Good. Instantly the guards jumped into their vehicles like they were on fire, heading towards the designated location. On the battle vehicles, the faces of the guards were filled with vengeful fury. Initially many were reluctant to do such things, as in their eyes they were still living beings. However, thinking back to what the commander said, if they broke through the defenses and entered the shelter, it would be a massacre beyond imagination for those inside the shelter, undeniably a massacre. Therefore most people had come to terms with the reality that this world has changed. It was no longer the peaceful world they once yearned for, but a cannibalistic world. And since this Shinhwa shelter could provide refuge and warmth for their loved ones, they had every reason to protect this shelter well. Soon 3 of the 6 groups were selected for combat while the others stayed behind for the memorial. Afterwards the sky resonated with thundering sounds, and many who were preparing for the memorial were shocked to discover that this time even 3 armed helicopters had been dispatched. Seeing those 3 armed helicopters in the sky, one could only imagine how thoroughly this operation would be executed. At this moment those still within the city of Hai were unaware that after the merciless zombie storm the city was about to face an even more violent firestorm. At that moment in the Chen family's shelter, the oblivious head of the Chen family was still happily conversing with the young man sitting opposite him. Then it's settled. Once the transport between Hai City and Qing City is opened, our Chen family and the Zhang and Wang families will join your Lin's Merchant Association. To be honest, my dear nephew, our 3 families have long admired the Lin's Merchant Association. Chen Mingjun said with a sycophantic smile. Great. With your strong support, I believe we can once again lead our families to new glory in this damned apocalypse. The young man opposite him laughed heartily, seemingly in agreement with Chen Mingjun's words, yet the fleeting disdain in his brows proved otherwise. Head. It's bad. It's bad. At that moment an elderly man stumbled in, his face filled with anxiety and fear. You fool. Can't you see I'm receiving guests? Whatever it is, talk about it later. Get out of here now. Chen Mingjun's expression changed drastically as he angrily shouted at the old man. The young man glanced at the old man, slightly frowning as his conversation was interrupted, but since the Chen family was not yet his subordinate, he said nothing more and simply took a sip of a certain brand of mineral water. Poof. Speak, what is it? Seeing the young man's lack of reaction, Chen Mingjun finally relaxed a bit and said in a fierce tone. In order to board the big ship of the Lin's Merchant Association, Chen Mingjun had expended considerable resources. If everything were to be ruined over a trivial matter, he would truly feel like taking his own life. Head, they're coming. They're coming. The firestorm shelter is bringing people. The old man shouted in a state of utter panic. What? Upon hearing this, Chen Mingjun's face changed dramatically. Moreover, they are fully— The old man's next words made Chen Mingjun's face turn pale. He knew this was a reckoning. Damn it. Why didn't they come a few days later? If they had waited a few days, I might have already gone to Qing City to seek the protection of the Lin's Merchant Association. Ever since the firestorm shelter bombed all those they had sent to assist the foreigners, they had been worried about whether the shelter would come after them. However, after a few days of trepidation, they discovered that the firestorm shelter had not sought them out, and he had thought the matter was settled, especially since they had lost so many people. Yet unexpectedly they had come at this time. Immediately he looked at the young man beside him. Young Master Lin, why don't you step back for a moment? The people from the firestorm shelter are all madmen. It would be bad if you got hurt if a fight breaks out. Chen Mingjun whispered. He was a bit afraid that the young master of the Lin family might say something to worsen the situation, as the Lin's Merchant Association was not an ordinary force. Alright, if there's any problem, call me. I can assist you as needed. Young Master Lin did not say much and agreed. Great. Thank you, young master. Hearing that young Master Lin was so easy to talk to, Chen Mingjun's expression brightened. Seeing Chen Mingjun's obsequious demeanor, disdain deepened in young Master Lin's eyes. He certainly could provide significant help, but he did not want to because the Chen family was not yet worthy of his immediate assistance. All he needed was to say a few words at the most difficult time for the Chun family, give them a little help and tidy up the aftermath for them. Naturally, the Chun family would respect him even more and treat him like a savior, bending to his wishes. Although his own power was considerable, it was limited, granted by the Merchant Association family, not his own. If he did not exercise restraint, there would come a day when it would be exhausted. Thus he needed to use his limited power to create the greatest value. After saying this, Chen Mingjun called over a charming young girl who was holding a small bag of unknown contents. Then with Chen Mingjun's satisfied gaze, the girl took young Master Lin to the safest place within the Chen family. As Chen Mingjun saw young Master Lin leave, his expression changed slightly. He quickly straightened his clothes and went to the front door. Haha, I didn't expect the guards to arrive, neglecting you all. Please forgive me for the lack of hospitality. May I ask why you have come this time? Has Mr. Jiang Yu also arrived? Chen Mingjun displayed a smile like that of a cunning old fox and asked in an extremely friendly tone. However, the Chun family's personal guard team, upon seeing Chen Mingjun appear, ignored all his smiles and formalities and said flatly, "Our commander is not here. The reason we waited for you to come out is to show you something." "What is it that you want me to see?" "To show you how your Chen family is going to perish." After saying this, at the gesture of the personal guard team, several figures rushed to Chen Mingjun and forcefully restrained him. Chen Mingjun endured the pain in his body, his face filled with horror as he looked at the personal guard team that now stood tall above him. He never expected that they would not even bother talking. No. I want to talk to Mr. Jiang. I'm willing to bear the consequences. About that incident. Just as he was lamenting, the bombing began. No, don't. Chen Mingjun did not expect that the firestorm shelter would act so decisively, starting the bombing without saying a word. As he gazed at the terrifying bombardment from the armed helicopters hovering in the sky, Chen Mingjun became disoriented, his eyes gradually losing their spark. Boo! Boo! The terrifying roar echoed throughout the Chen family's shelter, while Chen Mingjun could faintly hear similar sounds of bombing from afar. He quickly realized that it was the Zhang family and the Wang family. He never expected that the firestorm shelter would launch a three-pronged assault, truly leaving them no escape. The armed helicopters following the map of the shelter provided by Jarvis dropped rockets from above, while artificial humans in the air used heavy weaponry to launch powerful attacks. The immense power of the rockets and the torrential rain of bullets instantly destroyed countless of the Chun family's shelter facilities. All attempts by the Chun family to counterattack were futile under the relentless bombardment of the armed helicopters. The moment they exposed themselves, they would be pierced and killed by an overwhelming rain of bullets. If anyone attempted to hide somewhere waiting for the rain of bullets to cease before launching a counterattack, they would only be bombarded into dust by saturation strikes from rockets. After a long while, Chen Mingjun, who had been watching everything, helplessly collapsed to the ground, his gaze filled with resentment towards the faces of his personal guard. You will all die. You will all die. Offending the Lin clan means your doom. Under such intense bombardment, Lin Xiao was undoubtedly doomed, with no chance of survival, and with Lin Xiao's death, the opportunity he had fought so hard to acquire would be lost. He was unwilling. Unwilling. I don't know if we will die, but I know you will die now. With that, the leading guard shot Chen Mingjun in the head, ending the moment filled with despair and resentment. After killing Chen Mingjun, the personal guard entered the Chen residence under Jiang Ye's orders, beginning a thorough cleanup and collection. The commander said not to spare any living beings of the Chen family, kill the chicken, smash the eggs, and even dig out and crush every last worm. Be meticulous. Don't overlook anything. Be thorough. Understood. Received. After half an hour of sweeping through, the guard team finally left the Chen residence. In just 40 minutes, a well-established shelter in the apocalypse had perished. At the same time, two other teams each took an armed helicopter to two other families, swiftly leveling the area with overwhelming firepower. After flattening the area, they continued under Jiang Ye's orders to destroy any living beings in the devastated ruins. Even a mouse had to be. Thus the Chen family, once somewhat famous in High City, vanished completely within just an hour, with not a single member surviving. Not to mention humans at this moment, even a single worm inside couldn't survive. Every living being among the three families had been exterminated under Jiang Ye's directive. Upon receiving this news, Sun Xiong jumped up in shock, his face filled with fear, terror, and anger. Instinctively he reached for his 8 wolves to fiercely punish his unfortunate son. Damn it, of all the enemies to offend, why did it have to be Jiang Yu, this god of death? In just 1 hour he exterminated 3 shelters for revenge. Moreover, he did it so thoroughly, uprooting everything. This explosive news kept him on edge, constantly fearing whether Jiang Yu would suddenly strike. But upon careful thought, since he had received the news and Jiang Yu hadn't attacked yet, he presumed he wouldn't. With this in mind, he finally relaxed. Thinking it through, he realized he hadn't offended Jiang Yu, who wouldn't be so petty as to annihilate his entire family over a mere incident involving his son. As for his son, if it came to that, Sun Xiong had even prepared to act for the greater good. Inside the residential shelter, Zhang Hong was shocked upon hearing this news, her face pale, filled with deep apprehension towards Jiang Yu and the fire shelter. Zhang Hong could seek revenge, but executing such a thorough extermination was perhaps beyond her capabilities. It wasn't a lack of courage, rather being in a high position, public opinion would escalate and her reputation would collapse. No matter when or where the act of total extermination goes against the principles of virtue, whoever undertakes such an action must bear immense external pressure stemming from peers of equal status as well as the survivors of their own shelter. The higher one's status, the more one needs to cultivate a persona that inspires loyalty, allowing the inhabitants of the shelter to respect and genuinely revere them. Once one's actions diverge from the persona they have cultivated, they will face skepticism from others. And once skepticism arises, one must expend effort to quell it. However, the path to placation is not simple. Rumors can spread like wildfire, while refuting them requires tireless effort. Forceful suppression can only last for a moment, and when the backlash comes, the harder the suppression, the fiercer the counterattack. Yet at this moment, Jiang Yu of the fire shelter dared to act this way, seemingly indifferent to the opinions of those around him. Zhang Hong reflected that Jiang Yu indeed had the strength to do so. His fire shelter had become the most sought-after refuge in all of High City, and the three families had enmity with him. Though his methods were harsh, it could be considered justifiable. Pondering this, she glared at Xuanning, her teeth clenched in frustration. Damn BZ. Had Xuanning been a bit sweeter and more amiable from the start and built a closer relationship with Jiang Yu, perhaps now the fire shelter would be their residential shelter's backing. At this moment, the more Zhang Hong thought about it, the angrier she became. If not for needing Xuanning's face, she would have wanted to take her deceased husband's 8 wolves and beat Xuanning fiercely. Meanwhile, Xuanning, having learned the news, wore an expression of shock, fear, and regret. After all, she had openly morally coerced Jiang Yu, yet she was not killed and was still alive. But upon reflection, since she had coerced Jiang Yu and yet was still alive, did this not indicate that Jiang Yu's feelings towards her were different? For a moment, she even felt a bit elated. Above the valley in the shelter, a wall was engraved with hundreds of names honoring the brave guards who fell during this wave of corpses. Inside the valley, all the guards and residents watching the live broadcast were present. Many relatives of the fallen knelt and wept as they looked at the names. Many people stared at the names on the stone wall, lost in silent mourning. In one room, a middle-aged man with a face full of weariness saw a name on the wall and couldn't help but burst into tears, his cries causing others in the dormitory to sigh. As the three major shelters perished in the live broadcast, the memorial service in the valley concluded. After a brief emotional gathering, everyone prepared to start a new day. Though their names were simply etched onto the stone wall, their faces would forever remain alive in the hearts of certain individuals. With the three great families subdued, the guard units returned to the Xinhua shelter to recuperate and resume rigorous training. Meanwhile, on a serene island adorned with emerald hills and crystalline waters, a dense forest sheltered a magnificent manor, within which an elderly man gazed calmly toward the distant battlefield where artillery fire lit the sky. Grandfather, the Xinhua shelter has eradicated the Chun Wang and Zhang clans and simultaneously neutralized the punitive force dispatched by Shang Jiang. Shall we proceed with the original plan to conscript them? No. Let them develop in peace. Though they now meet the threshold for conscription, their strength remains insufficient. Against Shang Jiang's regular forces, they would still falter markedly. The elders spoke with quiet detachment. Cannon fodder requires no true strength, only survival proves worth. A young woman standing before him let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Poof. They are hardly mere cannon fodder. Before the Xinhua shelter emerged, I had never even heard of it. Had they not aggressively stockpiled resources, I would not have known that such a colossal entity had suddenly risen within Haishur. You know well how nearly impossible it is to construct a shelter in Haishur without my awareness. Even now, all we know of its leader is that he is a youth. His name remains unknown. Her expression remained icy as she listened. Very well, leave now. The battle outside has only just begun. Your command is needed. The elder's tone turned grave. Yes, grandfather. She bowed slightly and departed. As the door closed behind her, he allowed himself a faint knowing smile and murmured softly to himself. Xinhua shelter. Carrying the torch, forging ahead, a fine name indeed, Jiang Yu. Let us see how far your torch will burn. There remains but one thing I may yet do for you. He strode to his desk, retrieved a telegraph machine and tapped out a terse message: do not disturb, Xinhua shelter. The next morning, long after sunrise, Jiang Yu awoke, performed a brief wash and sat at his table to eat breakfast, already prepared, when almost unconsciously he recited inwardly. Check-in. Ending. Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in and received 1000 corpse crystals. Ending. Player Jiang Yu has cleared the Ares Trial Games beginner tier with its rank evaluation. Rewards have been processed and are now being distributed. Please verify receipt. Ending. Host has received 3 random item draw cards. Ding. Host has unlocked level 1 genetic lock. Further advancement may be achieved using evolution points. Ending. Host has unlocked a new interface. Ding. Generating new interface. End host Jiang Yun shelter, rank planetary. Strength 108 in mind 109 in stamina 111 in speed 107 in genetic lock level 1. Evolution points 50000000. And each 1 point in any single attribute costs 1000 evolution points. Still groggy from sleep, Jiang Yu chewed on a fried dough stick while the cascade of chimes rang in his mind, instinctively assuming he was dreaming. Just as he reached for coffee to awaken himself, reality struck. This was no dream. Crack. In a surge of exhilaration, he inadvertently crushed the coffee cup in his hand, then stared stunned at the shattered porcelain resting in his palm. Wait, my check-in system is active again. And, it seems upgraded. Nonly now dazed and wide-eyed, did Jiang Yu truly register the profound changes within himself. That sudden overwhelming surge of physical power and the crystalline clarity of his thoughts. It appears I've unlocked level 1 genetic lock. Even at this first stage, my bodily metrics rival those of 10 ordinary humans. Terrifying, and after careful introspection Jian Yu could not help but marvel at the staggering potency of even a single-level genetic lock. No wonder combat model androids differed so drastically from others. Moreover, as far as he knew, even combat androids' physiological metrics barely surpassed his own current parameters. And so each one in any of the 4 core attributes costs 1000 evolution points. Which means I still possess 5 million evolution points to spend. A spark of delight flashed across his face, and without hesitation he initiated mass enhancement. Ding. Host strength increased by 1 N. Ding. Host stamina increased by 1 N. Ending. Generating new interface. Host Jian Yun shelter rank planetary. Strength 208 and mind 209 and stamina 211 and speed 207 and genetic lock level 1. Evolution points 46000000. And having spent 400000 points to elevate all 4 attributes to 200, Jian Yu felt his body thrum with unprecedented vitality. He believed in that moment he could punch down a bull with a single blow. With so many points remaining, ending. Host strength, and, ending. Host has reached peak tier 1. To unlock level 2 genetic lock 500000 evolution points are required. Confirm activation. Activate ending. Host has unlocked level 2 genetic lock. And enough for now, I'll conserve the rest. Who knows what challenges lie ahead. Display interface, ending. Generating new interface. N host Jian Yun shelter rank planetary. Strength 1008 and mind 1009 and stamina 1011 and speed 1007 and genetic lock level. Evolution points 900000. And feeling power unlike anything mortal, vast resonant elemental, Jian Yu knew with absolute certainty that a single strike could fell 10 bulls. After a brief moment of acclamation he turned his thoughts inward, recalling the notification regarding his trial game completion. The system states I passed the beginner tier of the trial game. Could it be, this is not true apocalypse, but a fully immersive virtual reality simulation? I never completed the game upon arrival, I've been inside it all along. Is this world even real? In that instant Jian Yu, who had long accepted this as genuine apocalyptic descent, felt the ground of his certainty crumble. But if this is a game, how do I exit? Can I ever return to the real world? And if it is merely a game, what meaning lies in building the Xinhua shelter? What meaning in carrying the torch? When the game ends, all of this will vanish like mist. For the first time Jian Yu's gaze clouded, not with doubt but with profound unmoored uncertainty. Could it be that everything I am doing now is nothing more than a grand dream? When the game ends, will it all dissolve like bubbles scattered across the sky? Is this a game or is it reality? Jian Yu murmured, staring at the breakfast before him with a complicated expression. Sir Dr. Lu Yaiha is looking for you. She says she has discovered the mystery of the corpse crystals. As Jian Yu stood stunned, Jia Wei's voice entered his. Jian Yu nodded slightly, then ate a light meal and went to the laboratory. At the lab he saw Dr. Lu Yaiha cradling a tiny Ling, her face alight with excitement. Beside them Professor Zhang wore an expression of deep gratified joy. Jian Yu, we've uncovered the secret of the corpse crystal. Want to hear about it? Lu Yaiha asked, her tone proud and triumphant. Fine, go on, Jian Yu replied in a slightly sunken voice. Lu Yaiha instantly sensed that something was off about his mood. Puzzled but hesitant, she continued. According to the research my teacher, my junior sister and I have conducted for so long, the reason zombies ravenously devour fresh flesh and could unleash such ferocity on the night of the blood moon is all inseparable from the corpse crystal. Our studies revealed that the zombies' craving for fresh flesh is driven by a subconscious urge to promote the evolution of the corpse crystal. Evolution demands immense energy and the fresh flesh of adults is an important source of that energy, thus the zombies relentlessly pursue and consume humans. When a corpse crystal ingests vast amounts of energy, it evolves. Once the crystal evolves, the zombie harnesses that evolved crystal to transform its body so it can withstand the crystal's power. We suspect that the many mutated zombies from the blood moon arose this way. Upon learning the principle, we began to explore whether the corpse crystal's evolutionary effects could be applied to ordinary humans, enabling them to evolve as well. At first, sadly, no matter how we tried to integrate them, we could not coax the crystal's energy into the human body. Ingestion, placing it in the mouth, we tested each method without success until we conceived of vaporizing the corpse crystal at high temperature and releasing it into a room for the occupants to absorb comprehensively. Under Jia Wei's modeling simulations, we found this entirely feasible. Data indicate that a common zombie's corpse crystal after high temperature vaporization will, upon entering a human, slowly enhance the body's various physical attributes. We speculate that when a certain quantity of corpse crystals is applied to a person, the accumulation triggers a qualitative change. The genetic sequences within the body alter, and because of this genetic shift, the body's capacities leap forward. Our teacher calls this the opening of the gene lock. According to our compiled data, a person whose gene lock is open surpasses ordinary individuals by a wide margin in physique, reflexes, combatability, and speed. Now only human trials remain to confirm whether our research is correct. Jian Yu, what you mentioned earlier, this must be what you meant, right? After saying so much, Lu Yaiha's coquettish pride deepened and she asked, eyes bright with excitement, well done. Since there has been progress, let's begin human trials. Having said that, Jian Yu left the laboratory expressionless, showing not a trace of joy. Seeing him like that, Lu Yaiha and the others exchanged bewildered looks. The three of them were utterly baffled. I'll go see you continue your research, Professor Zhang said, sensing Jiang Ye's oddness, and he walked in the direction Jiang Yu had gone. Following Jiang Ye's figure, Professor Zhang found him in a garden. He sat beside him and smiled. What's this? This isn't like you to wear such a despondent expression. Professor, suppose this apocalypse is nothing but a game, then regardless of the final outcome, whether we lose or win, all our efforts would be futile since the game will be wiped and restarted anyway. Do you think there's any point in continuing to play? Jiang Yu asked, not answering the professor but posing the question to himself. Hearing Jiang Ye's question, Professor Zhang paused, surprised that Jiang Yu would even ask it. After a short reflection, he smiled faintly and spoke. Does whether it will be wiped and restarted really matter? If it does, then in the game all your efforts, all your toil, everything you poured your heart into would at the moment the game ends turn to ash and become useless junk data. Jiang Yu turned and asked in astonishment. Jiang Yu, have you heard the saying? Life is a game, the game is life. Human existence amounts to at most a century of light, and in the end we all die. Then why should ordinary people buy cars and houses and shoulder mortgages? Why do athletes strive so fiercely for championship dreams? Why do politicians pursue ultimate power? Why do merchants chase vast wealth? Why do some cling obsessively to daily sums exceeding 10,000? Do you know why? Jiang Yu considered for a moment and shook his head. It is because of the process. It is the process, the inner experience you long for most when you pursue something. You buy a car so you can drive your family out and watch the delighted, contented smiles of your children and spouse. You buy a house to have a place to stand and a beacon guiding you home on the planet launching. A politician pursues power to savor the consummate sensation power brings. A merchant chases money to behold it pouring in by the handful. If a politician were suddenly granted colossal authority, he would not necessarily feel exhilaration, he might instead be struck by terror and worry, unable to bear the massive transformation the office entails, unable to enjoy it, he could become a laughingstock. Similarly, if a merchant were suddenly handed billions, he might not rejoice but be overwhelmed with fear. So the ending is not what matters most, the process is. You, Jiang Yu, who established the Xinhua sanctuary and carry its burden, you are the chosen one. Even if this is only a game, you remain yourself. You remain an irreplaceable presence within this game. Even if the game eventually comes to an end, and even if we truly return to reality, everything within this game will become an immensely precious memory once you leave. Moreover, I believe that no matter whether this place is reality or a game, the three of us, Ye Xiaoling and I, will never regret knowing you, Jiang Yu. And I do not feel that this is merely a game. I can feel the beating of my heart, the changes in my breathing, the protrusion of my lumbar spine, and the pain from my shoulder inflammation. These sensations are incredibly real. After speaking, Professor Zhang looked at Jiang Yu, who had fallen into deep thought, nodded slightly, patted his shoulder, and stood up with a smile. After taking a few steps, a look of deep concern appeared on Professor Zhang's face. Such a great responsibility rests upon a child, although I do not know why it is him, it is indeed rather cruel. This tragic apocalypse, poor beings, poor Jiang Yu. Professor Zhang slowly walked towards the laboratory. After a long while, Jiang Ye's silent expression finally showed signs of emotion. Hoof. Hoof. Ha ha. Yes, I was attached. I was thinking. The professor is right. What does it matter if it's a game? What does it matter if it's reality? Even in the game, Jiang Yu can control a planetary level shelter, command tens of thousands, and unlock the second level gene lock. Is this achievable in reality? Here I can control everything, command everything. Even if it all gets wiped out in the end, so what? As long as I enjoyed the process, isn't that enough? A game is all about the process, isn't it? Jiang Yu smiled slightly. After coming to this realization, his mindset underwent a tremendous change. The previously confused emotions became exceptionally clear and his mind began to race. The effects of unlocking the second level gene lock were perfectly manifested after Jiang Yu understood this. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yu softly said, Jarvis, have Lu Ye and the others expedite the human trials and popularization of the corpse crystal. Understood, sir. Professor Zhang, consider this my debt to you, Jiang Yu. Looking at the bustling crowd ahead, Jiang Ye's spirit became immensely relaxed. Inside the laboratory, Lu Ye received the message from Jarvis, her expression also momentarily stunned. Teacher, what did you say to Jiang Yu? Why does this guy's state change every minute? Nothing much, just a few heartfelt words. Professor Zhang took a sip of coffee and smiled faintly. I didn't expect that kid to have such strong adaptability. After that, Jiang Yu returned to the command room, looking at the contents on the monitor, beginning to ponder the next plan. There are still 3 cards left for the lottery, let's draw them first. System, use the lottery card. Ding. Extracting game random items for Ares trial. Drawing in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a zombie transformation device placed next to the humanoid storage on the 46th floor. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 2 research construction rooms for the planetary level subsidiary arms factory. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 production lines for operational artificial combat armor robots. Ding. The subsidiary research arms factory has been established on both sides of the fire shelter. Please send personnel to settle in as soon as possible. After the lottery, Jiang Yu looked at these familiar yet unfamiliar terms and his mind involuntarily recalled the shock he felt when he first saw this item while playing the game, and he let out a deep breath. I didn't expect to draw these items. The zombie transformation device resurrects zombies using their corpse crystals, freeing them from their zombie forms and turning them into humanoids. Although they become humanoids, all other abilities from their time as zombies, their wisdom and memories from their past lives will synchronize into their new bodies, and their loyalty to the host will be absolute. The research arms factory is even more impressive as it does not produce ordinary weapons, it manufactures towering war robots, some reaching dozens of meters in height. The purpose of producing war robots is to combat the massive creatures of the insect race. The operational artificial combat armor robot production line is used to build these gigantic battle machines. One production line can produce an operational robot within half a month, and as long as there are enough corpse crystals it can theoretically produce without limit. Back in the game Jian Yu had spent thousands of yuan to obtain the production line for battle robots to fight against the insect race's fusion monsters. It seems I may need to create a few more humanoids. Such an important place as the arms factory must be fully staffed with humanoids for me to feel secure, unless I truly trust a technological genius. While pondering, Jian Yu walked towards the 46th floor of the base, arriving at the door needed to create humanoids. I have plenty of corpse crystals now and can produce many humanoids. Since that's the case, I'll directly create second-level humanoids. Once they are made, I will upgrade all existing first-level humanoids in the base. Jian Yu turned around and saw the zombie transformation device. It's exactly the same as in the game. On the right was a production chamber that could only accommodate one person lying down, and on the left were various complex electronic operating systems. Jarvis, can you operate it? No problem, sir. I was implanted with the operating method as soon as it appeared. As long as the required corpse crystals for transformation and the energy corpse crystals are input, transformation can begin. The energy required for transformation is different. First level transformation requires 100,000, second level 200,000, third level 300,000, and so on. Great. Jian Yu took out the corpse crystal of the third-level Lord Zombie, played with it briefly, and then directly tossed it inside. Subsequently, Jian Yu also threw in 300,000 corpse crystals as the energy required for transformation. As the corpse crystals entered the zombie transformation device, which had been dormant for who knows how long, began to awaken, and the incredibly complex components inside started to cooperate to prepare for creating a new zombie lord. Transformation officially begins. Estimated completion time 48 hours. Jarvis' voice came through and Jian Yu nodded slightly before heading to the humanoid chamber. Jian Yu casually glanced at his corpse crystal balance. The total was nearly 170,000. It seemed like a lot, but once spent it would prove insufficient. After a brief thought, Jian Yu said, Jarvis, create 3,000 of each type of second-level humanoids. Understood, sir. Starting batch production now. With Jian Yu's input of corpse crystals, Jarvis began the operation of the humanoid chamber. Just these humanoids cost me 120,000 corpse crystals. With the recent expenditure of 300,000 on the zombie transformation device, Jian Yu was left with only around 200,000 corpse crystals. Seeing the number of corpse crystals rapidly decreasing in a straight line, Jian Yu couldn't help but gasp in shock. In the past, money could be spent freely, but now in the apocalypse, money has lost its value, thus eliminating that concern. However, it was unexpected that even in the end of the world there was still a need for corpse crystals. After a brief moment of financial pain, Jian Yu needed to check the research and construction room of the planetary-grade subsidiary factory, especially to determine how many people were needed for this factory. Jian Yu was not entirely sure, so it was better to manufacture more for now. Although it was merely a subsidiary factory, it was at least a quarter the size of the entire Ember shelter, designed specifically for constructing battle-type robots, and being smaller wouldn't suffice. The more than 10,000 humanoids constructed today might only be able to operate at most, but the fact that they could function was enough, as Jian Yu did not have enough corpse crystals to meet the production needs of the robot assembly line. Arriving at an unknown password door that had appeared at some point, Jian Yu pressed his palm against the scanner and the door slowly opened. On the other side was a pristine corridor dominated by silver white. Jian Yu walked in, slowly reaching the arms factory located to the right of the Ember shelter. The white corridor was lined with various research rooms and laboratories. Following the corridor to the end, an exceedingly thick explosion-proof door opened automatically. The sight beyond the door revealed an enormous deep pit currently displayed just 3 meters in front of Jian Yu. Jian Yu looked at the overall layout image of the factory sent by Jarvis. The depth of this pit was at least 40 to 50 meters. Directly across from Jian Yu's platform were incredibly intricate operating systems and control panels, along with countless movable mechanical arms. Peering to the right of the deep pit, he could see a 5-meter-wide corridor connecting the balcony to the control panel on the opposite side. Surrounding the deep pit were layers of research rooms, each level featuring protruding platforms that allowed for a clear and direct view into the pit. The entire factory at that moment resembled the letter B, with the 2 semicircular parts lined with various mechanical arms and suspended operation platforms, while the straight sections housed research rooms and staff lounges. The overall height of the factory exceeded 70 meters. The massive deep pit in the center was also immense. According to the data, these 2 pits could accommodate 8 mechs simultaneously for manufacturing and repairs. Looking at the scene before him, Jian Yu couldn't help but sigh. Although such scenes existed in the game, witnessing them in person evoked an entirely different feeling. Jarvis, does the factory on the other side have a similar structure? Yes, sir. Can these 2 factories be put into operation immediately? After initial inspections, no issues were found. As long as the necessary personnel are in place, the factory can commence operations. How many people are required to maintain operations? 1,000 people can ensure the basic operation of the factory, 3,000 can begin research, and 5,000 can commence production. Alright, once the second-tier humanoids are manufactured, send 10,000 to the 2 factories to begin repairs and research production while the rest return to the main base to maintain operations. Understood, sir. Looking down at the deep pit, Jiang Yu suddenly felt excited about witnessing those giant robotic armors he had seen in the game. Jarvis, I currently have 2 production lines. How many corpse crystals are needed to produce an armored robot? After testing, to manufacture a complete robot from the existing production line requires 500,000 corpse crystals with a production time of half a month. Additionally, maintenance costs start at several tens of thousands of corpse crystals, and weapon consumption and replacements require further corpse crystals. However, if a new production line is established for simpler, smaller robots, it requires only 100,000 corpse crystals, but activating the production line needs 200,000 corpse crystals. Hearing Jarvis' explanation, Jiang Yu pondered. With my current financial capacity, I can at most squeeze out a production line for a small robot. However, if I actually establish it, I will be left completely broke with no funds whatsoever. Moreover, the most critical point is that small robots do not enhance my current capabilities much. Instead, they would become a burden, consuming corpse crystals. After a moment of thought, Jiang Yu suddenly remembered something and asked Jarvis, if I don't build robots but only manufacture the weapons they carry, how many corpse crystals would that consume? Calculating. Sir, if only weapons are constructed, it would be significantly cheaper, costing tens of thousands of corpse crystals per instance. Additionally, since only weapons are being made, there is no need to construct large models, thus the consumption of corpse crystals would be greatly reduced. Good, let's produce weapons first. The current shelter cannot function without some formidable weapons. Jarvis, immediately list all the weapons of the 2 types of robots for me to select the suitable ones. Understood, sir. Please hold on. Sir, the weapons for the 2 armored robots are as follows: nuclear-powered fists, plasma swords, plasma cannons, nanomaterial armor, nuclear impact cannons, fissile pulse long guns, and electromagnetic photon cannons. In an instant, Jarvis listed numerous weapons originally designated for the robots available for Jiang Yu's selection. Jiang Yu looked at the dozens of types of weapons presented before him, his eyes almost glazing over. He was astonished that an armored robot could possess so many weapons. Jarvis, let's temporarily produce these few types: the electromagnetic photon cannon, nanomaterial armor, nuclear impact cannon, along with the nuclear-powered gauntlets and plasma sword. The reason for selecting these was primarily that they were more suited for individual combat capabilities. Jiang Yu did not lack heavy firepower or bombardment at present. What he needed was a formidable individual capable of turning the tide single-handedly. These weapons matched Jiang Yu's intentions perfectly. Among them, the nuclear-powered gauntlets and plasma sword were for close combat, while the nano armor provided defense and portable area attacks, included the electromagnetic photon cannon and nuclear impact cannon. In simple terms, he envisioned arming a single soldier like an armored robot. Alright, sir. Producing a complete set requires 50,000 corpse crystals. How many sets do you wish to produce? Produce as many sets as possible. First, let's select a few from the combat-type humanoids. The second-tier combat-type humanoids have already unlocked the second-tier gene lock. Understood, sir. Once the personnel arrive, we can commence manufacturing. Jarvis, no one other than myself and the androids is allowed in the armory for now. Anyone who wants to enter must get my approval. Jiang Yu said with a serious expression. If such an advanced armory were to fall into the hands of others, even I with a planetary-level refuge would find it hard to contend against. After all, the production conditions within the refuge cannot compare to those of these 2 exclusive armories unless Jiang Yu's refuge is upgraded to a stellar level. After taking one last glance at the armory, Jiang Yu left. Now everything was in place. All that remained was to complete the production of the androids and then activate the armory. Upon returning to the command room, Jiang Yu contemplated the next step of his plan. According to my recollection of the game, 2 months after the zombie tide storm, the extreme cold would descend. At that time, heavy snow would fall and the entire blue star would be engulfed in a silver-white disaster. The sea would be frozen and temperatures would plummet to 50 degrees, making survival for ordinary people nearly impossible. If it weren't for many factions having already discovered the method to unlock genetic locks, the number of people who would perish from the cold would be staggering. But what was even more despairing was that 3 months into the extreme cold there would be an invasion by the insectoids. According to the game's background, for unknown reasons, a gigantic meteor that was supposed to be permanently asleep on the ocean floor suddenly exploded. The explosion not only caused the crust to shift again but also plunged the people who had finally managed to recuperate for a while back into crisis, and it unexpectedly opened a spatial passageway leading to the insectoids. Countless insectoids surged into Blue Star through that passage. The first few months after the insectoids invaded Blue Star were the darkest days for humanity. Not only humans but even those zombies that had reached tier 3 or 4 became targets for the insectoids. If it weren't for several factions having activated genetic locks and developed new types of weapons specifically designed to combat the insectoids, that one-sided disaster could have lasted much longer. It was at that time that people were finally able to confront the invasion of the insectoids head-on. I remember that in the game the insectoids did not rush to invade upon their arrival. Instead, they first sent some advanced troops to observe the entire Blue Star. It was only when they discovered that Blue Star was already embroiled in internal strife that they began to dispatch large numbers of troops to invade. They used the spatial passage in the Pacific Ocean as a starting point to launch scattered attacks on populous nations such as the 3 major rogues of Blue Star, Huaxia Eaglehead Nation and the Bear Nation, which were also the best at recovery after the disaster. All coastal cities in these three nations became key targets for the insectoids. Therefore the people at that time had to endure not only the threat of zombies but also the extreme cold along with the insectoids. The hardships they faced can only be imagined. The sea city is my stronghold. It is absolutely impossible for me to just hand it over to the insectoids. Therefore if I want to preserve Sea City I must use overwhelming force to suppress the invasion of the insectoids, even directly engaging them in battle. After all, the cores of the insectoids and the crystal of the zombies are both what Jiang Yu needs. After pondering for a long time, Jiang Yu slowly spoke to Jarvis. Jarvis, once the Tier 2 androids are manufactured, deploy the guard team and have them act together. I want to eradicate all the zombies in Sea City. Seize the zombie crystals and manufacture mechas to counter the insectoids in 5 months. Also notify Zhang Hong and Sun Xiong from the residential building. Tell them to come to the fire refuge this afternoon. I need to see them. If Jiang Yu wanted to use Sea City as a stronghold, he had to firmly control everything within Sea City, not allowing anyone to interfere with a firm hand. For personal refuges like Zhang Hong and Sun Xiong, Jiang Yu naturally would not choose to keep them. He would give them 2 options: either submit or roll away. Understood, sir. As Jarvis spoke, the notification was immediately sent to Zhang Hong and Sun Xiong. When they learned that Jiang Yu had personally come to find them, the clever duo immediately thought of some unpleasant possibilities. However, they had no choice but to go. If they didn't, Jiang Yu might come with people. In the afternoon, Sun Xiong and Zhang Hong arrived at the fire refuge with serious and hesitant expressions. This visit felt different from usual. They sensed that the purpose of this summons was not ordinary. In the conference room, Jiang Yu was already present with a smile, while Zhang Hong and Sun Xiong sat down with anxious looks on their faces. They came alone this time without bringing anyone, for if Jiang Yu truly wanted to deal with them, bringing more people would be futile. Mr. Jiang, may I ask what you summoned us for? Zhang Hong felt the atmosphere becoming delicate and was the first to speak. I hope that Sea City will become a place where my word is law. Therefore I present you with 2 choices: submit to me or leave Sea City and seek another path. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiong and Zhang Hong's expressions changed, wildly resembling a rainbow. What the hell is it that such a straightforward statement made the 2 longtime officials feel a strong sense of unwillingness and anger. Because in those words they sensed disdain and disregard. While the reality was indeed so, hearing it directly was a different matter altogether. You have 5 minutes to think it over. If you don't respond by then, I will have to resort to my own means. As for what those means are, you should be clear. You've seen them before, haven't you? Jiang Yu said as he enjoyed his afternoon tea, watching the vivid expressions of Zhang Hong and Sun Xiong. Zhang Hong and Sun Xiong exchanged glances, both seeing hesitation in each other's eyes. Having been leaders for so long, easily relinquishing their power was more painful than being killed. Mr. Jiang, could you please tell us the reason? You don't need to know the reason, you only need to understand that a disaster greater than the zombies is about to arrive, which will be a new global catastrophe. By that time, refuges like yours will have no chance of survival. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Zhang Hong and Sun Xiong's faces changed dramatically. They understood that Jiang Yu had no need to deceive them. If he merely wanted to incorporate their refuge, he could have simply used force, which would have been much faster. Time passed second by second, and soon the 5-minute mark came and went. Jiang Yu set down his milk tea and looked at Zhang Hong and Sun Xiong calmly, asking, "What is your answer?" Fate cannot be defied. Then I will merge my residential refuge into the fire refuge. A trace of helplessness flickered across Zhang Hong's cold and serious face as she slowly spoke. If what Jiang Yu said is true, and a crisis even more terrifying than the zombie outbreak is indeed forthcoming, one that even Jiang Yu, the master of the Sanctuary of Flames, finds daunting, then their sanctuary might truly have no chance of survival, especially given that they lack any decent firepower. Sigh, I feel the same way. Hearing Zhang Hong agree so quickly, Sun Xiong, who initially planned to take advantage of the situation, also expressed his helplessness. There is no choice given the circumstances, agreeing is unavoidable. Although he envied the living conditions of the Sanctuary of Flames, a golden nest or silver nest can never compare to one's own doghouse. In his own doghouse he was at least the leader, commanding a territory, but here he could only lower his tail and submit. Perhaps only his unfortunate son remained under his command. You need not be so reluctant. Although you have joined my Sanctuary of Flames, it does not mean you must come to the Sanctuary of Flames. Jiang Yu's words startled Sun Xiong and Zhang Hong. Though they had joined the Sanctuary of Flames, what did it mean that they need not come to it? Simply put, you are still the leaders of your own sanctuaries while I am your leader. I will issue commands to you and you must carry out your tasks 100% according to those commands. As for the rest, you may decide for yourselves. Moreover, I will provide you with weapons. I will not provide food, but I can send a guard team to assist you in gathering supplies. The 2 who were initially puzzled revealed a hint of joy upon hearing Jiang Yu's explanation. According to Jiang Yu, nothing had changed, the only alteration was that they needed to start following his commands. Seeing the joy on Zhang Hong and Sun Xiong's faces, Jiang Yu also revealed a hint of an inexplicable smile. Since that is the case, I hope you will remember my instructions well. You are to execute them without fail, and you need not worry about anything else. Do you understand? Jiang Yu said with a faint smile. All right, Mr. Jiang. It was unexpected to join the Sanctuary of Flames in this manner. They thought they would fully integrate into the sanctuary and be assimilated piece by piece. All right, in 2 days I will come for a major cleansing of the city, clearing out all the zombies. You two should prepare in the next few days, gather enough manpower and troops and wait for my notification. Understood, Mr. Jiang. Zhang Hong and Sun Xiong nodded slightly before leaving the conference room under the guidance of the android. Alright, sir. With resources and supplies, when the insect race truly descends, their two sanctuaries will serve as natural defense barriers. Since I am located in the mountains far from the coast, the pressure will be much less. Hee hee, do they really think anyone can just enter the Sanctuary of Flames? Jiang Yu murmured coldly. Jarvis, what level of signal tower is needed to transmit signals throughout the city? Sir, upgrading to a high-level signal tower will cost 100,000 corpse crystals, allowing the signal to cover the entire city and parts of Qing City and Yun City. Alright, proceed with the upgrade. To control the entire city, an all-seeing eye is essential. Ding. 100,000 corpse crystals consumed. High-level signal tower activated. Signal coverage range extending 50 kilometers around the city and nearby towns. Hearing the notification, Jiang Yu spoke. Jarvis, spread your eyes across the entire city. I want to know how many people, zombies, supplies and sanctuaries are present. There are 6 sanctuaries within a 200-mile radius of the sanctuary. There are likely countless others that fall outside the signal range of the Sanctuary of Flames. Jiang Yu murmured in confusion. Sir. The scan is complete, detecting 8 various-sized sanctuaries, all of which are civilian sanctuaries, with 2 military sanctuaries that are already abandoned. A military sanctuary that has been abandoned. Breached. Impossible. If family-sized sanctuaries with dozens of people haven't been breached, how could a military sanctuary be compromised? In an instant, Jiang Yu's expression turned doubtful. Sir, the number of zombies within the city is quite alarming. There are few zombies remaining within a 200-mile radius of the sanctuaries, but many beyond that range. Sir, the life signals detected in the city are all within the major sanctuaries. The number of individual survivors with less than 5 people is limited, totaling only a few hundred when scattered together. A few hundred people, huh? That's quite a lot. Jarvis continued to issue recruitment notices. Those who have survived this apocalypse for so long must have some skills. Also send messages to the leaders of those 8 sanctuaries asking them to come to my Sanctuary of Flames for discussions. Soon, under Jiang Yu's instructions, Jarvis efficiently executed these commands within seconds. At this moment, the few individuals who jointly held the executive power of the Lin Chamber of Commerce stared seriously at the suddenly connected phone. On the phone, Jiang Yu's notification was displayed. Everyone, what are your thoughts on this email from the Sanctuary of... What to think? Just watch it, sitting or lying down. Poof. Just a show of bravado, our Lin Chamber of Commerce hasn't even acted yet, and this so-called Sanctuary of Flames is already trying to seize control of the city. Truly laughable. Indeed, just a clown's provocation. We need not pay any attention to it. Let's quickly break into the chamber's vault and discuss further. Everything we want is inside. At this moment, it wasn't just these 8 sanctuaries. Many other sanctuaries and individual survivors now with restored signals also saw the recruitment messages from the Sanctuary of Flames. After having not eaten for a long time, they looked at the generous conditions of the sanctuary and the delicious images shared by the residents, making them yearn to be in the Sanctuary of Flames right now. Sanctuary of Flames, this should be an official sanctuary, right? Otherwise, how could the benefits be so lavish? Not sure, the introduction didn't specify it was official, but who cares? As long as there is food. Could it be worse than our own sanctuary? That's true. In these days, we've only been eating cockroaches a few times. I got so anxious that I almost bit one and it even crawled out of my nose. Oh, more newcomers are coming to the base. The shelter is really thriving. The next day, Jiang Yu woke up early from his bed and instinctively checked in. And beep. Congratulations, host, check-in successful. You have obtained 100,000 corpse crystals. Jiang Yu, still slightly drowsy, was instantly wide awake upon seeing the 100,000 corpse crystals from his check-in. And the check-in system is impressive, it really boosts me up. But why not check in for 1 million instead? That way I could manufacture several sets of combat gear. And after a brief moment of fantasy, Jiang Yu quickly finished his breakfast and headed into the valley. Here all the guards and a total of 600 battle-type androids were ready, waiting for Jiang Yu's arrival. Good morning, Commander, and the moment they saw Jiang Yu they shouted loudly. And Jiang Yu nodded slightly and then stood on a high platform, slowly speaking. Today's mission is to rescue those who qualify to enter the shelter. The search area spans the entire city and everyone must return to the shelter before nightfall. It is now 8 in the morning and we have 9 hours until complete sunset. By 5 in the afternoon everyone must safely return to the shelter. Is that understood? Jiang Yu shouted with an extremely serious tone. And understood, Commander, and everyone get in the vehicles and depart. And the battle-type androids echoed Jiang Yu's command, shouting loudly for the guards to board the vehicles. After experiencing the zombie tide, the guards were now completely different from how they were at the beginning. They were now like a unified whole. Discipline was exceptionally strict when boarding movements were synchronized and the boarding speed was extremely fast. And with the roar of the modified vehicles, one by one they left the fire shelter, commencing the citywide rescue mission. Jiang Yu watched them leave and then returned to the command room, asking someone to bring some snacks while overseeing everything through Jarvis surveillance. Everything went quite smoothly with the rescue, as the apocalypse had persisted for some time. Many people had already been worn down by the disaster and immediately boarded the vehicles to be rescued regardless of whether they were good or bad. Of course some who couldn't board even knelt before the guards, yet despite the guards' compassion the cold-hearted elite guards did not let those people on. Commander, why aren't those people allowed on board? Even if they don't meet the criteria, they are still fellow countrymen, a guard asked. And what good would saving them do? They lack any skills and would only be a burden in the shelter, and the elite guard replied. But they could still work in factories or as cleaners. Aren't those jobs usually done by people without any special skills? And the person asked, still not giving up. Does anyone in your family enter the fire shelter? And yes, it's me, my parents and my younger sister. And are you planning to let your parents leave the shelter for those burdens to do jobs anyone can do? Hearing this, the other people immediately understood. It turned out that those positions were meant for their relatives without any special abilities, not for them. And if it weren't for their own sake, their relatives would similarly have to stay outside suffering from hunger and cold. I hope you remember the fire shelter is not a charity. Those who can enter are individuals who can contribute to the future development of the shelter. Also put away your compassion. In the apocalypse, the worst thing you can have is compassion. If you don't believe my words today, you will pay a painful price. Upon hearing the elite guard's words, many people's faces turned grim and several displayed expressions of discontent. After all, they had joined the shelter not long after the apocalypse began, making it difficult for them to immediately cast aside the compassion of the peaceful times. Soon, under the rapid actions of the guards, one after another survivors were rescued onto the modified vehicles, while similarly many who attempted to take advantage were driven away by the guards. In an instant, the swift actions of the guards made the people from the other shelters feel an overwhelming sense of threat. If this continues, perhaps the number of people in their shelter will dwindle, leaving only those who know nothing but to eat and drink. Although the number of zombies in the city had decreased significantly, many still remained, especially in densely packed buildings where there were often many supplies, but the same went for zombies. The fire shelter is being too overbearing. In just one morning, dozens of people have secretly left us. In the Lin Corporation's meeting room, several leaders were discussing angrily. And, indeed, we cannot allow the fire shelter to be so arrogant any longer, regardless of who they are. It's too brazen to snatch people like this. Third brother come up with a strategy, and everyone looked at a long-haired youth in the corner of the room. The presence of this long-haired youth was extremely low. If they hadn't mentioned him, many wouldn't have even noticed him. I've reviewed the information on the fire shelter. Even if only half of it is true, it is not something our current Lin Corporation can handle. Have you all thought this through? The long-haired youth looked at the crowd staring at him and asked softly. N. Upon hearing the youth's question, the expressions of the crowd froze. Did even the third brother who had seized the Lin Corporation from the Lin family find it challenging? And what's wrong? Is it not feasible? And the person who had asked the question in the beginning inquired. It is feasible, but if it leaks, the consequences will be severe. The current Lin family cannot withstand their wrath. Upon hearing the third brother's warning, the crowd exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. And let's go for it. We must take action against them regardless of the fire shelter. Do they really think they can eliminate us all? Indeed, they are powerful, but we are not to be trifled with. If this continues, all that will remain of the Lin Corporation will be the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Wouldn't that be a slow death? And in an instant, disputes arose and many clamored to make the fire shelter pay. And alright, since that's the case, we must follow my strategy from now on. And upon hearing that the third brother had quickly devised a plan, the crowd in the meeting room listened attentively. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye a day had quickly passed. It was now 4:30 in the afternoon, with half an hour to 50 minutes left until sunset. On the other side, a modified vehicle filled with survivors was carrying dozens of members from the escort team, including 2 members from the elite guard who were on their final rescue mission. This mission involved 2 people, and there happened to be 2 available spots in the vehicle. As they passed through a ruined area, the escort team driving the vehicle heard several harrowing cries from an elderly person. Children! My children! Oh, my children! Who will save my children? Quick, stop the car, someone needs help over there. After a day of rescue, the escort team immediately halted the vehicle upon witnessing the scene, intending to get out and investigate, but the elite guard frowned and said in a deep voice. Don't get out of the car, drive immediately. It's not our responsibility. Upon hearing this from the elite guard, the escort team members immediately exchanged worried glances, their expressions darkening. Commander, please forgive us for being unable to follow orders. We cannot just stand by and watch people in distress when we have the ability to rescue them. The leader of the escort team spoke up. Are you willing to gamble your safety, the safety of everyone in the vehicle, and the stability of your families in the shelter? Yes. I believe my parents would be proud of me for doing this. What about you all? Do you all think the same? The elite guard turned their gaze toward the others, asking. The remaining escort team members exchanged glances and then nodded slightly. Commander, we have rescued people all day. They are all unfortunate souls. Since we have the ability, why not save more? Yes. Commander, in this apocalypse, what people need most is to help each other, not just to save those we think should be saved or those we can easily help. Aren't there many empty rooms in the shelter? Since the commander has so many supplies taken care of, a few more shouldn't be a problem. Several younger members of the escort team spoke up, their expressions filled with compassion. Throughout the day, they had witnessed too many joys and sorrows, suffering and hardships. This was something they could not ignore or bear to see since entering the shelter on the first day of the apocalypse. Thus this was their first act of defiance against the commander's orders, believing that the commander inside the base would also agree with them. The two members of the elite guard, upon seeing that so many young people thought this way, suddenly turned grim, but soon their expressions returned to their usual impassiveness. "I'll ask one last time, are you all really sure about this?" one of the elite guard members asked again. The dozens of them raised their weapons, shouting with determination. "In that case, go ahead. Just make sure you don't regret what you did today." The enigmatic figure of the elite guard looked at these young individuals with a cold, indifferent expression. Although many sensed the commander's suddenly unfamiliar and cold tone, they did not dwell on it. What needed attention now were those unfortunate souls. Soon the escort team disembarked with weapons in hand, leaving only one slightly built member of the escort team inside the vehicle. "Aren't you going?" "I'm not stupid." Upon hearing this, the elite guard's gaze hardened and they fell silent, quietly watching as the group of young individuals busily assisted the two frail children on board. They appeared bewildered, their faces covered in dust and remnants of blood. The young people in the vehicle felt an overwhelming sense of pity, tending to wounds and distributing food. "Thank you so much. Without you, how would we old folks survive?" "No need to thank us, ma'am, it's what we ought to do." "Grandma, I'm hungry." "Little brother, are you hungry?" "Here, eat up, there's plenty more in the vehicle. Hurry and eat." Thank you, you are truly good people." Several elderly individuals hurriedly knelt before the escort team, their faces filled with joy and smiles of relief. This scene invigorated the escort team, who looked proudly at the elite guard as if they had done something truly right. Upon seeing the escort team's expressions, the two elite guard members exchanged cold smiles. Using others' resources to save people, how magnanimous. Amidst the elderly's expressions of gratitude, the modified vehicle continued on. Soon after rescuing the last two individuals, the vehicle prepared to return the same way. At this moment there were only a few dozen minutes left before nightfall, and they needed to leave the city within that time. Damn it. Look at my head, how could I forget? I have several elderly neighbors at home. They are kind-hearted people who have rescued many orphan children. Kind-hearted young man, could you please go back for a bit? Don't worry, it'll be quick, just 10 minutes or so. An old man slapped his forehead, full of regret. It wouldn't be too much trouble for you, would it? Sigh, if it's a bother then forget it, but they are weak and sickly. What if they don't survive the night? Upon hearing the old man's words, several members of the escort team felt a surge of responsibility and immediately said, "Elder, rest assured, we will definitely rescue them safely. Turn around immediately." All right. The escort team excitedly turned back, heading toward the direction indicated by the old man. Meanwhile, the two elite guard members leading this mission watched the scene unfold with cold smiles. One of the elite guards fixed his gaze on the individual who had not disembarked and suddenly noticed the cold smile in his eyes, along with his position just 3 steps away, where he could swiftly reach them at the slightest disturbance. What a clever boy. The elite guard murmured to himself. Soon the modified vehicle arrived at a residential building where there were not many zombies, only a few wandering around. After quickly clearing the zombies, 2/3 of the escort team disembarked, following one of the elderly individuals into the building while the others stayed behind to guard the vehicle. Before long, the escort team pulled out 2 frail elderly individuals lying motionless, their eyes tightly shut and completely silent, along with several bewildered children aged around 7 or 8. It's all right. Help will be here soon to treat you." The young members of the escort team felt their eyes redden upon seeing the frail elderly and children. The personal guard on the vehicle looked at the 2 elderly men lying down, their expressions filled with faint bewilderment. Thank you so much. You are really great people," one kindly old woman said with a smile. "It's nothing, Elder, it's what we should do." "Thank you, big brothers. I want to become a person like big brothers in the future." Amidst the chorus of gratitude, the guards felt an overwhelming sense of pride in their actions, feeling as if they were omnipotent deities. Soon they left the residential building. The modified vehicle, which had seemed somewhat spacious before, became incredibly cramped due to the addition of so many people. Originally meant for 2, the space now accommodated 3. Everyone hang in there. We'll be back at the shelter soon. The guard, seeing the people's expressions, could not help but speak loudly. He. I wonder where your shelter is. It sounds amazing. Ah. Our shelter is called the Shinho Shelter. Though our commander is young, he is incredibly capable. Soon, under the guidance of the old lady, the guards shared a lot of information about the Shinho Shelter, including the armed helicopters, artificial intelligence, and heavy weaponry. The old lady, who had previously worn a relaxed smile, gradually changed her expression upon hearing how formidable the Shinho Shelter was, but quickly regained her composure. Throughout this, the personal guard did not intervene, allowing the guards to speak freely. Soon as the modified vehicle sped along, they were approaching the city exit. There are vehicles in front. The driver noticed several buses blocking the way ahead, suddenly tensing up and saying, "Nerve." He looked towards the personal guard, but at that moment they seemed oblivious, whispering among themselves. "We are the rescue team from the Shinho Shelter. What do you want?" A guard near the car door instinctively poked his head out and asked loudly. Bang! A gunshot rang out, followed by the sound of something being penetrated and splattering. Damn! The stunt guards focused their gaze and were horrified to see the guard who had poked his head out had been shot in the head, brain matter spilling from the wound as his body collapsed to the ground. Enemy attack. Witnessing this scene, the guards raised their weapons, their faces filled with rage, while a few looked anxiously at the seemingly indifferent personal guard. The thin guard, although also holding his weapon high, stood even closer to the two personal guards, just a step away from hiding behind them. "Don't move. Put down your guns or I guarantee everyone in the vehicle will die." At that moment, while the guards were nervously watching ahead, several cold horse laughter echoed from behind them as the ambush was prepared. A few turned their heads, and to their astonishment they saw the elderly individuals who had just been expressing their thanks now wielding weapons and holding a hostage, speaking coldly. "Elder, you. I didn't expect the plan to go so smoothly. I also didn't expect the guards from the Shinho shelter to be so intellectually challenged and naive. Had I known, we would have attacked your shelter directly. But it doesn't matter now, we have gathered information about the Shinho shelter. Once we gather enough manpower, we will visit the Shinho shelter to see if it is really as good as you say." Hearing his words, the guards' faces instantly turned pale, their minds were consumed by those 3 words. What to do? What to do? Many instinctively looked at the artificial beings. But all they saw was the cold gaze of the personal guard. "I will count to 5, put down your guns. Then get out of the vehicle." A few armed elders, while holding the hostage, began to count down. Quickly the countdown ended. Before they could react, a gunshot rang out. Bang. Quiet. No. A gunshot suddenly echoed in the vehicle. The guards watched helplessly as the person who had passed the shelter's assessment was easily killed. He was so close, just a step away from safety. Having endured countless hardships to survive until now, he had already passed the assessment and boarded the vehicle. He was just 1 step away. At that moment he should have been enjoying food and shelter inside the refuge. As the shot victim slowly fell to the ground, he locked eyes with the guards as if asking, "Why? Why? No." In that instant the guards collapsed, seeing the confusion and bewilderment in the eyes of the fallen person. They broke down, overwhelmed by intense guilt and remorse, their spirits becoming incredibly fragile. "Put down your weapons. Otherwise the next one will be in 5 seconds. No, no, no. We will. We will." With their minds rendered fragile, they could no longer think clearly, obediently dropping their weapons and slowly queuing to exit the vehicle, hoping this would prevent the executioners from continuing to fire. "Wait, hide behind him." 2 personal guards also exited the vehicle, one instructing the thin guard. The man nodded slightly, then discreetly moved behind another personal guard. "Ha ha. I didn't expect it to be this easy. How much do you think the Shinho shelter would spend to ensure their safety?" "I don't know, but it should be quite a lot. If all these heavily armed guards were killed, even the Shinho shelter would feel the pain." As the crowd exited the vehicle, behind them were a few voices that were incredibly arrogant and pleased. At this moment only one person remained on the vehicle holding a gun to guard, while the others had all exited. The 2 elderly men lying down with their eyes closed were also taken off the vehicle. Just as everyone wondered if the lying figures were also their own, one person pulled out a knife and directly lifted the blanket covering the elderly man, revealing a stomach that appeared to have been stitched together. Damn. The 2 artificial beings seemed to remember something, even they couldn't help but sigh. In the next instant, before the stunned gaze of the crowd, they followed the incision's path and slit open the elder's abdomen. Flesh peeled back instantly, yet strangely little blood spilled forth. The gory deluge everyone had imagined never materialized. Amidst the guard's shock and disbelief, the figure tore open the incised belly to reveal its interior, where no internal organs remained, only sealed black pouches. One by one he withdrew them from the hollow cavity. Once all the pouches were removed, the elder's lifeless body was discarded like refuse. The pouches were opened, revealing 10 hand grenades and several pistols. Another elderly man lying nearby met the same fate, his abdomen sliced open, his innards likewise absent, and more pistols retrieved in identical fashion. This grotesque spectacle assaulted the senses so violently that the guards' minds reeled, scalps prickling, voices erupting in raw disbelieving cries. "You, demons, you are pure demons. Ugh. Ugh." At the sight of this profoundly visceral horror, several guards could no longer contain themselves, shouting curses even as they vomited uncontrollably. "Ha ha ha. A pack of green wide-eyed pups, and already you're breaking. Have you ever tasted human flesh? Of course not. Your Shinho shelter serves fine rations, how could you fathom the cannibal reality beyond your walls? Didn't your commanders teach you the law of the jungle, the brutal truth of the world outside? Do you truly believe yourselves saviors? You wield others' resources to play hero, how noble. Yet in this world salvation belongs solely to the self. Naive children, I ask you, without the Shinho shelter's aid, whom exactly could you save? In truth you dwell in a Truman show, a fabricated idol, mistaking your sheltered illusion for divine purpose. How pitiful." In that moment the guards' entire moral framework shattered. They had once believed the shelter's isolationist policies were misguided, that only unity could see humanity through the apocalypse. They never imagined such ruthless self-preservation. Yet reality defied their expectations and contradicted everything they'd been taught. Why? Why? Why could people descend to such cruelty? Could the apocalypse truly warp the human soul beyond recognition? Watching the guards' ashen faces and fractured worldviews, the 2 elite guards exchanged a glance. One then turned to the slender guard standing behind him. "Here's your assignment: kill the man in the vehicle while ensuring the hostage survives." Complete it and I'll recommend you for Naturally, if a few hostages perish, it matters little. Their lives hang on fate alone in such circumstances. Your safety comes first. Yes. Hearing the sudden order, his expression brightened. He'd finally been given his chance to prove himself. His gaze hardened, instantly locking onto the man inside the modified vehicle, who at that very moment shuddered involuntarily, as though some unseen predator had fixed its eyes upon him. Well now, smooth sailing. From the opposing truck several figures stepped down. Exceedingly smooth. I'd expected to resort to minor subterfuge, but merely shouting a few lines lured them down like eager puppies helping me aboard. I nearly laughed aloud, had this not been a mission. Hearing such savagery drip from the lips of these seemingly benign elders, and hearing their mocking icy laughter, the guards felt the world's profound suffocating malice. Each stood frozen, eyes vacant, staring blankly ahead. Instinctively their desperate pleading gazes turned toward the two silent elite guards, begging silently for intervention. Yet the elites offered no response, their expressions impassive, their silence absolute. Seeing that utter indifference, the guards sank deeper into despair. 3, 4, 5, 6, plus the sniper at 1 o'clock, 8 total. No, 7. The one in the vehicle is mine. The slender guard replied at once upon hearing the elite's voice. Poof. The elite guard smiled faintly, exhaling a cold chuckle, clearly amused by the youth's boldness. In 5 seconds, commence. No hostages this time. Eliminate swiftly. The android murmured softly. He no longer cared for these sentimental idealists. If they wished to die, he would not intervene. His sole objective was to return the survivors alive. Ha ha. Right, I'll record this and post it on the forum. Let others see the legendary Shinhua shelter firsthand. And let Shinhua know bring ransom or lose them forever. A thunderous crack. Before the lead speaker could react, a fist the size of a sandbag erupted from nowhere, filling his A deep muffled thud resonated through the clamorous crowd. Then in dazed silence they watched a mangled, half-shattered sphere sail over 15 meters, while the man struck full force retained flickering consciousness. Through his single remaining eye he watched, within that fading awareness, as half his skull drifted farther and farther from his own body. Silence fell, absolute, suffocating, across the entire scene as the android's sudden eruption froze every breath and heartbeat. Too fast, impossibly fast. It happened so swiftly that though their eyes registered the event, their minds had not yet processed it. One guard, quickest to react, barely began to speak when a second hulking figure lunged toward him. Thwump. Another punch landed, plunging him into absolute darkness while agony tore through his limbs like wildfire. In his fading consciousness he sensed the cloudless sky had opened, torrential rain now lashing his broken body, and drenching the elite guard standing motionless before him. As the two elites dispatched 2 more targets in the blink of an eye, and as the fourth skull exploded with a geyser of crimson, the stunned paralysis finally broke. Someone screamed, wildeed and unhinged. Fire! Fire now! Upon hearing the desperate cries infused with a hint of sobbing, the people in the bus across immediately reacted, pulling out their handguns and beginning to shoot. Bang! Bang! In an instant several bullets burst from the chambers, hurtling towards the humanoid target with incredible speed. However, the humanoid showed no sign of panic as the bullets approached. A trace of disdain flickered across his brow, and then he simply tilted his head and sidestepped. In the next moment the incoming bullets were all deftly avoided. What the hell? This is impossible. Seeing that someone on the opposite side could evade the bullets, they murmured in disbelief. Subsequently they, unwilling to accept defeat, accelerated their rate of fire. Yet just as before, it was as if the two individuals across from them had activated a cheat. Not only did they dodge all the bullets, but they also rushed towards them with remarkable speed. What the hell? This is impossible. Witnessing the two men cover several dozen meters in mere seconds, they were left dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. In the next moment they felt an intense pain resonating through their bodies, and when they looked forward again they saw themselves slowly collapsing. As the last person present fell in disbelief, the two men exchanged glances, and then one of them dashed towards the position of the sniper with extreme speed. Are these two human? How can they be so strong? The hidden sniper, witnessing how effortlessly their comrades were dispatched, was utterly shocked. Even the bullets from his handgun were evaded. At this moment even the concealed sniper swiftly changed his hiding spot, trembling in a corner, making sure to remain completely silent, fearing an unexpected fatal strike. Meanwhile aboard the bus, the robber, watching over the others, noticed that the people inside were staring outside with dazed and shocked expressions. Out of curiosity he looked out as well, only to see 2 strong men smashing the heads of his 2 accomplices with their fists. What the hell, this is impossible. Stunned by the scene, he couldn't comprehend how this could happen. He hurriedly got out of the vehicle intending to help, but as soon as he disembarked he felt someone patting him on the shoulder several times. Instinctively he turned his head, only to see an incredibly sharp dagger swiftly plunging into his neck. Ugh. Mum. At that moment it felt as if something lodged in his throat. He couldn't expel it, nor could he swallow it. It remained stuck in his throat, bright red blood gushing uncontrollably from the cut in his mouth and nose. With a face full of unwillingness he looked at the security team standing beside him, slowly extending his finger intending to say something. Put. The security team, under his dying gaze, once again struck down his outstretched finger with a swift chop. Thud. In the next moment he could no longer hold on, collapsing to the ground, unable even to endure the pain from his severed finger. His remaining consciousness made him convulse wildly as his blood was about to drain away, his eyes fixed on the youth who was currently ignoring him. The group of guards who had been frozen in fear were shocked to see one of their own kill a comrade, their faces filled with astonishment as they looked at the frail. Boom! Before anyone could say anything, a loud noise erupted and they turned back to see a stone wall shattered, revealing a blood-soaked elite guard carrying a man out from within. Except for this sniper, all others are to be executed. Report to the commander. The enemy has been eliminated. The frail guard also shouted loudly at this moment. Well done, you'll be rewarded when we return. The elite guard smiled at him. Upon seeing the smile of the blood-soaked commander, the frail guard's heart trembled involuntarily. But then he thought, isn't this exactly the way he had longed for? Commander, you guys. The other members of the security team were instantly dumbfounded at this scene. Alright, it's time to head back. Ignoring the questions from others, one of the elite guards casually picked up a fallen handgun, then approached the trembling children brought by the elderly hiding behind the bus wheels amid the shocked gazes of the children and others. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire rang out and the children were left in disbelief as they fell to the ground lifeless under the elite guard's gunfire. Commander! What are you doing? They are just children. Seeing this scene, a member of the security team shouted loudly. Bang! Just as he was about to say more, he felt as if his head had been struck by a car, a violent pain sweeping through his mind in an instant. This punch directly left the security team member dazed while also cutting off any thoughts the others had of speaking. You no longer have the right to ask me for an explanation. The commander already knows everything that happened here. When we return, the commander will punish you and your families for today's events. The humanoid said casually. After he finished speaking, everyone present trembled, their faces instantly turning pale. Alright, take this little dog back to the shelter, we are already very late. After the elite guard spoke, the security team slowly boarded the vehicle and the modified car began to move again, rapidly heading towards the soon under the direct driving of the elite guard, they quickly returned to the shelter. Many people were already waiting there, preparing to register their identities before entering the shelter. The commander has ordered that no members of the security team on this vehicle are to enter the shelter. All weapons must be surrendered on the spot and all equipment removed, waiting at the temporary assembly area until tomorrow. An auxiliary humanoid ran over to say. Alright, thank you. The members of the security team, seeing this scene, couldn't help but smile bitterly. They anxiously surrendered their weapons and gathered in several hastily erected tents. Although the scene here left many other security team members puzzled and confused once they learned that this was the commander's direct order, they ceased to speak. Who is the commander? He is the god of this shelter.